You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 3901, Precarious Balance, Part 2. Yes, my love, Bitra nodded, and there's also Lith with us, remember. Hi, big sis, Lith waved his hand. I'm sorry, I don't know what's gotten into me. Zorith's mind was back into the light of the infirmary, but she could feel the darkness of Raum's vivisection room pulling at her. Don't worry about that. Baba Yaga shook her head and conjured her tools again. I need you to stay calm, or there's nothing I can do. I don't know if I can, Zorith gurgled, her tears mixing with the life support fluid. I can barely stare at those things without freaking out from this distance. Then close your eyes, Bitra said. Close your eyes and only listen to my voice. Zorith moved her eyes from the constructs to her wife, torn between trust and fear. Okay, she closed her eyes shut. Keep talking, Bite. It doesn't matter what you say, just don't leave me alone. I won't, Bitra replied. Lith, hush us, please. A split second later, the Shadow Dragon and the Reiju were isolated in a world of their own. You must come back to us, Zor, Bitra said. Think of Elijah, she misses her Auntie Zor, or as she calls you, Oiso. Did she really learn my name? More tears diluted the life support liquid, but this time they were born out of joy. Yes, I'm Biba now, Bitra chuckled. She can almost say your name, but it will take her years to pronounce mine. Stupid dragon names, Zorith sniffled. Do you have a record of Elijah calling our names? Yes. Can you play it? Zorith asked. No, Bitra said. I want you to hold tight, Zor. I want you to get out of that tank and let Elijah call your name in person. Can you do that for me? I can try. Zorith focused solely on Bitra's voice, ignoring the feeling of Baba Yaga's mana seeping inside her body while her tools prickled the Shadow Dragon's skin. What happened while I was away? While the Eldritches talked, the Red Mother emptied the vessels of the light and darkness elements in the storage, injecting them respectively into the Eldritch and the Troll sides. The sudden and massive influx of their missing counterpart neutralized both cursed elements and temporarily brought their struggle to a halt. Baba Yaga's breathing technique now encountered no resistance as it moved past the outermost layers of the black and the white holes. Or rather, what until that moment had looked like a black and a white hole. Well, this explains a thing or two, she thought. The Eldritch side was actually a black sun surrounded by a ring comprised of multiple black threads, each carrying a small flame along its orbit. Yet the black sun emitted no light, absorbing it instead. The Eldritch life force was akin to a massive gravity well that sucked everything in. Even the black threads wouldn't have been able to escape, and would have remained invisible under the surface of the black sun, if not for their connection with the Troll side. Zorith's second life force resembled a finely cut gemstone wrapped in a spool of white wire, the Troll side that shone with an inner light so dense that it was almost solid. The gravity well dragged the gemstone as hard as the gemstone's radiance struggled to escape, keeping the distance between them constant. The two life forces interacted solely via the threads, pushing and pulling them in a violent tug of war. The threads changed color according to which life force they were closer to, switching from black to white. The conflicting energies constantly eroded the threads, and many of them snapped every second, unable to bear the tension. The Eldritch side devoured the fragments, while the Troll side released new threads to make up for the lost ones, and the cycle started anew. Zorith's human aspect has developed a symbiotic relationship with the Troll life force and is the key to Zorith's stable form. The threads siphon the decay and inject it into the chaos, keeping them both from self-destructing. Yet the threads are not strong enough to withstand the energy at play and fall apart before the two life forces can be pulled together. The broken threads are quickly replaced, but not before the Eldritch and the Troll sides drift apart. They get closer with each thread connecting them and further apart every time a thread snaps. It's a precarious balance that hinges on both life forces holding on the human side with the same force, which is no longer the case. She telepathically pointed at the upper part of the Troll side, where the spool of wires was unraveling. Part of the gem was now exposed and no longer produced threads. The remaining spool failed to keep up with the gravity well of the Eldritch side, which increased its pull the less decay it received. In turn, the light of the Troll side between them became denser, allowing it to move away from the black star. Without enough threads to keep the balance between the two life forces, they had started to drift apart and increase the tension on the remaining threads. The more the tension increased, the faster the threads broke and collapsed into the black sun, unraveling the human life force around the Troll side. In turn, that caused a smaller number of threads to be produced and increased the tension in a vicious cycle. My guess is that in about 7 days, the symbiotic relationship between the human aspect and the troll side will break. When that happens, the components of Zorith's hybrid life force will revert to their original state, and she'll explode. Can't Zorith choose one life force like a regular hybrid? Tista asked. No, because she isn't one, Baba Yaga replied. Her physical body is unable to contain either life force by itself. The eldritch side would devour it, while the troll side would wither it in seconds. Holding in so much decay requires the troll's special constitution, whereas nothing alive can contain chaos. Then, she felt everyone telepathically pointing at Lith and added, almost nothing. Still, 7 days should be enough to find a cure, Tista said. If Solus focuses the tower on replenishing the elemental storage, we can perform an attempt per day, maybe even more. I wish you were right, Kala sighed, feeling no need to ramble for once. 7 days mark the time before Zorith's body falls apart, but there is no telling when she'll reach the point of no return. Her condition is constantly deteriorating, and the further apart her life forces get, the more complex the procedure to bring them close will become, and the lower its chances of success. Really? Tista had worked as a healer for years, but body sculpting was a discipline rarely used, and only for delicate cases, where the other 4 tiers of healing magic didn't work. Aside from the classes she had taken at the White Griffin, Tista had only practiced body sculpting on herself to learn how to shapeshift, and under Falul's supervision to save Rena's son, Falco. Sadly, yes, Falul replied. Xenogrosh's life force is collapsing, and even a treatment that would cure her now is going to become useless if her troll and eldritch side drift away too much. Chapter 3902, Solving the Mystery, Part 1. Our time is much shorter than you think, and if we don't find a solution quickly, we are going to waste more tanks of the elemental storage on diagnosis than on the actual cure, Falul said. On top of that, don't forget that Xenogrosh is in agony as we speak. If she loses consciousness or stops fighting, the degeneration of her life forces will progress faster. Tista's thoughts froze as she realized they had a mammoth task ahead of them, and she didn't have the faintest idea where to start. Everything your friend said is the truth, child. There is no guarantee a cure even exists. The Red Mother's mind sounded stern, but also confident and steady. Luckily for you, you have me. If there is a cure, we will find it. Now follow my lead. The chaos and decay had already consumed over half of the light and darkness contained in the elemental storage. It was only a matter of seconds before their conflict re-escalated, and Baba Yaga's breathing technique lost its effectiveness. She followed Vaster's advice and used her Tier 5 body sculpting spell, Cradle of Life, to produce deep cuts in the black sun of the eldritch life force. Usually, the chaos would have neutralized the light element of the spell. Yet due to the outpouring energy from the elemental storage, the outermost layers of chaos had stabilized into darkness, that the pinpoint bursts of Cradle of Life carved at a safe distance from the vital organs. Baba Yaga also took care not to affect the threads orbiting the black sun, so that as soon as its gravity well weakened, more threads managed to wrap themselves around the troll side unimpeded. At the same time, Cradle of Life coated the tendrils of the human side that were about to break and infused them with vitality. The renewed vigor allowed the human aspect to withstand the conflicting energies of the other 2 life forces and produce new threads, reinforcing its hold on the eldritch and the troll sides. Each thread drained the decay and injected it into the wounded black sun, weakening the troll side, exactly as Baba Yaga wanted. She kept carving the eldritch side and bleeding its chaos, making it hunger for decay and shifting its focus from the troll side to the team of healers. Zorith's vitals are plummeting, Quilla warned the others. Weakening both life forces also meant draining what little vitality the shadow dragon had left. Baba Yaga's strategy had lessened the distance between the life forces at the expense of their vigor. Don't worry, everything is still going according to plan, the Red Mother replied. Sometimes things must get worse before they can get better, everyone with me. She stored her Spirit Tier 5 body sculpting spell, Life Spinner, inside the library, which shared it with everyone else. Thanks to Soluspedia, Lith and the others knew Life Spinner like the back of their hand, but they still had no practical experience with it. I see what you want us to do, but should we? Not even Falul, the most skilled healer of the group, felt confident using an unknown spell in such a delicate situation. By yourself, no, it would be madness. Just do exactly what I do. Perform one loop each and make sure not to ruin each other's work. Baba Yaga replied and took the lead of the procedure. The golden needles from the hands of Menadian injected short bursts of darkness magic that numbed the extremities of the split life forces, while the forceps brought their margins closer. Then she conjured the emerald strings of Life Spinner and sewed the two life forces together. The stitches were close and narrow, so that the life forces would have to fight each other as they consumed the emerald strings. The spell was bound to fail sooner than later, but it still bought Zorith time, stabilized her condition, and greatly lessened her pain. Falul understood the Red Mother's intentions first and coiled her own life spinner around Baba Yaga's. The others quickly followed, forming multiple layers of defensive energy around the main strings. Good, good. The Red Mother called upon the power of both the apprentice and the master set to further strengthen the life spinner spells and adjust them to an optimal positioning. Yet this isn't over. With so much foreign mana inside Zorith's body and her life forces weakened, she will die of mana poisoning if we leave her like this. We need to restore her vitality. But if we do, the life spinner spells won't last an hour, and everything we have done will be for naught, Lith pointed out. You would be right if we didn't follow the master's second piece of advice. Baba Yaga replied, pouring a vast stream of her endless stamina and the spirit magic of the storage solely into the still healthy part of Zorith's hybrid life force. The others quickly followed suit, and the red warning signs on the holographic display disappeared as the Shadow Dragon's vitals returned to normal. By then, the elemental storage was empty, and the healers withdrew their mana before they would get hurt. By feeding the healthy life force, the part that struggled to return whole, Baba Yaga gave it the power it needed to knit the split extremities closer before they regained the strength to resist the push. The distance between the two life forces shrank further, and their strength was now split on too many fronts to be effective. The combined effect of the life spinner spells, Zorith's human life force, and the vigor stored solely in the hybrid part alleviated all of her symptoms. The pain abated to the point that she no longer wanted to scream, and the violent spasms disappeared, replaced by small twitches limited to her extremities. Bite, I feel good, Zorith said. The pain is almost gone. Good is a big word and almost only works for fireballs and meteors. Lith had lifted the hush spell at the end of the procedure, allowing Baba Yaga to reply. Your life force is stable now, but your affliction is unchanged. It's like putting tight bandages around a deep wound. It stops the bleeding for a while, but you still need a healer. Solus, take her out of the tank. Are you sure? Solus asked. What if her condition deteriorates? It's a risk we must take, the Red Mother shrugged. Our patient is special, and the chaos of her body is a treacherous opponent. A prolonged stay in the infirmary might allow the chaos to adapt to the mana flow of the various life support arrays. If that happens, the enchantments of the infirmary will become less effective because the chaos feeds on them and turns our own strength against us. Moreover, with everything she went through, I doubt Zorith wants to spend her days like a fish in a tank. Solus nodded and emptied the crystal tank while keeping the floating spell active, so that Zorith didn't fall to the ground but landed safely on her chair. Zor, Baitra reached her first, hugging her as tightly and delicately as she could. You gave me a huge scare. You and me both. Zorith gave her wife her best smile, but between her gaunt skin and the deep lines left by days of torture, she looked one step away from the grave anyway. Chapter 3903, Solving the Mystery, Part 2. I'm sorry for my earlier outburst, Zorith said. You were just trying to help me and I overreacted. You underreacted, child. Baba Yaga shook her head. I don't know the details of what happened to you, but I can tell by looking at your life force that whoever did this to you was a monster. I've rarely seen such deliberate cruelty. They knew what they were doing and what it would do to you, but they didn't give a damn. What now? Zorith asked, feeling her eyes droop and her strength fade. Without the pain, the exhaustion from the last few days was finally catching up with her. Normally, her powerful life forces would absorb the world energy from the mana geyser and restore the Shadow Dragon to her peak condition. Yet the troll side was battling the eldritch side, while the hybrid life force struggled to sew them back together and keep itself from falling apart. It left Zorith little energy, and the procedure had drained most of it. Now that we have bought the infirmary the time to analyze your condition and find a viable treatment, Baba Yaga replied. In the meantime, we can rack our brains and see if we can come up with something on our own. You instead need to eat and rest. Don't use magic for any reason. Don't activate your bloodline abilities and don't take a single step off that floating chair. The slightest strain might send your life forces on a rampage and thwart our efforts. Okay, Zorith knew she was dying, but she was too happy about the absence of pain to care. She had finally been reunited with her wife, and wanted to make the best of whatever time she had left. I'll show her the kitchens and be right back, Lith said while opening a steps with the warp mirror. Why would you do that? The Red Mother furrowed her brows. We are all tired, and invigoration doesn't make us think faster or better. We can use some food and rest as well. Agreed, Falul said as her stomach growled like a lion. We didn't do much, but resisting the constant erosion from the chaos and decay while we studied Xenogrosh's life forces consumed the mana equivalent of several Tier 5 spirit spells. I'm sorry, guys. Zorith barely knew most of them and felt guilty for troubling so many strangers. Don't be, Freya sighed. Lith helped my boyfriend, so it's only natural that my useless master returns him the favor. Who did you call useless? Falul snarled. The quarrel continued until they reached the dining room, and the delicious smell of the various dishes on the groaning board waiting for them drowned the words in saliva. Zorith had a huge appetite and barely the strength to eat. In her weakened state, even carrying to her mouth the huge amount of food necessary to sustain her was difficult. The shadow dragon couldn't shapeshift into her dragon form, so Salark used dimensional magic to shrink whole cows to the size of pork chops and fit Zorith's human mouth, but their mass was unchanged. I must ask Grandma to teach me how to do this. Lith munched a bite of a steak that weighed more than a car. This would save me a lot of time and allow me to eat a reasonable-looking serving of food. I'm tired of people staring at how much I eat every time we go to a restaurant. Yeah, right, Quilla snorted. It would also kill anyone who dares pick so much as a crumb from your plate. That's a good point. Lith shuddered at the idea of Elijah swallowing the dimensionally compressed food. After the meal, Lith brought Zorith back to the tower and created a room for her. She fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow, but her rest was far from peaceful. The memories of her imprisonment crept into her mind as nightmares, making her toss and turn. The alarms of the infirmary flashed minutes after they had laid her to rest, forcing Lith to wake Zorith up. This isn't good, Baba Yaga said. You can't afford this kind of stress. But I can't stay awake either. Zorith wiped the tears off her eyes. I'm too weak. I'll stay with you, Zor, Baitra said. You were here before too, Bite. It didn't stop the nightmares, Zorith replied. That's because I wanted to give you space and I was sitting on the chair, Baitra said. I mean that I'll stay with you, on the bed. She slipped under the blankets and embraced her wife. What if I have another fit and you get hurt? The shadow dragon tried to escape the hug, but her strength failed her. Don't worry, I can take it, Baitra replied. At least until I wake you up with a punch to the nose. I'll teach you and your rude nightmares a lesson you won't forget easily. Thanks, Bite, Zorith half chuckled and half cried. And keep your hands to yourself, Baitra grunted. No funny business. This is Solus, home and body, and we are her guests. Yes, ma'am. Zorith went full chuckle, while Solus became beet red. I don't peep, I mean have a good rest. She warped everyone away, but kept a surveillance mirror for a few minutes. Once Zorith fell asleep again, and Solus checked that Baitra's presence drove the worst of the nightmares away, she dropped the surveillance. What happened to the I don't peep? Tista teased her. That's not peeping, Solus snorted. Do you have any idea what a mere slap from someone like Zorith can do to Baitra? Eldritch or not, the difference in mass is still abyssal. Actually, I know. Tista cleared her throat in embarrassment. It seems that sometimes I kick in my sleep. I sent Badia crashing against the wall more than once. And I don't want to hear about that more than once, young lady, Lith replied with a stern tone. Seriously, what's our next move? That's a good question, Baba Yaga nodded. Right now I have no answer for you, but I know where to look. Which is, Kala asked. Solving the mystery of what an evolved human life force should look like, Baba Yaga replied. As we have said earlier, to fix the damage Raum inflicted on Zorith's life force, we need to understand how the different aspects comprising it work. I'm aware that undoing the fallen state of her troll side would kill her, but the good news is that we don't need to perform anything so dramatic. As my breathing technique revealed, the master did a solid job. Zorith's hybrid life force is more than stable, it's trying to keep itself together. And what does that mean? Quilla asked. An unstable life force like that of the current trolls resists every chain, and tries to revert itself to its original condition, correct? The Red Mother replied. Correct, Quilla nodded, recalling her struggles with Ryla's treatments. If that were Zorath's case, the troll and the eldritch sides would have collapsed long before I could get here. They wouldn't struggle to stay together. It means that there is a way forward, and if we can find it, we can use it to solve this crisis. Chapter 3904, Proper Order Part 1. I see, Quilla replied. If we nudge Zorath's life forces in the right direction, they will rearrange themselves in a new configuration that should be stable enough to allow us to heal the damage like we would with a normal patient. Exactly, Baba Yaga sighed. Let me be clear. As Zorath's life force is, there is no cure, at least none that we can find in the little time she has left. Yet if her life force becomes less volatile and able to suppress the chaos and decay better, it would be a different story. Now I don't know you, but I already know what a dragon's, an eldritch S, and a fallen troll's life force look like. But I've never seen an unfallen, evolved human. By the time I became a white core, Balors had already turned into monsters. What about tyrants and Jotuns? Falul asked, fishing for information. Please, they both diverged on purpose from the intended path to preserve their mana cores. The Red Mother shook her head. They are indeed evolved humans, but their life forces are of no use to us. So Jotuns really are evolved humans, everyone thought as soon as Baba Yaga confirmed the rumors. I've never seen an Odi life force, Quilla said, trying to sound casual. I know that Zorath has a fallen troll half, but maybe if we also understand how an Odi evolved, we would be able to guess human evolution as well. I mean, you said it yourself, humans and Odi have a common ancestor. Baba Yaga gave Quilla a long, cold stare, without saying a word. Nice try, child. She clicked her tongue. Nice enough to deserve a reward, but you'd better not push your luck with me again. A flick of the Red Mother's wrist conjured what looked like a finely cut, transparent zircon-like gemstone. This was my life force as an Odi, you know the rest. So transparent for the Odi, black and white for the trolls, and prismatic for the Traun, Falul asked, while conjuring the 3 gemstones side by side. What did you expect? Baba Yaga scoffed. A snake that turned into an eagle and then into a griffin. There's a reason it's called evolution. Changes are not radical. They are minute but significant. Take you beasts, for example. A wave of her hand conjured another series of holograms. A magical beast's life force looks like a fire, an emperor beast's like a star, and a divine beast's like a constellation. It's always a mass of flames. In your case, there is no change in color, just in size. Good point. Falul groaned, looking at the divine beast's life force with eyes full of longing. I have just what we need, Quilla said. I'll bring here Arhin, Ryla, and Morak. I get Arhin, but why Ryla and Morak? Freya asked. Their data is already stored in the infirmary, and you heard Lady Yaga. Morak's life force is a mutation of the original bloodline. I know, but with Lith, they form the full evolutionary scale, Quilla nodded. My husband may be a side step, but it's still a step forward compared to all other tyrants. Maybe Lady Yaga can learn something from him and we from her. The gall of this little woman, the Red Mother burst into laughter. I just warned you not to push your luck, and here you are trying to manipulate me again. Your mother would be proud of you, child. Do you know my mother? Quilla asked. I spend a lot of time at the mansion, child, Baba Yaga said. Your mother is hard to miss and harder to avoid. If only she didn't always carry around her toddler when she pesters me, I would have already taught her a lesson. Poor Driffa, I'm sorry, Lady Yaga. Quilla bowed as deeply as her swollen belly allowed her. Don't be sorry for her, child, be better than her. The Red Mother dismissed the apologies with a wave of her hand. I have a question, Lith said. How do we bring Arhin to the infirmary without revealing the existence of the tower to her? Easy, Solus shrugged. Renaa is a good friend of Arhin, and we are in the desert. Let's hide the other floors of the tower underground and leave only the infirmary visible. Arhin is no Forgemaster, and if we tell her that this is one of Grandma's labs, she'll believe us. Since Lith had barely any contact with the people of Zelex, Quilla and Renaa went to ask the Balor for help after explaining the situation to Ryla. Don't worry, I'll back whatever you say, the farmer said. If you don't want Arhin to know that the lab belongs to Lith, she won't hear anything from me. Once they reached Zelex, the Balor and the rest of her species were all too eager to help. I never dared hope my turn would come this quickly, Arhin said. I'm sorry for not trusting you from the beginning, Lady Quilla. You truly are a miracle worker. Thank you for your kind words, but I think there is a misunderstanding. Quilla could read a mix of raw envy and furious annoyance on the faces of the rest of Zelex's Senate. I'm not here to start your treatment, Arhin. Oh, at those words, the Balor's smile collapsed like a house of cards. Don't misunderstand, the data I'm going to collect today will be of great help once I'm done with Ryla, Quilla said, hoping to reassure Arhin. Until then, however, I need you to be patient, all of you. The expression of the members of Zelex's Senate softened, with one exception. Karana, the Traun representative, stared at her colleagues the same way they had stared at Arhin. She lowered her eyes to meet Quilla's, asking her a silent question that Quilla answered with a slight shake of her head. Traun and Trolls were among the few fallen races of Zelex with no healthy counterpart to serve as a blueprint to undo their fallen state. It put them at the bottom of Quilla's patient list and gave them little hope for the future. Karana gave a polite nod and ignored the rest of the conversation, feeling she had no part in it. What do you need my help for? Arhin asked, drawing Quilla's attention back to her. My research has hit a snag, Quilla lied through her teeth. To overcome it, I need to collect detailed information about the various stages of human evolution, and you are the most stable reverted Balor of Zelex, correct? Correct, Arhin nodded. When you say various stages, does it mean that Lord Morok and Lord Verhin will take part in the research as well? Of course, Quilla didn't like how the Balor's eyes lit up at her husband's name. Sure, Arhin displayed the same enthusiasm for Lith, but that was Camilla's problem. Is there any chance I might experience the resonance effect again? The Balor asked. After the events that had led to the defeat of Rugat of the Earth, Lith's status among the people of Giera had skyrocketed. Not only because he had displayed 6 elemental energy wings like a farmer, but also because his presence affected all the human members of Giera's expedition. Chapter 3905, Proper Order Part 2. That's possible, Rena pondered. I sure would like to see if it affects me and my children in any way. Then let's go, Arhin nodded. There's not a moment to lose. Quilla warped everyone to the closest branch of the Mage Association, and from there they reached the Blood Desert, where the tower waited for them. Yet Quilla blindfolded Arhin, and had her walk aimlessly through the Heavenly Plume oasis for a while, before warping her inside the infirmary. When the Balor took the blindfold off, she had no idea how many steps it had taken to reach their destination, and believed the research facility to be hidden deep inside the desert palace. Kala, Freya, Falul, and Tista had left the room to give their guest space and not make her feel like a lab rat. Thank you for coming here, Arhin. Lith extended his hand, and she promptly shook it. Please don't thank me, Lord Verhin. It's an honor. The Balor almost squealed with joy when she saw Morok. Yet the squeal died on her lips when she registered the presence of the crystal tank, the many cables connecting it to the floor, and the many holographic displays. The lack of windows and doors made the infirmary look like a trap. The crystal tank instead looked like a cage, and Arhin became afraid it was for her. What is this place and what is she doing here? She asked while pointing at Baba Yaga. This is one of the Overlord's secret labs, Lith replied. Please, don't tell anyone about anything you are about to see and hear here. If the wrong people learn about this place, my and Quilla's research about human evolution will be at risk. You have my solemn oath, the Balor replied, reassured by the request. If Lith needs my silence, it means he intends to let me go, she inwardly added. Baba Yaga is here at my request, Quilla added. My current patient is beyond my abilities and has no chance of survival without her help. She's willing to help a stranger but not us. Arhin was a Balor, but she knew Karana's pain as her own. Yes, Baba Yaga replied curtly. What if I refuse to help unless you promise to assist Lady Quilla in undoing the Troll's fall? Then Quilla's patient would die, and her research to cure your species would probably take much longer, child. The Red Mother scoffed. I'm helping her, not the other way around. I have no obligation to do anything, and you are testing my patience. Our patient, Lith said. Please, Arhin, I understand your feelings, but at least Karana's people can have a normal life until a cure is found. My friend's days, instead, are numbered. Really? The Balor's eyes widened, all 6 of them. Really? Lith nodded. There is no time to bargain, and even if there was, I have nothing to offer Lady Yaga. Letter 1D487, letter 1D4FB, letter 1D4E, letter 1D4E, letter 1D66C, letter 1D65A. Letter 1D4EC, letter 1D4F8, letter 1D4AT. I'm sorry for not mentioning she would work with us, Quilla replied. But I couldn't risk the Senate wasting precious time squabbling or increasing the divide between Karana and the rest of the Senate further. I need you to keep quiet about this, Arhin. The lab, the project, Baba Yaga, everything. One slip of your tongue and my credibility would be ruined. Please do it for us, Morok said, and Lith nodded. Arhin was torn between her loyalty to the Senate and the debt of gratitude she felt toward Quilla and Morak. "I'll do it," she said, yet there was no conviction in her tone or expression. "You better," Ryla stepped forward to say her piece. "Remember your children and those of the rest of our people, Arhin. If this goes well, they'll get one step closer to being free from our curse. Run your mouth and you doom them and the next generations of Zeleks to a life of imprisonment." The thought of her children waiting for her at home and the grief for her dead husband hit Arhin like a punch to the gut, putting an end to her internal struggle. "I said I'll do it," the Balor snarled, and this time everyone believed her. "What do I have to do?" "Just place your hands on the crystal tank," Quilla replied. "That's it," Arhin sighed in relief. "I was afraid I had to enter that thing." The moment the Balor touched the crystal wall, the arrays of the infirmary flashed red and formed a containment field around her. "Mana core dormant and compromised. Life force 100% rank 1 human Balor but unstable," Quilla read out loud. "Overall 100% evolved human. 90% of the life force is defective. No wound detected. Perfect health. Warning: condition is congenital and permanent. Intervention required. No therapy available. Insufficient data." The new and improved infirmary used the Yggdrasil wood of the Sage Staff to acquire a better scan of the Balor's life force and record her mana flow. Once it was done, the containment field disappeared, allowing Arhin to step away. "Is this normal, or is there something wrong with me?" She pointed at the figure depicted on the holographic displays. The Balor's life force looked like a colossus made from Lego bricks and an erector set. Most of the pieces were bright red, while a few carried each a different elemental color. In place of her eyes, there were 6 small, pulsing elemental spheres whose energy washed over the rest of her body in rhythmic pulses. 2 prismatic whirlpools rested on her back, constantly absorbing the surrounding world energy and transmitting it to the 6 elemental spheres. The whirlpool's depth and width changed with Arhin's every breath. They expanded and contracted, but the amount of world energy captured remained constant. "This is normal." The hesitation in Quilla's voice betrayed her doubts. I have to admit that I've never noticed the elemental spheres and the whirlpools in your life force when I examined you with my breathing technique before." "Remember that Grandma just upgraded our instruments," Lith shrugged. "I would be surprised if we didn't get better readings." "That's true, but what are those things?" Quilla asked. "Mana organs." Baba Yaga's voice was an awed gasp. "The infirmary can detect mana organs now." "Shouldn't I have seen them already with my breathing technique?" Lith asked, and Quilla nodded. "When you reach Fallow's level, maybe," the Red Mother replied. "Mana organs are deeply intertwined with the life force and usually eclipsed by the mana flow. They grow with the mana core, so it's hard to see them in an adult as well as in a baby." "Let's make sure then." Quilla touched the crystal case, skipping the readings for both her and her children and going straight to the depiction of her life force. It was entirely bright red, and there was no trace of developing mana organs. "There's definitely nothing wrong with you, Arhin," Quilla said. "I mean, aside from the fact you belong to a fallen race, this is exactly how I see my life force with my breathing technique." "Neat," Morak nodded. "Let's see what." "Not so fast, young man." Baba Yaga gently but firmly held him in place. "Let's do things in proper order. It should help the infirmary to compile the data and us to better understand the development of a human life force." Chapter 3906, Human Disguise, Part 1. "Good point," Quilla nodded. "Ryla, you are next." The farmer touched the crystal case, obtaining the diagnosis she expected. Only the projection of her life force surprised her. It also looked like a colossus made, but comprised only of Lego bricks, and an erector sets pieces of 6 different colors. On top of that, unlike Arhin, the elements coursing through Ryla's life force overlapped in multiple points, forming thin emerald streaks across a few blocks. Yet the overall flow was jagged and irregular, and the elements more often than not clashed instead of harmonizing with each other. The violent conflict between the elements strained the farmer's life force and drained her mana. On top of that, Ryla had 6 elemental spheres at the level of her physical eyes and 2 whirlpools on her back. At the zenith of their expansion, however, the vortices, upper part, almost split into 2 for a brief moment before collapsing into 1 again. "What does this mean?" Arhin and Ryla pointed at the whirlpools. "Off the top of my head, that Ryla is closer to awakening than you, Arhin," Quilla replied. "A Balor and a farmer both gain multiple sets of wings upon awakening." "Your interpretation is correct, Quilla," Baba Yaga nodded. Gods, what a mess. What do you mean? Solus asked. This is no different from what you've shown us about the Odie's evolutionary path, gradual and steady changes, remember. At those words, Urhin's eyes lit up with hope and Baba Yaga scowled at Solus. Please, they are nothing alike, the Red Mother scoffed. What I've shown you in private and under the alleged banner of confidence was the natural development of the Odie life force. I'm so sorry, Malishka, Solus blushed hard. I didn't mean to. Yet you did, and apologies change nothing. Baba Yaga cut her short. As I was saying, natural development implies both deep and superficial changes. Do you remember the inner lights? Yes, Solus nodded. Those weren't just due to the development of mana organs, but also due to the new powers, limbs, and affinities gained after each successful evolution. In Ryla's and Urhin's case, instead, the evolution is artificial. Their life forces present solely superficial changes and are unsuited to withstand the abilities they currently possess. The constant flow of world energy from their harmonizers makes up for the lack of deep changes and allows them to keep their unfallen state. What are the deep changes of a human supposed to look like? Ryla asked. We are about to find out, the Red Mother replied. Morak, if you please. Sure, the tyrant allowed her to examine him thoroughly with sun and moon before touching the crystal tank. Everyone ignored the readings and focused on the image of his life force. It resembled a flaming green eye surrounded by 6 rings, each of a different elemental color. They spun horizontally around the eye, while keeping a steady horizontal orbit around it. Every time I see this, I can't help but wonder whether the first tyrant shaped his life force like this on purpose, or if he was just lucky, Quilla said. Either way, it's no wonder tyrants managed to pass themselves as emperor beasts for all this time. Indeed, Morak nodded. Before reaching the violet, there were no rings surrounding my life force, and it became elongated only after I awakened. That and the lack of conspicuous mana organs helped, Baba Yaga said. Now, however, I doubt you would manage to pull the wool over the council's eyes, child. The Red Mother zoomed in, revealing the presence of 6 small elemental spheres in the middle of the green eye and 2 small whirlpools on its external layer. That's similar to Ryla and Urhin, Morak said. Not really. Another flick of Baba Yaga's finger focused everyone's attention on the space between the 6 elemental spheres. A 7th sphere, much smaller and unstable, lay in the middle. The other 6 constantly poured part of their energy into it, but only a fraction of their power managed to coalesce into spirit energy, making the final sphere much less than the sum of its single parts. Is that my spirit eye, or just the reason I need to merge my other 6 eyes to obtain it? Morak asked. It's irrelevant for our current problem, so I'll leave finding an answer to you, the Red Mother shrugged. This, however, is another story entirely. A quick tap on another rune, and the infirmary moved on the 6 rings surrounding the emerald eye. At first glance, they appeared to be a stable mass of elemental energy, but only until one took a very close look at them. Then each ring turned out to be comprised of a thick bundle of threads, infused with the power of their corresponding element. Threads, Morak said in disbelief, like lith. Like lith is a big word since we have no idea what his human life force looks like, Baba Yaga replied. But the resemblance is undeniable. Now please use your powers. There's no need to go all out. Even something small will do. She moved back on the emerald eye and revealed what lay beneath spirit magic's glow. A great bundle of threads moved around small blocks and rods that instead maintained a fixed position. The constant flow of the threads allowed for an easier shape-shifting and for the elemental energies to freely travel across the bundle. The eye carried all 6 elements, and it looked emerald from the outside only because they effortlessly mixed with each other and the life force. The external rings worked both as safeguards and amplifiers. They dispersed the excess elemental energy when Morak absorbed it via his eyes or wings and boosted it before he released it. And you noticed all this after a brief examination while I was at rest. Morak slowly depowered his bloodline abilities, staring at Baba Yaga in amazement. After studying those 2, it wasn't that hard, she replied. It's your turn, Lith. Show us what you can do. Sure, he offered his hand to Baba Yaga, who looked at him as if he were joking. Right, I forgot you studied my life force plenty of times. He moved toward the crystal tank, but the Red Mother stopped him. What do you think you are doing? What you asked me to do, he replied in confusion. No, you are not. I asked you to show me your human life force, Baba Yaga said. I'm in my human form, and this is my human life force. Lith's confusion quickly turned into annoyance. "Are you sure?" the Red Mother asked. "Do me a favor, assume your eldritch life force and touch the tank." Lith did as she asked, and the infirmary displayed the image of the void that surrounded the stars and threads as it collapsed on itself. It took the form of a black sphere that fed upon external energy while keeping everything inside safe. A corona of silvery flames outlined the black sphere, which was also surrounded by a violet ring comprised of the world energy that the void constantly absorbed from its surroundings. "Now the Void Feather Dragon, please." The black sphere opened up, and the galaxy it contained rearranged itself into a single constellation that resembled a dragon. Chapter 3907, Human Disguise Part 2. Each star burned with the power of a different element, either natural or cursed, and had smaller stars revolving around it. The cursed stars were paired with their respective counterparts, forming stable twin suns surrounded by star systems double the size of those belonging to the natural elements. The red threads of the human side and the void of the abomination were used both as a framework, allowing the various star systems that comprised the dragon constellation to move without drifting apart from each other. The stars beat in unison with Lith's heart, releasing a sudden burst of flames. Most of the times, the stars flared with emerald fire that nurtured the threads and lit the void with life. Rarely, a burst of silvery fire erupted instead, draining the excess energy from the threads and stabilizing the cursed stars that had neared the overload point after being nurtured by the emerald flames one time too many. Seldom, blue flames would engulf the dragon constellation. When that happened, everything burned. The blue flames consumed all forms of energy in their path until the void smothered them or the silvery fire purged them. Yet no matter how many times they appeared, the blue flames never became part of the whole. They were a dangerous, foreign element that only aimed to break free of its host and spread outward. Lith could feel the blue flames' hunger, their desire to consume everything. It was similar to the hunger of the void, yet different. The void's hunger expressed a need that only asked to be fulfilled. It was no more evil than the feeling of drowsiness after a long day at work. The blue flames' hunger for destruction, instead, was a compulsion. Like a virus born to infect, the blue flames needed a host to ravage. They didn't care if their host died and they with him. The blue flames didn't care what would happen once they engulfed the whole Magus. A single, relentless thought drove their existence. They wanted to spread and multiply, consequences be damned. Every burst of blue flames weakened the Void Feather Dragon's life force, requiring several emerald flares or a single silvery eruption to recover. Lith gained no resistance to the blue flames, and they foiled any attempt of the other flames, natural or cursed, to bring the blue flames into their fold. "Great Mother Almighty," many people said, and Baba Yaga would have gladly joined them if her role didn't demand otherwise. Yes, it's all very interesting, maybe too interesting, but that's not the reason we are here," she said. "Now turn into a Tiamat Lith." He stared at the burning constellation for a few seconds longer before shape-shifting again. The constellation spread open, freeing the void and the threads and allowing the stars to multiply. Lith's life force turned into a galaxy composed of stars that were linked between them by a red thread. The blackness of the void filled the space between them and also encapsulated the entire structure, protecting it from external forces. The protective shell of the void passively absorbed the world energy and foreign mana in its surroundings, giving them Lith's energy signature, and then feeding them to the stars it protected. The abomination side didn't just take, it also gave back and nurtured the other aspects of Lith's life force. The dragon's life force, instead, rhythmically flooded the auxiliary stars with elemental power, changing their color. After that, the temporary elemental stars would flare up into their corresponding cursed element before going back to the violet. The elemental and cursed stars only manifested in neighboring pairs, so that the final result was always perfectly balanced. The black stars were scattered among the colored stars and connected to the rest of the structure by the red threads, alternating between emitting pulses of death energy and absorbing the power from the colored stars. Yet it wasn't a parasitic relationship so much as a symbiotic one. The black stars fueled the life force with their own power while also siphoning the excess energy produced under stress in order to keep the whole galaxy stable. Also, the collected energy wasn't stolen. The black stars stored and released it whenever it was needed. In the same way, the red threads that connected the stars allowed them to exchange elemental power, life force, and mana. The color of the threads changed in the process. matching that of the element they carried. Stars and threads beat in a colorful symphony that ensured the balance and kept the death force of the void in check. At the center of the galaxy burned a giant bright violet star around which everything else orbited. The surface of the giant violet was covered in black currents that flared up from time to time, turning the surface of the star silvery, and sometimes even forming a corona of blue flames. Baba Yaga changed the angle to look for the elemental spheres, and the vortices the Tiamat was supposed to have as an evolved human, but this time she zoomed out instead of in. "Fuck me sideways," Lith said the moment he could see them. The 7 elemental spheres were not gathered in one place, but scattered across his life force. Each elemental sphere enveloped a cluster of elemental stars until their motion carried them into another sphere. The spirit sphere, instead, overlapped with the giant violet, the only celestial body fixed in space. This way, the energy of the giant violet and the emerald of the spirit sphere spread evenly throughout the life force at all times. They flooded every star, thread, and corner of the void, filling them with the power of life and neutralizing the occasional wild surges from an elemental sphere they couldn't withstand on their own. The whirlpools, instead, were located at the fringes of the void. The darkness insulated and filtered the world energy captured by the vortices, delivering it in a form that could never harm the galaxy the void protected. "Is this your Tiamat life force?" Baba Yaga asked. Yes, Lith gave the obvious question its obvious answer. "Shapeshift into a human," she said, and he complied. The black scales disappeared under the pink skin, his extra eyes closed and faded, and his body reabsorbed the extra limbs. Lith looked perfectly human, but the infirmary begged to differ. His life force was unchanged, still a swirling galaxy surrounded by an endless void. The galaxy had simply reshaped itself to look like a colossus, but it was made of stars, threads, and void. It looked human, but it was not. It was a disguise no different from that an emperor beast or fae would wear. "So what?" Morak shrugged. "We all knew this already." "Wait, what?" Quilla was flabbergasted. "You knew about this?" "You did." Morak was even more flabbergasted. "Wasn't it obvious from the moment we learned Lith is a rank 3 human? I mean, what part of him looks like an evolved human to you?" The tyrant pointed at the Tiamat. "No one," Quilla had to admit. "Exactly, just like my human appearance," Morak shrugged. "I didn't say anything because I know how protective of his secrets Lith is. I simply assumed he wasn't ready to share, and I respected his desire for privacy." Chapter 3908, Human Form, Part 1. "You knew and you didn't tell me," Quilla grunted. "No, I knew and assumed you did too," Morak grunted back. "You'd better not take that attitude with me, Missy. If you want to play the why did you keep the secret game, you're going to lose. Badly." "Morak," Quilla flushed in embarrassment. "You know I mean, gods, you are the most annoying genius I know after Manohar." Anything she said would have only dug herself into a deeper hole. Morak had forgiven Quilla for keeping the secret of Lith's tower, Solus, Origin, and their trips around Magur from him, but he had never forgotten about them. On top of that, she had intentionally hidden things from him, whereas he had simply overestimated her intuition. There had been no malice, hence the two things couldn't even be compared. "How is this possible?" Lith couldn't care less about his friends' marital quarrels. "How could I never notice? Why didn't anyone tell me about this?" "It's very simple, child," the Red Mother said. "When you shapeshift into your dragon or eldritch side, you don't care about how your appearance will change. You let yourself go, and they will carry you to your destination. When you want to become human, however, you are tied to the way you looked before you turned into a divine beast. You don't let the human side take over. You ride the current until the point you want to reach and drop anchor there." Lith thought back to the first time he turned into a Tiamat after his fight with Jormun. He remembered all too well the fear of having lost his humanity forever, of being rejected by his family and abandoned by Camilla as the monster he had become. Lith remembered how, when he focused on the thread of his human life force, he always focused on his old human appearance. The result seemed perfect, but it was actually uncomfortable. For a long time, Lith's current life force had felt akin to wearing an old set of clothes that didn't fit well anymore. It had taken him a while to get used to the feeling and resist the temptation to maintain his Tiamat life force at all times. Nothing like that had ever happened with his eldritch and dragon life forces. Sure, the Void's hunger was annoying, and Lith wasn't used to the Voidfeather's long neck or moving on all fours, but those were his problems. The bodies always felt perfect. Using your water and river analogy, you are the water, and your life forces are the river. You let the dragon and eldritch carry you to the ocean, whereas you're afraid of the human. You crafted a lith-shaped bottle and pour the water in when you transform. The Red Mother continued. I didn't tell you because, like almost everyone else in your life, I underestimated the contributions your human side gave to the whole. I focused on the eldritch and the dragon sides and ignored the rest. The Guardians most likely knew all along, but kept their mouths shut because of their no-interference policy. Sorry, Featherling. Salark's voice resounded through the infirmary, somehow transmitting the impression of a small bow. Don't worry, Grandma, Lith sighed. Okay, Yaga, what should I do? What you have always done, the Red Mother replied. This time, however, let yourself go, grab the thread of your human life force and follow it all the way to the end. As long as you relax, it will come to you as natural as breathing. One moment, Lith opened a warp steps, bringing Camilla and the rest of his family to the infirmary. What's happening, babe son, bro? Everyone asked in a choir of overlapping voices. A quick mind link brought them all up to speed. Lith's parents gasped. Alina covered her mouth with her hand. Renat tensed up, while the light of dragon's greed shone behind Tista's eyes. Elijah and Valoran, however, clapped and giggled as if he had offered them a new toy. Cool, Aaron, Lyria, and the triplets said with so much enthusiasm that if they had tails, the kids would have wagged them fast enough to propel them in the air. I brought you here because this isn't just about me. It's about Elijah, Raldorak, and maybe even about Valoran. Lith took the baby's small hands in his own before caressing Camilla's womb. It's about us. He waved at Tista, Renat, and the children. I'm not afraid you'll think differently about me after this. I just don't want to hide anything from you. Of course we will, Alina said with a mix of worry and outrage in her voice. We are your parents and you are our son. We love you, sweetie, scales and all. She took his face between her hands and caressed it with her thumbs. Thanks, Mom. Lith closed his eyes in response to her gentle touch. Alina kissed his forehead and took a few steps back to give him space. Okay, Lith took Elijah from Camilla's arms and held the baby to his chest so that she could follow him in his journey. This is it. He kept his eyes closed and focused on the red light of the human thread. Lith felt a strong pull, similar to the one the Void and the Void-Feather Dragon exerted, and this time he stuck for the whole ride. The change was quick, painless, and natural as Baba Yaga had predicted. Lith felt no different from before and would have thought that nothing had happened if not for the odd gasps and the kids, cool, filling his ears. What's the big farm me sideways? Lith looked down at his hands, noticing that his and Elijah's skin had turned to a crimson shade of red. The same as the color of the thread of his human life force. Father and daughter had no claws or talons, and a quick sweep of his mouth with his tongue proved to Lith that he had no fangs either. Lith and Elijah had also grown in size, but while the change was barely noticeable in the baby girl, Lith had become over 25 meters 83 tall, and his body was a symphony of lean muscles. This is kind of underwhelming. Elijah still had 2 eyes that now shone with prismatic light, while an ice mirror showed Lith that his 7 eyes were all open. He could close them if he wanted, but they wouldn't sink under his skin like they did in his human appearance. Lith's and Elijah's hair were still black, but they gleamed under the magical light with a reddish sheen. I expected more. Something like this, you mean? Solus conjured a tall ice mirror in front of Lith and another behind him. His reflection sported 2 pristine white-feathered wings that came out of his shoulder blades. He now resembled Ryla, but his skin and wing color differed. Lith turned the baby girl around, discovering the presence of 2 fluffy white wings on her back as well. I admit this is impressive. Lith unfurled and furled his wings a few times, discovering they absorbed the world energy with greater ease than their Tiamat-feathered wings counterpart. Elijah followed suit with natural talent and instinct, matching everything Lith had learned after training for weeks under Ryla's guidance in a matter of seconds. Chapter 3909, Human Form Part 2. Lith burned with envy for a brief moment before his fatherly pride trampled all over his petty feelings. That's my girl, he peppered Elijah's face with kisses, making her giggle. Why are we so different? Lith pointed at himself and then at Ryla. Isn't it obvious? Baba Yaga said, and everyone stared at her dumbly. I have no idea why Ballers and Farmers have blue skin, but I know why yours is red. It seems that a rank 3 human's body is infused with so much life force that it spills over your skin. I wonder what would happen if the power of your mana core flowed just as strongly. To Ryla and Urhin, It sounded like an idle question, but everyone else knew the answer. Once Mana joined Life Force, spirit magic was born. Lith's red skin proved that he was just one evolutionary step behind the first king. As for your wings, they are no different from a white crystal, Baba Yaga continued. Unlike those of a farmer or a baller, the elements are perfectly amalgamated. Your feathers can absorb all elements at the same time instead of one at a time. This is amazing. Lith spread his wings, and he felt the world energy flood his 7 eyes. Elijah managed to imitate him a moment later, lighting her eyes with the power of all elements. No, this is underwhelming, the Red Mother snorted. This is nothing like the form you reached in Giera. You are not like Ryla and Arhin, Lith. You are already awakened. That's a very good point, Quilla pondered. Do you think this is like the Voidfeather Dragon missing the dragon eyes, something Lith's human side has lost to balance itself with the other aspects of his life force? No, silly child, Baba Yaga shook her head. This is the first time Lith takes the true form of his human life force. It's like a muscle he never exercised. I don't have the time to practice my skills as... Lith looked at himself, yet no name came to his mind for that new form. Red Human, Tista suggested, obtaining countless glares in reply even from Elijah. What? So he can call me Red Demon, but I can't call him Red Human. You could have always named yourself differently, sis, but this is beyond the point, Lith sighed. Zorith doesn't have long, she can't wait until I work this thing out. Luckily for her, she doesn't have to. Baba Yaga shapeshifted into her Usura form and wore the master and apprentice hands of Menadian, matching the elemental gems with her corresponding arm. We don't need the elemental storage for this. Ryla and I will be enough. She placed one elemental hand near Lith's corresponding eye while staring at the spirit eye. Activate one elemental power at a time, Ryla, starting from now. The Usura channeled the endless flow of world energy from the Mana geyser below her feet. The 2 towers she was connected to, Starforge and Bloodhaven, and the hands of Menadian inside her body. She wrapped Lith in it and then flooded him with the raw power of the elements. At the same time, Ryla unleashed the golden lightning, the red fire, the swirling water, the orange aura, the shadow double, and lastly the inner light. Father and daughter absorbed the power of the elements from their wings one by one and channeled it into their eyes. The human bloodline abilities flooded their bodies, filling them with more strength than they could handle. The wings on Lith's and Elijah's back unfolded and released the excess energy in the form of colored plumes of smoke. Yet Baba Yaga never lowered the pressure, taking care it remained just above Lith's and Elijah's respective capacities. I don't know how developed Elijah's instinct is, and I'm not going to endanger a baby, she thought. I'll keep her safe while Lith figures it out. Once he does, she should be able to imitate. Lith's pristine wings burst into elemental flames, derailing the Red Mother's train of thought. Elijah followed suit a second later, right when her father reached his breaking point. The elemental flames grew in size until the white wings couldn't contain them any longer. The conflicting energies struggled for dominance, pushing each other away as they forced their way out of their vessels. Lith's wings burned into nothing, devoured by the raging battle between the 6 elements. Then, the flames split into 6 wings, each comprised of a single pure elemental energy. They were arranged in the same pattern as Lith's eyes and produced no heat, leaving the stone floor of the infirmary and those who stood behind Lith unscathed. Elijah's wings, too, had turned into pure energy, but they had failed to split. She released 2 bursts of prismatic light from her back, the elements forced to find their balance. Thank the gods, Camilla sighed in relief, feeling a huge burden lifted from her chest. I trust you, Yaga, but if Elijah hadn't kept giggling the entire time, I would have come over there and kicked you. The resonance between father and daughter spread to the unborn Raldorak, triggering his transformation as well. Camilla's skin turned crimson red, and 2 white wings popped out of her back. Then, she felt her skin press violently against her clothes until the Voidfeather armor adjusted to its wearer's new size. Camilla looked around, discovering that she now stood just a head shorter than Ryla. Take 1 step closer, and I'll deck you. She clenched her fists and raised her guard the moment Baba Yaga let go of Lith and turned toward her. So much for trusting me. The Red Mother smiled and raised her hands in surrender. I'd never apply any pressure on the little Ral. I just wanted to congratulate you both and tell you how beautiful you look. What do you gods damn it? Camilla conjured an ice mirror, discovering that her number of eyes and the color of her hair hadn't changed. Her face, however, now bore the same perfect symmetry as Ryla. Her skin was so fair that it reflected and amplified the magical lights with its inner warmth, and her hair hadn't been so luscious since Salark's beauticians had prepared Camilla for her wedding. Even her eyes had become bigger and more seductive. Camilla's body felt lighter and full of energy, as if she had carried invisible shackles until that moment and they had finally been removed. "Turn me back, please," Camilla said in panic. "I can get over losing a bit of power one Ral is born, but not this." "Just stop staring at yourself in the mirror, dear," Alina suggested. "Mama," Elijah asked, flying from her father's arms into her mother's. "Don't worry, baby girl, everything is fine." Elijah's arrival forced Camilla to put the mirror away. "Now what?" Lith asked. He was the only one with blazing energy wings now, and couldn't wait for the transformation to be over. Ryla and Arhin looked at him in a way that unsettled him, and the giggles of his sisters made everything worse. "Now touch the infirmary, silly child," Baba Yaga said while keeping the pressure of the elements solely on him. "Once I collect the data, you can take whatever form you want." Chapter 39:10, Proper Evolution Part 1. Lith rushed to the crystal tank, his readings identical to those he had obtained in his other forms. The shape of his life force, however, couldn't have been more different. It still looked like a colossus, but made of countless prismatic threads. The 7 elemental spheres had now moved to his head, and 6 vortices connected the colossus back to his chest. 6 atrophied mana organs could be seen where his brain, lungs, kidneys, and liver were supposed to be. A small, flaming black star replaced the heart, and contained the compressed life forces of the Void and the Voidfeather Dragon. The heart absorbed the world energy coming from the wings, and transmitted it to the eyes, and the mana organs through the prismatic threads. Unlike the other evolved humans that the infirmary had examined so far, the threads of Lith's life force had no fixed color. It changed according to which of the 7 elements they carried, and reverted to the same deep red of his skin once the flow ended. "Do you see that?" Baba Yaga said. "That's what a proper evolution should look like. It displays both deep and superficial changes, just like I told you. The life force of a rank 0 human is too stiff, making it hard for them to shapeshift or cure a congenital disease. My hypothesis is that going from human to red human." "Hey," Lith cut her short. "The more you call my evolved human form like that, the more likely the name will catch on." "How should I call it then?" Baba Yaga crossed her 6 arms in front of her chest. "Indech," Lith replied, knowing that Camilla and Solus would probably never let him hear the end of it. "What does it mean?" the Red Mother asked in puzzlement. "Absolutely nothing," Lith lied through his teeth, "but at least it's not as lame as red human." "I can't argue with that." Baba Yaga nodded and resumed her explanation. "As I was saying, my hypothesis is that going from human to Indech requires replacing the clunky blocks with the fluid threads. They conduct the mana better and can accommodate the mana organs needed to filter and process the elements." She tapped on the whirlpools, the elemental spheres, and the various mana organs in the making that belonged to the different ranks of evolved humans. Lith's life force exhibited more mana organs than Ryla's, but they were either atrophied or incomplete. 6 of the farmer's mana organs were fully developed, while the rest still showed signs of growth. Arhin possessed only a few mana organs, and they were fully functional. "And your theory matches my findings," Quilla said. "I noticed different parts of Ryla's life force becoming thinner and smoother as her treatment advances, but I expected it to result in some sort of blood circulatory system that would support the existing framework, not replace it." She highlighted and zoomed in on the sections of the farmer's life force that had experienced the most evident changes since Quilla had started working on a treatment. They still looked more like building blocks than threads, but the resemblance to Lith's Indech life force was undeniable. The impression the 2 evolutionary stages gave while displayed side by side was that of a finished product compared to an early prototype. "If you are right, Yaga, then I can expect Ryla's unfallen life force to be similar to Lith's, just with fewer threads and mana organs," Quilla pondered. "Is this useful for your research?" Ryla asked. "More than you think," Quilla nodded. "I still have a lot of work ahead, but this data gives me a clear direction. Until this moment I was going blind, whereas now I know what your life force should look like and the level of complexity it should reach." She pointed at Lith's Indech life force first and then at Morok's. "This also saves me a lot of trial and error procedures for you Ballers, Arhin. Once I'm done devising the proper treatment for Ryla, I should have everything I need to start working on yours." Thank you. The Balor and the Farmer jumped with joy, hugging Quilla, Baba Yaga, Morak, and Lith. Yet while Quilla was lifted in their arms like a little girl, the tyrant and the Indech were tall and big enough to give a completely different vibe, especially when they returned the embrace, and the two women buried their heads in their chests. Calm down, Urhin and Ryla are just happy. Quilla and Camilla never stopped smiling, yet they clenched their hands so hard that their knuckles popped. There is no reason to throw a fit. Think of the baby/wise. I didn't understand much, Aaron said in confusion. Does all this healer jibber-jabber mean that one day I will look like Big Brother? Good question, Lith nodded. Tista. On it, little brother. She took his hand for courage, closed her eyes, and focused on the melody of the human life force. The transformation was as smooth and fast as Lith's, with only one difference. It was accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric and ripped clothes as Tista grew bigger in every direction. Tista, Elena reproached her daughter while covering Roz's eyes with her hand. What's wrong with you, lil sis? Renas snarled while forcing Sentin to turn around. What's the gods, why? Tista whined as her 7 eyes opened, and she saw the tattered remains of her skinwalker armor. During her stay in the desert, she had left Ishka's honor inside the spark to further its refinement process, like Tista always did when she didn't expect trouble. She was currently wearing an old model of enchanted armor that could fit an adult man up to Lith's size. Alas, Tista had turned into a 22 meters, 73, shapely woman with crimson-red skin and a set of snow-white wings on her back. Her arms, shoulders, hips, and wings had torn her clothes open in the process, exposing much more skin than was proper. The heart protector enchantment of the artifact had held, but what was left of Tista's dress could easily pass for a form-hugging one-piece swimsuit. The magnitude of her curves and the perfection of her features that almost reached Tyrus, beauty made things many times worse. Why did this happen only to me? Tista stared at Lith and Camilla in outrage. I assumed this might happen, and I changed into my Voidwalker armor before picking you guys up. Lith shrugged. I knew this might happen and didn't skimp on the materials for the Voidfeather armor. Salark's voice answered for Camilla. It's my wedding gift and I'm no stingy dragon. Don't worry too much, Tista. Morak shrugged as the female Indech managed to turn even redder. There's only family and women here. Except you, she reverted to her human form and the Skinwalker armor instantly repaired itself. You are neither. Consider me offended, the tyrant grunted. After everything we went through together, I considered you family. But you are not, Quilla chimed in to no one's surprise. What's the big deal? Aaron asked, making everyone realize that it was a discussion for another day. That thing wasn't different from the swimsuit Big Sis wears on the beach, was it? Chapter 39:11, Proper Evolution, Part 2. Everyone nodded, hoping that the young boy would drop the argument. Then we should focus on what really matters, Lyria nodded. We are all going to be indented. The triplets celebrated the news with an improvised, synchronized dance. Can you turn red again, Auntie? It's Indech, not indented, Tista exhaled sharply. Also, I think I will be red for a long while. Be right back. Tista warped to the spark, put on Ishka's honor, and returned to the infirmary. When she shapeshifted again, her Indech form caused her no trouble. It felt as natural as her Bloodwind Phoenix form, and absorbing the world energy through her wings came to her much easier than in her Hecate form. Let's see the changes in my life force, Tista sighed while placing her hand on the crystal tank. The infirmary displayed the same readings as before, but projected a different hologram of her life force. Tista's human aspect looked identical to Lith's except for the heart. She lacked Lith's eldritch side, so the flaming star in her chest burned with bright violet light. This won't help us much with Zoreth, but it will help me with Ryla. Quilla pointed at the small differences in the life forces due to the void's absence. Your body never had to adapt to chaos, Tista, so you are closer to a pure rank 3 human than Lith. In less flattering words, I'm more vanilla, Tista groaned. Your words, not mine, Quilla shrugged. Thank you, sister. Urhin squeezed the air out of Tista's lungs with a joyous embrace. I can't wait to spread the good news with our tribe. We Balors were wrong about you Tiamats. You are not the evil demons of our legends. You are part of our family and our saviors. You are welcome, Urhin. Tista did her best to hide her disappointment and return the Balor's sincere smile. What are you talking about, Auntie? Aaron asked. We Verhin are all proud dem. Since we are done here, what do you say if I bring you girls home? Lith said while shutting his little brother up. If we learn anything else, we'll let you know, Arhin. Ryla, don't you want to share the good news with Garrick? Excellent idea, both women nodded. Let's go. Not so fast, Solus grunted, not liking one bit how tightly they held to Lith's arms. Lith, go back to your regular human form, please. Renaa, bring Ryla back to the Heavenly Plume tribe first and then Arhin to Zelex. We have work to do and need Lith to do it. Excellent idea. Renaa dragged the two women away from her brother without giving them time to argue. We won't disturb you anymore. Bye. Renaa had full access to the tower, so warping in front of the kingdom's embassy took her but a thought. Ryla flew to her son while Arhin sighed and moaned all the way back to Zelex, but Renaa pretended not to hear. What do we do now? Lith asked, assuming his Indech form to get accustomed to it, and discovering he had gone back to having only 2 feathered wings. Now we rest. Baba Yaga dispelled her apex form and assumed the appearance of the mother. The infirmary needs time to process all this data, and the elemental storage is empty. There's not much we can do until Zorith and the tower recover their strength. How is Auntie Zor doing? Lyria tugged at Fallow's hand since she couldn't reach Lith's. She's still ill, but we are working hard to help her, Lyria. Fallow caressed the young girl's head. Zen Zorith will be fine. You kids have nothing to worry about. Aaron and Lyria exchanged a short glance and nodded to each other. I'm sorry, big bro and sis. We have to go. We'll be back by dinner time. Aaron warped himself, Lyria, Abominus, and Onyx to the embassy, and from there they went to Lucia. Do you know why the kids have gone back home, Sentin? Lith showed the log of the warp gate in the barn. No, but that's not the problem. Sentin stared at the holographic screen in horror. It's not safe for Aaron and Lyria to travel alone, not with the bounty Meln put on our heads. Onyx and Abominus are strong, but... Lith warped Sentin to Lucia, along with a Lorian. Me too, Roz raised his hand. I swear to the gods when I get my hands on that rascal. I'll take that as a no. Lith warped his father as well. Before we leave the infirmary, there's one more. The triplets tugged at his wings, handling the pristine feathers like a shiny new toy. White is nice, but I hope my wings are black, Falco said. Like a crow, Tyrion scoffed. I want them red like those of a phoenix. Red wings on red skin? Lennart tutted. That's lame too. That's why I want my wings golden like Mom's hair. Then I'll have my skin white and my wings red, Tyrion grunted. Yeah, right, because you can decide the color of your skin, Falco replied. How is it different from what we are doing with our wings? Tyrion countered. Kids, stop. Lith brought the argument to a halt before it could escalate due to the absence of the triplets' parents. Don't you want to see my final secret? What secret? The triplets asked as one. I want to check if the discovery of my Indech life force alters my Tiamat form. He gently pushed the kids away from his wings and shapeshifted. Much to the triplets' dismay, there was no change in Lith's appearance. This is disappointing but not unexpected, he nodded. Yaga, if you please. Another charge? She asked, putting the hands on. Yes, thank you, Lith replied. I didn't develop phoenix wings until I came to terms with that side of my life force, so I don't see why the human aspect should be any different. Baba Yaga had the triplets take a few steps back, before flooding the Tiamat's body and eyes with the raw power of the elements. Maybe we should have done this while Ryla was still here, she said after a few seconds had passed and nothing had happened. I don't think that's the issue, Lith said. I never let go of her elemental abilities and didn't consume them. This just shows how the lack of exercise weakened my human side. He could only circulate one elemental ability at a time, keeping the other 5 sealed inside his eyes. Lith felt their power but no connection, as if he were using domination. My wings, he thought. I'm such an idiot. In my Indech form, my wings absorbed the world energy with such ease that my body was always full to the brim with the power of all elements. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Lith repeated the exercises he had learned from Ryla step by step, feeling a slow but steady flow of world energy entering his feathered wings. Practice and Baba Yaga's help allowed him to increase the amount of world energy he absorbed as the seconds passed. It took him several minutes of sheer focus to create an elemental flow on par with his Indech form, and amplify it with the farmer's abilities enough to feel something click inside of him. Chapter 39:12, Progress Not Perfection, Part 1. By then, the triplets were already bored to death, and the adults waited in silence out of politeness. The phenomenon began just as with the Indech wings, with sparks of energy arching from tip to joint. Yet it started from the membranous wings. As Lith accumulated more world energy in his body, the sparks also spread to his feathered wings. Soon all four wings burst with elemental power and exchanged it with each other. At first, the wings used Lith's chest as a nexus for the energy transfer. Then, when the magnitude of the built-up forces exceeded the capacity of the Tiamat's flesh, elemental bolts formed a stable connection between his feathered and membranous wings. The unknown runes inscribed in Lith's feathers shone with power until they rose into the air, filling the space between the two sets of wings. One last burst of energy and one blinding flash later, it was over. The crackling flow of the elementals ebbed from the Tiamat's body and accumulated on his back in the form of two membranous wings comprised of pure white light. Okay, not to be a sourpuss, but I resent this. Salark appeared out of thin air, pointing at the new wings. What's wrong with that? Ligon jumped in a second later. They look perfect to me. The 6 elements are perfectly balanced and only lack spirit. Of course you would say that, old lizard, the overlord sneered. You always get the best parts. Excuse you, Tista said in outrage. What about me? You are another argument entirely, hatchling. Ligon dismissed her objection. We're talking about Lith now. And we're pointing out how unfair this is, Salark added coldly. When do I get my due? Where are my feathers? How can this be unfair? Lith was flabbergasted and annoyed in equal measure. These are my human wings. If anything, my parents are the only ones who can raise an objection. Right, Mom? You are perfect the way you are, darling. Elena exploited Roz's absence to gloat over what she considered her contribution to her son's life force. Thanks, Mom, Lith nodded, unaware of his mother's hidden jab at the overlord. As for you two guys, you're ruining this moment for my family. The hatchlings are right, young sparrow. Ligon puffed his chest out with pride and stood beside Elena. You're ruining the joy of this moment. You too, Elena. Salark looked around the room in disbelief, as if she had been betrayed and ambushed. You are all mean and cruel. Baba Yaga gave one last push, and the unknown runes stabilized in the form of pitch-black energy feathers comprised of the 6 cursed elements. The feathers kept the white light from dispersing and covered the membranous wings, leaving only the spike of the first finger visible. And wrong, Salark joined the triplets' victory dance with a few steps she came up with herself. You were wrong and I was right. Magur is fair and everything is fair again. As I said, my son is perfect the way he is. Elena didn't flinch at the transformation, feeling happier for Roz than sorry about herself. It's too bad that your father missed this, darling. Aaron and Lyria missed it too. The triplet followed Salark's lead like trained backup dancers. We've got to see this first. This is our victory. I'm overwhelmed by your kindness and gratitude. Baba Yaga's voice was sweet, but also embittered by sarcasm. I'm the one doing all the work here. She let go of Lith, and the energy wings disappeared. Sure, thanks. Turian dismissed the annoying old lady like a pushy merchant. Grandma, Grandpa, do you fight about us too? The firing squad of puppy eyes would have taken a less experienced parent aback, but not the guardians. Of course we do, Pumpkin. Ligon ruffled the little girl's hair. We made bets and plans about what to do in the future based on the bloodline you will awaken. Really? Lennart smiled from his heart, believing every word. Yes, Featherling, Salark replied. I hope that one day you all will join my nest. The Guardians' teamwork in reassuring the children was so perfect that no one would have ever believed they had been at each other's throats just a moment ago. Why was there no change in Eli and Auntie Kami? Falco asked. Because they are too small, Baba Yaga replied. If I put that kind of pressure on them, it might have hurt them. Thanks, Grandma. Falco offered her a glass of water. And to you, young man. The mother accepted it and emptied the glass in one gulp. But why do you call me Grandma? We barely know each other. I can't call you old lady or Mom will scold me, Falco said, and his siblings nodded. She says that it's rude to point out to old people like you how old they are and that we have to address them with endearing terms. Define old, please. Baba Yaga smiled, unfazed by the childish logic. Anyone past 16 is ancient, Lennart replied. Yeah, Turian nodded. Auntie Tista is an old bat. I'm what? Tista said in outrage, unwilling to be alone in her misery. Then what about Grandma Elena or Aunt Quilla? They are parents. Falco clicked his tongue at the stupid question. Parents are always young and healthy, right, Grandma? Of course. Elena cleared her throat, knowing that any other answer would have made the triplets cry, angry, or both. Then I'm not an old lady, Baba Yaga laughed her head off. I have many children, young man. You do, the triplets bowed in apology. We're sorry for our rude words, miss. Are you telling me that I'm the only old person here? Tista knew how stupid arguing with children was, but she couldn't help herself. Yeah, the triplets, Elijah and Valoran II nodded. You too, Ely? Tista was flabbergasted. I'm out of here. She warped away while the others were still laughing. Space. After finishing the experiments on his life force, Lith moved the tower to Salark's beach house. From there, the elemental storage's tanks would fill with the water and earth elements faster. Daytime also ensured plenty of light element, while night would bring the darkness element. He would then move to the Valley of Life to stockpile on the fire element, and after that, locate a thunderstorm for the air element. Natural lightning was a much better source than wind, and with a lightning rod on top of the tower, Lith could capture dozens of them. Yet there was one section of the storage that only he could fill up. The spirit tanks were empty, so he sat on the stone throne that worked as an extraction point and set the storage's parameters to maximize efficiency. Thick emerald droplets plopped in the first tank, as fast as a tap with a bad leak. Each drop contained the equivalent of a Tier 3 spirit magic spell, and Lith could feel his mana core emptying fast despite the tower empowering him. After a few minutes, his sight blurred and his head throbbed. He recognized the early signs of mana exhaustion and used abyssal gaze to replenish his core. Are you sure about this? Solus stood by his side, checking the readings of the infirmary on both him and Zoreth. Isn't it too soon? You heard Malishka. Your human life force is atrophied, and you already pushed yourself hard enough for today. Chapter 39:13, Progress Not Perfection, Part 2. True, but there's no telling how long Zoreth has left before her condition worsens, and everything that we've done today becomes useless. Lith replied, as the level of the emerald liquid had become high enough to turn the plop into a plink. I know, but what if something happens and you are too weak to fight? Solus wrung her hands in worry. We are in the desert, and Dad and Senton have already brought the kids back. Lith used invigoration again. There's nothing to worry about. I'll be fine after a good night's rest. If you can afford a good night's rest, Solus sighed and dropped the argument. By the way, how do you feel? I'm always the same, but at least work is a pleasant distraction. It keeps my mind clear of what I've experienced when I bonded with Raum's victims. Lith replied. The problem is that's just that, a distraction. Ligun shouldered the burden with me and shielded me from most of the pain, but I can't stop thinking about them. Also, I can't stand this. Not again. He spread his arms to encompass everything around him. Spending so much time inside the tower, Solus' heart tightened at those words. No, silly. Lith gave her a small smile to reassure her. I mean running away from an enemy we can't defeat. We downplayed Raum's threat and convinced our family that this is a vacation in the desert, but we know the truth. We are hiding here just like after Meln exposed my nature as a divine beast. If not for Grandpa's intervention, we would have to stay here until someone killed Raum, or we came up with a decent plan to deal with him ourselves. If not for Grandma, we would be forced to spend the rest of our lives on the run like criminals. I don't like this, Solus, not one bit. I'm sorry, Solus lowered her head, her hands tormenting the hems of her dress. This is all my fault. What are you talking about? Lith asked in confusion while using abyssal gaze for the third time. Raum came after you because he wanted to force my mother to help him. We have managed to keep the secret of the tower's existence from the rest of Maugr, but we couldn't hide Mom's return after she rescued me from the clutches of the World Tree. I'm the reason you've become a target for ancient nutjobs, who demand the services of the first ruler of the flames. Nonsense, Lith snorted, dismissing her argument with a sweep of his hand. I've become a target for nutjobs ever since I revealed my nature as a perfect hybrid. Everyone wanted to know how to merge two guardian bloodlines and what my abilities were. That's true, Solus pondered. Then there was the issue with Verendi, Meln, and Void magic. Lith continued. Don't forget that there are plenty of Awakened who resent us for sharing our legacy with fake mages and would give an arm and a leg to get their hands on it. Rifa is just the latest item on the list of grievances the rest of Maugr has with us, and I mean it. This is our problem, Solus, not just yours. I conjured Rifa, I asked her to stay, and I'll be damned before I let someone take her away from you. Lith snarled. The thought of Solus losing her mother was as painful as that of losing one of his parents. You are not the problem, Solus. You never were and never will be. You are the reason I'm still alive and my family is safe. You don't have anything to apologize for, especially now. Lith leaned back against the throne as his mana bled out of him. What do you mean? Solus asked. Solus, don't play coy with me. That's my job. He extended his hand and she took it. I don't need our bond to know how violated you feel from Baitra's runes becoming a part of your body. Solus tried to act aloof, but her face twisted in disgust before she could control herself. Do you want to talk about it? Lith looked her in the eyes, keeping his thoughts past the edge of their bond to ensure her privacy. It's no big deal, Solus replied, yet her tone lacked conviction. I can manage having a piece of my murderer forever stuck in the tower. I can get used to having a constant reminder of the person who took everything away from me. With each word she spoke, her voice became louder and filled with rage. I'm okay with Baitra stealing my mother's work and using it to invade my home. I'm not upset that bitch forced her way into my safe place again and tainted it with her fucking touch forever. Solus stomped her foot in outrage and again as she paced furiously around the storage. Her hatred painted the lights of the tower a deep hue of red, making it look like a slaughterhouse whose walls had been splashed with fresh blood. Mom already forgave Baitra. I have no reason to resent her anymore. If we manage to save Zor, it will be in part thanks to Baitra. Solus, words and actions couldn't be more at odds. Her hands opened and closed non-stop in frustration, and she bared her teeth like an angry beast thirsty for blood. Do you want a hug? Lith asked without standing up from the extraction throne. Not because he didn't want to console and reassure Solus, but because he knew their bond was a double-edged blade. His touch would have eased her anger towards Baitra and calmed her down, but her unresolved feelings would smolder under the surface. Unless Solus dealt with her inner demons, sooner or later they would drive her mad again. Lith could help her carry her burden, but only she could let go of it and move on. He wanted to be there for her, but not if that meant becoming an addiction. On top of that, he was afraid to pass part of his recent trauma onto her and make things even worse. Solus hesitated, torn about doing the right or the easy thing. Yes, please. She ran into Lith the moment he straightened up, wrapping her arms around his chest. By my mom, I can't believe so many years have passed and we're still so messed up. Her rage crashed against Lith's calm, and his pain broke against Solus' warmth until their respective negative emotions faded into white noise. To our defense, we've overcome a lot of our issues. Lith returned the embrace. It's not our fault if life doesn't give us a break. True, Solus listened to his heartbeat and let it soothe her restless spirit. I'm proud of you. You knew the dangers of helping so many tormented souls and did it nonetheless. It's a great improvement for a guy who until a few years ago cared only about himself. Progress, not perfection, remember, Lith replied. And I'm proud of you for allowing Baitra to stay in the tower with Zor and going so far to help them despite your grudge. It's a great improvement from the first time you two met. Progress, not perfection, Solus said. Chapter 39:14, Poison Part 1. Space. Lith sat in the elemental storage until invigoration had barely any effect on him, yet he filled only half a tank for his efforts. He became so tired that he ate in the privacy of his room and went to sleep as soon as he was done. Baba Yaga, Quilla, Falul, Kala, and Freya spent their time studying the readings of the infirmary and discussing potential treatments for Zorith. One person would have been enough to monitor the Shadow Dragon's condition and compile the data, but with so little time left, every second mattered. Zorith never left her room, not even for her meal. She hadn't missed how Solus tensed up whenever Baitra talked or came too close to her. Moreover, Zorith couldn't stand the worried looks of the children. If I have to die, I want them to remember me as the strong and indomitable Aunt Zorith, the shadow dragon who carried them around on her back, not as the weak, ruined mess I've become, she said after Baitra asked her why she refused to attend dinner. Besides, I'm too dangerous to stay near the children. Zorith gulped a glass of red dragon to numb her pain. One spark of chaos and they die. One spark of decay and they'll turn into old people if they are lucky. Unless I spasm again and squash them like bugs, of course. The shadow dragon extended her hands and tried to keep them still, but even with the powerful liquor running through her veins, she kept shaking. Still, I think that staying holed up in here does you no good, Zor, Baitra said while spoon-feeding dimensionally compressed dishes to her wife. The sun would reduce your appetite, and seeing the beauty of the desert would help you relax. Remember what the master taught us. The attitude of a patient influences the odds of a successful treatment. Please, Zorith sneered, the pain tormenting her mind as much as her body. The sun would feed the chaos and throw my life in even more disarray now that their connection is damaged. As for the beauty of the desert, it would piss me off. It's not a reminder of what I'm fighting for, but of what I'm going to lose forever. I'm finished, Bite. You've heard Baba Yaga. Even the mightiest white core on Magur has no idea how to help me. Give it a couple of days, and I'll be in such a miserable condition that I'll think back to this moment with fondness. Let's be real, Bite. There is no way anyone can find a cure that fast, not even Baba Yaga with the help of Menadian's tower. I'm already dead, and we are only delaying the inevitable. Don't say that. The Reiju set the plates aside and held the shadow dragon tight despite the stabs of the rampant, cursed elements against her skin. Even if everything goes wrong, you can just go back to being an abomination. The Master will make you a new clone and— No, Bite. Zorath placed her fingers on the Reiju's lips, silencing her. I'm never going back to being an abomination. I'll never sacrifice the many people I'd need to become an eldritch again or allow the Master to play with the lives of another tribe of trolls. Not after what Raum did to me. Just speaking the Wanderer's name misted Zorath's eyes and made her shiver with revulsion. While I was trapped inside my body, he talked to me, Bite. The bastard never stopped explaining his research to me with his cruel, condescending voice, and I was forced to listen. I've seen what he did to those poor people he captured. I've become one of them and experienced firsthand what we have been doing to others ever since we joined the Master. Raum was a monster, Bite, but I'm no better. I don't deserve another chance. That's not true, Bitra replied. Lith showed me what Raum did to you. I know what his plans and ambitions were. He was nothing like us or the Master. Sure, we committed many atrocities, but all abominations do that. More importantly, Raum's research had no real goal, and he would have never stopped killing. Everything he did was to justify his existence by becoming more powerful than the Guardians and proving Magur wrong. Raum came up with all that nonsense about the illusion of the flesh, because he couldn't admit to being crazy, and his followers just enabled his delusion for their own gain. The Master's research instead has a fixed goal, and he's going to stop killing once we achieve it. The Master doesn't care about power or proving a point. He's doing everything for the sake of the human race and to bring us, his children, back to life, Zor. He doesn't want to create more abominations, only to find a way to bless the right people with eternal life. You are one of those people, Zor, and so am I. Think about all the good things we can do once we are no longer victims of the chaos that plagues our bodies. When we are no longer suffering from the consequences of our own actions, you mean? Zorath shook her head. I appreciate the sentiment, Bite, but listen to yourself. You call massacres normal and try to justify our version of Raum's work by claiming it has a different flavor. I have to, Zor. Would you let me die if our positions were reversed? Wouldn't you tell me anything to keep me from giving up? Bitra's voice cracked and tears streaked down her face. You are different from me, Bite, Zorath replied. You are innocent. You committed no slaughter. You are not responsible for what Korg did, nor for what the goblins you assimilated did. That's on the Master. From the day you were born in those mines, you haven't hurt anyone. You kept yourself hidden and fed upon mana crystals. I attacked Lith and his friends. I tried to kill them, Bitra's voice steeled. Only because you were afraid that they would have killed you first, Zorath said. You were just a confused newborn with her mind filled with the memories of a mass murderer. You did what Korg fooled you into believing was the right thing to do. Yet even then, you could have blown up the mines, and no one would have survived or would have discovered your presence. You were already better than Korg and much better than me. Once you had the opportunity to read and learn, you bloomed into a wonderful woman. I am still the monster I was 3 years ago, Bite. I just washed away the blood and put on some clean clothes. She took a pause, trying to find the strength to be honest. I'm sorry, Bite, but if I die, I'm not going to run away from the storm, Zorath said. I'll face it like I should have done 1,000 years ago and accept whatever fate waits for me in the afterlife. Assuming someone like me is allowed to go there again. Magur turned its back on me when I became an eldritch, and I don't think my death will be enough to change Magur's mind. Chapter 39:15, Poison Part 2. I might be trapped in the nothingness, or maybe even spat out in this world as a vagrant soul as penance. Denying me peace for as many lifetimes as I've taken would be a fitting punishment for a murderer like me. A sad smile twisted Zorath's lips. You can't be serious, Bitra said. What about the Master? What about everything we've achieved this far? What about me? I'm not saying that I want to die, Bite. Far from it. Zorath caressed Bitra's face with her thumb, managing to keep her life forces under control enough to leave only tenderness in her touch. I'm just saying that I'm not willing to be like Raum again, even if it costs me my life. After her brief clash with the Wanderer, Bitra had spent every moment in the isolation of her locked room mulling over what Ligan had discovered in Raum's base, and what it meant for Zorath. The fourth ruler of the Flames had been forced to look at her shared history with the Master and their projects with new eyes. She wasn't a researcher who considered the lives of her test subjects as ingredients anymore. There was no cost-benefit analysis she could use to numb her conscience under the banner of the greater good and the future generations. Baitra had walked a mile in the shoes of the wives of her victims and discovered the agony each step carried. Baitra hadn't slept or eaten during those 2 days, her mind picturing what Raum was likely doing to Zorith based on what she knew about him. The memories Baitra had inherited from Korg, and the many experiments she had performed with the Master to perfect his version of Arthan's madness, gave Baitra enough material for hundreds of nightmare scenarios. She had played them all one by one, until Lith had called Vaster, and he had unlocked the arrays of her quarters. The fourth ruler of the Flames now felt the burden of the many lives she had contributed to taking, and the veil of self-righteous justifications she had believed until that moment had fallen off her eyes. Yet there was nothing she wouldn't do, nothing she wouldn't say to save the love of her life. "There is still one way out of this, Zor," Baitra said. "You don't have to be like Raum to survive. Just accept your father's offer, I don't care which." "Are you crazy?" The Shadow Dragon's eyes widened in shock. "How can you ask me to betray the man I consider my second father? How can you even consider that I could sacrifice our fellow hybrids? I love them, Bite. Not as much as I love you, but they are family to me, even Nelia." Mentioning the Frost Griffin's name made Zorith frown. "She's like the sister I never wanted and I'd never see outside family events, but a sister nonetheless." "Why shouldn't I?" Baitra snarled. "You said it yourself. The Master is no better than Raum, and all abominations commit massacres. Tezca may be a pleasant guy today, but he killed more people than a plague. Every one of us is a monster, Zor, especially Orolm. You'd be doing Magur a favor." "What about you?" Zorith asked. "Should I kill you just because it's convenient?" "It's different," Baitra shook her head. "I'm willingly offering my life if it means saving yours. Besides, I remember the terms of Ligan's offer. He is willing to spare people like me, Theseus, and Nandi, who are born from clones and can be redeemed. Ligan is probably going to keep us prisoners until we pay for our crimes, but we would live. I would live, and we could be together again. Maybe Ligan will allow you to stay with me until I've served my time." "Well, Bite, your offer makes sense, but so did all my old plans, and the Master's pep talks about doing the wrong things for the right reasons." Zorith replied. "This is my life, and the decision is mine to make. I'm not going to let anyone else pay for what I did, not even Orolm. That wouldn't be accepting my fate. It would be no different from what I did until 2 days ago, but with extra steps. Just replace for the greater good with he deserved it. Besides, I owe the Master too much. He gave me a home, a new life, and most importantly, he allowed me to meet you." Zorith held Baitra's hand. "On top of that, what do you think would happen to the kids Tezca has adopted? I can't take him away from them. What am I supposed to tell them when they ask me why their best friend is dead and I'm still around?" The Shadow Dragon used Tezca's name, but she actually referred to Vaster. The thought of the pain Baitra had been so eager to cause Philia, Frey, and Zinnia hit the Reiju like a ton of bricks, making her stomach churn with guilt. "You're right," she nodded. "It's weird how you are the wounded one, yet I'm the one talking crazy. Then take the other offer. We'll live together in Ligan's biomes. No one else needs to suffer." "I can't do that either, Bite." Zorith shook her head. "We are nigh immortal. I don't want to spend eternity trapped in a golden prison. Your company would make it bearable, but only until the guilt eats me from the inside. Ligan would hold my chain and I yours. After a few centuries, I would start wondering if you're still there with me because you want to or because of pity. I can't live with that doubt more than I could live with the guilt of dragging you down with me, Bite." The fourth ruler of the Flames struggled to counter those objections, but to no avail. Baitra knew that leaving the biomes on her own, even if for a short while, would remind Zorith of everything she had lost and make her wonder if Baitra would ever return. What if something happens to me while I'm outside? If Ligan tells her I'm in danger, Zor would do anything to escape and help just to fall into despair when she fails. If he doesn't tell her, Zor would never know the truth and think I have abandoned her. Even worse, what if the Master comes looking for me and Ligan follows him back to the kids? Zor is right. If I enter the biomes, I can never leave. My freedom to leave would be a poison to our relationship, and sooner or later it would destroy us. "Enough talking, Bite." Zorith pointed at the piles of still steaming plates. "I'm very tired and hungry. Please let me eat and then let's go to sleep. That's the only time I am free from this agony." Space. Lith slept well over 8 hours, Yet despite the tower and the mana geyser, he still felt tired. "Are you all right?" Camilla asked. "Sort of," Lith replied. "I think yesterday I overdid it with the storage, but aside from that, I'm fine." "What about your nightmares?" Camilla said. "Did you still dream of the deaths of those vengeful souls?" "Okay, fine. Aside from the storage and the nightmares, I'm good," Lith sighed. "That's no different from saying, I'm still breathing, so I'm alive." She hugged him from behind. "You need to take care of yourself." Chapter 39:16, Family Bond, Part 1. "I know, and I will." Lith turned his head to kiss her. "After we find a way to heal Zor, she doesn't have long, and I'm the only one who can fill the spirit storage." "I'll take you up on that." Camilla kissed him back. "Please don't take this the wrong way. Consider it just a small incentive." She floated in the air and landed on his lap. "What's to take the W, then?" Camilla's skin turned red, and she shapeshifted in her Indech form. She grew a pair of snow-white wings, and her body expanded by several centimeters in every direction. Her bosom reached unprecedented proportions and Lith's eye level. "Once you save Zor's life, we have a lot of experimenting to do, okay?" She whispered in his ear with a sultry voice as she wrapped him in her wings like Lith usually did to her. "This is not an incentive, woman. This is straight torture, if not even Tier 1 forbidden magic." Lith groaned as he felt his determination hardening, among other things. "Thank you," she giggled. "Yesterday, I achieved a partial transformation since it was my first time, and I shapeshifted only due to the resonance between you and our children. After a bit of practice, I learned how to do this." "I'm proud of you, Kami." Lith buried his head in the softness of her chest. "Your curiosity and thirst for knowledge are worthy of a first-class mage." "Pervert," she replied. "By the way, where do you think I take the extra mass? I'm taller in all my forms, but unlike you, I'm just human." "Beats me." The limited blood flow to Lith's brain impaired his upper functions. "Maybe it's due to the world energy absorbed by the human wings, or maybe it's the life force boost due to Ral. I don't care. I'm not going to look the gift horse in the mouth. That's the least interesting aspect of its anatomy." "Pervert," she reverted to her human form and gave him a deep kiss. "Do you feel better now?" Galvanized, Lith's body was full of vigor, ready to fight to the death anyone who dared keep him away from his bedroom. "But also hungry, and I'm going to need a lot of energy today." Due to his perverted expression and her position, Camilla would have misunderstood his words if the Voidwalker armor hadn't shapeshifted into Lith's day clothes. "Okay," her cheeks flushed as her nightgown turned into a summer dress. "Why are you blushing?" Lith asked. "I'm not blushing," she lied, turning even redder. "Pervert," Lith playfully slapped her buttocks as she stood up. "My ideal kind of woman." "You didn't set Riffa free already, right?" Camilla cleared her throat in embarrassment. "Of course not," he replied. "I'm going to summon all my demons here, so keep your hands to yourself and don't embarrass me." "Lith, what did he do this time?" Menadian asked from behind the bathroom door, where Lith had her and Valia take form. "Nothing." Camilla left the room in a hurry to avoid further questions. "Thanks for waking me up first, Lith." Without a body or the hologram giving them a human appearance, the demons were featureless, but their curves and muscles were still outlined. In Menadian's case, she was still a sight to behold, and one she didn't like showing to anyone. It was the reason Lith always conjured her in an adjacent room where he placed her clothes in advance. Valia followed Menadian's same routine only out of solidarity. Her body was still intact and fully dressed, so she had no such problem. "I'll go wake up Effie. Bye." Menadian warped without waiting for an answer. "I'm going to wish our parents good morning." Tryon had lots of time and wrongdoings to make up for, which made him a stickler for his filial duties. "My liege." Valia, Vergrave, and Locrias instead just gave Lith a small bow before going to their respective families. Space. Much to Menadian's surprise, Solus was already up and in good company. "I'm sorry to bother you so early, Auntie Solus," Aaron said. "It's fine," she replied with a yawn so wide that it would have embarrassed a bear straight out of hibernation. "What can I do for you kids?" "Can you enchant this for us, please?" Lyria offered a pendant shaped like a silver coin, but crafted in orichalcum. "Enchant how?" Solus scratched her bed hair and yawned again. "Solus Elfin Althena Menadian." Riffa's angry voice drove the lingering drowsiness away from Solus' body. "Is this how a lady meets her family or how a craftsman her clients? People can see your molars from Lucia." "Mom, I'm sorry, I just woke up." Solus straightened up, shape-shifted her baggy pajamas into clothes, and tried to fix her hair. Don't apologize to me, young lady, Menadian grunted. Apologize to them. I'm sorry, kids. A quick bow whipped Aaron and Lyria with a heavy mass of unkempt hair. No problem, Auntie. The children stepped back to a safe distance. We need a protective enchantment, something that can protect the locket from Aunt Zor. It's doable, Menadian nodded, combing Solus' hair. When do you need it? Now, Lyria cleared her throat. We tried to ask you and Uncle Lith yesterday, but you left right after dinner. Solus took the pendant in her hand, recognizing both its design and purpose. Time is not an issue, she nodded. One enchantment is a quick job. We'll reset it with creation magic and add the rest later. Space. Zor Bitra shook the shadow dragon gently. Get up, it's breakfast time. For a few seconds after Zorith opened her eyes, she felt at peace. Her mind buried the memory of the past few days, fooling her into thinking it was all a bad dream, that she and Bitra had never left the Vaster household and everything was fine. Then the first pang dispelled the illusion, and those that followed reminded Zorith of her condition. Did Lith find a cure? She asked while accepting the glass of red dragon that Bitra offered her. I wish, the Reiju sighed. Then why did you wake me up? Zorith growled. Eating now or later makes no difference. I'm not in the mood for company. The kids are worried about you and begged to see you, Bitra replied. Oh, great, Zorith snorted, but still gestured for Bitra to help her get out of the bed and onto the floating chair. This is the last thing I needed in a long list of things I wanted to avoid. Bitra said nothing. During the night, she had gone multiple times to the infirmary to check for improvements in her wife's prognosis. Baba Yaga's spell kept Zorith's life forces from deteriorating, but did nothing to stop their relentless self-destruction. Zorith couldn't stand up or move without help, so Lith had moved the dining room of the tower to the same floor as the living quarters. Bitra had only to push the floating chair across 2 rooms to reach her destination. By the time they entered the dining room, the Verhin family was already assembled and lined up to greet the couple. How do you feel today, Auntie Zor? Aaron did his best to avoid staring at the deep pain lines and the twitching in the shadow dragon's limbs. Chapter 39:17, Family Bond Part 2. Much better, thank you, Zorith replied, hoping that Bitra's chore magic spell completely erased the smell of alcohol from her breath. Your big brother is a great healer. Lith saved my life yesterday, but it will take a bit longer to get me back on my feet. You guys have nothing to worry about. I can't wait to play with you again, Auntie, Lyria said, falling for the blatant lie only because she wanted to believe it. We've prepared a small gift for you. I hope that you like it. She stepped aside, letting the triplets bring forward a small cushion bearing a silvery pendant. Falco, Tyrion, and Lennart hadn't actually participated, but not because they didn't care for the shadow dragon. They simply couldn't. Aaron and Lyria had asked the triplets to deliver the gift so that they could feel part of that moment. It's beautiful, thank you, Zorith said without having any idea what the pendant was. You shouldn't have. The voice died in her throat when she recognized the orichalcum locket. The engraving of Voltak's human form was unmistakable. You can touch it, Auntie, Aaron said. Grandma Riffa says it's safe. Menadian's left eye twitched at the word grandma, but she nodded in agreement. Zorith hesitated for a second before taking the pendant from the cushion. A sudden spasm released a spark of chaos, but the barrier imbued in the orichalcum held. Zorith flipped the locket, finding Voltak's dragon form embossed on the back. Her fingers ran along the edge of the custom orichalcum coin, finding a tiny release mechanism. When she pushed it, the lid opened, revealing a thin crystal case filled with the ashes from the Father of Fire's ceremonial pyre. Now you have one too, Auntie. Lyria took her own pendant from under her shirt. Get well soon. Aaron did the same along with Lith, Tista, Camilla, and Solus. Zorith looked at the triplets, who were so worried about her that they showed no envy for not being part of the club. Thank you, kids, she hiccuped. This is the best gift I've ever received, after Bitra's love, of course. That goes without saying. The Reiju smiled, seeing happiness and gratefulness replacing pain and despair on Zorith's face. We are not done yet. Someone else was also eager to see you. Hi, Valoran and Elijah waved their little hands. Bitra, Zor. Valoran tried to get close, but Lith intercepted him in midair the moment the baby boy took flight. Biba so, Elijah pointed at the shadow dragon. I'm sorry, sweetie. Camilla held the little girl tight, keeping her at a safe distance. Auntie Zor is not feeling well today. Elijah stared at her mother in confusion, unable to understand why someone didn't just kiss Zorith's Oe away. You have gotten so big since the last time I saw you. Zorith failed to hold back her tears. I missed you guys so mew. The red dragon's effect waned already, and the sudden, violent jolt of pain caught Zorith by surprise. So, Elijah shapeshifted into her Tiamat form and exploited Camilla, loosening her grip in worry to break free. Elijah was already close to the shadow dragon and plopped on her lap with a small jump. Lith instinctively reacted by coating the baby girl in a spirit spell and turned toward the guardians who sat at the heads of the rectangular table. If they protect her, there is no danger, he thought. If this counts as Elijah's free will, however, she can get hurt. It's fine, Ligon said, drawing Salark's shocked gaze on himself. You can let her go. Grandma, Lith had always seen the Overlord in control of the situation, and even though he trusted Ligon with Elijah's life, there was no such thing as too safe. Don't worry, Salark nodded while never taking her eyes off the father of all dragons. So, the moment the spirit barrier disappeared, the small Tiamat nuzzled against Zorith's hands for cuddles. Bah! Am I the bad one, or are you talking about my illness? Zorith chuckled, covering her skin in dragon scales out of habit. Elijah was still licking Zorith's fingers to comfort her when the shadow dragon got her answer, and Elijah hers. The baby girl was referring to the meanie who caused Zorith's pain, and the scales transmitted all the fear and anguish the shadow dragon endured. Bah! Elijah snarled at the allegedly invisible wound in Zorith's life force. Bah! 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 A burst of silvery flames accompanied the little Tiamat's roar, setting the shadow dragon ablaze. Everyone took a step back, afraid to catch fire as well, as Zorith screamed at the top of her lungs. The roaring flames pushed even Baitra away, every instinct in her body screaming at her to keep her distance. Lith tried to take the baby girl back with a tendril of spirit magic, but the dread flames burned it. Camilla reacted quickly, feeling no threat due to the protection Raldorak offered her. She leaned forward and grabbed Elijah just to freeze on the spot. She too experienced Zorith's pain through the dragon scales on her hands, and the word wrong echoed inside her head like a frenzied chant. Silvery flames erupted across her body, as well and joined Elijah's, to form a bigger pyre. What's happening? Lith thought while the other mages tried and failed to douse the fire. The resonance has gotten much worse. If I take one step closer, I won't be able to resist Ral's and Elijah's pull. He turned to look at the guardians who had remained, seated the entire time, and showed no sign of worry. Bah! Elijah's mouth opened in a big yawn and her knees wobbled from exhaustion. Bah! Oi so no bah, mama. The words trailed off as the baby Tiamat fell asleep. Camilla took the unconscious Elijah away and made space for the healers. Be careful to avoid direct contact, Baba Yaga said, transmitting her breathing technique via the floating chair. If the dread flames have reached Lifespinner, there's no telling Great Mother Almighty. What's the matter? Molly's by my mom. Solus had just noticed that nothing was out of place. The chair, Zorith's clothes, the orichalcum pendant, and even the cushion were unscathed. You won't believe it unless you see it with your own eyes, Baba Yaga replied. How do you feel, child? Weird. Zorith raised her hands to her face, discovering they were not trembling anymore. Kind of tingly. What about the pain? The Red Mother asked. It's still there, but it's dull now. Zorith took deep breaths and felt a part of her old strength returning to her limbs. I would be surprised otherwise. Baba Yaga stepped back, letting the others take their turn examining the shadow dragon. I'll be right back. Baitra ran up the tower's stairs to check the infirmary's countdown. Farm me sideways. Lith blurted when Abyssal Gaze showed him the status of Zorith's life forces. They were still split almost to the middle, and the wounds showed little sign of healing, but that wasn't the shocking part. The dread flames still wreathed the healthy side, purging the remnants of forbidden magic that had seeped inside Zorith during her imprisonment. The fractured Eldritch and Troll life forces still refused to merge, but their battle had been brought to a halt. Chapter 39:18, Poison and Antidote Part 1. The dread flames had neutralized the cursed elements and reverted them into darkness and light. Chaos and decay could no longer devour each other, and the layer of fire surrounding the healthy life force kept the cursed elements contained. Baba Yaga's Lifespinner spell had suffered no damage in the process. The flames avoided the threads of mana as they smoldered across the shadow dragon's life forces. What how? Lith asked. I don't know, Baba Yaga shrugged, pondering the question. Me neither, but do you mind if we dig in while we think about it? Zorith asked. All these emotions work me up quite an appetite. Sure, Solus nodded, pushing the floating chair near the dining table. Are you okay, Auntie? Falco asked, looking at the sleeping Elijah as if she were a ticking time bomb. Better than okay. Look. Zorath took generous servings of food and ate without needing Bytra's help. I'm sorry for scaring you, Falco. Ely didn't hurt me, and she would never hurt any of you. The young boy didn't know what to believe until he noticed how better the shadow dragon looked. The pain lines weren't so deep anymore, and Zorath's eyes were lively again. She's right, Renaa said. Look at the cutlery, sweetie, no sparks. Thanks, Mom. The triplets sighed in relief and went back to their seats. I still don't get how this happened. Lith spoke via a mind link to avoid upsetting the children. Elijah is just a baby and has no idea what she's doing. You don't either, but you too used the dread flames on me to drive the cursed elements out of my body when Zorath damaged the infirmary and infected me, Solus replied. I had almost forgotten about that, Lith pondered. Yet this explains nothing and adds one more question. Why did Elijah react like that, and I did? Because you never touched Zorath directly, Baba Yaga replied. You always used your spells from a distance and your breathing technique through the chair or the crystal tank. Also, Elijah and Zorath used the dragon scales. Hold that thought. Bytra wore a warm smile, but when Lith looked at her, she shook her head briefly. There is no change in the countdown, she said once Lith added her to the mind link. It didn't even slow down. The good news is that Zor's vitals have improved dramatically. She doesn't need the red dragon anymore. Her face brimmed with joy that turned into confusion when she noticed that no one seemed surprised. We already knew that, Calla said with her usual tact. We are all connected to the infirmary and receive updates in real time. You're right, silly me. The comment stung, but Bytra let it slide. I can't blame Solus for keeping me out of the tower system. She inwardly sighed, keeping her thoughts out of the mind link. The last time Menadian trusted the old Bytra with a high clearance level, she killed Elfin and stole the Fury. I know that I'm not my original, but I doubt that Solus will ever trust me. Not after I replicated the Fury, the mouth, and the ears behind her back. As I was saying, you didn't use dragon scales on Zorath Lith, Baba Yaga said. Without such a deep connection, your dread flames remain dormant. What about Solus? He asked. Please, your bond with her is much deeper than anything dragon scales can do, the Red Mother snorted. You are like horseman and host, your minds and bodies are one. The comment drew Camilla's glare, but Baba Yaga ignored her. That said, Ligon, did you know what was going to happen when you allowed Lith to lift the barrier around Elijah? I did, the Guardian replied. I didn't understand what dread flames are when I brought Zorath here, but after witnessing how they reacted to Solus, wounds, I've learned a thing or two. What Elijah did proved my working theory, and gave me insight into the nature of the dread flames. Which is, Salark furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Think about it, young sparrow, Ligon replied. Lith and Elijah have interacted with Zorath hundreds of times in the past, yet nothing like this ever happened, not even when Lith faced Raum. That's because their dread flames react only to the presence of an open wound infected with corrupted energy. The trigger isn't the presence of cursed elements, but the attempts of Solus and Zorath's life forces to fight them back. In other words, while origin flames can purify or destroy based on how they are used, and the blue flames are indiscriminate destruction, the dread flames are intended as a cleansing tool. I bet that if I asked Lith to bathe Raum's lab in dread flames, he would have released the vengeful souls without the need to bond with the M, and the flow of world energy in the area would already be restored. How can you be so sure? The Overlord asked. Because that's what happened with the Tron Woods when his life forces merged after Lith regained his memories, Lith and Camilla said in unison. Exactly, Ligon nodded. I also think the dread flames are the reason Elijah bears stable cursed elements in her life force, while Lith only gained a tolerance to them. She was born with dread flames, which cleansed and nurtured her as she developed. The poison and the antidote constantly flow together inside every fiber of her being, tempering it. I instead gained the dread flames late in life, when my body was already fully developed, Lith said. Why did you leave primordial and immortal flames out of your explanation, Grandpa? Because they are just a variation on origin flames based on the amount of life force you consume, Ligon replied. Your cursed flames are also a kind of origin flames, but a corrupted one, or Raum would have never been able to use them. I'm glad you are enjoying the food, Zorath. Elena's voice interrupted the conversation. Mind links were very quick, allowing the entire telepathic exchange to take a handful of seconds. "It's all thanks to your delicious cooking and our little Tiamats, Elena," Zorith replied. "You can say that." Camilla had never felt so hungry in her whole life, and Elijah drank from her bottle even in her sleep. "Sorry," Valoran II said, feeling useless compared to his siblings. "Don't say that, sweetie." Zorith caressed the baby's head, being careful not to use dragon scales. "You didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who should apologize for scaring everyone." The presence of the guardians and the shadow dragon's joyful mood soon lightened the mood in the room. "Thank you for your help, Ligon," Baba Yaga said while everyone was busy with their meal. "I already had a plan to try and fix the damage in Zorith's life forces, but it required the elemental storage, and it takes too long to recharge it. I wasn't sure we could do it in time, but now I think I can afford to make a few mistakes. If I'm right, using the dread flames should lessen the consumption of the storage enough to perform multiple attempts in the same session." A telepathic chime alerted everyone but Baitra that the infirmary had completed processing the data and had come up with a few experimental treatments. Chapter 39-19, Poison and Antidote Part 2. "I'll be damned, Rifa," Baba Yaga's thoughts oozed bitterness. "Your tower came up with my same solution." "Yes, but it didn't think about using the dread flames, and I'm sure no other mage could conduct such a delicate procedure with your skill," Menadian said in an attempt to appease her friend's wounded pride. "That's because the infirmary doesn't know about the dread flames and never scanned a patient struck by them," the Red Mother countered. "Let's see what happens if I input Ligon's explanation and my observations about Zorith's life forces after Elijah treated her." A few seconds later, another telepathic chime signaled that a new treatment identical to the one suggested by Baba Yaga had been found. "I knew it," she grunted. "You are still the best healer I know," Menadian replied. "That goes without saying," the Red Mother grunted. "I mean, you couldn't build a decent cooking device to save your life. There is no way in Magur that you can build a healer." That's a low blow. 700 years had passed, yet Menadian's stomach was still scarred by the terrible cooking of her creation. Nobody is perfect. "I can cook," Baba Yaga said with a smug smile. "And now so can I," Menadian retorted, sort of. "Nice save, Mom," Solus chuckled. "Enough with my cooking skills." The first ruler of the flames blushed in embarrassment. "Do we have a treatment for Zorith or not?" "We do." Baba Yaga studied the data provided by the infirmary and supplemented it with her own observations, brainstorming with the tower core for the optimal solution. "How much longer do you need to recharge the elemental storage, Lith?" "A few hours if we shut down all the floors that are not necessary to keep Zorith alive," he replied. "The spirit magic, however, would take days." "We don't have days," she replied. "Luckily, we also shouldn't need much spirit magic. We can get to work the moment the light and darkness tanks are filled. It should leave us enough time for a second attempt in case of failure." Space. Lilax and Auric had been guests in Salark's palace for 2 days, and were this close to regretting their escape from Raum's clutches. They were well-fed, safe, and surrounded by wonders beyond their wildest dream, but also utterly humiliated. The two youths ate like famished trolls, had negligible conversation skills, and asked questions about everything. Their ignorance baffled even Renaz's triplets, but the children were always happy to explain the simplest things, like their siblings had done for them in the past. For teenagers like Lilax and Auric, relying on someone so much younger than them was a crushing experience. "And the worst part is they still don't know I can't read," the two youths inwardly whined. "The only silver lining is that when Ligon brought us here, he fixed our teeth and hair. If not for Auric's and Lilax's thin build and sheer ignorance, it would have been impossible to guess their humble origin." "This is Onyx," Turian introduced the two youths to a massive black-furred feline, "and this is Abominus," the huge crystal wolf answered with a polite nod. "They are Aaron's and Lyria's loyal steeds," Lenart said. "Every Verhan gets their own magical protector, and will get to choose ours for our next birthday." "Of course, ours will be much cooler," Falco said with a matter-of-fact attitude. "My Emperor Beast will be the most powerful of all." "Dream on," his siblings said in unison. "Guys," Aaron put an end to the quarrel before it escalated. "Magical beasts are not pets, they are friends, and you don't choose your friends based on what they can do for you, but because they like you and you them." "Well said, Aaron," Lyria nodded. "Keep up with that attitude and no magical beast will like you." "You shouldn't be so hard on your siblings, Lyria," Renat patted the young girl's head. When you were a little older than them, you put the poor abominus through a lot. Mom, Lyria blushed hard, and for once Aaron didn't dare add a jab of his own. Back in the day, he had acted no better toward Onyx, and didn't want to give Renaa a reason to expose his shameful past as well. Don't you mom me, young lady, the truth is the truth, Renaa replied. Instead of scolding your siblings for mistakes they have not even made yet, teach them the lessons you've learned from your mistakes. Thanks, Mom, the triplets sniffled. They were on the verge of tears from the humiliation of being rebuked in front of guests. And you three listen to your sister, Renaa hugged them. A wise person learns from the mistakes of others, a normal person from their own, a stupid person doesn't learn at all. Yes, Mom, the triplets returned the embrace. Speaking of learning, isn't it time for our lesson? What lesson? Auric felt a pit in his stomach every time a Verhan child interacted with their parents. It was a mix of longing, sadness, and envy. The children of my family learn how to read, write, and count early, Renaa replied. I teach them a few words every day and they practice with them. Can you teach me too? Lilacs asked. I received only a few lessons in my life and it's been too long since I practiced. The young girl craved the attention of a parental figure and had no idea how long she had until Ligaon took her back to the Empire. I'm tired of feeling left out, Lilacs thought. Everyone already knows how stupid I am, so there's no harm in telling the truth. Me too, Auric raised his hand, one of the few things he still remembered from his first orphanage. It's not like I can pretend for much longer, he inwardly sighed. Better to be honest about it now than being exposed later. Sure, Renaa just smiled while the children looked at Auric and Lilacs as though they had grown a second head. Please follow me. Renaa saved the two youths from more awkwardness by warping to the oasis where Alina was playing with Surin and the other toddlers. Mom, Auric, and Lilacs need to refresh their reading skills. Can you help them? Sure, Alina nodded. You take care of the triplets, we'll meet you for the morning snack. Once Renaa disappeared again, leaving the youths alone, Alina asked. Where do we start? Ligaon had already informed the adults about Lilacs's and Auric's origin, so Renaa had given them the privacy they needed to avoid public humiliation. From the beginning, Auric said, his mouth dry and his eyes low in shame, I never learned how to read. Same, Lilacs nodded. I see. Alina smiled and pulled a spelling book out of her dimensional amulet. We'll start from the alphabet then. Don't worry too much. You speak well and know lots of words. Once you get the hang of it, reading is easy. She wrote the letters in the sand one by one, associating a picture of a common item from the book to it. Lilacs and Auric followed suit, and so did Elijah and Valorin. Is this what Miss Renaa meant when she said that Verhan kids learn early, Miss Alina? Lilacs was flabbergasted. Chapter 39-20, Be Well Part 1. Gods no, this is way too early. Alina stared at the two toddlers in amazement, and they stared back, waiting for the next letter. Only Surin showed no interest in the lesson, making Alina sigh in relief. Also, just call me Alina. She resumed writing on the sand, and the small children's learning speed proved to be no worse than their much older classmates. This is no big deal, Alina thought, hoping to be right. It's not like I'm teaching them magical runes. What's the worst that could happen? Space. By lunchtime, Alina's classroom had memorized the alphabet, and the elemental storage was full except for the spirit tanks. Lith had partially filled a second container with mana, but without using invigoration enough times to affect his prowess. I know that Baba Yaga will lead the procedure, but I'm the one bonded with the tower, he thought. If I become too weak, the burden from using all the pieces of Menadian set at the same time might cripple me, and in turn it will affect Solus and the tower as well. The nutritious food and the vigorous flow of world energy helped Lith recover his strength, while the rest of the healers used that time to relax and empty their minds from stray thoughts. Eat a lot, Zorith, Baba Yaga said. You are going to need your strength. Sure, the shadow dragon nodded, cleaning every one of Alina's delicious dishes as though it were her last meal. Once they were done eating, Lith brought everyone to the infirmary, and Solus connected the various pieces of the Menadian set to their respective stone pedestals. As the tower's floor gained access to the artifacts, the group of healers felt their magical abilities increase and reached a deeper understanding of their role in the procedure. The Yggdrasil wood stored in the armory amplified their mental focus, while the connection of the ears and skull to the library allowed the healers to access the readings of the artifacts with minimal delay. I'll wear the skull of Baitra, Baba Yaga said. I mean no disrespect to your work, Rifa, but Baitra's piece is complete and possesses many enchantments that will help me during the procedure. None taken. Menadian nodded, yet Sola seethed when she felt the artifact tainting her tower half with its presence again. Are you ready, Zor? Solus asked. Give me one moment alone with Baitra, please, the shadow dragon said, and Solus conjured 4 walls around them. Bite, I have one thing to give you and one to ask of you. She took a stack of letters from the breast pocket of her shirt and handed them to the Reiju. What should I do with them? Baitra swallowed and her face turned ashen. Each envelope was addressed to a different member of the organization, and there was one for her as well. Deliver them in case something happens to me, Zorath replied. They contain my final words and will. You're overreacting. Baitra's hands trembled as she stored the letters in her dimensional amulet. This is just the first session of your treatment, and there are still 5 days left. You still have time. Maybe, Zorath shrugged. But I have no certainty but the present. Please don't read them, especially yours. It contains everything I would have liked to tell you, but I never found the courage to. I won't, Baitra fought back an insistent tear. What did you want to ask me? Please get out of the infirmary, Zorath replied. I don't want you here. What, why? Because I don't want you to watch me die if something goes wrong. Zorath lowered her eyes. Also, I don't think I would have the strength to hold my ground and face the storm if you were here staring at me. Baitra said nothing, feeling as though the shadow dragon had slapped her. Also, please, whatever the outcome, don't resent anyone. Zorath mistook Baitra's silence for agreement and continued. My condition is no one's fault but Raum's, and he's already dead. Don't let rage and grief drive you away from Lith and the Master. They are the only family I have, and the only people on Magur besides you who accepted me for who I am and will remember me fondly. Most of all, don't let your grief turn you into another Korg. Zorath took Baitra's hands into her own. This is not your fault. I didn't end like this because you lacked power, talent, or skill. It just happened. There was nothing that you or anybody else could have done to stop Raum. You did everything you could and are the reason Ligain rescued me. It's only thanks to you that I got the opportunity to say goodbye. Please always remember all the precious lessons we've learned together, even the one we discussed last night. Zorath took a short pause to gather her strength, while Baitra's tears landed on the stone floor with a plop. Be well, Bite, be better, be gone. The 4th ruler of the flames stiffened at those words, clenching her hands so hard that they became white. Then she nodded and turned around, knocking on a wall to signal Solus they were done. As the walls disappeared and Baitra left the room, Zorath heard Solus crying. So much for privacy. The shadow dragon clicked her tongue and moved her chair towards the crystal tank. I'm sorry, Solus wiped her tears. I didn't mean to. I didn't expect the connection with the ears to amplify my senses so much. The ears, Zorath echoed, looking at Baba Yaga for signs of eavesdropping but finding none. Never mind, let's start. The Red Mother nodded and raised the crystal case. Zorath got close enough for the array to pull her up from the chair and into the life support tank. Then, a violet liquid filled the tank to the brim. A few seconds later, a 3D hologram of Zorath's life forces and the ebb and flow of mana surrounding it in real time appeared on the holographic display. The emerald threads of the life-spinner spells had become thinner, but they still held the fractured parts of Zorath's life force together. The effect of Elijah's dread flames had worn off, allowing the chaos and decay sides to regain their strength at the expense of the hybrid life force. The human aspect was now weaker and worn out. Its thin threads struggled to keep the eldritch and the troll sides from drifting apart as they squirmed and twisted like angry snakes. Just like Baba Yaga had predicted, Zorath's condition degenerated by the second despite all the treatments she received. It was only a matter of time before the human aspect unraveled, and the treatment devised by the Red Mother became ineffective. I know this is redundant. Everyone here is a skilled healer and knows their job, but I'll say it anyway. When I ask you to do something, give your all. I don't care how long this takes. I can keep the patient stable while you use invigoration. If I make a mistake, or if you suddenly find a way to improve the odds of success of the procedure, I want you to say it. Seniority doesn't matter. Worry more about the patient's health than my ego's. Chapter 39:21, Be Well Part 2. If you have questions instead, keep them for yourselves until we are done. Are we clear? Baba Yaga said via a mind link, and everyone nodded telepathically in reply. Good, the Red Mother assumed her apex form and wore the apprentice hands and the maw. Lith, dread flames. Lith took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, releasing a gentle stream of silvery fire no wider than a baby's finger. He infused it with great willpower, but when Baba Yaga dominated his flames, he opposed no resistance. She brought the dread flames near the fractured areas of Zorath's life force, while Lith ensured the flames phased through Zorath's body and mana without hurting her. He also followed Voltak's teachings and used the dread flames as an extra sensory organ. Lith felt the silvery fire's hunger and fury as it found the trail of the cursed elements, tugging at him to let it follow the prey like a hunting dog. Lith kept the leash tight, allowing the dread flames solely to cleanse the areas tainted by the cursed elements. At the same time, Baba Yaga studied carefully how the different mana flows inside Zorath reacted to the dread flames. Once she was done, she doused the shattered life forces with the silvery fire. The hybrid side regained its strength, while the wild decay and chaos slowly reverted into harmless light and darkness. The moment Zorath's vitals stabilized, Baba Yaga pulled the silvery fire away from a small portion of the fractured life forces and waited until they started reverting into cursed elements. Before that happened, however, Kala severed the extremity with a surgical blade of dread flames, instantly cauterizing the wound at both sides. It was the same technique she had devised to become a lick, but using dread flames instead of body sculpting. The small chunk of life force contained the same amount of troll and eldritch sides, and both now had nowhere from which to draw sustenance. Before they could degrade or fade, the Maw conjured Baba Yaga's Tier 5 body sculpting spell, Loom of Life, to take control of the human aspect. The Red Mother had never treated an evolved human before, so she let Quilla take over via the mind link. One of the few strong threads remaining on the hybrid side of Zorath's life force bolted toward the fragment, sewing its two halves together along their most stable edges. Survival instinct drove the human threads already wrapped around the chunk of eldritch life force to merge with those coming from the hybrid life force. The connection brought new vitality to the eldritch side, but also forced it to partially merge with the troll side, since the threads fueled them both in equal measure. Before chaos and decay could try to fight for dominance over the human aspect, Baba Yaga struck them with a wisp of dread flames. With the cursed elements neutralized, the light and darkness elements were free to rearrange themselves in a stable form that would allow them both to survive. To help them, Baba Yaga infused the fragment of life force with a constant flow of light, darkness, and spirit magic from the storage. Together, they provided the fragment with everything it needed to develop without burdening the already weak hybrid side. After a while, the two halves of the fragment stabilized, and even when chaos and decay started to form again, the repulsion between them was minimal. The Red Mother then infused the hybrid side with spirit magic, allowing it to spin more threads that she used to strengthen its connection with the fragment. More nourishment arrived with each new strand that wrapped itself around the fragment, allowing its different parts to merge further. As soon as the cursed elements began to clash anew, another short burst of dread flames snuffed them out, quickly followed by another infusion of light, darkness, and spirit elements. At the end of the second cycle, the structure of the fragment had not experienced any major changes. "This is not good," Baba Yaga said. "The life forces are somewhat stable and linked, but their merging has halted. They still retain their individuality and barely tolerate each other. Any suggestion?" "I thought you said questions had to wait," Quilla said. "Yeah, your questions, silly child, not mine," Baba Yaga replied in annoyance. "There is no progress, and we can't keep wasting flames and the energy of the storage. There is a lot of life force to treat yet, and our predictions prove to be wrong. Let's rack our brains and find a solution. If we don't, we have already failed, and it will cost Zorath part of her life force. It could affect her personality, her bloodline abilities, anything, less talking and more thinking." Everyone thanked the gods for the Yggdrasil wood and the armory. The sage staff amplified their mental acuity, allowing the team of healers to process their own knowledge, and that stored in the library with uncanny speed. They did in minutes musings that would have otherwise taken them hours. Baba Yaga was about to use the dread flame to contain the cursed elements for the third time when Lith stopped her. "Wait, I have an idea," he said, and the Red Mother telepathically nodded for him to continue. "As you said, the fragments are somewhat stable. They have no reason to change, so let's give them one. Don't give them more dread flames, and let's power down the infirmary a little." "You want to trigger Zorath's survival instinct?" Baba Yaga pondered the implications of such an approach. "Remember what the Master taught me," Lith replied. "We must make the life forces uncomfortable if we want them to change. Also, in case one of the two halves gains an advantage, nudge it. Make it so that they can survive only by cooperating. Quilla and Tista disagreed, finding Lith's idea too dangerous, yet they had no alternative to offer. Let's give this a try, the Red Mother sighed, soulless. On it. As the chaos and decay of the fragment resumed their struggle, Solus lowered the intensity of the immortal body array. Not by much, just enough to make the weakest parts of Zorith's life force fall apart. Baba Yaga shrouded everything but the isolated fragment with dread flames, putting out the cursed elements everywhere else. The two halves of the fragment attacked each other with renewed violence to monopolize the energy coming through the human aspect, but to no avail. Baba Yaga used the conjured tools of the hands to inject darkness inside the chaos and light inside the decay as soon as they began to overpower the opponent, forcing the two halves to a standstill. The energy one leaked due to the attack was absorbed by the other, strengthening it and restoring the balance between the conflicting life forces. The human threads are wearing out. Baba Yaga's expression turned sour. Soon they will fall apart and... Without the chaos to keep it contained, the decay would have consumed the human life force in a matter of minutes. Without the decay, however, the threads of the human aspect would lose their hold on the fragment. Survival pushed the troll and the eldritch sides to merge into a single block, but the violent clash between the cursed elements slowed them down so much that the process would never finish before the fragment died of starvation. Chapter 39:22, Countdown Part 1. Okay now. Only then did Baba Yaga send the fourth burst of dread flames. With chaos and decay neutralized, the eldritch and the troll sides of the fragment rearranged themselves quickly to provide a suitable environment for the human aspect to thrive. As the process went on, Baba Yaga provided the eldritch with light element, the troll with darkness, and both of them with spirit magic. By the time the dread flames wore off, the structure of the fragment had changed dramatically. The troll side had moved inside the eldritch and regained its gemstone appearance. The threads of the human aspect were tightly wrapped around the gemstone, forming a stable connection with the main life force. As for the eldritch side, it now looked like a sphere again, but it was gray instead of black and was wreathed in dark flames. The decay fed the chaos from the inside, which in turn suppressed the decay from the outside. The boundless vitality of the troll and the endless hunger of the eldritch had brought the two opposite forces to a perfect balance. Now the threads were anchored solely to the gemstone, and fed the eldritch side through direct contact. If the troll side were destroyed, the threads would be lost as well, and the eldritch side would starve. At the same time, however, without the chaos of the eldritch side, the decay generated by the troll life force would have destroyed the threads and died as well. Baba Yaga waited for a few minutes before asking Solus to restore the immortal body array to its full power. This is very interesting, the Red Mother said while studying the newborn gray star. The treatment worked and is exceeding my expectations. Look. As the fragment stabilized, and the different aspects of the gray star became more defined, the energy exchange between the fragment and the hybrid life force allowed the new balance to spread beyond the confines of the gray star. The boundary between the troll and the eldritch sides in the healthy life force thinned, and Zorith's vitals slightly improved. The countdown of the infirmary kept ticking, but the shadow dragon had 1 more hour left to live. Let's do it one more time. If Zorith's lifespan increases again, it means we are on the right path, Baba Yaga said. Kala. They repeated the procedure from the top, with the white cutting a small portion of the fractured life forces, as though she wanted to turn Zorith into a lick. Then, Quilla pulled a strong human thread from the hybrid life force and used it to bind the severed eldritch and troll sides into a new fragment. Baba Yaga doused the fragment in dread flames and fed it with abundant elements from the storage until the troll and eldritch sides started to merge. At that point, Solus lowered the output of the immortal body array, and Baba Yaga kept the conflicting cursed elements on a short leash. As soon as the merging process gained momentum, more dread flames, light, darkness, and spirit magic gave it the final push. The second gray star formed and stabilized faster than the first one, consuming less of the elemental storage's energy reserves. Can you guys hold on long enough to do it a third time? The Red Mother asked. No, everyone but Falul said. The Hydra kept her 7 heads at all times, and used one of them to maintain herself at peak condition with invigoration. Everyone else was dead tired due to the mental strain of the procedure. Lith and Kala fared the worst. Producing dread flames took a great toll on him, and the fine control Baba Yaga required of him made the burden on his body much worse. Kala was just a blue core and possessed little mana when compared to the group of violet cores. If not for her limited role in the treatment and the constant supply of energy from her pseudo-phylactery, she would have already fainted. Then take a quick break, Baba Yaga said. There isn't a moment to lose. On the one hand, the development of the second gray star had sparked new changes in the hybrid life force, allowing its troll and eldritch sides to rearrange themselves in a more stable form. On the other hand, the second amputation had aggravated the condition of the fractured life forces. Their clashes had become much more violent, and only regular dosages of dread flames kept them from tearing Zorath apart. The countdown had increased by 30 more minutes, but that was only thanks to the dread flames. As soon as the silvery fire so much as smoldered, the time left decreased by 3 hours, and the countdown ticked faster. Everyone used the break to drink nutrient potions and use invigoration, leaving only Baba Yaga and her nigh-inexhaustible reserve of mana to hold the fort. Once the healers cut the third fragment, Zorath shuddered in pain. The damage to her life forces was now considerable, and she felt as if someone were twisting a hot knife in her chest. The third gray star formed even faster than the second, and the troll side regained its gemstone form before Baba Yaga used the dread flames for the final time. When the gray star formed a stable connection with the main life force and drained it of part of the rampant cursed elements, the pain in Zorath's chest disappeared, and was replaced by a soothing sensation that spread through the rest of her body. "It's working," Tista said. "The stable fragments we created aren't just stabilizing Zorath's still healthy life force, they are also stabilizing each other." "All the more reasons to make haste," Solus said. "It's the current instability in Zorath's life force that makes our work progress so smoothly. If this takes too long and the fragments settle in, the stable life force will resist further changes, and the gray stars won't form on their own anymore. We'll have to shape them by force, and I'm not confident in handling cursed elements." "Solus has a point," Baba Yaga said. "Let's make another gray star and take a break." They actually managed to make 2 more before feeling the need to use invigoration. The fractured life forces were reduced to short stumps, and no matter how much they squirmed, the hybrid life force had grown strong enough to resist their pull without the help of the dread flames. Here, Baba Yaga infused Lith with a short burst of spirit magic from the infirmary. "Why did you do that?" he asked, his breath labored despite the recent use of abyssal gaze. "Because your breathing technique can't help you with the exertion on your life force," the Red Mother replied. "You are the only one who can conjure the dread flames, and I can't risk you collapsing on me. I know spirit magic is comprised of mana, but it's your mana. It contains a spark of your life force, and I'm sure your eldritch side can absorb it and restore your vitality." Lith felt his mind clearing, and his body becoming lighter as the sparks of his life force contained in the spirit magic became part of him again. "Thanks, Yaga," he gave her a small bow. Chapter 39-23, Countdown Part 2. "I don't need your thanks, child," she replied with a smile. "I need your help, now get back to work." The group of healers consolidated 5 more gray stars during the 3rd session of the procedure, and 10 more during the 4th. The connection between the fragments and the main life force, coupled with its constant evolution, allowed the next fragments to transform into more gray stars faster and faster, until taking a break was no longer an option. Baba Yaga had to consume her breathing technique to replenish the strength of the other healers, often giving more spirit magic to Lith than to the newborn gray star. Once the emerald tanks in the elemental storage ran out, she gifted him her own life force through careful, slow infusions via his abomination touch. The vitality she lost in the process would have reduced many divine beasts to empty husks, but she could afford it. "I'd say our work is almost finished," the Red Mother said after they cut another unstable fragment, and the healthy life force pulled itself together, assimilating what was left of the damaged areas. "The problem is the almost. We are not done yet." Zorath's life force now looked like a massive gray star containing a gemstone almost as big that was wrapped in a thick bundle of threads. Smaller gray stars formed a circle around the main life force and were connected to it through the threads of the human aspects. "The countdown has increased by a few days, but it's still ticking," Tista pondered. "What are we missing?" "A lot of things," Falul said. "This is nothing like any divine beast life force I've ever seen. The good news is that it doesn't have to be. We don't have to complete the Master's work, only ensure that Xenagrosh can have a normal life." She's supposed to be part dragon, so what do you say if we rearrange the gray stars to form a constellation similar to Lith's? Good idea, but it won't work, Tista said. My divine beast side is a bloodwind phoenix and looks nothing like Lith's voidfeather dragon. It's likely that Zorith's dragon form will be just as different. Maybe, but if you have a better solution, I'm open to suggestions, Falul replied. You are both right, but also wrong, Baba Yaga said. There is no right answer, so we won't look for one. We'll let Zorith find her own answer. Watch and learn. She focused the energy accumulated inside the hands of Menadian into small forceps that she used to move the small gray stars around one at a time, until the perfect ring surrounding the massive star had turned into a jumbled mess. Why did you do that? Solus looked at the plummeting countdown in worry. You should have moved the second star once the first had found its position. You made everything worse. That's the whole point, Solus. Baba Yaga shook her head. The previous arrangement was perfect to our eyes, but not good for Zorith. We positioned the gray stars where we wanted, not where they needed to be. If I did as you suggest, the repulsion between the stars would have kept them from finding their rightful place. The stars can find their right position exactly because I did such a terrible job. You should trust me and your mother's work more. What do you damn, Malishka, you are right. Solus slapped her own forehead. I forgot about the ears and the skull. The mana flows of the now drifting stars were chaotic, but Baba Yaga could read them all with the skull and identify the paths leading to the least repulsion between neighboring stars. Yet the Red Mother was wise and expert enough not to trust something so simple. She nudged the various stars along what she assumed was the right trajectory, but didn't force them on it. She let the gray stars free to roam at a safe distance from the massive star and find the position that suited them the most. As the gray stars shifted around, the countdown regained the lost time, even stopping its advance for a few seconds at a time. The process took much longer than the rest of the procedure, but there was little the healers could do. The constant vigilance consumed much of their focus and little of their strength, giving their bodies time to recover. After a few hours, the gray stars had rearranged themselves in a constellation depicting a rearing dragon with unfurled wings. In that form, not only did the chaos and decay in each star reach perfect balance, but the energy flowing from and into the massive star became seamless. The pushing and pulling between the troll and eldritch life forces was over. The new configuration kept them in a steady position with no strain on the human aspect. The threads connecting the massive star with the auxiliary ones held the constellation together and allowed the different parts to move in unison. The human aspect had become compatible with the troll side and prevented the eldritch side from rejecting it. The threads also redistributed the energy among the stars when necessary, constantly feeding chaos to the decay and vice versa. This is not the end of Zorith's evolutionary branch, but it's the end of our work. Baba Yaga pointed at the countdown increasing of days, weeks, months, and then centuries until it disappeared. We didn't give her a perfect life force, we just made her a better hybrid. Seems good to me, Lith pondered. Look better, child, she replied. In your life force, the threads of your human aspect connect the auxiliary stars between them, not just with the main one. This way, the entire structure rests on one element of the life force. If something happens to the massive gray star in Zorith's current life force, the rest will fall apart and she'll die. In your case, instead, the auxiliary stars protect each other and the massive star. If something happens to any part of your life force, even the massive star, as long as the rest is intact, the galaxy can recover. It's a big difference. Indeed, Lith nodded. Thank you for your teachings, Yaga. The changes in Zorith's life force became more stable and significant the longer she rested, and the infirmary provided her with the ideal conditions for her recovery. It was the reason her mana cores reacted and adapted to her new life force so soon and cut Lith short. The infirmary displayed the black and troll cores moving toward each other, attempting to merge into one. The master's experiments had brought the two cores close, but until that moment, Zorith needed effort to harmonize their mana flows and make them overlap. The phenomenon granted her great strength, but lasted a handful of seconds and took such a great toll on her body that she had to rest for hours to recover. Now instead, the mana flows of the two fallen cores synchronized with no effort on her side. The readings of the infirmary spiked, showing a constant increase in Zorith's aura as the phenomenon progressed. A flash of golden, black, green, and white light erupted from the shadow dragon's floating form and filled the crystal tank, nearly overloading the pieces of the Menadian set. Chapter 39:24, Emerald Spark Part 1. Just as Zorath's readings were about to exceed the tower's scale, the fusion between her cores stopped, and the flash of light released by her body faded as quickly as it had appeared. The shadow dragon still had two cores, one filled with the chaos of the eldritch and the other brimming with the decay of the troll, but now they half overlapped. An emerald spark flashed in the gray area at the center of the conjoined cores, forming a small vortex whenever the two mana flows matched. Nobody said anything until Zorath's hybrid life force stabilized again, and with it the readings of the infirmary. The emerald spark was still there. Its size shifted with the ebb and flow of the storm caused by the surrounding cursed elements, but its energy signature showed no sign of weakening. "I stand corrected. Now we are done," Baba Yaga said, taking off the skull, maw, and apprentice hands. "How do you feel, big sis?" Lith asked and received no answer. Zorath, can you hear me?" He would have worried about her well-being if not for the infirmary displaying a yellow, light, and vigorous, stable vital signs. "I'm sorry, lil bro, but I'm pain-free for a while, and you guys took so long to say something that I fell asleep," Zorath gurgled with a yawn. "I'm dead tired and starving, but aside from that, I feel great." A chime signaled the end of the post-procedure in-depth scans of the infirmary. "Mana cores dormant and compromised," the shadow dragon read out loud. "Life force, uncategorized and not fully stable. Life force composition, 25% Eldritch Dragon, 25% Eldritch Rank 1 Human, 50% Rank 1 Odie. Warning, life force and mana cores are corrupted. Further diagnostics are required before a viable treatment can be identified. The subject is healthy, and any alteration to her life force is strongly discouraged. It's recommended to free the subject from the tank, stuff her with tasty food until she drops, and let her sleep for at least a week." "You're making the last part up," Lith laughed. "It doesn't make it any less true," Zorath replied. "By the way, can you let Baitra in or at least tell her that I'm okay? She must be going insane with worry." "By my mom, I completely forgot about her." Solus wiped the sweat from her body with a chore water magic spell and opened the door of the infirmary. She didn't need to access the tower's mainframe to know that Baitra had been there since the start of the procedure. "That's what I would have done if Lith were the one in the tank," Solus thought. "Please be honest with me, Solus. How bad is it?" Baitra asked, mistaking Solus' tired expression for bad news. "As bad as your worst nightmare," a familiar voice came from inside. "I'm sorry, but they failed to get rid of me. You have to spend the rest of your lifetime with me." "Is she telling the truth?" Baitra grabbed Solus by the shoulders, shaking her like a tree laden with ripe fruits. "Did you save her?" "Yes, Zorath is fine," Solus replied as her teeth clattered. "You can see her now." "Gods thank you." Baitra hugged Solus tight, her back popping when she tried and failed to lift Solus. "I'll always be in your debt, Solus. Just say the word and I'll do anything you want. Anything." "You can start by letting me go." Solus kept her voice neutral, but there was an edge to it that snapped Baitra out of her joyous frenzy. "I'm sorry," the Reiju jumped back. "I didn't mean to, I was just too happy. Wow, I barely escaped the jaws of death, and your idea to celebrate my recovery is to swear your eternal love to another woman." Zorath clicked her tongue as the life support liquid flushed out of the crystal tank. "You know that's not what I meant," Baitra snarled. "Gods, Zor, you are so annoying that if everyone hadn't worked so hard to save you, I'd kill you myself." The moment the shadow dragon walked out of the tank, the Reiju tackled her in an embrace, followed by a sweet kiss. "There you go." Baitra took the letters out of her dimensional amulet and returned them to Zorath. "There's no need for them anymore. Burn them to a crisp." "What if something like this happens again?" Zorath asked. "Shush," Baitra covered Zorath's mouth with her hand. "You almost died, and leaving your last will lying around is bad luck. Don't jinx everything and do as I say." "But, don't jinx everything." Baitra cut her wife short, her eyes crackling with fury and lightning. Lith had no doubt that if glares could maim, Zorath would already be in dire need of another round in the infirmary. "Fine," she sighed while turning towards Baba Yaga. "Can I use magic, or is that bad for my health?" "No magic, no shapeshifting, and no bloodline abilities for at least 3 days, child," Baba Yaga replied. "I would tell you not to use dragon eyes as well if that weren't a power you can't turn on and off at will. Speaking of which, I'd appreciate it if you kept everything you've seen during the procedure for yourself." "That goes without saying," Zorath nodded. "I'm in eternal debt with you, Lady Yaga, and with all of you for saving my life and returning me to my wife. If you ever need my help, protection, or want someone dead, just give me a call." I'll take your word on that, Zorith. Kala jotted down her newfound notions about how to keep a fragment of life force from fading away after being cut off from the main body. You make a great specimen. I can't wait to work on you again. An icy silence fell over the room, but the White didn't notice it until she was done writing and raised her eyes from her booklet. Did I space out and someone died? Kala asked after noticing the angry glares boring at her. I endured days of torture, and I've been in agony until a minute ago. What makes you think that I'm going to let you cut me open again? Zorith snarled. I'm not planning anything of the sort. The White shook her head. I'm content with following the recovery of your life force. You've endured cuts and mutilations similar to those required by the process I'll undergo to achieve lickhood. I want to observe you for potential post-surgery complications and rehabilitation tips. My life force is not as sturdy as yours, nor does it possess your regeneration abilities. What is a temporary itch for you might be a deadly wound for me. I want to observe you to assess what kind of setbacks my life force will encounter and devise healing spells to survive them. If that's all you want, we have a deal. Zorith and Kala shook hands. As for you, Bite, I need a little help here. The Reiju conjured a violet flame in her palm, and Zorith used it to set the stack of envelopes ablaze. Happy now? She asked once only ash remained. Very, Baitra nodded. Are you sure 3 days of rest are enough, Lady Yaga? Wouldn't a week be better, maybe a month? Chapter 39-25, Emerald Spark, Part 2. 3 days are enough to assess Zorith's recovery speed, child. If by then her life force is stable and strong, she can do anything she wants. Otherwise, she's going to take as much time off as needed. Also, please stop using honorifics. Yaga is enough. As you wish, Yaga. Baitra gave her a dazzling smile. I have no problem resting, Zorith said. To be honest, I want to sleep for a month and then go on a vacation for another month. Can I receive visitors, Yaga? I don't see why not, the Red Mother shrugged. Now, with your permission, I'm going to take a very long bubble bath. Great idea. Zorith sniffed herself and wrinkled her nose at the stench. Now that you mention it, Quilla was covered in sweat and hungry enough to eat a whole cow. I have to take a shower, but you girls should visit the hot springs. It's one of the few wonders even Menadian's tower doesn't possess. Space. The team of healers split up, and most of them followed Quilla's suggestion. Lith would have been among them if Camilla's condition didn't keep her from accompanying him. Raldorak's divine beast side was highly resistant to everything and to high temperatures in particular, but Camilla refused to take any unnecessary risk. Lith had to shower too, but the good company more than made up for it. Well, what's next on the agenda now that Raum is gone and Zorith is safe? Lith had dried her up and dabbed Camilla's hair, and now she was returning the favor, adding a shoulder massage on the side. Rest and recover, he sighed. My body is fine, but my head is messed up. Communing with all those souls was intense. What does the healer order? Camilla wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, pressing the softness of her chest against his back. It's been too long since we've been to Lucia. Going back home should help. Lith's voice became deeper and hoarser. I don't think I'll practice magic much for a while. At most, I'll give my Indech form a few test rides. I want to get as accustomed to my human side as I am with the other aspects of my life forces. Pervert. Camilla shapeshifted in her evolved human form as she kissed Lith down his neck, strengthening her hold on his chest and increasing the pressure on his back. That's not what I meant by test rides, but this works too. Lith called upon his human side, surpassing his wife in size again. Then he pulled her into an embrace and removed her bathrobe with deliberately slow, sensual movements. Space. Children, we need to talk. Ligon appeared in Alina's room, where she was teaching Auric and Lilac basic math. My daughter is healed, and my presence is no longer required here. So this is it? Lilax's eyes met Alina's, and then lowered to take a last look at her desert robes. Are you going to bring us back to Dekari? The pain in her voice made Alina's stomach churn. Her maternal instinct demanded she take the two youths in, but her brain stopped her. This is not something I can decide on my own. I need to consult Roz first, she thought. Also, I don't know if this is the best choice for them. If Lilax and Auric enter the Verhin household, their lives will be constantly in danger. Not necessarily. Ligon threw Alina a short, reproachful look. You can stay in the desert if you want, or you can come back to the Empire with me. Either way, I'll take good care of you and treat you like my honored guests. You'll have a home, food, and everything you need while you complete your education. After that, I expect you to find a job and provide for yourself. Auric nodded and sighed in relief. I'm disappointed in you, grandfather, Elena grunted instead. These poor kids have struggled for so long, and you already put a deadline on the little stability they got. Don't you have a heart? I'm neither pushing them away nor rushing them. Ligaen's eyes narrowed in annoyance. Giving them a good life after so many hardships is the least I can do for them, but good doesn't mean spoiled. Did you and Roz stop working only because Lith could provide for your family? Of course not, Elena shook her head. We had a farm to run and Aaron to raise. We did what we needed to protect our independence and teach our son the importance of hard work. And that's exactly what I want for Lilacs and Auric, Ligaen nodded. I never said I'll throw them back on the streets, only that I won't let them turn into pampered brats. Thank you, Ligaen. Auric gave him a polite bow. Can I become a mage like you? No, and neither can you, Lilacs. The Guardian shook his head. Your magic potential is negligible, but there are countless other jobs you can master. Still, it's too soon to worry about that. Where do you want to live? Where would we live in the Empire? Lilacs asked. The Blood Desert was nice and the palace luxurious, but its climate and customs were weird to her. Also, once the Guardian left, she wouldn't know who to ask for help. In my home, Ligaen replied. As I said, you'd be my honored guests. I want to go back to the Empire. Auric's eyes lit up with joy. I could kill for a bowl of Ligaen's stew and a slice of dragon cake. Yes, people in the Empire are obsessed with dragons. Ligaen answered Elena's silent question. Also, no, I have done nothing to push the public opinion one way or the other. You can continue your lesson. Ligaen gave the youths 2 servings of the food Auric had requested, and they devoured it with tears in their eyes. The stew and the cake were nothing fancy, but for street urchins like them, such foods were the greatest luxury they could afford on their lucky days. The certainty of a peaceful future was the best condiment to their favorite meal, giving the delicious cooking of the Guardian an even better taste. Space. Zorith's long bath would have lasted much longer if her roaring stomach hadn't demanded its due. She had absorbed plenty of life support liquid while in the infirmary, but nutrients and potions couldn't sate her hunger. The Shadow Dragon's life force was still in the process of fine-tuning the balance between its different aspects and recovering from the surgical cuts of the procedure. The boundless vitality of her troll side worked better and faster than any healing spell, but it also burned a lot of calories. Thank the gods for the dimensionally compressed food, or I would spend the whole day eating. Zorith had already wolfed down an entire flock of sheep, but their savory meat had been quickly consumed to fuel her recovery. Can't you sit down and take your time enjoying your meal? Baitra said as they strolled through the green of the oasis surrounding the heavenly plume tribe. This place would be perfect for a picnic. I'm sorry, Bite, but I've spent too long sitting. Zorith shuddered at the memory of Ligaen's floating chair. Chapter 39:26, Just as Important, Part 1. I need to stretch my legs, Zorith said. Every step I take without my legs spasming with pain is a moment of bliss. Fine, but I still think a picnic would be nice, Baitra shrugged. There's plenty of time for picnics. Zorith took a deep breath and smiled, feeling her body her own again. There's plenty of time to do anything we want. We can tour the desert, the kingdom, or even Zima. Anything aside from sitting is fine with. Auntie Zor, Auntie Bite. A choir of familiar voices halted the Eldritches in their tracks. Philia and Frey galloped towards her on top of Foxwolf's hybrids, closely followed by Aaron and Lyria on their steeds. Mom told us you were badly injured. Are you okay? Now that I see you, yes. Zorith bent down to ruffle the kid's hair. Thank you for coming to see me so quickly. I missed you guys so bad. Don't mention it, Auntie, Philia asked. Is that what I think it is? She pointed at the orichalcum pendant on her neck. Yes, a share of Voltax's legacy I don't deserve, Zorith replied, hugging Aaron and Lyria. Bring it in, you rascals. Let me thank you properly now that I can. It's no big deal, Auntie. Aaron returned the embrace. I'm happy Grandpa Voltax's blessing worked, Lyria added. I envy you guys so much, Frey said. You are both awakened and have cool dragon relatives. And what am I, a lame donkey? Zorith grunted in mock outrage. You are super cool, Auntie, Philia replied. But you are the only dragon we know, and there was no one we could ask to help you. Oh, you're so cute. Come here. Zorith let Zinya's children join the group hug and kiss their foreheads. You look and smell different, stronger. Tezca lacked life vision, but his intuition and the skull of Baitra noticed countless changes in the air surrounding the shadow dragon. I hope so, Zorith replied. I went through a lot since the last time we met, but it should be worth it. Can you take us for a flight, Auntie? Aaron asked. Not yet, she shook her head. As soon as I'm healed, I'll take you for as many joyrides as you want. Space. Are you sure you don't want to see Zorith now, Zinnia? Quilla asked. Thanks, but the kids need to see her much more than me, Zinnia replied. Where Kami? Your guess is as good as mine, Freya shrugged. She wasn't part of the hot spring group just like us, and we've notified her of your arrival right after you called. I see, thank you. Zinnia sighed in envy, her eyes lingering on Quilla's baby bump and Freya's womb for far longer than it was polite. How are you two doing? Tired, cranky, and I can't wait for this to be over. Quilla sat down just to feel the urgent need to use a bathroom. Don't get me wrong, I'm excited about the twins and the power-up is awesome. It's everything else that I don't like. I'm excited, terrified, and I can't wait for this to be over. The mention of twins sent Freya pacing around the room like a caged animal. I didn't expect to get pregnant so soon or to have twins. What if I mess up? What if I'm not a good mother? At least you can do your best, and your family is eager to support you. Zinnia gave her a sad smile. I too was excited and terrified when I got pregnant with Philia. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to take care of my baby girl due to my blindness. Sadly, I never got the opportunity to try. Falmug hired a dry nurse and kept Philia away from me unless she needed to be fed. Frey's pregnancy was even worse. I knew that they would take my baby away the moment he was born. I spent those 9 months praying for help. I begged the gods to change Falmug's mind and give me a chance to be a mother, but... I'm so sorry, Quilla sobbed, embracing Zinnia and lifting her as though she weighed nothing. I'm such an insensitive jerk. I knew what you went through and still whined about my silly problems. Suffering is no competition, Quilla. Zinnia tried to console her. You did nothing wrong. Don't mind her, Freya bawled her eyes out. The pregnancy makes her overly emotional and she cries at the drop of a hat. Let the poor Zinnia go, you brute. Talk for yourself, snake woman. Quilla sniffled as Freya clung to Zinnia too. Hi Zin, I'm sorry for being... Camilla walked into 3 grown women hugging, 2 of them ugly crying and the third one on the verge of tears. Did something happen to Zor while I was away? Did something happen to you or the children, Zin? No, Zinnia sniffled. The sight of Camilla's baby bumped the straw that broke the camel's back. Everything is fine. Space. Much to Lith's dismay, going back to Lucia had to wait. Zorith needed the infirmary, and Lucia was too far from a mana geyser in case something happened. On top of that, Garrick and Ryla were excited to see him in his in-detch form and didn't want to be separated from the rest of the family. Elena's wish to keep teaching Lilacs and Arik, for as long as she could, was the final nail in the already closed coffin of Lith's homecoming. 3 days flew by, with Zorith taking long walks and even longer sunbaths to quell her relentless hunger. Her eldritch side feasted on light and heat, reducing her food intake by a significant margin. You are good to go, child. Baba Yaga triple-checked the shadow dragon's life force and found no trace of injuries. The gray stars had found a stable orbit, and now a black flame coated the threads of the human aspect. This way, the chaos from the eldritch was tempered by the fire of the dragon aspect, and suppressed the decay carried by the human side. The cursed elements followed parallel paths, each bonding with a different aspect of the eldritch life force. Chaos and decay didn't interact anymore thanks to the threads and fire acting as a buffer. The connection between the main and the auxiliary stars was stable. The cursed element flowing within the human aspect was dampened by the one burning without in a fine balance. Sometimes a thread would snap, and the human aspect had to generate a new one to replace it, suffering minor strain. Are you sure I shouldn't wait longer? Zorith asked. I'm sure, Baba Yaga replied. Your life force has improved tremendously, but it's far from perfect, and some minor inconveniences have to be expected. Define minor, please, Baitra swallowed hard. We can visualize Zorith's life force with our breathing techniques, something that was impossible before, the Red Mother said. Also, now it takes a few hours instead of a few minutes for a thread to snap, and the durability of the human aspect keeps improving. Based on the progress Zorith has made during the last 3 days, it's likely that the turnover of the threads is going to drop further as her life force adjusts to its new condition. Chapter 39:27, Just as Important, Part 2. That's my point, Baitra countered. Isn't it better to give Zor's life force more time to recover? Child, you underestimate the regeneration abilities of a fallen troll, Baba Yaga tutted. Your wife's vitals peaked over a day ago and have been stable ever since. Waiting longer won't do her any good. We need to test if everything is all right, and if necessary, fix the imperfections we missed while Zorith is still here. Besides, I'm only asking her to shapeshift. Sure, it will stress her a little, but the good kind of stress. Rearranging her life forces is akin to a light stretching exercise, the perfect test to check Zorith's balance and how much her condition has improved. Fine, I'll trust you. Zorith stepped into a clearing large enough to host her divine beast form and took a deep breath to relax. Her life force felt weird and unresponsive, but Baba Yaga had warned her that it might have happened. Zorith steadily increased the pressure until she felt her body starting to change. Remember what I told Lith, the Red Mother said. Don't think about what you are supposed to look like. Ride the flow until the end and let it carry you. Easy for you to say, the Shadow Dragon inwardly grumbled. You're not a patchwork of different beings, I am. I swear to the gods, if I now have 2 asses or something, I'm going to. The silver lining of her internal monologue was that Zorith's focus on the possible ridiculous forms she wanted to avoid allowed her body to shapeshift freely. Her new Shadow Dragon form looked almost identical to the original. She only had 1 set of membranous wings, 2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head. That's it. Zorith checked every inch of her body with her dragon eyes, discovering that not one of her scales had changed in shape or size. I don't feel any better than before, quite the contrary. My peripheral vision has decreased considerably. What's wrong with me? This, Baba Yaga conjured a mirror construct in front of Zorith's face, revealing the missing piece of the whole. What the fuck? The Shadow Dragon only had 2 eyes that shone with yellow light and bore a black-slitted pupil. What happened to my other 2 eyes? How can I be a hybrid between a rank 1 Odi and a rank 1 human yet lack both the extra eyes and arms? That's a very good question, but I have no answer, Lith said. Your eyes are still yellow like mine were back when I was a wormling. Maybe now you can channel the elements through them. It's worth a try, Zorith replied. Lith and Vaster had shared their respective techniques with her countless times in the past, but she had always failed. Zorith followed their instructions, focusing on the single elements that comprised the world energy and checking if any of them resonated with the elements inside her body. I feel something, she said after a while. There's too much resistance to call it a flow, but if I try hard enough, I can feel something move. Your human side must be as atrophied as mine, Lith said. What you describe is no different from what I experience when I try to turn my physical wings into energy. Do you feel pain at any point in the process? Baba Yaga asked. No, Zorith replied. Then keep pushing until something happens. The Shadow Dragon crouched, shifted on her feet, and grunted so much that soon everyone started to wonder whether she really felt the power of the elements or an incoming bowel movement. It would make sense. Solus had a hard time not laughing. Zor hasn't pooped in a millennium. If she pulls out her dragon gemstone in front of everyone, she'll get in trouble with the rest of the brood. No more than she already is for being an eldritch, Lith replied. At least her droppings shouldn't stink. You guys are terrible, Menadian chuckled. With a powerful roar of frustration, the Shadow Dragon did it. Her left eye shone with white light, while the right turned darker than her scales. If not for a purple edge surrounding Zorith's right eye, one might have thought it was missing. A bit underwhelming, but at least I'm back on track, she said while staring at her own reflection. I have only 2 eyes, but at least they work. Actually, you have 4, the Red Mother said. 4, Zorith and everyone else searched her snout for the missing pair, but to no avail. 4, Baba Yaga nodded. You are half troll, child, and that part of your body manifests its elemental affinity through its limbs. The Shadow Dragon looked at her hands and feet, finding only scales, claws, and talons. Your wings for the Great Mother's sake, Baba Yaga snorted. Unfurl your wings. Zorith complied and turned toward her left wing, finding what looked like a giant blue eye made of pure energy staring back at her. Then, she turned to the right, and a matching red eye returned her gaze. On my wings, that's disgusting. The Shadow Dragon touched the energy eyes with utmost care, feeling only the membrane of her wings. You really are like me, big sis, but with your troll side replacing my phoenix, Lith said. You carry the elemental power in your limbs like a troll, but the energy belongs to your human side. If not to both of them, the Red Mother pointed out. Remember what I said when we started. Humans and Odi have a common ancestor. We channel the power of the elements in different ways, but we achieve a similar result. A Troan's arms are no different from a Farmer's eyes. They grant elemental affinities and allow us to use domination. If a Troan is similar to me, however, their mana organs and bloodline abilities are nothing like a Farmer's. I remember what you said about Lith's human life force evolving over time, and that the same might happen to Valoran S as he grows up. Zorath focused on understanding how the eyes on her wings worked, confirming they were comprised of pure energy. Do you think I can evolve further? I believe it's possible, Baba Yaga replied while studying the shadow dragon's new form with sun and moon. Your life force is still developing, and if your powers increase again in the future, your body might be forced to evolve to contain them. Assuming that I evolve, do you think I'll develop more eyes, wings, or arms? Zorath asked. That's impossible to predict. There are too many variables. The Red Mother shook her head. Just like I didn't expect you to develop eyes on your wings, I have no idea what direction you might take next. It all depends on how your different life forces adapt to coexist, and which one becomes the framework for the others to develop. Now stop yapping and show me your other form. What other form? The Shadow Dragon tilted her head in confusion. This is it. I'm Zorath the Shadow Dragon. That's not true, big sis, Lith replied. You are Zorath the Eldritch Troll hybrid. Your dragon aspect is just a part of your Eldritch side. Your human aspect and troll side are just as important. Chapter 39-28, Runic Patterns, Part 1. My point exactly, Baba Yaga nodded. Until this moment, you've shaped your human appearance with body sculpting to resemble your original body because you had no other choice. You were limited to your divine beast form despite also possessing a human and a troll side, because your dragon aspect was the only one strong enough to contain your conflicting life forces. But now, it's different. The different sides and aspects of your life forces are no longer a jumbled mess. You should have gained a humanoid form as well. Humanoid, Solus echoed. Why not human? Because Zorath is still a hybrid, Solus, the Red Mother replied. If her life force were perfect, she might have multiple forms like Lith, but as it is, Zorath's troll side and human aspect are too deeply connected to manifest separately. What am I supposed to do to change my form? The Shadow Dragon asked. Just listen to the melody of your human and troll life forces and let it carry you, Lith replied. It's easier than it sounds, just give it a try. What are you talking about? Since when do life forces play music? Zorath was flabbergasted. I forgot you need to be a talented healer to notice the melody, and I don't have the patience to wait for Zorath to learn. Baba Yaga snorted. I'm going to do it for you so that you can experience it and find a way to do it on your own. Just don't resist my spell and tell me the moment you feel any kind of discomfort. Okay. Okay, Zorath nodded. But seriously, if anyone else tried to convince me that I have a humanoid form and that life forces produce music, Once Baba Yaga activated her Tier 5 body sculpting spell, Cradle of Life, the change happened smoothly and quickly. Would think that they are either pulling my leg or batshit crazy, Zorath said. Did you just grow up or did I shrink without even noticing? Suddenly she could look Lith in the eyes without craning her neck. Everyone stared at her with wide eyes and open mouths. Baitra was beat red up to her ears, and a high-pitched squeal came out of her throat. The latter, Lith conjured a mirror construct in front of Zorath. The Troll-Balor hybrid was about 1.846 meters tall, with lush shoulder-length silver hair and 4 eyes. 2 on the sides of her nose where they were supposed to be, and the other 2 on her forehead. Her skin was a dull blue, and an extra set of arms came out of her shoulder blades. She had no wings, but complex runic patterns covered her forearms, each of a different elemental color. What shocked Zorath the most, however, was the beauty of that form. Her face now had perfect features, and her soft curves pushed against the fabric of her sundress as though they were trying to break free. What the fuck? Zorath blurted out, using both sets of arms to cover her chest. I wear an armor capable of fitting my dragon form. How can it be so tight while I am this small? It does cover you. Tista pointed at the skirt that was still as long as before the transformation. The sundress adjusted its size to your new form, but retained its proportions. You have to set it to be looser, big sis. You can't afford to wear form-fitting clothes like that anymore, at least in public. Damn it, you are right. It took Zorath a thought to make herself presentable and Baitra whine. Bite, what's with the whining? You sound like a puppy who lost her favorite toy. I, the fourth ruler of the flames, had a hard time forming a coherent thought until she focused on Zorath's nose. I was just disappointed you don't have wings. They would look beautiful on you. Yeah, right, we'll talk about this later, Zorath snarled. What is this, by the way? Why do I look like this? It's too eye-catching. Trolls are engineered to have perfect bodies, and you've seen what Arhin looks like. Baba Yaga replied while studying the runic patterns on Zorath's arms. Your current form is a mix of both, and you keep yourself in tip-top shape. What did you expect? Something more like my old self and less out of my teenage wild fantasies, Zorath sighed. I always dreamed of having a figure like this, but now that I've got it, it just feels weird and embarrassing. Then shapeshift into your old appearance, Baba Yaga shrugged. I'm done with my tests. Thank the gods, Zorath exhaled in relief as her body shrunk into the form she was used to. What are those tattoos? They are not mere ink, the Red Mother replied. They are a manifestation of the world energy entering your body through the arms of your hybrid form in a similar way it would through a Balor's wings. Does that mean I've gained the abilities of a Balor, a troll, or both? Zorath asked. That's something up to you to discover, Baba Yaga said. Whenever you or the Master perform any experiment, go slow and steady. Remember that Balors are not supposed to have a mana core and trolls to use more than light and darkness. You break all those limits, and there's no telling if over time that is going to further your evolution or trigger some sort of rejection between your life forces. Don't rush it and give yourself time to grow and adapt. I will, thank you, Zorath said. Do you mind coming to my room and forcing me into my humanoid form a few more times? I need to get the feel of it, or I'll never be able to do it by myself. With pleasure, Baba Yaga's answer made Baitra squeal in approval. Just the two of us. Zorath scowled at the Reiju, who lowered her gaze and kicked the sand in disappointment. Okay, fine. You can come along, but I don't want to hear a word about this in the future. A word about what? Baitra said, acting all naive and innocent. Nice try, Zorath grunted, but not nice enough. Space. Baba Yaga worked on Zorath's humanoid aspect for a few hours, but made little progress. Cradle of Life triggered the transformation and slowed it down to allow Zorath to perceive the difference between shapeshifting into a dragon and into a humanoid. Baba Yaga then assigned Zorath simple tasks like juggling small objects with all her arms, or conjuring 4 elements at a time from her eyes to familiarize herself with her condition before reverting the transformation. They took short breaks in between sessions to ensure Zorath's life forces had time to recover from the strain and study how they reacted to the experiments. I have good news, Baba Yaga said when Renan knocked on the door to inform them that dinner was almost ready. I'm certain that your hybrid life force is stable, the treatment worked, and unless you fall into the clutches of another realm, you are safe. On top of that, we have confirmed my theory. Shape-shifting into your humanoid aspect strengthens the bond between your human and troll life forces. Chapter 39-29, Runic Patterns, Part 2. With each transformation you undergo, the chaos from the eldritch side and the decay from the troll side harmonize faster, and the threads of the human aspect suffer less damage, Baba Yaga said. The process is slow but steady. Keep up like this, and the human aspect might be able to conduct decay as well as chaos. If that happens, the boundary between your life forces will get thinner and you might reach the next level. Then I have bad news, Zorath replied. No matter how many times we do this, I feel absolutely nothing. If not for the fact that I grow taller, I wouldn't even notice the transformation. We've been working for hours, yet I don't have an inkling of how my humanoid life force works. It's not that I can't tap into it, I can't so much as recognize it from the rest. She clenched her 4 hands in frustration. Maybe this is part of the curse of being an abomination, Zorath said after a while. Maybe I can't feel my life force because Magur cut me out of it, just like it did with the world energy. Don't be silly, child, Baba Yaga replied. Becoming an eldritch cost you the connection with Magur, not with yourself. You've never lost the ability to cast spells or use your own skills. Shape-shifting into your humanoid form is no different from conjuring your origin flames. It comes from within. If you didn't have the potential to assume this form, I wouldn't have been able to trigger your transformation so easily. Your issue with shape-shifting is twofold. You have never done something like this before, and the Master's work meshed together your life forces in a stable but muddled form. What do you mean? Zorath asked. I mean that you already know how to shapeshift, or you would have never recovered your original human form, the Red Mother replied. Yet that's just body sculpting. You took the appearance you wanted, not the one you were supposed to. Also, until a few days ago, your life forces were so tightly intertwined that you couldn't tell where your eldritch side ended and your troll side began. Even worse, you hadn't noticed the presence of your human aspect in your eldritch side. After the treatment, your life forces are better defined, but they still lack the harmony of a perfect hybrid and are packed together to keep them stable. You can't feel your humanoid aspect only because you fail to distinguish it from your dragon aspect. Lith, instead, could tell the components of his life force since the day he became a Tiamat. He didn't learn how to call upon them until he met Alaja, but he had no doubt which part belonged to which life force, and learned how to call upon his different sides easily. "Is my situation hopeless until I fix my life forces further?" Zorath asked. "That would certainly make things easier, but there is another solution, one you won't like," Baba Yaga said. "Try me," the shadow dragon shrugged. "Keep your humanoid form long enough to learn how it moves, feels, and manipulates mana," the Red Mother replied. "Use it in your daily activities until moving in this form becomes second nature to you." "You are right, I don't like it," Zorath groaned. "Bite sure will, though. That said, do you think I can assume my full eldritch form like Lith does?" "It's possible, but I don't recommend it." "Why?" Zorath blinked in confusion. "Because eldritches are born to destroy," Baba Yaga said. "Lith feels discomfort in his eldritch form even though it's perfectly integrated with his Tiamat life force. You would experience more than discomfort. Your life forces would be torn apart, and you'd be back in the infirmary or dead in the blink of an eye." "I believe you," Zorath raised her hands in surrender. "No troll form either, I suppose." "I don't think you have that at all," the Red Mother said. "Your troll and human life forces are partially fused together and can't be separated without killing you. That's why you have this nameless form. Moreover, even if your life force reaches perfection, I doubt you'll ever be like Lith. The three aspects of his life force are stable on their own, whereas your troll side is still fallen, and your eldritch side is cut off from Magur. If you want to recover your living essence and spirit magic, the three facets of your life force must become one. I believe that what waits for you at the end of your path is a brand new life form, not a perfect hybrid." "I see," Zorath nodded and gave Baba Yaga a deep bow. "Thank you for everything you've done for me and for sharing your wisdom with me. I promise that I'll treasure your gifts and never abuse them. I won't betray your trust or bring shame to your name." "Don't thank me, child. I didn't do this for you. I did it for your wife. It's Baitra you should thank." The Red Mother shook her head. "Baitra, I thought you didn't like her," Zorath replied. "I didn't," Baba Yaga corrected the shadow dragon, "and I still have my doubts, yet I've seen the pain in Baitra's eyes and couldn't let her suffer the same pain as Rifa. No one deserves that. Also, I was afraid of what your wife might become after losing you. I've given her a reason to live and you a second chance. Don't waste it, child." Space. When Baba Yaga and Zorath reached the dining hall of the palace, the shadow dragon was still in her humanoid form. Baitra did her best to hide her enthusiasm and failed. "Zorath," Elena stared at her for a long while, refusing to believe her own eyes. "You look," Araz cleared his throat, "different." "You look," Philia and Frey hesitated to speak, "stunning." Yet their words didn't match their tone. "You look amazing." Zinnia stood up and walked to embrace her friend. "Don't get me wrong, this is a nice makeover, but you didn't need it." "You look funny," Aaron said, drawing all eyes to himself. "You are flashier, sure, but I prefer your human form. You're prettier that way." "You think?" Zorath smiled from the heart. "Yeah," Aaron nodded. "Don't get me wrong, you still look good, but you look cold and distant. The Aunt Zor I know is warm and kind." "Agreed," Frey said, and Philia nodded. "I didn't say anything because I didn't want to offend you." "Come here, you adorable little rascals." Having 4 arms proved a valuable tool for multi-hugging. "Thank you. This is the best compliment anyone ever gave me." "Hey, what about me?" Baitra asked. "That's my question, Bite." Zorath snorted, frowning at the Reiju for a second before returning her attention to the kids. "I'm sorry, guys, but it turns out I'm a klutz at shapeshifting. I can't take this form without Yaga's help, so I need to experience it as much as I can before I leave the Blood Desert." Tezka looked at Xenagrosh's new form in amazement, wondering if he would have to face similar struggles once he reached her level. Chapter 3930, Fallen Goddess, Part 1. I'm part warg, so even if I gain a warg form, I should be fine as long as I keep away from Zelex. The Sun Eater was aware of the effect he had on Sarah and the female members of her tribe. He wished to restore the glory of the Summoner clan and make amends for his past atrocities, not to found a new clan with the wargs and Hattie. "What do you mean when?" Lith asked. "I thought you would go home today." "Yeah, about that." Zorath wanted to scratch her head in embarrassment, but her 2 left arms slammed into each other. "I'm sorry for inconveniencing you further, but could you prolong your stay here for a couple more days?" "It depends." Lith exhaled sharply, and Camilla kicked him from under the table. "What's this all about?" "We'll talk about it after lunch." Both sets of arms went for the same fork and knife, sending the cutlery flying. Now I need to find a way to bring this delicious food to my mouth or I'll starve. Space. Zorith had no spatial awareness for her second set of arms, so she constantly bumped into other people, walls, and furniture. She also lacked coordination, and using any hand without the other one from the second set of arms getting in the way took her a lot of effort. By the end of the meal, Zorith's plates were clean, but she felt exhausted as though she had just come out victorious from a deadly battle. The kids gave her plenty of suggestions and tried to help her, making things much worse. "The left hand, Auntie," Lyria said. "Your left, my left, and which left hand?" Zorith replied in frustration. Lith and Zorith left the dining hall first, moving to the tower via the warp mirror to avoid being followed. "What did you want to talk about?" Lith offered her a chair and something to drink. "Only tea, please." Zorith plopped on a comfortable armchair. "I would love a glass of Red Dragon, but after drinking so much just to stay sane, seeing its label makes me want to puke." "Understandable," Lith nodded, handing her 2 cups of honeyed tea and 4 plates of biscuits. "I know that I'm a dragon and eat a lot, but I'm not soulless. This is a bit too much," she said. "Is it?" He pointed at her 2 sets of hands. Each one held a cup and its saucer without messing with the other. "Gods, that's brilliant." Zorith took a sip of tea from each cup before putting them down on the table. "What about the biscuits? Why 4 plates instead of 2? "Pick a biscuit and you tell me," Lith replied. Zorith discovered that having different targets allowed her limbs to move independently. "Fine, you win, lil bro," she gave him 4 thumbs up. "This only confirms my decision." "Your decision about what?" Lith asked. "I'm neither blind nor deaf, lil bro," Zorith replied. "I saw you discover your Indech form and heard you and Quilla discussing your research while I was in the tank. I know you have a human aspect too, and I'm sure you know how to use it much better than me. I bet that's the secret of your victory against Rugat of the Earth." She had watched the recordings of the fight and was certain that the energy wings and the weird powers Lith had employed came from him, not Ryla. "I won't insult your intelligence by lying to your face," Lith nodded. "But better doesn't mean good. I've started researching the abilities of my human aspect only recently, and I haven't learned much." "You're still miles ahead of me since I know nothing at all," Zorith pointed out. "Also, now that you have discovered your human abilities come from your Indech form, things should get easier." "I hope so," Lith nodded, "but what does this have to do with you?" Zorith shared her struggles, and Baba Yaga's theory about her life forces with him. "If you return to the kingdom, Baba Yaga will have no reason to stay, and I'll be stuck in my hybrid form," she said. "If you remain in the desert, however, we can work together on our human forms and Baba Yaga will keep helping me. I know this is a shameless request, but I need you to teach me everything you can about your human powers. We belong to different species, but we still share some similarities." She pointed at her 4 eyes and the runic pattern on her arms. "Maybe our eyes work the same way, and so do your wings and my arms. Even if they don't, maybe I can still learn a few things from you. I've never had bloodline abilities as a human, and I don't even know where to start studying them." Zorith looked in Lith's eyes and found compassion in them, but also a healthy dose of prudence. "Please help me. I wouldn't ask you so much if I had any other choice. I don't care much about gaining new powers. I just want to learn how to shapeshift into my humanoid form and use it to stabilize my life forces." "Fine," Lith nodded. "You taught me everything you knew about Origin Flames back when I had nothing to offer you, and I'm more than happy to return the favor, yet I have a few conditions." "Name them and I'll see what I can do," Zorith replied. "You are not the only person in the organization who has human bloodline abilities, correct?" Lith asked, and Zorith nodded for him to continue. "I remember that when we went to Verendi together, you already knew about human evolution and told me the Master had extensively researched it. I know he works on monsters, so I'm willing to bet that someone among the hybrids is fused with a Balor. Do you deny it?" "No," Zorith wrung her hands. She was just confirming what Lith already suspected, but it felt like betrayal anyway. "Kigan is a Phoenix Balor hybrid." "It makes sense," Lith said. "A red eye should work wonders with his Origin Flames, and the scattered mana core of a Balor should lessen the rejection with the black core." Actually, all Balor eyes worked wonders with the Origin Flame. And the black eye complemented Kigan's dark Phoenix powers, but that wasn't for Zorith to share. "What does this have to do with my request?" she asked. "That I'm agreeing to teach you, big sis. Not Kigan, not the Master, just you," Lith replied. "I don't know how similar their powers are to mine, but I have no reason to help them." I thought you and the Master were good friends. Zorith's heart tightened at his words. We are, but we also hide many things from each other, Lith said, and when Zorith remained silent, he took it as confirmation of his suspicions. If the Master wants my help, he can ask for it like you are doing now. I'm not asking you to lie to him or to forbid him from studying your life force. The Master is your healer, ally, and most importantly, your family. He has every right to study your current condition. Chapter 39-31, Fallen Goddess Part 2. After all, it will be the Master's duty to help you in case you're injured in the future and to further your evolution, big sis, Lith said. Yet he has no claim on me or my legacy. He chose me as his heir, not the other way around. Do we have an understanding? We do. Zorith finished her teas and offered him both her right hands. Good. Lith shapeshifted into his Indech form and shook them both with his fiery red hand. We'd better start immediately. I can't wait to go back home. Oh my! Zorith held his head in her hands and turned it left and right to observe the Indech's striking features from different angles. Now that I see you without the life support liquid and the crystal tank blurring my vision, I have to admit you are much more handsome in this form, little brother. Thanks, I can't help but wonder why you got angry with Baitra when she treated you exactly like you are treating me now. Lith replied dryly as she moved on to pat his muscular arms and chest. That's different. She's my wife, and she should like me for me. Zorith tried to defend her double standards, but her flaming red face now matched Lith's and exposed her honest thoughts. You are my little brother, and this is just scientific curiosity. I would believe you if Kami hadn't used those same words arranged in a slightly different order to justify her experiments last night. I see. Zorith became even redder and let go of Lith. Please, promise me that we'll pretend this never happened and never talk about it with anyone else. And I mean anyone. Deal, Lith nodded. Before moving on, we need a name for your hybrid form. What about Ark? It was the name of a mythological goddess of rainbows from Earth who had her wings ripped off and was thrown into the abyss as punishment for her treachery. In more ways than one, she reminded Lith of Zorith's current condition. It doesn't mean anything vulgar in any language I know, and it sounds much better than that thing. Ark it is, she nodded. Space. During the following days, Lith explained the basics of how the abilities of an evolved human worked to Zorith. He taught her the relationship between his wings and his eyes, and performed tests with the infirmary to check if the rune patterns on her arms had a similar connection to her eyes. My theory is correct, Lith said while studying Zorith's Ark life force on the holographic display. It resembled a humanoid four-armed colossus made of colored strings, blocks, rods, and gemstones. Most of the threads comprising the colossus were red like the blocks of a regular human, while the rest were black, white, blue, and crimson, and spread evenly. Past the shoulder level, the colored threads took over, each elemental color forming one arm intertwined with a few red threads. A gemstone was studded on the back of each hand, shining with an inner light of the same color as the arm. 4 whirlpools enveloped the arms and absorbed the surrounding world energy, but there was no way to tell if they were connected to the threads, the gemstones, or both. More gemstones constellated the colossus, feet, hips, chest, and head. They shone with black and white light, resembling the life force of an unfallen troll, but instead of light and darkness, the gemstones shone from within with chaos and decay. 4 elemental spheres enveloped as many colored gemstones in place of the colossus, eyes, each connected to its corresponding arm by a thick bundle of elemental threads. Last but not least, a gray star burned where the heart was supposed to be, storing all the eldritch energy that the black and white gemstones failed to contain. Your arms serve a purpose similar to my wings, but we have different mana organs. Any idea what they do or how to activate them? Zorith asked while keeping her 4 hands on the tank. Do you think I would need Ryla's help discovering and mastering my own abilities if it were that easy? Lith snorted. Point taken, she replied. Let's get outside. I don't want to mess up while we experiment on my Ark life force and hurt Soulless. Lith taught Zorith how to imbue her eyes with the elements, but not how to focus her willpower into them. He had no interest in teaching her domination, since that wasn't a human bloodline ability, but something all races could do. I'm not serving another powerful weapon to dangerous people like Vaster or Tezka on a silver platter, he thought. I know it's only a matter of time before they learn it on their own, but I'd rather it happens later than sooner. Right after evolving into an Arisen, Vaster had described Lith the weird experience of seeing the focus points in the spells of his enemies, and his newfound ability to tamper with them. The master had only 2 eyes and was limited to the light and darkness elements. But Lith didn't doubt that Zorath would be able to do the same with fire and water after receiving Vaster's guidance. Moreover, if the master were to manage to replicate Baba Yaga's treatment for the rest of the hybrids, and Kigan mastered his human aspect as well, the organization would have gained access to domination over all elements but spirit magic. When Lith and Zorath encountered a hurdle they couldn't solve on their own, he asked Ryla and Morok for help, hoping that either the legacy of the Ballers or the uncanny intuition of the tyrant might help. "Your friend is amazing," Ryla said after Zorath demonstrated the ability to amplify the Falmer's elemental powers with her eyes and also store them in the rune patterns in her arms for later use. "Yet she belongs to a different species. Are you sure you don't want to ask Karana for guidance? She could teach Zorath about her arms and help her discover abilities she possesses, and we don't." "I'm sorry, but that is off the table." Lith shook his head. "Karana would ask questions we can't answer, like how we managed to create a Balor-Troll hybrid and why we can't stabilize her like we did with Zorath." "We didn't create her. Zorath was already like this," Ryla replied. "Also, it's not our fault if Baba Yaga refuses to help Quilla." "Do you honestly think that Karana will gracefully accept that Baba Yaga has helped Zorath to this extent, and yet turned her back on the trolls and Tron, her own blood, after they begged her?" Lith asked. "No," Ryla sighed. "Karana is no friend of mine. She despises me and would probably expose this project to whoever is willing to listen to her." "That's what I feared," he nodded. "I would trust Karana if we could offer her something in return for her guidance, but we can't. Quilla has already examined Zorath's arc life force and said that it's of no use to her. Zorath is stable, but her troll side is still fallen. What works for her wouldn't work on another troll, let alone a Tron like Karana." Chapter 39-32, Right Choice Part 1. First, Tista's divine beast form, then your human side, and now Zorath's hybrid form. How do you come up with all these weird names? Morok asked, while confronting the infirmary's readings for his wings with those of Zorath's arms. "Does Magur talk to you like when it named you the father of all demons? Besides, what does arc mean?" "Respectively, I have a brain. No, it doesn't, and it doesn't mean anything. If you don't like arc, I'm open to suggestions," Lith snorted. "Do you have a working theory on Zorath's arms or not?" "I do, Mr. Grumpy," Morok replied. "What if, unlike our wings, Zorath's arms absorb the world energy more slowly, but they are capable of storing it? It would explain why the runic patterns cover only a portion of her arms and what she can do with Ryla's powers." Lith suggested the tyrant's theory to the database, and the infirmary performed a series of scans that confirmed it. "Brilliant." "Was that a question or a statement?" Morok crossed his arms, his lips curling up into a smug grin. "Neither, it was utter disbelief." Space. Zorath returned to the Vaster household a week later, after Lith had taught her everything he knew, and they had exhausted all the theories about her potential powers they could think of. The Shadow Dragon hadn't discovered a single new bloodline ability and had made little progress with her shape-shifting skills. Spending so long in her arc form had allowed Zorath to perceive its energy, but she had failed to hear its melody. No matter how many times she tried, whenever she reverted to her dragon form, she needed Baba Yaga's spell to turn humanoid again. "Over 10 days of hard work, and all I got to show for it is a name," she inwardly grumbled as she crossed the threshold of the warp gate while in her arc form. Vaster waited for the returning couple in front of the stone arch, and when Zorath appeared, the height gap, proximity, and size of her bosom eclipsed part of her face to him. "Bitra warned me I had to expect some changes, but this is not how I pictured the new you." The master took a few steps back to look only at the right eyes. "I'm flattered you chose this form for our reunion, but I'm a married man." The other hybrids in the room joined on cue, whistling, cheering, and commenting about Zorath's figure like she wasn't there. Tezka even howled in approval. "Stop it, you jerks!" Bitra jumped to her wife's side, covering her with a heavy coat. "Zor didn't come here like this because she wanted to impress someone." She then wrapped the Shadow Dragon in a thick woolen blanket. "If Zor goes back to her usual appearance, she has no way to recall her newfound arc form." Bitra put a fur coat over the blanket. "She's going to look like this until she gains an understanding of her new body, and I'd be grateful if you avoided making rude comments." A scarf covered Zorath's face so tightly that it felt like a muzzle. "I expected better from you guys. You are all older than the kingdom, for the gods' sake. Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman in your life?" Nelia cleared her throat and stepped forward, waving to her own figure. She was Tyrus' direct descendant, and Vaster had forbidden her from leaving the house in her favorite human appearance, because he was tired of fixing the chaos that followed her outings. "Yes, Nelia," Baitra grunted. "We know you're hot. There's no need to rub it in our faces, thank you." "I think it's better if we put an end to our prank, boys and girls," Tezka chuckled. "Baitra has gone full night mode, and if we push her too much, I'm afraid our equipment might fail us when we need it the most. I don't know why, but suddenly I don't find Zor's transformation so exciting anymore," the Reiju thought as she growled and scowled around the room like an angry dog. "First, thanks for your care, Bite, but I assure you that the bad experience with Raum hasn't deprived me of my sense of humor." Zorath's voice came out muffled from the several layers of heavy clothing. "We have done and said worse after Nelia's pile-up accident, and if this were about anyone else, we'd be on the other side, laughing our heads off. Second, dragons are indeed weak to cold, but I'm not going to a polar expedition." The shadow dragon got rid of the extra layers of clothing and threw them on the ground. "As for you guys, if you have something more to say to me, do it now and let's move on, please. You have no idea how awkward this is for me," she sighed. "It's awkward for me as well." Vaster lowered his eyes, straightening the curls in his hair with the palm of his hand. It had gotten too long, but after being bald for decades, the master couldn't bear to cut it. "I'm sorry for failing you, Zorath. I sent you straight into a trap, and then I went into hiding when you needed me the most. I wanted to come to your rescue, but I had no idea where to look for you and couldn't afford to split our forces. Anyone capable of subduing you and Baitra with such ease was a threat to all of us. I bided my time to collect intel about our enemy, knowing that my caution might cost you your life. I'm sorry for what you had to endure at Raum's hands, but I don't regret my actions. I would have done the same for any of us, and I expect you to act no differently if our positions were reversed. I chose Lith as my heir for my work so that the organization can continue to work without me, and his success in healing you proves me right." Zorath looked at her companions, noticing that beneath their playful welcome lay relief for her safety and shame for their inability to help her. Even Orome looked troubled and avoided her gaze. "You didn't fail me, father," Zorath replied. "Our enemy was much stronger than you can imagine. My lost brother, Raum the Wanderer, planned to capture you all and destroy the organization. Sending the others to look for me would have been no different than offering them to Raum on a silver platter. Bite was foolish to escape the lockdown, but she had her reasons. It's thanks to her that I'm alive, so please don't punish her." "Punish Baitra?" Vaster straightened himself up as if she had splashed him with cold water. "That's the last thing on my mind. She did what I would have done if someone had kidnapped Zin or the kids. I'm many bad things, but not a hypocrite." Tezka growled in approval, his fur bristling with bloodlust. "Speaking of Zin and the kids, where are they?" Baitra tried to cover Zorath again with the heaviest coat she had, but the shadow dragon's furious glare stopped her. "In the dining hall, they are giving us some privacy to discuss the details of Zor's kidnapping before we throw you a proper welcome-back party," Vaster said. Chapter 39-33, Right Choice, Part 2. "Good thinking," the shadow dragon nodded. "Sit down, there's a lot I need to say." The master conjured several chairs and as many tendrils of spirit magic, allowing Zorath to form a mind link with everyone. The last thing she needs is reliving her trauma over and over, he thought. Once is already too much. Zorath shared everything about her capture, Raum's origins, and his plans. She left out everything about Solus, Tower, the treatments she had received, and the methods Lith had employed to cure her. The shadow dragon closed the mind link by explaining her newfound abilities, but not how she had discovered them or her training methods. "Damn," Tezka said. "Your brother was crazy, Raum, I mean." "Thank the gods Baitra called for Lith's help," Kigan nodded. "Only a guardian could defeat an eldritch of that caliber inside his own lair." "How much stronger have you become exactly?" Orome asked. "In my dragon form? I have no idea," Xenagros shrugged. "I spent most of my time in my humanoid body since I can turn into a dragon whenever I want. If I had to guess, however, I'd say that I'm as strong as when I forced my cores to merge. Except that now there is no time limit or backlash," Orome pointed out. "That's your natural condition." "There's more," Zorath said. "Now I have unlocked both my human and troll powers. Nelia, I'd like to give another go at light mastery with your help. If you have half the talent for light magic the trolls of old had, it should come easy to you," the griffin nodded. "Call me whenever you are ready." "I've noticed you've left out many things in your story," Vaster said. "Care to explain?" "Rest assured that I have not betrayed your secrets, father," Zorath replied. "I am simply keeping Lith's as well. He asked me not to share anything of his research with you, and that's what I'm going to do. You are free to study my life force, but don't expect any explanation from me. I understand and respect your wishes, Vaster nodded. Just a few questions. Kigan and I are evolved humans as well. Can you teach us how to use our powers? No, Zorith shook her head. That's part of Lith's secrets. Ask him, not me. Orelm snarled, and a few hybrids clenched their hands in fury, but no one complained. That's fine. If the master was upset, it didn't show. Did you learn anything during your stay in the desert that you can share with us? Not really, she sighed. I was in so much pain the whole time that I could barely think. There is one thing I have to say, however. For the time being, I'll do everything you want, but only about procuring and delivering inanimate resources. I don't want to have anything to do with the test subjects for your experiments anymore. Same here, Bytra squirmed on her chair, wringing her hands. Are you sure? Vaster's expression hardened, but his voice remained calm. Please, Father, look at my memories again. Zorith grabbed the master's hand, and he re-established the mind link. I can't do it anymore because while before I just knew what happened to our victims, now I am one of them. I've spent days in their shoes, and surviving the experience only makes things worse for me. Before trying to explain and justify what we do, Father, please answer me this. Zorith held Vaster's gaze long enough to ensure he was listening to her. If someone with plans as grandiose and noble as yours kidnapped Zinnia for their experiments, would you care for whatever you were about to say to me? Or would you gut them like a fish and hang them with their own intestines? The latter, Vaster replied without a moment of hesitation. Then you can understand how I feel. Bytra shivered so hard that Zorith had to cover her with one of the heavy blankets that still lay on the floor. I didn't even get to gut the bastard. I could only watch Zor suffer and die slowly in my arms. I have no more questions then. The master nodded and stood up. Come on, we have made Zin and the kids wait for too long already. Let's celebrate Zorith's return home like she deserves. Space. Blood Desert, Salark's palace at the same time. Thank you for everything, Alina. Arik and Lilax gave her a deep bow. You've taught us a lot and we'll never forgive your kindness. Don't be silly, children. She crossed the distance and hugged them one at a time. This is not a goodbye. You can come visit us whenever you want. Isn't that right, grandfather? The two youths froze like deer in headlights at physical contact and didn't return the embrace. Lilax and Arik knew they wouldn't stay long in the desert and had done all they could to not get attached to Alina. Yet after years of fear and isolation, it was hard to let go of the only gentle touch they remembered, and their eyes misted with tears. Indeed, Ligan nodded. I'm not going to abandon these children. They'll have a roof over their head and warm food on their plates for as long as they need. They will be my honored guests and are free to travel when their studies allow them. Studies? Lilax swallowed hard. You mean there's more to reading, writing, and counting? The past few days had been enough to master the alphabet and the numbers, but everything else still needed work. Only if you want to, Ligan replied. I don't expect you two to become scholars, but once you're done with the basics, you are free to delve into whatever subject of your liking. If studying isn't your thing, then you need to learn a trade. I'll provide for that too, but don't underestimate the task at hand. You guys are socially awkward and your manners are terrible. His words made Arik and Lilax blush and Alina scowl. It's okay while you are at home, but not outside. The rest of Magur doesn't owe them compassion, Alina. I just want them to have a normal life, and this will take time and effort. I don't mean to rush them, but you know what happens when a child lacks discipline and spends too long wallowing in self-pity. Ligan hadn't mentioned Orpal, and didn't need to. Alina remembered how much her lost son hated chores and responsibilities. How Orpal had always tried to do the bare minimum to avoid getting scolded, and then demanded to enjoy the fruits of the labor of his siblings. They are no Meln, but grandfather is right. She went pale at the thought. If we spoil them now, Arik and Lilax will never get back on their feet and use their tragic past as an excuse to justify their failings. They need discipline and structure more than they need a vacation. Truth be told, after spending years in the streets of Dekari, having 5 meals a day, a personal room, and a warm bed was a dream come true for the youths. They already felt spoiled and wished to repay their savior for his kindness. Chapter 39-34, Fears and Guilt, Part 1. Wait, are you saying we'll get to live in a real dragon's lair? Lilax asked, her eyes wide with wonder. With treasures, books, and things. Yes to all, there are also many interesting places you can explore. I call them biomes. Ligan nodded. Say goodbye to everyone and prepare to get used to the Empire again. What's to get used to? Arik gave deep bows to the Verhans before crossing the warp gate. Home is cold, it's freezing in here. My point exactly. Ligan swapped the light desert robes for warm mountain clothes. Also, it's still night here. Follow me. I'll show you to your rooms. The dimensional gate closed, and Aaron sighed in relief. Finally, I thought we'd never get rid of them. Aaron, Alina had given him no middle name, so she felt that using her son's full name wasn't enough for a good scolding. Demon Verhan, how can you say something so insensitive? I'm sorry they have no parents and no one taught them anything, but that's not a good reason to steal my mom. Aaron hugged her with a mix of anger and fear. I missed you so much. He was still angry at the usurpers and afraid his mother loved him less. Alina recognized his feelings and was appalled when she realized how little time she had spent with him over the past week. She had given Arik and Lilax as much care as Surin, leaving almost no time for her other children. Gods, I'm so sorry, Aaron. Alina lifted him in her arms. I didn't mean to neglect you. I missed you too. What do you say if we spend the rest of the day together? I'll cook you your favorite food. It's okay, Mom, Aaron sniffled. I don't want to bother you. You think that taking care of you is a chore? That phrase was a stab to Alina's heart. Nonsense. Bring us back to Lucia, dear. We have a lot of catching up to do. Sure, Mom, Lith nodded. Wait, who's we? I'm so sorry. Alina burst into tears. You worked so hard all this time and I ignored my babies. It's okay. I love you, Mom. Aaron sobbed as Alina embraced both her sons. Lith looked around the room, as confused as a crab challenged at a game of rock, paper, scissors. I didn't do or say anything. Why am I being dragged into this? He thought. Because you are the one who received the least attention from our parents while growing up, Tista said via a mind link. Mom always feels guilty about that and tries to make up for the lost time. But, no buts. Tryon cut him short in shame. Put yourself in Mom's shoes. She lost 2 sons, and no matter what I say, she'll always blame herself for my stupid choices that led to my death. Deep in her heart, Mom is afraid that all the mean things Meln and I told her are true. Giving too much attention to those 2 kids may be a minor lapse in judgment to you, but they are an unforgivable crime to her. She hurt Aaron just like she thinks she hurt you in the past. Tryon is right, lil bro, Renas said, joining the mind link thanks to Tista. Mom did her best not to repeat with Aaron the mistakes she made with you, but that didn't ease her fears or guilt one bit. Please humor her and spend a bit of time with her. Fine, Lith had other projects for the day but had to postpone them. Once they arrived in Lucia, the arrays had kept the house clean, but they had to open all the windows to freshen the air. I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, I'm still alive. Roz greeted his farmhands with his usual joke. What did I miss? Nothing much, Broman replied. Harvest and thrashing are done. All that's left to do is put the final touches on the fields before the soil freezes. I can't believe that for the first time in my life I'm excited about the cold season. In the past, Lucia's farmers spent the winter in the isolation of their homes, afraid of snowstorms, and running out of food before the weather broke long enough to make a trip to the village. Getting ill was equally dangerous, since reaching the healer became difficult during cold snaps. Now instead, the tablets allowed the farmers to keep in touch with their neighbors and call for help if necessary. The tablets also provided plenty of entertainment, especially for the little ones. Food provisions were no longer a problem either. Roz owned vast cultivated fields and paid his workers well. Broman and the other farmhands always asked part of their salary to be paid in enough salted meat and flour to last them until spring. Moreover, the farmhands had renovated their houses, replacing the old wooden walls with solid stone bricks. Now the farms required much less maintenance, offered better protection against bad weather, and were draft-free. I hear you, Roz nodded. As long as nothing bad happens, though. Don't jinx it, you old goat, Broman grunted. Meanwhile, Alina dragged Lith and Aaron to Lucia to buy fresh groceries for lunch. Do Lorien steps or walk, Mom? Lith asked. I'd like to take a walk, sweetie, Alina replied. We've been at the mansion for so long that I almost forgot how beautiful our home is. She waved at the countryside filled with cozy cottages and open fields as far as the eye could see. Besides, if I get tired, I have the Dulorian in my amulet and you by my side. Alina clung to Lith's arm and held Aaron's hand. We also have Onyx, Aaron said while patting the head of the Utgard in her Scheif form. She can carry us all. Not really, she gestured with her paw at Lith, but he can. On their way to the village, Lith tried his best to avoid being noticed. but the temple of the All-Father was built right beside Zekel's home, and there was no way to visit the blacksmith without one of the worshippers recognizing Lith. By the time Renat opened the door, he was already surrounded by a small crowd begging for his blessings. "Good luck to you all and bye." Lith slammed the door close, cutting the noise off. "Look what the literal cat dragged in." Zekel offered his hand, which Lith promptly shook. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" "I wanted to thank you for what you did for Zorath and the kids, Zekel," Lith said. "It was generous of you to make orichalcum lockets for everyone." "Not everyone," the triplets grumbled. "We got squat." "Not this again," Renat rolled her eyes. "Grandpa Zekel can make more pendants for you, but they would still be empty. Is that okay with you?" "No," the triplets snorted. "Then the conversation is over." Renat clicked her tongue. "One more word about this and no dessert." "That's cruel and unusual punishment," Falco said. "One more complaint and no dessert for a week," Renat replied, making the triplets gasp in horror. "Don't mention it. Zorath is part of your weird extended family, which makes her part of my family as well." Zekel ignored the eternal quarrel. "While you are already here, do you mind showing me your new form?" Chapter 39-35, Fears and Guilt, Part 2. The kids described this in-depth thing to me, but I prefer seeing it with my own eyes. I'm the one who prepares the blueprints for the statues and the molds for the merchandise. "I can show you, but you can't reveal it to anyone," Lith replied. "I need this to be a secret for as long as I can to keep the surprise effect." He used a few simple spells to darken the windows and assumed his in-depth form. "My lips are sealed." Zekel studied the crimson giant with the eye of the artisan. "Once the cat gets out of the bag, however, please consider making an appearance at the temple." "Why?" Lith asked while the blacksmith checked the shape and size of his feathers. "Because it would bring luster and fame to Lucia and keep our community tight," Zekel said. "Even though you are often absent, you are the face of Lucia and the soul of the temple. Everything you do matters." "Dad is right, Lith," Senton said. "You may not like it, but the temple does a lot for those who have little. People seek shelter there, and Dad never lets anyone go away on an empty stomach. Maybe you could do the energy wings thing for them." "Yeah, the energy wings," the triplets echoed, looking at Aaron with a smug grin on their faces. "Or maybe the dragon wings of light. Those were really cool and made Grandma and Grandpa very happy." "Enough with that." Lyria's eyes flared with mana, and her hair whipped in the small storm Abominus conjured behind her. "You saw it, and Aaron and I missed it. We got the message the first 100 times. She used no killing intent, and only Abominus was allowed to use that kind of magic inside the house to avoid accidents, so the grown-ups found the performance silly at best. To the triplets, however, Lyria appeared as a mighty mage empowered by her familiar spirit out of their bedtime stories. Renat's youngest were still forbidden from practicing any magic, and wouldn't be introduced to magical beasts until their 4th birthday, making Lyria's grandiose entrance a slap to their childish pride. "Mom, old sis is being mean to us. Tell her to stop," they said while clinging to Renat's dress. "What do you mean, old?" mother and daughter said in unison. "Lyria is older than us," Turian snorted. "She's mean," Lennart grunted. "She's a bully," Falco clicked his tongue. "She has already gotten her magical powers and her Emperor Beast. She has received the ashes of Grandpa Voltak, and she's awakened. Yet Lyria scolds us when we flaunt the only thing we have, and she does," they said in unison. "How many times do I have to tell you?" Renat sighed. "Lyria worked hard for her magic powers and awakening. No one gifted them to her." She left out the part about not agreeing with her daughter's decision about awakening because Renat knew how much it meant to Lyria. Renat was proud of her daughter and didn't want to mar Lyria's achievement with her motherly worries. Becoming an Emperor Beast is Abominus' success. It has nothing to do with Lyria. Think about Slash and Crash. They are still magical beasts. Space. Meanwhile, at Protector's home. "Why are you guys still magical beasts?" As the oldest, Lilia sat on the highest chair. "Abominus and Onyx evolved months ago. What's taking you so long?" Laren sat to her right, straight as an arrow to look taller. "You guys are lame." Fenrir sat on a booster chair at Lilia's left. "Bark, bark." Salkar ran circles around the 2 magical beasts who stood at the center of the carpet that served as a dock in the family court of justice. The toddler had no idea what was happening, but he tried his best to be part of it. "This is ridiculous," Slash the Shife said. "Awakening is not something you achieve just by working hard. Aside from our kings, Abominus and Onyx, no one in our tribe succeeded." "Exactly," Crash the Rye nodded. You guys have no right to demand something so unreasonable from us. Besides, you have awakened later than Aaron and Lyria, and you cheated at that, yet we never mocked you for it. Silence! Lilia used her father's work hammer as a gavel and slammed it against a thick book that her mother used to even a table. The defendant must answer the questions of this court or lose their dinner privileges. Celia, say something, please, Slash whined, his stomach already gurgling. Why is there a stain on my carpet? The huntress snarled. How many times do I have to tell you to clean your goddamn paws before entering the house? But, objection overruled, Celia cut Crash short. And if that carpet is not clean by dinner, I'm putting you two on a diet. Space. Meanwhile, back at Renaz's house. I'm sorry you didn't get to know Grandpa Voltak much and weren't invited to his goodbye party. The triplets knew what a funeral was, but the word made them cry, so Renaz avoided it. I'm in your same boat, pumpkins. I have no magic, no steed, and no pendant. Do you think less of me for that? The triplets and Lyria gaped in horror at the question. Of course not, Mom. Lyria ran to her mother. You're the best, Mom, the triplets said while clinging to her dress. You can have a magical beast if you want, sis. Lith lifted them all in a gentle embrace, supporting them with his wings. Thanks, but that's beyond the point, Renaz smiled. What I meant is that you rascals should stop pestering your sister. Yes, Mom. As for your Lyria, with power comes responsibility, Renaz said. Clean the floor from the snow Abominus conjured for you before it melts, and do it without using magic. Yes, Mom, Lyria nodded. Will you consider my request, Lith? Zekel asked. I can already say yes, but it must be done properly. Lith reverted to his human form. First, I'll reveal in combat when I'm forced to, then I'll have to inform the royals not to get in trouble with the crown. At that point, I can come to the temple. Sounds like a plan, Senton said. Space. After leaving Renaz's house, Alina went for groceries and stored everything inside her dimensional amulet. With her hands free and still plenty of time before lunch, she brought her sons to a newly opened pastry shop for hot chocolate and sweets. My sweet tooth is tingling, Mom, Sola said. Lith is eating something good without me. What are you talking about? Menadian raised her eyebrow in confusion. Putting sweets aside for a moment, thank you for inviting me to this mother-daughter date, sweetie. I love spending time with you outside of the lab. Me too, Solus smiled. With Zorath healthy and Lith kidnapped by Alina, we can tour Lucia to our heart's content. Kidnapped is a strong word. Menadian let her daughter drag her toward Vexel's bakery. Alina just asked her son to spend time with her, just like we are doing. Mom, Alina was crying, Solus tutted. She could have asked Lith to buy her a castle, and he would have replied, How big do you want it? That's forbidden magic, if you ask me. Chapter 39-36, Moving Array Part 1. That's how a good child behaves with their mother. Menadian looked Solus in the eyes, making it clear she wasn't talking about Lith anymore. But enough with semantics. When we left the tower in the Tron Woods, I noticed that Lith activated the thievery. Are you ripping off Sally, or did you get your hands on a powerful new artifact while I was asleep? Neither, Solus snorted at the allegation. We decided to test the improvements in the tower caused by the skull of Bytra by studying an old ring we found a long time ago. You mean the gravity field ring Lith received from the Horde? Menadian asked. How do you never mind? Sometimes Solus forgot that her mother had been a silent spectator of her life for the past 700 years. Yes, that one. We never worked on it because, despite its old design, the ring's pseudo-cores are very complex. According to Falul, it might take decades to deconstruct the ring, and that only if we allow other Awakened to participate in our research. We had more pressing things to do back then, and we still do. Yet after the thievery cracked the spyglasses, we decided to give the ring a go as well. Decades, Menadian mumbled. Sounds like a proper estimate to me. While we are at it, what's so special about that ring? Solus asked. In Zyalot, the undead representative is very interested in it too, if he still remembers about the ring, of course. Are you seriously asking me this? Menadian said, and Solus nodded. I can understand you missed the ring's importance back when you had yet to finish your apprenticeship under Falul, Solus, but now. Hold that thought. Solus cut her short and lifted the hush spell surrounding them. It made it impossible for others to overhear Solus' conversation with her mother, and for her to place her order. Good morning, Vexel, Solus waved at the baker. I've come for my usual what's this delicious smell. She sniffed the air like a hunting dog on a blood trail. Glad you asked. Vexel handed her what looked like a thin, dark breadstick. I call this chocolate wand. It's a crunchy cookie dipped in chocolate. Give it a try. It's on the house. Delicious. Solus wolfed it down and took another. Do you have more? Sure, Vexel nodded. I have different kinds of cookies coated in different kinds of chocolate if you want to try them. I'll take one each. Do you want some too, big sis? Solus turned around, meeting her mother's scowl. You're right. How rude of me. Here, take this. She handed Menadian a cup of hot tea and shoved a cookie in her mouth the moment she tried to speak, shutting her up. Vexel served Solus her usual supply of jam bread and a bag filled with edible chocolate wands. The moment they walked out, the crowd in front of the counter erupted with orders for the chocolate wands. Even the clients who had already paid for their purchase turned around and refused to leave. Magic-themed sweets, I'm onto something, Vexel thought, and he was right. Space. I'm sorry, Mom. What were you saying? Solus asked after restoring the hush zone. That if you keep eating so much sugar, you'll never lose weight, Menadian grunted. Not that, Solus blushed hard but didn't stop munching the cookies. I mean about the ring. Fine, Riffa sighed, and she took a white chocolate wand from the bag. She had to admit they tasted good. Solus, now that you have mastered many branches of magic, you should have realized how amazing that Odie ring is. Amazing how? She tilted her head to the side. It's just a gravity field. Sure, gravity magic is hard, but that's what Forgemastery is for. Given the right blueprints, anyone can craft an artifact that produces holograms even without knowing the first thing about light mastery. Besides, gravity fields are common. Most noble households employ them as defensive measures. Everything you said is correct, but you are still missing the point. Menadian shook her head. Yes, Forgemastery allows access to complex disciplines to the untrained, but the Odie ring does much more. The gravity field it produces is a moving array, Solus. A moving array. Solus opened her mouth to answer, but no word came out as her eyes widened in understanding. Also, normal magical formations affect everyone, Menadian continued. If you activate a darkness sealing array, you can't use darkness magic as well while under its effects. The ring instead affects only what you want. Even better, you can alter the shape of the magical formation to coat something or someone, focusing the effects of the ring on a specific target. No array I know can do anything like that. The shape and position of a magical formation are supposed to be fixed at the moment you conjure it. Imagine what you could do if the defensive arrays of the tower or the Verhin mansion worked like that. By my mom, you are right, Solus gasped. We could also craft a portable device for our best arrays that anyone can use. They would be a great tool for the kids and the members of our family with no magical powers. Among other things, yes, Menadian nodded. This is absurd. Solus moved toward the nearest park to get some fresh air. The ring is old, and the Odie were a bunch of murderous assholes. How could they realize something like that, and how could such a technology get lost in time? It's not that hard if you think about it. Menadian led her daughter to an empty bench. For a while, the Odie were the masters of Garland. They conquered the entire continent and pillaged the magical knowledge of those they defeated. Maybe they came across the work of someone with the talent to become a ruler of the flames, or maybe they give birth to one. What matters is that they had the right idea and the resources to put it into practice. The Odie were indeed genius Forgemasters, but why do you think they used something so powerful for such a silly purpose? Solus pondered. If turned into a weapon, rings like that could have turned the tide of the war against the other races. For the same reason those rings got lost to time, Menadian replied. Their magic was limited to Tier 3 spells, and to produce anything stronger, the Odie needed to tap into the power of a mana geyser. The ancient Odie couldn't conceive what is normal for us today, and neither did their enemies. Our ancestors must have focused on the more powerful artifacts locked behind the Odie's energy signature, and ignored what they considered a trinket. Even the Awakened? Solus asked. Especially the Awakened, Menadian shrugged. I bet gold coins against cookies that in its arrogance, the Council of the Time dismissed everything the Odie achieved as a crude form of forbidden magic. Remember that only the Odie's slaves carried those rings. No one bothers checking the measly possessions of the serfs after conquering the palace of their masters. How long do you think the thievery will need to crack the ring's pseudo-cores? Solus said. Chapter 39-37, Moving Array Part 2. That's impossible to say, Menadian replied. The runes of the ring are ancient, and its enchantment belongs to an unknown branch of magic. The tower needs to reverse engineer the ring from scratch, just like you would. It's a mammoth task, even with the help of the Yggdrasil wood. It will be a while then. Solus noticed a familiar couple approaching her, yet she couldn't hear a word they said until she dispelled the hush zone. Hi, Aunt Loka. Hi, Malishka. What are you doing here? And hello to you too, Silverwing said. I've been looking for you for a while. Have you ever heard of something called a communication amulet? Ops, Solus took the amulet out of the pocket dimension, finding several missed calls. I'm sorry. I've been swamped with work in the desert and forgot to take it out once I was done. Apology accepted, Silverwing nodded. What's your excuse, Riffa? I'm glued to Lith's ass, so I never got one, Menadian replied. If you want to talk to me, you have to either call him or Effie. What is this sweet smell? Baba Yaga was in her maiden form, that of a 16-year-old looking girl with golden hair and blue eyes. Chocolate wands, Malishka, do you want one? Solus asked. Gladly. The maiden gave the cookie a tentative bite first and then wolfed it down. It's very good. My children would love it for dessert. Yeah, about that. Do you know how creepy it is hearing someone looking like you talking about children instead of siblings? Menadian shuddered. Why the maiden instead of the mother? Because Lakra finds it hilarious when people mistake me for her mother, and I've decided to give her a taste of her own medicine. Isn't that right, Mommy? Baba Yaga used a high-pitched voice as she clung to Silverwing's arm, drawing lots of gazes to them. Mother and daughter make a cute pair, some said. She sure must have had the girl young, most people said. Either that or she's way older than she looks. Wow, they nailed it in one, Mommy. The maiden giggled like a little girl. Okay, fine, I've learned my lesson. Silverwing blushed up to her ears. Now get off me. Yeah, she's beautiful, but nothing compared to Alina. A man who had lived in Lucia back when it was still a village scoffed, earning the first Magus, eternal wrath. And don't get me started about the pipsqueak, an old lady said. At that age, Renau was much taller and beautiful. She won the Spring Maiden Festival by acclamation, and nobody ever walked the stage with such grace aside from Tista. Baba Yaga had lived for untold millennia, and very few things could anger her. That comment was one of them. Pipsqueak, the maiden snarled. Her back was turned on the crowd, so no one but Solus and Menadian saw the rage driving any semblance of innocence away from Baba Yaga's features. She still retained her youth and beauty, but now looked like a tyrant on the warpath. Don't mind them, Malishka, Solus shrugged. Lith's family raised the bar so high that everyone says that I'm short. Because you are, Silverwing thought but did not say, hoping that a good mood would make Solus more agreeable. Why were you looking for me, Aunt Loka? Solus asked. Because I've watched the videos of the battle against Ruget of the Earth, she replied. That happened weeks ago. Solus tilted her head in confusion. Why the sudden interest? Because I thought it was another of your tower miracles until Malishka here told me that's just part of the truth, Silverwing said. That Lith is an evolved human just one step behind Valoran. So what? Solus asked. So he's also one step behind me. Silverwing didn't know whether Solus was playing dumb or if she just didn't care. So, maybe you and Lith can help me unlock my apex form. It shouldn't be identical to Valoran's, but since he was also a human, our apex forms should be very similar. I was hoping you could convince Lith to give me a hand. I don't see that happen. Lith is the kind of guy who can hold a grudge indefinitely, Solus replied. Besides, why do you need our help? It's easier if you look at my life force yourself, Silverwing said. Okay, Solus nodded and opened a warp steps leading to the outskirts of the Tron Wood, and from there she used the warp mirror to move everyone to the infirmary. Place your hand on the crystal, please. The first Magus extended her arm and forced her body into a fully physical form to hide the secret of the white core from the infirmary's diagnostics. By the time the hands of Menadian flooded her with world energy that the ears and eyes could easily detect, all traces of the communion between the first Magus, body and mana core were gone. The holographic screen displayed a life force that resembled a colossus comprised of countless white threads that pulsed with emerald energy, generated by a mana organ that overlapped with her heart. Solus recognized a few mana organs that Silverwing and Lith had in common, but the similarities between them ended there. The first Magus had no elemental sphere in her head or anywhere else. There were no whirlpools on her back, and the total count of her mana organs was below Ryla's. How is this possible? Solus was flabbergasted. This makes no sense. I agree, Silverwing plopped on the nearest chair. I never heard about apex forms before we raided the world tree. I discovered my mana organs long ago, but after trying and failing to activate most of them, I gave up. I had eternity to live and was in no rush. My naive perspective shattered when Yaga told me that you and Verhin run circles around me, and that I'm sitting on the untapped mine of my potential. I've tried everything I could think of again before coming here. I'm not used to begging, and I don't know if I could live with it, so please don't force me to do it, Solus. What about Malishka? Solus asked. I don't know anything about Valoran's apex form aside from how destructive it was, the maiden replied. We weren't on good terms due to my children, and he didn't live long enough for me to get to know him better. As for Lakra, I would love to help her, but everything I've learned about human evolution I owe it to you, Quilla, Ryla, and Lith. I won't betray the secrets of one friend just to unlock those of another. And for that you have my thanks. Solus gave her friend a deep bow. I can talk to Lith about this, Loka, but I don't think he'll agree unless you put something of equal value on the table. What, why? Silverwing asked in outrage. Sure, I tried to kill him once, but so did Dawn, and now they are on good terms. No, they are on speaking terms, Solus replied. And only because Dawn taught me and is teaching me everything I know about telepathic defenses, I let her approach me because I needed her. She never asked me anything from me or Lith. Chapter 39-38, Fires of Envy, Part 1. Dawn is the only reason I could hold my ground against the World Tree until everyone came to my rescue, Solus said. On top of that, Dawn took part in the final battle of the War of the Griffins and gives light mastery tips to Aaron and Lyria whenever she visits. That's a huge plus on Lith's book. He doesn't trust her or Akala, but Lith considers them valuable assets who share his enmity against Meln. Unless you can provide something of similar value, I don't think Lith will consider helping you. What if I teach him the tower crafting technique that I devised for Silverspire? Silverwing asked. You dare call that rickety shack a mage tower? Menadian scoffed. Please, you wouldn't have ever completed it without Yaga's help. Moreover, as long as Lith treats my daughter right, he can count on receiving my legacy along with Solus as soon as I'm caught up with modern magic. Also, let's not forget that your so-called Silverspire Tower was so poorly made that you dismantled it soon after we returned from the World Tree's fringe, Baba Yaga said. Of course I did, Silverwing groaned. That version of Silverspire was a patchwork of what I managed to learn about tower crafting by myself, and the techniques that I derived from what I remembered about Rifa's tower. It was full of holes in its power core that you filled with bits and pieces based on your Bloodhaven, Yaga. No respectable mage would call that thing her mage tower. It was a group project at best. Maybe the Silverspire I envision won't be as powerful as Rifa's tower or as spacious as yours, Yaga, but it will be tailored to my needs. A noble sentiment, but also one more good reason for Lith to refuse your offer, Menadian said. Assuming he and Solus go their own way when her life force fully heals, why learn from you when he can learn from me? What if I promise to help him against one of his enemies? Silverwing had to concede the point and tried a different angle. I'm sorry, Loka, but you'd be asking for something he can give you now in exchange for a maybe, Solus replied. There is no trust between you. Why should Lith believe you drop everything you are doing at a moment's notice and run to his help? What if your amulet is not available, or you consider what you are doing more important than Lith's request? Once again, Silverwing had no good answer. She took one of Vexal's chocolate wands and munched it furiously. This thing is really good, she grunted. Also, I'm still going to try to convince Verhin to help me. The only thing I ask you, Solus, is not to shoot me down before he does. Sure, Solus said and turned toward Baba Yaga. There's something I don't understand, Malishka. How can Loka's life force be so different from Lith's? She's a rank 4 human, is she not? She is, Solus, the maiden nodded. And you are right. Lakra's life force, or rather her apex form's life force, is bound to be similar to Lith's but more complex and powerful. Are you telling me white cores have 2 life forces, one normal and one apex? Solus tilted her head in confusion. No, child. Baba Yaga shook her head. We have only one life force, yet white cores are special. We can easily alter our bodies with no side effects. Think of Lakra's situation as Lith's with his human life force. She gained her apex form the moment she achieved the white core, but since she never used it, all the parts of her life force that trigger the transformation are atrophied. The maiden referred to a white core's ability to shift their body from matter to energy at will. It was akin to Ligan's spirit fusion, but the changes in the energy form were not lost once they reverted to their physical bodies. Can you at least explain why Surtur, Redia, and Sinmara achieved their apex form with ease, whereas you had to learn how to tap into it, and Loka and Aeln never even suspected it existed? Solus asked. That's actually pretty simple. The maiden nodded. Divine beasts are already rank 3 beasts. Their life force is but 1 step away from their final destination. Once they achieve the white core, the apex form comes natural to them. It's no different from a magical beast turning into an emperor beast. The foundations are already laid and the road is paved. All they have to do is take 1 step forward. It's the reason even someone like Thrude, who had only become a divine beast for a short while, achieved her golden griffin form. People like me and Lakra, instead, belong to the bottom of the barrel of our species. Can you imagine how hard it is, not only for our body, but also for our mind and sense of self, to jump from rank 0 to rank 4? It must be difficult, if not even traumatic. Solus' eyes widened in understanding. Lith's human aspect evolved bit by bit, but he never noticed because he considered himself a regular man. He needed your input to discover his Indech form. And he already had it, Solus. Baba Yaga nodded. Lith missed the steps, but he took them nonetheless. He was a rank 3 human who kept repressing his form, but not his powers. He used many human abilities as a Tiamat, and had also started training his human wings with Ryla's help. All I had to do was lift the veil from his eyes. In Lakra's case, instead, she has lived as a rank human for over a millennium. She has no wings or eyes to train, nor a human melody to follow because she is human. As for Aeon, she already was a lick when she achieved the white core, so there's no telling what monstrosity she'll become if she ever achieves her apex form. Do you understand now why I need Verhin's help? Silverwing asked. If he teaches me how to feel my wings and eyes, I'll be able to stimulate my dormant mana organs and let them guide me towards my apex form. I understand, Aunt Loka, and so will Lith, Solus replied. Yet this doesn't mean he will care about it. Space. Giera continent, ruined city of Talgar at the same time. The news of Ruget of the Earth's defeat had spread like wildfire since the day Vladian had reclaimed the fortress of Detemmer. The awakened Council of Giera had also broadcast the recordings of the battle to placate the tensions between the Gierans and the settlers from Garland. The Council's goal was to showcase the benefits of cooperating with those that the vast majority of Gierans considered as invaders. One lost city had been sealed, and a native Gieran feudal lord had reclaimed his ancestral land. The operation had been a complete success, and Lith demonstrating there was still hope for human evolution had ignited a fire in the hearts of most Gierans, awakened and not. Most of them now saw the people of Zelex and the farmers in particular as priceless assets. Awakened and regular humans alike strived to establish a friendly relationship with them while waiting for a cure for their condition to be found. Chapter 3939, Fires of Envy, Part 2. Once that happened, the competition for a farmer bride or groom would begin. The humans of Giera did their best to curry the favor of the farmers and get on equal footing with the Garlanders. A few people, however, had the fire of spite burning in their chests. They resented Garland for taking the lion's share of the glory in Rugat's defeat and the unfair advantage that Lith's existence gave to the invading continent. You saw those wings. Verhin is at least at the level of a farmer. Words like these echoed in the human cities across Giera and even Verendi. With his children, that gives Garland at least 3 stable, evolved humans, whereas all other continents have none. A very small but vocal minority burned with so much envy that if their feelings could light a literal fire, it would have been visible from space. This is bullshit, many uppers snarled several times a day. We are supposed to be as powerful as Tiamats. A Vertilak is supposed to be the perfect fusion of human, vampire, dragon, and phoenix. Then why do I feel nothing? Both thralls and those who had already achieved a permanent upper form complained without care for who might listen to them. I'm a Jormungandr upper hybrid, Irian hissed. I don't care about a pathetic human form, but where are my dragon and phoenix aspects? I want origin flames of my own. I don't trust those prisms Meln offers. Everyone who takes one ends up dead. A pathetic human form? Uriger, the Book of Knowledge, and Salanoth, the Ring of Space, echoed in outrage. You can say that because your original body belongs to a somewhat powerful creature, but it's different for me. My host's body is human, and I have no bloodline abilities aside from those of my upper form. Unlocking the powers of a farmer would be a game-changer for me. I would not only possess the physical might of a divine beast, but also acquire the means to support and amplify the enchantments of my real body. How dare you call a Jormungandr somewhat powerful? Irian roared his challenge. Your alleged immortality went to your heads, you pieces of old junk. Let me help relieve the pressure from your bloated egos. The Jormungandr took away the world energy with Doom Tide and struck with his tail before the two cursed objects could react. The hit flattened the human hosts, but had no effect on Uriger and Salanoth, who combined their efforts in a counterattack. Nobody, however, was more envious of Lith than Orpal. Ever since he had watched the videos of the fight, he had entered secluded training to unlock his vampire, human, and divine beast aspects. If Leech is a Voidfeather dragon, I should be a Doomwing dragon. If he is an Eldritch, I should be a vampire lord. If he's an evolved human, so should I. Orpal thought while studying every nook and cranny of his life force for clues about how to tap into his alleged aspects. Yet no matter how hard he tried or how long he listened to the melody of his life force, his search always ended in failure. On Knight's suggestion, he had also used Life Maelstrom to enhance solely his life force in the hope of highlighting its different sides, but to no avail. "This is not fair," Orpal snarled, punching an expensive cabinet into splinters. "First, I didn't take part in the dragon dance, then I missed the demon dirge. Now every pathetic human and their uncle in Giera experienced human evolution, and I did not. What is wrong with me? What? A violent crash made the walls quake and weakened the hush arrays of Orpal's private quarters enough to let him hear the furious roars of the battle. What in the nine hells is going on?" "The usual," Jorl shrugged as he took bets and assigned odds. "Irian started one of his woe is me rants and pissed off someone. They are just settling the score and blowing off some steam." "What's his problem now?" Orpal nodded. "Nothing much," Jorl replied. "He failed to tap into his dragon side for the umpteenth time and belittled the human side of our upper form, which of course upset Uriger and Salanoth, our only resident humans." At those words, Orpal's face twisted in a grimace of sheer envy and fury. "Leech, I mean, why haven't you stopped them?" "Because it's fun and because maybe the struggle will unlock the hidden potential of one of them," the Storm Griffin said. "You've seen the videos. Once someone discovers a new path, the others follow." "Good thinking." Orpal's livid expression told Jorl that the dead king fared no better than Irian. "Just keep them away from this part of the fortress. My experiments need quiet." "Will do, boss." The Storm Griffin acted aloof, but he didn't miss how frustrated Orpal was or the absence of his usual blind arrogance. He just drew his conclusions and smiled. "Space. Why is this happening? What makes me so different from Leech?" Orpal woke Knight from her slumber, demanding answers to his questions. "I see, the Life Maelstrom didn't work either," she said after a partial mind fusion brought her up to speed. "I already know that," he snarled. "I want to know why." "Because there are no aspects you can call upon." Her answer was cold and clinical, cutting him deeper than any blade could. "What do you mean, no aspects?" His thoughts came out as feeble as whispers, his mind still recoiling from the shock. "I inherited my mother's dragon blood and my father's phoenix blood. I was born a human. I should have at least 3 aspects." "And if wishes were horses, beggars would ride," she replied. "I'm sorry, Orpal." The Vertilac didn't know whether to be more surprised by Knight's rare apology or by the lack of mockery in her tone. "What are you sorry about?" he asked. "That we missed such a great opportunity," she sighed, and her regret sounded genuine. "You wanted power and I wanted a host, and we both wanted our due quickly. When I told you that I fused your life forces, I meant it. We didn't give your different aspects the time to adapt to each other and grow. You rushed toward the bright blue too quickly and didn't receive Maugre's help upon reaching the violet. You only had my help, and my knowledge about life forces is flawed at best. I did what I had to ensure your survival and give you the full might of a divine beast, but it seems we lost many pieces in the process. Your life forces are stuck together in a stable form, but that means that your Vertilac form is just that. You are no longer human, dragon, phoenix, or vampire. You're a Vertilac." "Are you sure about this?" Orpal clenched his hands so hard that they bled. "Are you really, really sure?" "No, I'm not," she replied. "Yet if Life Maelstrom and Moonlight have no effect, either your different aspects are severely atrophied due to the hasty evolution, or there are no aspects they can enhance. My money is on the latter." "It's too bad. You would have made a much better host if—" "Shut up," he yelled. Chapter 3940, Snakes in the Grass, Part 1. "I am the perfect host. I refuse to believe I'm inferior to Leech. Even if you made a mess, not everything is lost," Orpal thought. "Dusk is one of the greatest experts of life force on Maugre. After we kill Leech, Kelia will be next. Once we have Dusk's final shard, we'll have the means to improve my perfection. Until that moment, I'll keep trying on my own." "Space." Meanwhile, in a different wing of the fortress of Talgar, Jorl assembled those he hoped would become his inner circle. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me." He gave Uriger, Salanoth, and Acton the Bastard a polite nod. "You said it was urgent, and anything is better than suffering the presence of that pathetic Jormungandr," Salanoth said, still angry about her defeat. Doomtide had severely crippled her enchantments, and Ice Soul had done the rest. Uriger had held his ground longer thanks to the many spirit spells stored in his pages, but his martial prowess as a divine beast was amateurish at best. Despite his bluster, Irian was one of the best fighters in Orpal's court, which made his absence from that assembly weird. "Why is Irian not among us?" Acton didn't like the Jormungandr, but he respected his strength. "He is part of the dead king's triumvirate, unless, of course, you plan to replace him with these things." Even the most charming cursed object was regarded as a snake in the grass. They were almost impossible to kill, possessed great powers, and had the habit of turning their hosts into empty husks. Uriger's and Salanoth's personalities weren't much better than Irian's, hence no one among the uppers would choose their company over the Jormungandr's. "Our bodies may be made of Davros instead of flesh and blood, but we are living beings just like you, Acton," Uriger said. "Your mind, too, inhabits a mortal vessel that will turn into an inanimate object upon your death. We are not things more than you are." "There's a huge difference between us, Thing. I've been born whereas you've been crafted." Acton spat on the floor in disgust. "I am my own person, while you are a parasite who needs a host to thrive." "How dare—" "Enough," Jorl raised his voice, nipping the quarrel in the bud and drawing the attention to himself. "I'm not planning to replace Irian, Acton. The triumvirate still stands, and it will keep standing until I decide otherwise." He gave his guests the time to ponder his words. "Which brings us to the reason I called you three here," the Storm Griffin resumed. "Over a month has passed since the defeat of Ruget of the Earth, and none of our associates succeeded in calling forth a new aspect of our life forces. I can only take my pure Griffin form, and that weird hybrid we call upper. I can shapeshift into my divine beast and upper forms as well. Everything else is just body sculpting." Acton nodded. "Regular human and upper," Salanoth said. "Turning into a divine beast only changes my size and gives me Orpal's known bloodline abilities. I suspect we are inferior copies of the original." "I reached the same conclusion," Jorl replied. "Also, considering the humble nature of our lord and master, it's safe to assume his prolonged secluded training brought him nowhere." "That's for sure," the Bastard scoffed. "If Orpal had figured out so much as a hint about how to wipe his own ass better, he would never let us hear the end of it. He'd use his discovery to remind us that we are nothing without his enlightened rule." The cursed objects reluctantly agreed with a nod. "To make matters worse, after Kazam's death, no one has yet mastered Fire Soul," Jorl said. "Don't get me wrong, I know it's only a matter of time before someone, maybe even one of us, does. At that point, there will be only 2 bloodline abilities left for our ever-growing army to learn." "Then why do you say it like it's a bad thing?" Uriger asked. "Because it is," Jorl said, taking everyone aback with his sincerity. "Once the dead king masters his powers, we'll go on the offensive. Even with his limited talent, Orpal still possesses a mage tower, the might of 2 horsemen, and the body of a divine beast. With our support, the dead king will kill Verhin and exact his revenge on his family. After that, there will be no one to stop him from conquering Garland." He took a pause to gauge the reaction of his audience, and they didn't disappoint. All 3 of them shuddered, exchanging worried glances despite their mutual spite. "Allow me to be candid." The Storm Griffin straightened himself to tower over the others. "When that happens, we'll have only 2 choices, eternal servitude or death, or rather, that will be your choice. I'm going to die anyway. I know too much, and my power is too great for Orpal to let me live. I might be able to beat him one-on-one even if he uses his tower, but I know for certain I stand no chance if the other uppers fight by his side." "Why are you telling us?" Salanoth leaned forward. "What stops us from sharing this conversation with the dead king? You can't kill us, Griffin, and you know it." "The answer to all your questions is the same ring of space," Jorl replied. "I called you here and shared my worries with you because you 3 have as much to lose from this inevitable chain of events as I do." "Why should Orpal kill me?" Acton raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Maybe he won't kill you, but if you believe for 1 second that Orpal will leave you alone, you are a naive fool, Bastard," the Storm Griffin said. "Your dream is to be the Valoran of Verendi and unify your war-ravaged homeland under your banner. Tell me, Acton, do you think Orpal will suffer the rise of a second upper king? One Orpal will claim owes everything to him, a king who will rule a bordering continent. I see your point. The Bastet rubbed the fur on his chin. Orpal would give me part of his army to conquer Verendi and then demand my fealty as a price for his contribution. I would be a regent at best and a puppet at worst. A puppet he can replace at any time with another more servile and less ambitious. What about us? Uriger said. What do we have to lose from Orpal's victory? Your perfect host, Jorl replied. Think about it. We now know for certain that a Verdalac's greatest asset is his ability to create uppers. It's an amazing power, but one we uppers do not possess. We don't even know if our offspring will inherit Orpal's blood or if it will die with us. A Tiamat, instead, possesses several bloodline abilities and multiple aspects. Knowing Orpal and how much he hates losing to his brother, he will exterminate the Tiamat bloodline, including Verhin's children. Children who, after losing their beloved parents and growing up on the run from a bloodthirsty tyrant, would do anything to gain the power to strike back at Orpal. Even bonding with you, Uriger. Chapter 39:41, Snakes in the Grass, Part 2. Verhin's children are under the protection of the Guardians, Salanoth pointed out. True, but for how long? Jorl's beak curled up in a smile. Besides, you can always wait for Verhin's children to have children on their own and possess his little brother, nieces, and nephews while you wait. Their demon form will make perfect practice material until you can access a pure-blooded Tiamat. Yours is an interesting proposition, Jorl. Uriger's hardcover brimmed with mana from excitement. But there's still a major obstacle to this plan. As you pointed out, the dead king will soon be unstoppable. Even if he can't kill me and Salanoth, he can imprison us if we rebel. I bet he has already prepared sealing arrays for us the moment we outlive our usefulness. The Ring of Space nodded. You are right, and that's why we need to move now, while Orpal has yet to master the full extent of his abilities, and his focus is spread on too many fronts. Jorl replied. If we wait for him to conquer Garland before we make our move, it will be too late. Are you suggesting we should dispose of the dead king? Acton steepled his clawed fingers, ready to point out the many flaws of such an idea. Absolutely not. Jorl's answer flabbergasted the two cursed objects, but not the Bastet. Orpal is still the only Verdalac on Maugr and our best chance at discovering the rest of our uppers' bloodline abilities. He is also the Horseman of Night and the only one with the ability to produce more uppers. As long as Orpal lives, no matter how many uppers we lose in battle, we can create more. While the Council needs decades to nurture a powerful mage, it takes us a few months to add dozens of divine beasts to our ranks. Without him, we are just a bunch of quarrelsome misfits disowned by their respective families. If Orpal dies before we bring the Council to its knees, we will be hunted, persecuted, and killed wherever we go. Assuming we can keep a united front, of course. I've seen what kind of people we are associating ourselves with, and I don't trust them farther than I can throw them. We need Orpal to crush those who stand against us, but then he has to go, or there will be no future for us. Defeating him together is easy, but killing him is another story. His bloodline abilities make it impossible to imprison him, and if he runs away, he'll build another army of uppers and kill us next. Asking Baba Yaga for help is not an option either. After what we'll do to Garland, she'll kill Night and then thank us by slitting our throats. Then what's the point of this assembly? What do you need our help for? Uriger asked. The point is to work together to prepare a contingency plan for after our victory, Jorl replied. We'll strike after the kingdom has fallen and the awakened council is broken, but before Orpal can consolidate his authority over the uppers by taking credit for our victories. The perfect opportunity to strike will be right at the end of the war, when we'll have earned the loyalty of our troops as generals, and Orpal's forces will amount to a little more than what each one of us will lead. He's already stronger than any of us individually. If we allow him to gain the numerical advantage as well, there will be no chance of victory. We'll never manage to get close enough to him to strike him down. Strike him down how? Acton asked. This brings us to Uriger's second question. The Storm Griffin nodded. Acton, I called you here because you are the only other true divine beast in our ranks and one of our strongest fighters. When the time comes, your mastery over the Origin Flames will create our opening. The Bastet nodded, and Jorl turned to the cursed objects. Uriger, Salanoth, you two are the oldest creatures I know. Your mastery over magic is great, but your real asset is your knowledge. Are you aware of the existence of someone or something powerful enough to kill the dead king, or at least imprison him for good under the right circumstances? The Book of Knowledge and the Ring of Space exchanged a short glance, establishing a mind link between them. According to awakened etiquette, it was an incredibly rude gesture. It implied no trust towards their co-conspirators, and for all Jorl and Acton knew, the two cursed objects might be plotting to expose the plan to Orpal. After all, if Uriger and Salanoth had no answer to the dead king's nigh immortality, there was no point in being involved in a coup doomed to fail. It would have been much better to betray the divine beasts before they betrayed the dead king and curry his favor. If the cursed objects played their cards right, they would be safe and get their Tiamats anyway. Acton looked nervously at Jorl, who instead showed no sign of worry. It's easy for that bastard to stay calm, the bastard inwardly cursed. He's bound to die anyway, whereas before I took part in this meeting, there was a small chance that Orpal upheld his word and left Verendi to me. Even if he didn't, I could have acted as regent and built my strength until I could claim the independence of my territories. While he wasted his time conquering the empire, I'd have shared everything I know about his army with Verendi's council and prepared for the invasion. Now instead, Jorl has driven me into a corner and bound my fate to his own. The only thing worse than a powerful idiot like Orpal is a powerful strategist like Jorl. After a long debate, we have reached the same conclusion. Salanoth broke the mind link. There are only a few powers on Magur that can defeat the dead king, and we assume you are not interested in dealings with lost cities, correct? Correct, Jorl nodded. I won't exchange a tyrant for another. Lost cities are powerful, but it's better to die at Orpal's hand than spend eternity like your hosts. No offense. None taken, Uriger replied. Then we have only one option left, the Black Throne. The Black Throne, the Storm Griffin echoed in disbelief. The Black Throne, the Bastet sneered in contempt. What is a painted chair going to do? Give Orpal's ass sores. Jorl and the cursed objects looked at Acton as if he were drunk, their faces a mix of scorn and disbelief. Then, they remembered how young he was and everything became clear. The Black Throne isn't a chair, Jorl explained. It's an artifact so powerful that I always assumed it was just a legend. It's not. I've seen it with my own mystical senses, and I've bargained with it in the past, Uriger said. It exists, Jorl stood up, incapable of standing still. My mother warned me about the Black Throne, though. She warned all my siblings. She says the Black Throne is a mortal danger to the entire Magur. And she's right, but not in the way you think, Salanoth replied. What did Tyrus tell you exactly? She said that. I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you are talking about, and I hate being excluded from a conversation that might determine my fate. Acton cut the griffin short. Jorl's family stories can wait. What's the Black Throne? Chapter 3942, Poison and Medicine, Part 1. Black Throne is how you flash bags branded it in their stupid stories. The lips of Uriger's host curled up in a proud smile. Its real name is the First Tower, or, if you prefer, the Forbidden Tower. Accursed Mage Tower, Acton's eyes widened. Forbidden magic is often referred to as the beginning of all magic because it makes things much, much easier. Jorl nodded. According to the legend, the first mage tower on Magur was crafted by Rudeth F. Hen with forbidden magic. After witnessing its wonders and realizing that such artifacts were possible, the Awakened tried to replicate the Black Throne with conventional means until they succeeded. If it's the first tower, then it must be incredibly old, Acton said. It is, Uriger nodded. Also, it's a cursed object. Jorl already told you he has no intention of bargaining with a lost city. Why should he bond with an artifact even more outdated? The Bastet asked. That's where you are wrong, Salanoth shook her head. The Black Throne was crafted with forbidden magic, but it's no cursed object. You can't bond with it even if you want to. Also, it's ancient, but its enchantments are not outdated. The last time I visited the Black Throne 500 years ago, it had already incorporated Bytra's modern runes into its structure. That's impossible, Acton said. It's not, Jorl replied. It matches what my mother told me about the Black Throne. What did she tell you exactly? Uriger took care never to speak Tyrus, name lest she hear him. Not much, the Storm Griffin shrugged. The Black Throne predates the Guardians, and Mother never saw it with her own eyes despite following every rumor she heard about its sightings. Yet she found many records of its existence, and even met a few living witnesses. All testimonies about the Black Throne agree on the fact that it needs no master and its enchantments change over time. Then it's a priceless treasure, Acton said. Why did your mother call it a mortal danger to Magur? Because it loves chaos, Salanoth replied. Fane created the Black Throne to assist him in his work, and after its master passed away, the tower inherited his quirks. Many times in the course of history, a young mage stumbled upon the Black Throne. If they prove themselves worthy, the tower will grant them access to its knowledge and power. It shouldn't be hard for you to imagine what happened when an angry or ambitious runt got their hands on such a mage tower. Carnage, Acton pondered. Empires must have been toppled and entire awakened councils exterminated. Countless wars must have been waged to dispose of the mage and seize the Black Throne. All that and more, Uriger nodded. Every time the Black Throne appears, rivers of blood are spilled, and the members of every race and magical community turn against each other. And the worst part is that it's all for nothing. As soon as the current guest of the Black Throne dies, no matter if to old age or murder, the tower disappears again. The Black Throne has no interest in Maugre. It only seeks power and knowledge. It can move, Jorl was flabbergasted. Yes, Salanoth replied. It's unclear how, but it's certain it can. Maybe it can run on chicken feet like Baba Yaga's tower, or maybe it can fly faster than a dragon. What matters is that it can appear anywhere at a moment's notice. That's why calling it a threat to Maugre is not an exaggeration. Why haven't I ever heard about it? Acton asked. Because after Tyrus became a guardian, the rare appearances of the Black Throne became rarer, Uriger replied. With each new guardian who took over a continent, the Black Throne showed itself less and less often until it became a legend. Is it scared of the guardians? Jorl asked. Of course it is. The Black Throne was born out of forbidden magic, and you know what the guardians think about those like us. Salanoth snorted. But that's not the only reason. As I told you, the Black Throne is after knowledge and power. Once it collects the information about the most recent magical developments, it has no interest in meddling in the worldly affairs. You can consider the Black Throne like a lick, incredibly powerful, nigh immortal, and unpredictable. How can the Black Throne escape the Guardian's notice, yet you met it in person? Jorl asked. We cursed objects have our channels. Uriger refused to elaborate. The Black Throne put out a request for a specific piece, and I took the job. Can you find it again? The Storm Griffin started planning all the things he could do with such a tower and how to use it to get rid of Orpal for good. More importantly, do you think it will help us? Vertilac uppers, Tiamats, and the elusive art of void magic. Uriger smirked. We have many baits to get the Black Throne's attention, or I wouldn't have mentioned it in the first place. On top of that, if we add Knight's crystal to the pot, the deal is as good as done. Knowing the Black Throne, it would kill to get its. Whatever it uses to grab things on one of Baba Yaga's masterpieces. Especially now that Knight holds Dusk's crystal as well. The Black Throne would steal their secrets and we'd get its help in reaching our goals, Jorl pondered. Sounds fair to me. Do what you must to find the Black Throne, but be quick. Once the dead king exits seclusion, we might not have another opportunity to make our move unnoticed. Space. Griffin Kingdom, city of Lucia, a few hours later. After buying the groceries and visiting her old friends, Alina insisted on returning to the Verhin house. Are you sure you don't want to eat in a restaurant, Mom? Lith asked. You don't have to cook, we can just sit back and relax. Nonsense. Alina's tone brooked no argument. I already feel guilty for leaving Ryla and Garrick alone at the mansion. If I wanted to eat fancy food, I'd have remained in the desert. Besides, didn't we come back to Lucia to spend a bit of time in our ancestral home? Don't get me wrong, the mansion is great, but it feels uptight. I need to cross long corridors to get from one room to another, and all I can see from the windows is landscaped gardens. In our home, instead, every room is just a few steps away from the others, and there's the real world out the door. Not topiary beasts and flower beds, but cultivated fields and farmers. There are people all around us, and the noise the cattle make keeps us company. It makes me feel alive. I'm sorry, Mom. Lith felt his heart tighten at Alina's bright smile as she talked about Lucia. I never considered you might feel isolated at the mansion. I should have been more mindful of your needs. I'm sorry too, Mom. Aaron hugged her. I should have kept you company more often. While Lith enjoyed the silence and the privacy of the mansion to practice his powers away from prying eyes, Aaron loved the freedom and the space that its vast garden offered to him and his friends. Chapter 3943, Poison and Medicine, Part 2. They could run, play, and improvise magical contests without bothering anyone or getting scolded for the noise they made. You've got nothing to apologize for, sillies. Alina kissed them both on the forehead. I love spending time with Garrick and Ryla, and I understand that our home is too small to host the Urnas. I'm not blaming you for being wonderful friends to Gianni and Garrick. Even if there was no bounty on my head, if I had to choose between living in Lucia alone or at the mansion with our family, I'd always pick the mansion. Once they returned home, they faced the hurdle of space. The Fasteros had gone to their own place, but there were still too many people. Alina could cook enough food for everyone, but there wouldn't be enough space at the table to sit. Leave this to me. Baba Yaga conjured a dimensional spell, tripling the size of the dining room. I got the rest. Orion took chairs and tables out of his dimensional amulet and lined them up with the Verhin's table. I won't let you do everything by yourself, Alina. Gianni shapeshifted his clothes into a day dress with an apron and walked toward the kitchen. I've enjoyed your hospitality for too long. Please, allow me to return the favor. Are you sure? Alina didn't know how to turn Gianni's offer down without sounding rude. Lith and I make a great team. We can whip up a feast with ease. After experiencing Solus and Rifa's cooking, Alina didn't like strangers approaching her stove. With her manicured hands and perfect hairdo, Gianni looked like the epitome of a noble dame. Educated, sophisticated, and incapable of boiling an egg without burning the water. I may not be a Magus, but my magical powers are more than enough to handle kitchen duty, Gianni replied. Besides, I would love to help you cook for our families, yet your home, your rules, Alina. I'll step back if that's what you want. Gianni bowed her head and waited for the answer. If I say yes, I might have another case of the Menadian and lunch will be ruined. Alina racked her brain for a way out. If I say no, I get to cook with Lith, but I will humiliate Gianni in front of her family. Then I'll be in your care, Gianni, Alina said. You can start by cutting the vegetables. Her brain was still yelling at her, but her heart couldn't bear shaming her friend and fellow mother. The best compromise Alina could come up with was giving Gianni simply tasks and playing by ear based on the results. Don't be modest, you are a much better cook than me, Alina. Gianni inwardly congratulated herself for another plan well executed and stepped to the chopping board. Do you want them round, or do you prefer a specific shape? Like what? Alina asked. Like a star. A few swift movements of Gianni's knife and an entire carrot had been cut into many five-pointed stars. A bunny, a swan, a dragon. For the most complex forms, Gianni peeled and cut the vegetables with air magic, cutting off just enough to give them a definite shape without too much waste. A dragon, the kids and Ligon cheered from the dining room. Dragons it is, Alina nodded. Once you are done with that, please prepare the broth. What's next? A wave of Gianni's hand had filled the pot with water and added the necessary ingredients. A snap of her fingers conjured a good, controlled fire from the stove. How did you know my recipe for the stew? Alina asked in disbelief while Gianni stirred the pot and seasoned it with salt. I watched you cooking deer, Gianni replied. I see, Alina nodded. Now to prepare the meat. She was still talking when Gianni finished carving the meat into the shape of flames and added it to the pot. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't ask you what shape you preferred. I didn't mean to go over your head. I just thought that flames fit well with the dragon vegetables, Gianni said. I'm not angry. I'm surprised. Alina smiled, inwardly sighing in relief. I didn't know you were such a skilled cook, Gianni. Me neither. Freya slapped herself to make sure it wasn't just a dream. Mom cooks, Quilla said with such utter disbelief that even Morok found it rude. That was a very rude thing to say, Morok said, and that's coming from me. Why are you so shocked? Orion asked. Who do you think prepares all of your birthday cakes and comfort foods? The house chefs, Quilla replied. Are you telling me or are you asking me? Orion said. Mom, is that true? Freya stood up. You can cook. Of course I can, silly, Gianni snorted. Have you ever doubted I know my way around knives? No, but... As my mentor used to say, the kitchen is the progenitor of all alchemical labs. Gianni cut Freya short. After careful preparations, you mix different things together and follow precise ratios and timings. Cooking requires discipline, attention to the details, and a pinch of improvisation. If you think about it, it's not much different from magic. When you put it this way, Quilla nodded, wondering how rusty her cooking skills had gotten. The last time I cooked was during the mission at the Famer Mines. Back then, Floria was still alive and had yet to awaken, she thought. Gods, it seems a liffit. You are a healer, Quilla. Gianni derailed her daughter's train of thought. You should know that the difference between poison and medicine is often in the dose. Suddenly, everyone didn't find Gianni's cooking skill so surprising. The precision with which she measured condiments and spices became ominous, and somehow Lith could hear the shrill cackle of a witch from a children's movie. Gianni turned out to be an amazing cook, and the meal delicious. After the end of the meal, Lith had the kids train their magical powers by washing the pots and dishes and sweeping the floor. 5 minutes, he checked the results, finding everything spotless. It's an excellent time. How long did it take you at our age, Uncle Lith? Lyria asked. 2 minutes, but I never cleaned after so many people, Lith replied. Yes, it's a new record, Aaron said. We did it, we beat Uncle Lith, Lyria replied. Silverwing waited for the kids to stop celebrating their small victory and fishing for praise before approaching Lith. Can we talk for a minute, please? For you, I have too. Lith smiled, not to spoil the mood, but it didn't extend to his eyes. They moved to Solus' room, where Solus and Baba Yaga waited for them. Is this an ambush, an intervention, or what? Lith asked in surprise. Or what? Silverwing replied. Please sit down and listen. She then explained her struggle to achieve her apex form. Lith asked Solus same questions and received the same answers. I see, he pondered. Why are you telling me this? I need help. Silverwing sounded like she was asking for a big loan. Your help. I'd like to access your research about human evolution and all the data about your life force. Chapter 3944, The Next Level, Part 1. My answer is no. Lith's tone brooked no argument. Why not? Yet with no other option left, Silverwing tried nonetheless. Because you tried to kill me on our first encounter. So did Dawn, Silverwing countered. True, but I also tried to kill her, Lith pointed out. When Solus needed help, Dawn overcame our past grudge first and offered her help for Baba Yaga's sake, no strings attached. She and Dusk are the reason Solus resisted the World Tree until we rescued her. And I took part in the rescue mission. Yes, but you got paid for it, Lith replied. I know you took plenty of Yggdrasil wood and books after I killed the tree. You are a mercenary who got paid for her job. I owe you nothing. What little I've learned about my human side took me time, sweat, and discipline, and I have no reason to share the fruits of my labor with you. Solus, however, thinks of you as a friend. If she's willing to help you, I won't stop her. Solus, Silverwing turned to the petite girl. I'm sorry, Aunt Loka. Solus shook her head. If my life force had reached a similar degree of evolution and I learned something, I'd be glad to help you, yet we are talking about Lith's life force and efforts. Those are not mine to share. Neither of us has ever exploited our bond, and I'm not going to start now. Silverwing was about to point out that Lith had already taught Zorith, but pursed her lips and remained silent. I would just make a fool of myself, she thought. The Shadow Dragon helped Lith and Solus to retrieve the mouth and ears of Menadian. Zorith is often the first to answer Lith's call when something bad happens. I can't even compare to Dawn since she's Yaga's beloved child, and Yaga is the only person who helped Lith and Solus more than Sally did. I admit I have wronged you in the past. Silverwing gave Lith a bow deep enough to express contrition. I hope that won't stop us from becoming friends in the future. I accept your apologies, but about the rest, Lith shrugged. Would you become friends with someone you know is acting nice because they need something from you? Silverwing opened her mouth to reply, but Lith didn't let her answer. I don't think so, or there would be countless magical academies across Garland founded by the many people who in the past begged you to take them as your disciples. Yet there is no academy that carries your name. You had nothing to gain from those people and turned them all away, just like I'm doing now to you. The best I can do for you is give you a piece of advice. Don't waste your energy on me and focus on yourself. This way you have little chances of success, but still more than zero. Space. Vaster household at the same time. Ever since her return home, Xenagrosh had slowly increased her training time to put the limits of her new body to the test, without compromising her battle prowess in case of an emergency. She sparred with the other members of the organization every day, yet the result was always the same. The Shadow Dragon overpowered the other hybrids so quickly that she learned little to nothing, and most of the Master's precautions to hide the fight from prying eyes turned out to be useless. On top of that, Zorith seemed to have become tireless. Her body regenerated its tissues so quickly that it purged all traces of extreme fatigue in minutes. If not for sleep deprivation hindering her higher functions and the need to replenish her mana, she had no need to rest. Fuck, Orm slammed his fist against the ground, opening a several-meter-deep crater and hitting his target for the first time that day. Xenagrosh is just too fast and strong. Even worse, what's with her eyes? Orm was forbidden from using his break skill against the Shadow Dragon and employed colored chaos spells as dummies. Zorith dodged everything with ease and sometimes, when she was about to get hit, Orm's mock break spells stuttered. They slowed down for a fraction of a second, but more than enough for the shadow dragon to dodge them. Every time it happened, Zorith's black eye flared with mana. The other eyes were able to do the same, as Kigan, Nelia, and Theseus had discovered at their expense. "It must be domination," Tezca said, his voice almost covered by a blast wave. "I've heard a lot about it and even seen it in action a few times back in the day, but I have no idea how it works." "Same," Kigan sighed. "I've got the eyes of a Balor. I should have Xenogrosh's same potential, yet nothing." "Don't beat yourself up. That's Zor's job," Baitra chuckled, drawing several glares from the other hybrids. "Jokes aside, you have the life force of a fallen Balor. Zor's human life force is pure." "I know," Kigan groaned. "Of all of us, how could a phoenix and a dragon end up with similar life forces? I guess the rivalry between our species is something that not even death can erase." "She's terrifying." Tezca ignored the choir of whining. "With her new physical prowess, bloodline abilities, and the mass gap between us, it's only a matter of time before I can't defeat her anymore without my Sun Eater spell." "Really?" Baitra asked with a radiant smile that irked everyone but the Filgja. "Yes, kid." Tezca's pride belonged to the kind that pushed him to improve rather than blame fate for his shortcomings. "I can still deal with Xenogrosh because she can't control her strength, and her speed leaves her in a daze as well. She's like a colossal toddler that stumbles and falls when she tries to move too fast. Look at Nelia. She's keeping up with Xenogrosh in a brawl only because she used Life Maelstrom." The Frost Griffin was still stronger than Zorith even without the Silver Lightning, but now needed it to surpass her speed. To make matters worse, while in the past a few well-placed blows would have brought the Shadow Dragon to her knees, now she healed so fast that only losing a limb slowed her down. Zorith could afford trading a few heavy blows with Nelia since the outcome was always in her favor. The wounds she inflicted on the Frost Griffin bled, while her own disappeared in a heartbeat. "Enough," Nelia raised her clawed hand, admitting defeat. "I've learned a lot from this fight, and I've remembered even more." She dispelled the several hard light constructs she had used to restrain the Shadow Dragon and tipped the scales of the battle to her advantage. Griffins learned light mastery from a tender age, and Nelia was no exception. Back in her youth, she had been hailed as a prodigy of her generation. Nelia was a natural-born fighter, a talented mage, and one of Tyrus' firstborns. Everyone had expected her to become the matriarch of a powerful bloodline, and instead she had died a pointless death. During a spar with a Garuda, Nelia had gained the enlightenment to reach the violet and broke through. Alas, in the heat of the battle, the Garuda had failed to heed Nelia's request to stop. Chapter 3945, The Next Level, Part 2. The Garuda had struck Nelia in the middle of the breakthrough, causing her mana core to explode. Tyrus had demanded justice, and Zagran had swiftly delivered it, but that meant nothing to Nelia. She had come so close to greatness just to lose everything to a dumb mistake. Nelia had refused to accept such an unfair fate and had returned from death. As an abomination, she stalked lesser Garudas and killed them at the first opening. As an Eldritch, she focused on the real deal. Zagran and her children had done their best to identify and eliminate their mysterious nemesis, but death had taken nothing of Nelia's skills and cunning. Or rather, almost nothing. Abominations and Eldritches couldn't use light magic, and the loss of light mastery was a constant reminder of the Garuda's stupidity. It stoked the fires of Nelia's wrath, and it brought her to refuse Vaster's offer when she met Eiko's. Yet she had later changed her mind for that same reason. The Master was the only one who could give Nelia a body and return light mastery to her. She had spent untold millennia craving it and unable to practice it. Vaster's promise was a siren she couldn't resist. In time, she had learned Eiko's story, and her fury toward him had abated. They fought side by side so often that she'd been forced to accept him as her partner, like Kigan was to Zorith. Now that the Frost Griffin had finally regained light mastery, she devoted every fight to relearn all the things she had forgotten and recreate the spells she still remembered. "I learned a lot too." Zorith gave Nelia a bow. "Do you mind?" "Please be my guest." The Shadow Dragon's silver eye flared, and two dense heat rays formed amid her palms. Their shape changed into swords, and then the raw energy solidified into a construct. It lasted only for a few seconds before shattering, but it was more than anyone else in the organization could do. "You improve by leaps and bounds," Nelia nodded. "You're almost as good as a griffin." "Thanks, but it has little to do with my talent." Xenogrosh kept attempting to form a stable hard light construct. "You already explained the basics of light mastery to me, so my dragon eyes work. Also, my troll side has an uncanny affinity to light magic. I can feel on my skin how you manipulate the light magic, just as well as I can see how you conjure your spells with my eyes. One step at a time, sister. One step at a time, Nelia said. I must say your little brother did a great job with you. In the past, I accepted Verhin as the master's heir only because we had no alternative. Verhin is the only perfect eldritch on Maugr, and he didn't betray the master's secret, but that's no qualification to become our next leader. Now, however, I can see why the master chose him. You'd have to be blind not to, Orm scoffed. The result of Verhin's work just rearranged your face. He succeeded in days where the master failed for years and without forbidden magic at that. And he's just a 20-something-year-old, not an old monster like us. Tezka nodded. I've met him many times, and I can tell you this. He's skilled, smart, and resourceful, but he's no genius. Weird, that's the exact thing everyone says about me. Vaster cleared his throat, drawing all eyes on him. I want you to understand something, you numbskulls. I chose Lith as my heir because he's not just like me. He's like us. The master waved to encompass all those present. He might not be another Manohar, but Lith matches my talent and is capable of taking any branch of magic he studies to the next level. He's also an abomination, which allows him to empathize with your condition. While the rest of Maugr looks at you and sees monsters, Lith sees people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped Theseus and healed Zorath. That's why he's my first and only heir candidate, because he can replace me and because he cares about those like him. Vaster took a pause to let the Hybris mull his words before adding. Speaking of caring, you're late, Zor, he said while checking his pocket watch. Late for what? She reverted to her human form and wiped her sweat with water magic. Her new and improved metabolism caused a lot of perspiration, but while her dragon form released it as steam, her human form would get drenched. Your evolved human class, don't you have a lesson scheduled with Lith and Ryla? Oh crap, Zorath's stomach grumbled. All that fighting had worked her up quite an appetite. Why didn't you warn me, Bite? I got lost in your beautiful eyes. The other hybrids could tell from her dreamy expression that the fourth ruler of the flames was serious. The shadow dragon had failed to discover how to shapeshift in her humanoid form at will, but ever since they had returned from the Blood Desert, Bitra looked at Zorath as though she were a work of art, no matter her appearance. Every blow the shadow dragon delivered, and every spell she cast proved how healthy she was, and that made Bitra's heart flutter. The other hybrids, however, retched. Do you want to come along, Bite? Zorath glared at her companions, putting an end to their mockery. No, thanks, Bitra sighed. You know Solus doesn't like me, and the less I know about your human form, the better. I don't want to be your weak point more than I already am. That's unfair, Nandi snarled. How can Solus Menadian resent you for something that your original did to her ancestor centuries ago? Neither of you was even born back then. It's not that easy. Theseus, the Bastet Menios, and the only other to know about Solus' true origin, said. Just like we clones suffer from blood madness due to the actions of our originals, their victims have a hard time forgiving us. After all, we have the same face and powers as those who wronged them, and we benefit from our originals' crimes. Can you really blame Solus? No, Nandi sat down, his hot blood gone cold. Okay then, I'm sorry I got to there's still 10 minutes left. I'm not late, Zorath said. If you are 5 minutes early, you are 10 minutes late, Vaster replied, quoting the military motto. Zorath would have loved to give him a piece of her mind, but her stomach roared and the clock ticked. She shapeshifted back into a dragon to swallow a cow herd, and then she bolted away at dragon speed. Space. She arrived at the mansion right on time, but Lith begged to differ. You are late, big sis, he clicked his tongue. Yeah, I know, the shadow dragon snorted in annoyance. If you are 5 minutes early, you're a piece of shot and all that military see. Sot, Elijah said, extending her short arms to be picked up. Oh gods, I'm so sorry, baby girl, color drained from Zorath's face. Please tell me that Sot is your attempt to say Zorath and not the bad word. Zorath took Elijah in her arms, and the dragon scales and Elijah's pensive expression confirmed Zorath's worst fears. Chapter 3946, Swirling Wind, Part 1. Sot, thanks to Zorath's unwitting suggestion, Elijah now used the term to refer to both her godmother and the swear word. Sot. No, Zorath, just Zorath, please, Eli, I beg of you, the shadow dragon said, her eyes wet with tears of regret. Sot, Elijah giggled. Shot, Valoran II tilted his head in confusion. Anti-shot. No, little brother, just no. Call me Zor, please. Zorith wanted to cry, but she didn't want to scare the children. Congratulations, you played yourself, Ligon scoffed. If not for my preemptive intervention, you would be crushed by both your guilt and my fist. No teaching mean words to hatchlings, young lady. Yes, father, Zorith lowered her head and whimpered. Do you mind if we begin? I have things to do, Morok snorted. Fix your mess on your own time. Sure, Zorith replied. Is Lady Yaga here or? I'm here, child. The Red Mother walked up to the shadow dragon. Still no progress. I've learned how to spot the energy from my arc form, but I can't connect with it. I tried long and hard, but nothing. You must not see with your body sculpting spell, child, you must listen, the Red Mother replied. There is no connection to form because there already is one. The humanoid aspect is a part of you, and you just need to communicate with it like you do with the rest of your body. You don't connect with your fingers, you just tell them to move. And when they touch something, you don't question them, you listen to them. Now, show me what you got. Baba Yaga used her breathing technique, sun and moon, on Zorith while the shadow dragon tried her best to call upon her arc form. Zorith could spot the threads of her human aspect and feel its energy, but she couldn't hear its melody. It was akin to attempting to play a woodwind instrument without bringing it to the mouth. It's a good start. It was the best Baba Yaga could say without lying. I don't think you are a healer talented enough to listen to the melody of someone else's life force, but you should still manage to perceive your own. Keep practicing body sculpting and spend as much time as you can in your arc form. Are you ready? One moment, Zorith closed her eyes and wished her dragon eyes worked with the scanner spell as well. I'm ready. On my mark, 1, 2, 3 mark. The Red Mother exerted a delicate pressure on the human threads, and for a moment the shadow dragon felt like someone had plucked a string inside of her. Zorith's body shapeshifted seamlessly, leaving a fading echo in her mind. Lith Tista, if you please, Ryla said, and the siblings shapeshifted into their Indech form. Perfect, now we can start our lesson. Lith didn't miss how Ryla's voice became more high-pitched, nor how she looked at him after the transformation. Have you been practicing with your wings? Yes, Morok, Garrick, and the two Indech said. I don't have wings, but I practiced hard with my arms, Zorith replied. That's more than enough, and don't worry, I thought of a solution, Ryla nodded. Since you are closer to a Baller than a Farmer, I asked Urhin to join us. Hi, nice to see everyone again. Urhin stood up and gave the class a small bow before turning to Lith. I'm glad to see that you are all right, Zorith. I'm Lith, she's Zorith. He pointed at the Baller Troll hybrid. I know, she giggled. Then go take care of your student sister. Camilla's voice was the low growl of an angry dragon. And you, Ryla, stop staring and start talking. Of course. The farmer cleared her throat, needing sheer willpower to avert her eyes from the red-skinned giant. Before we move on to the next topic, show me the progress you made. Due to his nature and Ryla's mentoring, Garrick stood at the top of the class, absorbing twice as much world energy as Lith, who came second. Morok's proto-energy wings offered much resistance to the process. He still fared better than Lith in his Tiamat form, but not as an Indech. Much to her chagrin, Tista came dead last as always. Discovering her evolved human form had improved her ability to draw in the world energy through her wings by leaps and bounds, but not enough to fill the gap with the others. As for Zorith, she couldn't absorb the world energy as a whole and was limited to the elements corresponding to her eyes. She was slower than Tista, but the energy Zorith accumulated was stored in her arms in the form of rune patterns. Half the skin below the elbow had gone from dull blue to elemental colors, leaving only her hands unaffected. Is it normal that the more elemental energy I accumulate, the faster the process becomes? Zorith asked. Yes, Urhin nodded, but that only means that your skill at manipulating the elements is improving. There should be no correlation between your absorption speed and the amount of energy you store. At least, this is how it works for Ballers. You all did great, especially you, Tista, Ryla said. Thanks, the female Indech had the sour face of someone sucking a lemon. What I'm about to teach you will be of great help under many circumstances, and should help you all to feed your eyes with a vigorous flow of elemental energy. This is what we farmers call swirling wind. Ryla's feathers turned blue and she flapped her wings, generating a strong wind. There was no visible effect, but all the evolved humans felt that something had changed. The air smelled different and something was pressing on their skin. Use water magic, please. Any spell will do, Ryla said. Her students tried and failed to conjure so much as a drop of water. Listen carefully, Ryla nodded. I want you to absorb the world energy with your wings again, but be ready to stop as soon as it hurts. You mean it will hurt, Mom? Garrick asked. Yes, dear, she replied. That's why you mustn't push yourself too hard. Just take as little world energy as you can. This sounds like a job for me. Tista unfurled her wings and felt a jolt running down her spine. Careful, guys, it's no joke. Garrick followed the instructions to the letter, experiencing a small sting. Lith, Zoreth, and Morok instead fell on all fours from the pain before they managed to stop. Talent hurts, Morok smiled at his little brother. So bad. This makes no sense. I'm even worse than Tista at absorbing energy, Zoreth said in disbelief. Thanks for the kind remark, Tista snorted. I meant, why does it hurt me so much? The Ark raised her hands in apology. Because like Lith and Morok, you are used to giving your all, Ryla replied. Since your current skill is limited, you have gotten accustomed to opening yourself completely to the world energy. Right now, there is no water element around us, so if you let the unbalanced world energy in, it will drain the water element you naturally possess in the attempt to fill the vacuum. The pain you experience is your body resisting the pull. What about Garrick and Tista? Zoreth felt the ache in her limbs subside, but her blue forearm and eye kept throbbing. Chapter 39:47, Swirling Wind, Part 2. I've been teaching Garrick for much longer than you guys, and he is a natural talent. Ryla smiled with motherly pride as the young farmer puffed his chest with pride. As for Tista, she's just that bad. Hey, I'm sorry, but it's the truth, the farmer replied. Zoreth may be slower than you, but her pain proves that it's only due to her special nature. Her skill to draw in the elements is already superior to yours. For now, Tista retorted. For now, Ryla conceded with a nod. Is swirling wind the technique that ballers and farmers use to disrupt the flow of world energy and keep their enemies from using magic? You are correct, Urhin nodded. All ballers can fly, but we don't have bloodline abilities that can offset the magical beast's superior mass or the insane regeneration of plant folks. On top of that, my species normally has only 2 eyes. Rarely is a baller born with 3 or more eyes, while those like me who have 6 eyes are as rare as the humans who possess all elemental affinities. She tucked her hair behind her ears to emphasize the fine features of her visage in a casual but flirty way. A baller can only use swirling wind on the elements corresponding to their eyes, which is usually great against magical beasts, but not so much against plant folk who can use all elements. It works even less on emperor beasts and fae, but it still blocks or at least hinders their bloodline abilities. Does it have other effects? Lith asked. Yes, but only farmers can use them, Ryla replied. It can also do this. A gentle flap of her wings swept away most of the surrounding world energy, concentrating it around Zoreth. This is amazing, she said, feeling not only stronger but also her arms' absorption speed spiking. I can almost feel the world energy around me. It's so thick that it's making my skin tingle. Can you do it for me next, please? Tista said. Sure, Ryla nodded. Zoreth, stop whatever you are doing. The pleasant sensation the shadow dragon experienced suddenly disappeared, and she felt as though she had to gasp for air. It's incredible, Tista said, 6 of her 7 eyes bursting with power. I can absorb world energy much faster. There is so much around me that it feels like my wings can breathe. The exhilaration lasted only a few seconds before it was replaced by confusion. Why didn't you do this earlier? It would have made it easier for me to perceive the world energy and master my wings. Because of this, Ryla stopped flapping her wings, and Tista choked, drawing deep breaths yet feeling her lungs burning for oxygen. Consider that we are already above a mana geyser. The density of world energy is dozens of times higher than normal. Leave the mana geyser and see what happens. The burning sensation lasted only a couple of seconds, while the dizziness endured. Tista opened a warp steps leading away from the mansion and fell to her knees the moment she stepped through. Big sis, what's wrong? The steps would have shattered if Lith hadn't taken control of it with domination. I can't feel my wings, Tista replied. The air is as thick as soup and I'm heavy. Give it a few seconds, Ryla said. Tista's condition quickly improved, and soon she was able to stand again. There's still something wrong with me, she said. I can't sense the world energy anymore and my wings draw no power. There's nothing wrong with you, Ryla replied. We always trained above a mana geyser, so you got used to a high density of world energy, but that's rarely the case. I never had you move to a different location, Not only because once I revert to a fallen Balor, I could teach you nothing, but also to help you take your first steps as evolved humans. If I used swirling wind from the start, only one person at a time would have been able to practice with their wings, and what they learned would have been impossible to apply under any other circumstance. Think about it. You feel that bad after going from a geyser to the outside world. Imagine if you went from swirling wind to the outside world. I would be blind to the world energy, and my wings and eyes would have been reduced to a decoration. Tista replied. Correct, Ryla nodded. This is the easy part of your training. Once we are done, you'll have to practice these exercises all over again, but away from Amana Geyser and without my help. Why don't you never mind? Morak bit his tongue. Of course she can't teach us outside Amana Geyser, you moron. Ryla has no idea how to use her abilities away from one as well. He inwardly scolded himself for his lack of tact. Her cage is nice and comfortable, but Ryla is still a prisoner. Isn't swirling wind a technique that can also be used to help someone awaken? Lith asked. Echidna used it on Freya to force her breakthrough and neutralize her. I assume it's possible, Urhin pondered. But that's something only a six-eyed Balor like me or a Falmer like Ryla can do. Moreover, as long as Quilla doesn't find a cure for our fallen state, even if we awakened, we die the moment we leave the Mana Geyser. The reason swirling wind is an excellent teaching tool is that it allows you to focus on a single element without the need to produce a visible effect, Ryla said. On top of that, once you gather enough elemental energy, you can channel it into your corresponding eye and see what it can do. The Falmer had her students take positions far enough apart not to interfere with their respective exercises. I suggest you start with your natural affinities. It should make things easier and help you get the hang of swirling wind, she said. Remember that you don't have to absorb the element of your choice, only feel it and focus it around you. Begin. This is so annoying, Solus said via mind link. I know, Camilla snarled. Ever since Lith discovered his Indech form, Ryla and Urhin look at him like you look at an oven-fresh cake. That too, but that's not my point, Solus snorted, sharing her same annoyance. I'm spectating at the lesson because in the future I should also gain the abilities of an awakened human. Even now, my scalp tingles every time Ryla uses swirling wind. Yours too, Camilla asked in surprise. Yeah, which means my human aspect is close to evolving, very close. Solus turned inward, looking at her life force and feeling it bubble from within. But not close enough. It's like watching someone else take the last chocolate puff. You can see and smell it, but you know you won't taste it, and the thought haunts you. I never felt so fondly about food, but I get the picture. Chocolate puff. Due to her cravings, Camilla always carried with her a dimensional ring filled with sweet snacks, another with salty snacks, and a third one filled with weird combinations of foods that only a pregnant woman at her second rodeo would prepare. Chapter 3948, Fingers and Pinions, Part 1. Gods, yes, thank you. The tingle in Solus' scalp remained, but her mood improved. What about you? You could learn a thing or two from Ryla's lesson and use it to defend yourself. Who knows, maybe Ral would learn along with you. That's a terrible idea, Camilla grunted. I would get addicted to the power of the Indech form, and once Ral is born, I would feel awful. Also, do you really want to teach Lith's son how to train from the womb? You are right, and I was wrong. It's a terrible idea. Solus shuddered at the thought of Raldorak making a to-do list and counting pennies in the crib. It's worse than terrible, Camilla sighed. We already spend most of our time on Amana Geyser or in the tower. Imagine if Ral uses his Indech abilities to escape, attack strangers, or grab things he shouldn't touch. Gods, I don't want to think about it. Solus dropped the argument and asked for another chocolate puff, while she tried to follow Ryla's instructions along with the official class. Morak focused on the water element, one of his natural affinities, and outdid Garrick in perceiving and stirring the world energy. The size of the blue streak in his energy wings was stable, but it covered barely 1/3 of their surface. It's nothing much, little brother, the tyrant said. I've always been talented in water magic, and I got a brief experience doing this while fighting in Giera by your mother's side. I'm not jealous, big bro, Garrick replied, stuck at only 1/6 of his feathers sparking with lightning. I was born with 6 eyes, so I have no idea if I have an affinity. I picked the element to practice at random. What about you, Uncle Lith? I'm not jealous either, Lith replied while conjuring more and more fire element, painting his white wings red. I'm doing pretty well, much better than I expected. Lith performed swirling wind slightly worse than Garrick, but he improved faster. At the beginning of the exercise, only a few of his feathers had turned red. More lit up by the minute, covering close to 1/6 of his wingspan. After a while, Lith surpassed the young farmer and moved on to the darkness element. It felt awkward at first, but everything he had learned from the fire element worked just the same. In a handful of minutes, over 1/5 of his feathers turned black. At that point, Lith switched back to the fire element. The black feathers burst into flames, but 1/5 of the wingspan was still his limit. You are really good at this. Morak had switched to his second affinity as well, but his black streak was barely visible. Any tips? Not really, Lith shrugged. I don't think I'm that good, don't ask me how, but I'm already familiar with this exercise. He let the fire element go and conjured air, an element for which he had no affinity. Yet only a handful of feathers faded to white while the rest shone with a bright yellow. Less than a minute later, 1/4 of Lith's wings released gusts of wind and crackled with lightning. That's real talent if you ask me, Morak said. You almost caught up to my best element with 3 different elements while I'm still fumbling with the second. No, that's not talent. Tista had given her all to master the fire element from the beginning, but had yet to manage to turn 1/4 of her feathers red. He's cheating as usual. Cheating how? Ryla asked. You are familiar with this exercise because it's very similar to Tiamat Fear, Lil Bro, Tista said. The main difference is that we are injecting our will inside one specific element instead of in the world energy as a whole. You are right. The sudden realization allowed Lith to move on to the earth element and light 1/3 of his feathers orange. Tiamat Fear is a combination of dragon fear and swirling wind. I've been practicing part of my human bloodline abilities without even noticing. Can't you use Tiamat Fear as well, Tista? Solus asked. I can, sort of. She cleared her throat in embarrassment. I learned the basics, but I don't have Lil Bro's sense of theatrics or his ability to confuse the opponent with lies to stall for time. Tiamat Fear takes a while to spread far enough away to be useful, and it's a waste of time if the enemy gets away, so I never practiced it much. The few times I used Tiamat Fear, I cheated as well. I exploited the resonance with Lith, Elijah, and the demons to ride their coattails. Then this is just the consequence of your actions, Lith tutted. I know that Tiamat Fear is situational, but you should cover all your bases. You never know when even the most insignificant of your abilities might save your life. He switched to the water element, and half of his wings turned blue. Lil Bro, be honest. Tista slowly and steadily improved, and so did the rest of the class, but at a slower pace. Would you have spent so much time practicing Tiamat Fear if you had my ethereal aegis or the Queen's blessing? No, Lith raised his hands in surrender. I too would have focused on them, especially with my dread flames. Just like me, Tista sighed. Except I can't conjure dread flames no matter how hard I try. I spent days hoping to get a single silvery spark, but nothing. If you want to trade places with me, I'm more than willing. Zorith was dead last. Her forearms were filled with elemental power, but her attempts to stir the world energy produced just a few ripples. Moreover, without the wings, she had no way to understand when her technique improved. She had to keep trying until it was clear she was stuck before changing her approach and starting everything from scratch. I'm sorry, Zorith, I didn't mean to complain, Tista said. Don't worry, I understand your frustration and feel exactly the same, the shadow dragon growled. Seeing everyone moving forward and being the only one who makes no progress is infuriating. Truth be told, Tista's starting mastery over swirling wind was no better than Zorith's, but she learned with every mistake she made. The Ark, instead, had made plenty of mistakes and few improvements since the start of the lesson. Can you take a break, please? Orhan asked. Sure, I can use a bit of time to collect the ruins of my pride, Zorith grunted. That's not the reason. The Balor took the shadow dragon's hands and brushed them one at a time with her wings. I've stood by your side as you practiced, and I noticed that the ripples you create are different from a Balor's. Maybe this technique is not suited to you, and we need to find an alternative. Like what? The shadow dragon said. I don't know, Orhan shrugged. That's why I'm looking. She filled her wings to the brim with darkness, light, water, and fire before using them to stroke Zorith's corresponding elemental arm. Thank the gods Bite didn't come with me today. The Ark giggled as the feathers tickled her skin. She would have gotten very jealous if she saw this. Chapter 3949, Fingers and Pinions, Part 2. She has no reason to. The matter-of-fact tone of Orhan's voice stung at Zorith's pride. I'm only doing this as a favor to Lord Verhin. She gave Lith a dazzling smile that made her intentions clear, and Solus crush a chocolate puff with her hand. How can you still be eating? Camilla was as angry at Arhin as she was flabbergasted at Solus. It's no wonder you don't lose weight. Tell her, damn it, Menadian snorted from Solus' shadow. Arhin ignored the external and internal commotion of his hosts, focusing on the task at hand. There's no reaction from shoulder to elbow, she shook her head. The forearms kind of resonate, but that's because of the matching elemental energy we both possess. In other words, I'm Fu. Zorith looked at Elijah, who waved her hand and said, Oisad. I'm fudge without sugar. What's Fu? Arhin brushed over Zorith's hands to be thorough, but she had little expectations. The Ark's skin was dull blue and showed no sign of the power of the elements. Yet when the Balor's feathers touched Zorith's nails, they both felt a jolt. What was that? Zorith asked. A clue, I hope. The Balor repeated the process for the remaining 3 hands, switching the elemental energy stored in her wings accordingly. Each time, there was no reaction until the Arhin's pinions reached Zorith's fingertips. Then, they experienced something too uncomfortable to be called resonance. Weird, I feel something, but I see nothing. Arhin studied the shadow dragon's palm, fingers, and knuckles, but to no avail. Maybe it's because I'm doing nothing, just like you asked, Zorith replied. That's actually a great point. Please, resume whatever you were doing before I interrupted you. The Balor nodded, depowering her wings. Zorith tried to stir the darkness element again in the hope that her natural affinity towards it as a shadow dragon, and an eldritch would provide Arhin with more clues. I'm sorry for wasting your time. It's a bust. Zorith generated small ripples in the world energy, but no bigger than those produced by her other elemental arms. No, it's not, Arhin said, her wings fluttering in excitement. Look, look, look. Zorith followed the Balor's finger to the tip of her own, where the nails of her thumb and index finger had turned pitch black from the inside. You are right. Zorith brought her hand to her eyes level to study the phenomenon. We didn't notice earlier because the change in my body is not as flashy as a Balor's, but the problem remains. How do I make this work? We have to move our wings to manipulate the world energy. Maybe you have to move your fingers to shape the flow of the world energy around you, Tista said, and Zorith followed her suggestion. The ripples instantly turned into black lines, and Zorith's darkness forearm lit up. Her movements started awkward and clumsy, but now that she had her own way to check on her progress, Zorith soon found her rhythm. The nail on my middle finger just turned black as well, she said in excitement. Cool, but never do it again. Lith pointed at Elijah and Valoran, who had joined Zorith in flipping the class off. Oh gods, I'm so sorry. Zorith raised the other 2 fingers as well in a desperate maneuver. Look, Ely 3. T, the baby girl said, proudly showing off her ability to count. 3, Valoran followed suit as well, and everyone prayed to the gods that the children wouldn't start counting from the middle finger in the future. I won't say much, but as Elijah's godmother, you're not doing a good job today, Zorith. Camilla had enough repressed rage to murder the entire Lustria County, but she clenched her hands and never stopped smiling. About that, have you already chosen a godparent for Raldorak? Ryla asked. No, but we definitely have ruled a few people out today. Camilla's words made Zorith whimper inside. By the end of the lesson, no one had managed to fill to the brim their nails or wings with the power of the elements, but Lith had gotten very close. As for Zorith, 3 fingernails were her current limit for the darkness element, and she managed to light up 2 nails for the other elements. You all did great. I am proud of you, Ryla said. Before dismissing the class, I want to show you the offensive use of swirling wind. She turned her wings blue as she drew in increasing amounts of water element. This time, however, instead of spreading the water element around her, she condensed it in the form of a shield. An ice construct is that big of a thing, Morok shrugged. Anyone can do it. Can you attack me, please? Ryla replied. The tyrant called his enchanted hammers, Grimnir, to his hands, but the moment he stepped forward, Garrick stared at him with so much fear that Morok froze in place. He's not going to hurt me, sweetie, Ryla smiled, caressing Garrick's head. We are just sparring. What is sparring, Mom? Garrick asked. It's like one of those games you play with your friends, but for grown-ups only, Ryla replied. We pretend to fight with each other and learn how to defend ourselves from bad people. It's no different from practicing your spells after you study them. Theory can take you only so far. To truly learn, you need practical experience. Okay, Mom, Garrick nodded. Please be careful, big bro. Sure, Morok swallowed hard. Are you ready? Anytime, Ryla replied. Feel free to add a few spells while you are at it. Morak threw his hammer with so little force that it looked like he was passing it to Ryla rather than attacking her. The moment Grimnir left his hand, he also cast 3 Tier 1 spells that wouldn't have severely hurt an adult man, let alone a farmer. Nonetheless, Garrick stared at each of them as though it were a Silverwing's annihilation, making Ryla's heart tighten. "I'm sorry, sweetie, but don't worry. You have nothing to fear." The Balor channeled the golden lightning inside her body, swatting the hammer away like a fly, and moving fast enough to charge at the spells from the side. Grimnir plummeted to the ground, covered in ice, while the Tier 1 spells faded into nothingness. "Did you just use 2 bloodline abilities?" Morak asked when he tried to recall the hammer, and the enchantment bled his mana in the air. "Not really," she shook her head. "I used Vital Storm only after projecting Raging Severance inside the Swirling Wind's physical form." "Does it work for all your abilities?" Lith asked. "I'm still mastering Umbral Shift and Lightforged, but I think so," she nodded. "What are you talking about, Mom?" Garrick said. "I've never heard those names." "I'm saying I kept my promise, sweetie." Ryla acted all high and dramatic for her child. "You really did it." The young farmer lit up with a smile that could have powered a city. "Yes, dear, your mother did it," she nodded. "I found the names for our bloodline abilities." "That's," Zorath's expression added the words ridiculous and underwhelming without saying them, but a firing squad of glares stopped her. "Amazing." Chapter 3950, Intertwining Lives, Part 1. The babies clapped with joy, while Garrick ran to embrace his mother. All present and future parents stared at the Ark as though she were a traitor. "That accounts for the light, darkness, water, and air bloodline abilities," Lith said. "What about earth and fire?" "I call them Arcane Bulwark and Balefire," Ryla replied. "Those are all amazing names, Mom. I can't wait to learn all our bloodline abilities and show them to my friends," Garrick said. "Isn't that right, Fluffy?" "Absolutely." The young bike's eyes flared with greed at the idea of harnessing the power of Vital Storm and exacting his revenge against his arch-nemesis, Nock. "Thank you, sweetie." Ryla held the boy in her arms and lifted him with ease. "And this is not all. A farmer's construct weapons are different from those a non-evolved human can conjure with the elements. Please look." She conjured a Balefire sword and then a Vital Storm whip, using them in turns to strike at 2 stone training dummies she had prepared in advance. Both weapons didn't stop on impact, phasing through their respective targets and damaging them from the inside. The chest of the dummy hit by the Balefire sword bubbled with heat and then collapsed on itself. In the span of a few seconds, most of the training dummy had turned into molten stone. As for the Vital Storm whip, a single lash cracked the dummy's core. The damage spread to the rest of the stone construct, forming a spiderweb of deep and big shallow fissures on its surface. Balefire burns mana and body, so a single strike of this kind of weapon inflicts more than a physical wound. It also depletes magical energies and disrupts the spell that the enemy might keep at the ready, Ryla said. "What about Vital Storm?" Tista asked. "I thought it had no offensive value. Shouldn't it empower the enemy?" "You would be right if I used it in its pure form," the farmer nodded. "In this case, however, Vital Storm is not applied to the enemy, but to my own weapon. Vital Storm is also so focused that it amplifies the strength of the lightning whip and the shockwave it produces by more than threefold." "What about Umbral Shift and Lightforged weapons? What do they do?" Morak asked. "Good question. I wish I had an answer," Ryla shrugged. "I'm still working on those 2 bloodline abilities, and mixing them with Swirling Wind requires a level of mastery I still lack." "Don't worry, Ryla, this is already plenty impressive," Zorath said. "I hope my arc form can conjure bloodline weapons like a Balor. It would be a valuable tool." "I hope so too." The farmer gave the arc an apologetic bow. "Last but not least, this is one of the most useful effects of Swirling Wind, but only farmers can use it." Ryla flapped her wings again, and huge amounts of world energy seeped inside her students and spectators both. The former felt the fatigue from the morning training disappear and returned to their peak condition, while the latter felt energized. "This is almost a breathing technique," Solus said in amazement as she observed the world energy restore everyone's stamina, mana, and heal the muscle damage Fluffy had incurred while training with Nock. "Almost," Ryla nodded. "A farmer can use Swirling Wind to restore themselves and others, but that's it. You can't use it to study anyone's life force or scan an inanimate object. According to Glimos, it can't be used to nurture mana cores or refine one's body either. It's still an invaluable tool on the battlefield." Zorath had a hard time suppressing her dragon greed and envy, Why can't you do this, Arhin? The wings of a Balor stir the single elements, whereas a farmer's wings can manipulate the world energy itself. Arhin sighed. Even if I can control all 6 elements in the world energy, there's always something missing. Without it, the healing effect of swirling wind is lost. That something is Mager's life force, Lith said, drawing all eyes to him. The elements alone can't restore mana or vitality. Even the light element can only heal wounds by stimulating the metabolism. It's because an Awaken's breathing technique absorbs Mager's life force that we can recover completely. Mana is nothing but the 6 elements plus life force, while stamina is generated by our bodies. Awakened absorb Mager's life force and convert it into their own to replenish their strength, and I bet Ryla's swirling wind does the same. It makes sense, Quilla pondered. Converting too much foreign life force puts a strain on our bodies similar to mana poisoning and reduces invigoration's effectiveness the more it is used. And a good night's sleep allows us to metabolize Mager's life force fully and resets invigoration. Tista nodded. I didn't understand one word you said, Arhin shrugged. Yet I hope that when I awaken, I will unlock Swirling Wind's full potential. Even if Arhin is right, it changes nothing for me anyway, Zorath thought. I can't awaken until my life forces and mana cores fully merge. At that point, I would still have only 4 eyes and no control over the air and earth elements. Please, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Quilla said, and for a moment the shadow dragon thought Quilla had read her thoughts. My priority is undoing Ryla's fallen state so that I can learn how to do the same for you too, Arhin. Awakening might be impossible for you, since you would still lack a mana core. I know, the Balor nodded. And I don't expect you to work on my evolution until you've helped the other races of Zelex. Still, dreaming is nice and costs nothing. Space. Zorath stayed for lunch and left after playing a bit with the children. Aaron, Lyria, the triplets, and even the Fastero kids were deeply fascinated by the Indech and Arc forms. What kind of human are you, Mom? Lilia asked. Angry, Celia replied, her voice brooking no more questions. You are so pretty, Auntie Zor, Laren said. Pretty, Valoran II nodded. Petty, Elijah said, and Salkar barked in agreement. Thanks, kids. Zorath actually felt her arc appearance alien, and those compliments hurt her ego rather than coddling it. What about now? She reverted to her usual human appearance. Pretty, Valoran shrugged, failing to see any difference. Petty, Elijah said without hesitation, while the sudden change shocked Salkar. The baby boy sniffed at Zorath for a while, before agreeing with Elijah again. Thank you, you guys are the best. Zorath hugged the toddlers, sniffling. Hurt, Valoran asked. No, happy, Zorath replied. I'm hurt, but no one gives a damn. Celia snorted, glaring at all the evolved humans sitting at the table. How did you get hurt? Protector asked in confusion. You did nothing but sit all day. Did something go wrong with your magical studies, dear? I'm hurt in my pride, you oaf, the huntress replied. Every woman in Lucia has to get used to feeling ugly when compared to a Verhin, but this is too much. Why is everyone at this table so damn beautiful? She pointed at every woman in the room, skipping only Quilla and Camilla. Hey, they both said in anger. Chapter 3951, Intertwining Lives, Part 2. You know what I mean, Celia refused to back down. I feel like a disgusting old hag. Better, Tista reverted to her human form. No, this just makes it less bad, but thank you nonetheless, Celia grunted. I'm sorry, but I have to agree with Celia, Renaa sighed. Please don't keep your evolved human forms outside of training. It's disheartening for the rest of us. Really, it doesn't bother me in the least. Alina stared at her children with the dreamy eyes of an artist contemplating her masterpieces. Same, Roz shrugged. After spending so much time in Tyrus, company, even the beauty of someone like Zorath or Arhin became ordinary. That's because you're biased, Mom, Renaa said. As for you, Dad, you're just insensitive and don't understand the heart of a maiden. What maiden? Roz's sincere astonishment hurt like a whip covered in salt. Celia is the farthest thing from a maiden I know, and you are a grown woman, Renaa. Instead of playing beauty pageants in your head, you should worry about the example you set for your children. He pointed at Lyria and the triplets, who were staring at their mother in bewilderment. Why are you envious of our aunties, Mom? Lyria asked. You are the most beautiful mom in the world, the triplets said, daring anyone to contradict them. You're right, Dad. Renaa embraced her children one by one. I have no right to complain. I'm the luckiest woman on Mager. I'm sorry, Mom. Celia's children whined and whimpered while clinging to her legs. We didn't mean to offend you. You are the prettiest. And you did, Celia hugged them. I'm sorry for making you worry. Mom is a bit silly sometimes. Sometimes? Protector raised an eyebrow as though it was about to leave his face. Don't be smart with me, Wolfhead, she growled. I didn't miss that you are the only one who said nothing about my charms. Fine, thanks to your diligent practice of magic, you have become a fine mage, Protector replied. Not my literal charms, Celia replied. You'll pay for this, you oaf. I already am. Thought about all the daily expenses that awaited him in Lucia every time his family left the Verhin mansion. I already am. Space. The Verhins spent the rest of the day in Lucia, returning to the mansion only for training. This is so annoying. Lith sat on the control throne of the tower, staring at the indicators of the different floors. Why can't we draw more energy from the mana geyser? The spark, thievery, crucible, the crystal mines, armory, and greenhouse each received an equal share of the tower's current maximum output, leaving the other floors dry. Lith could have hastened the cracking of the magical runes of the Odi ring if he shut down the other floors, but his wallet ached at the idea. I'm struggling so bad right now. Whatever floor I depower, we lose something. You can stare at that screen for as long as you like. Nothing will change, Solus replied. The tower has its limits, and we have a lot on our plate. Too many artifacts rely on the spark to be upgraded, and we rely on them for our survival. We can't postpone studying the Odi ring any longer, not with Meln still around and the new enchantments the tower gained from the skull of Baitra. Everything else is just resources. You can shut down the crucible. How can you say that? Lith said with a bleeding wallet. After lending all that adamant to Tista, we are back to having mostly silver and orichalcum reserves. We can't craft a decent piece for our lives. What about the crystal mine? Solus asked. Do you have any idea how big a white crystal must be to fit double edge? Lith clicked his tongue. Crafting my Voidwalker armor already emptied the mines. If I want to upgrade double edge before Meln shows his stupid face, I need to keep the mine working. Then stop complaining. Solus clicked her tongue back. Unless you know a way to hasten my breakthrough, there's no solution to your problem. Space. Falul's lair at the same time. Did something happen? Freya asked, surprised by the summons. The Hydra spent most of her time either working on the harmonizers with the rest of her clan or helping Adjeter to awaken his dormant dragon bloodline. Whenever Falul had something to say to Freya, she would do it via the communication amulet. They didn't meet in person, unless there was an emergency like Zorith's fractured life force. No, but thanks for caring, Falul replied. Then why am I here? Freya said. Because saving Zorith's life gave me several insights into my situation, and we're done setting up our own version of the infirmary. The Hydra pointed at a life support tank filled with nutrient potions. Who's we? Freya asked in confusion. She's talking about me, kid. Adjeter the Drake walked into the room in his lesser divine beast form, carrying heavy equipment in his hands. As you should know, drakes are the evolutionary step right before dragons. Falul helped me to collect data about my condition, so that she could use it for herself in the same way Quilla's experiments on Ryla will also help her treat Arhin. With the significant difference that you and I are on the same level, smug lizard. Falul's eyes narrowed. You are not that much better than me. If it helps you sleep better at night, sure, Adjeter shrugged. And since you're here, this is your tank, Freya. My tank? Freya echoed in confusion as the Drake assembled a second, smaller life support system and connected it to the rest of the Hydra-sized apparatus. You are my harbinger, Freya, and the moment I undergo any change, so will you, Falul said. I know, Freya nodded. I remember what happened the last time you worked on the dragon eyes, but I thought you had decided to postpone your experiments on yourself, at least until I give birth. That's the idea, Falul nodded. Yet I'd rather be safe than sorry. I want to set the parameters for your tank ahead of time in case I get hurt, and turning me into a dragon is the only way to save my life. What about the infirmary? Freya asked. The infirmary can host only one person at a time, child, Adjeter explained. If Falul dies, you die as well, and your children with you. Don't think we are taking the small lives in your womb lightly. We are doing this because if Falul were in Zorith's place, you would have both died. Without the infirmary, the changes in Falul's life force would have killed you, and the loss of her harbinger would have aggravated Falul's condition beyond saving. I see, Freya swallowed hard. Any wound on Falul's life force would appear on Freya's as well, and with only one healing tank in the infirmary, Freya wouldn't survive a major treatment. How is this going to work? It's pretty straightforward, Falul said. We enter together in the tanks, and I start stirring my dormant dragon bloodline. The enchantments of these artifacts will register the changes in my body and how they reflect on you. Chapter 3952, Second Place, Part 1. We're going to verify if the changes in our life forces are instant, or if there's a delay between us, Falul said. Also, we need to check if you experience the same degree of physical alterations as me. It could be greater because your life force is smaller, or it could be lesser because you're not a full Hydra. And since no Hydra ever had a Harbinger or a chance to become a dragon, there's only one way to know. Freya pointed at the small tank connected to the various arrays that drew strength from the mana geyser below their feet. Correct, Adjeter nodded. Do you want to get in now, or do you need a few minutes to collect yourself? I need more than a few minutes. I need Nalrund. I can't decide this on my own, Freya said, and the two lesser worms exchanged a worried look. What? Is he trustworthy? Adjeter asked. This lab is not something we shared with anyone else. Not even Firwall knows about this place. Of course, Nalrund is trustworthy. It's one of the many reasons I want to marry him. Besides, he knew about the tower, Solus, and a lot more things long before you did, Adjeter, Freya grunted. Also, why didn't you tell Firwall? Dragon greed, Falul replied. Ours and everyone else's. What does that mean? Freya asked. As far as we know, Adjeter and I are the only ones who have figured out the Drakes' advantage over the other lesser descendants of Ligon, Falul explained. The other Hydras don't know about this, and neither do the other Drakes. Adjeter has been allowed to participate in our research because I vouched for him. Everyone else in his clan and mine is still in the dark. As for my mother, if I shared what we discovered with her, she wouldn't give a damn about your pregnancy and achieve dragonhood while I'm forced to wait for you to give birth. The rest of my bloodline would do the same, and I'm not letting anyone get their dirty, scaly hands on my discovery. I invited Adjeter. I ironed out all the problems of this procedure. It's all mine. Mine, mine, mine. The outrage in her mentor's voice made it clear to Freya that Hydras were on par with their progenitors when it came to greed. You mean ours, Adjeter cleared his throat. I played quite an important role from start to finish, like when I shared my discoveries with you. Gods, I'm so sorry. Falul's face remained bright red, but shame replaced anger. I got carried over. This is your achievement as much as mine. This is our project. Glad we are clear about that, the Drake nodded. I agree with Falul on everything. I worked my scaly tail off too much to allow any runt or old coot to steal my prize. I told no one about this project because I trust no one. That's sad, Freya replied, making Adjeter's eyes twitch in annoyance. Can I call Nalrund now? Sure, Falul said. Make him follow the same procedure you used to get here. And tell him to bring Morak along. Adjeter crossed his arms. Since we are involving strangers, I might as well bring in someone I trust and brag with him about my success. The Agni and the Tyrant arrived a few minutes later, and were both brought up to speed with a mind link. Their reactions, however, couldn't have been more different. This is great news, Master Adjeter. Morak gave him a quick high five and a down low, failing on the too slow. You deserve to be the second Drake to achieve dragonhood. The second, the twitching in Adjeter's eyes intensified. Well, yeah, Ligon did it first. Just because it happened a long time ago doesn't reset the score, which makes you second. Morak's reasoning was as accurate as hurtful for the Drake's pride. This is reckless, dangerous, and stupid, Nalrund snarled. And not just once, but thrice, once for every life you're putting at risk. I know, Freya nodded. That's why I wanted to inform you myself and discuss this with you before doing anything. What's the point of discussing if you've already made up your mind? Nalrund moved his hands behind his back to hide the tension in his knuckles. I've yet to agree to anything. I can change your mind or I yours, Freya said. Fine, Nalrund took a deep breath to calm down. I understand Falul's reasoning, and I knew something like this could happen long before we started dating. My objection is simple. Why now? Why can't you do this 8 months from now? I understand it's a huge sacrifice I'm asking you, Falul, but your species has waited millennia to become dragons. What's the harm in waiting a bit longer? Gods, it's my first mile in Camilla's shoes, and it already hurts. He thought, finding it absurd to have to involve a third person in a decision that would determine the future of his relationship. The Hydras and Freya's eyes shone with prismatic mana for a while before they answered. Great, now I get the secret conversation too, Nalrund thought. Waiting is not a problem, Freya replied. If it were up to us, we wouldn't do anything until the twins are born. And here comes the we. This keeps getting better, the Agni internally screamed. Yet the decision is out of our hands, Nalrund. You know that the Jernoff might attack my mother at any moment. That Meln is after me and my parents. He already tried to kill my mother and Quilla once. You know it's only a matter of time before Meln, or one of his goons, takes a shot at me. The Agni clenched his teeth, but nodded for her to continue. I'm not going to spend the next 8 months hiding in a deep hole, and neither is Falul. If someone goes after us, my parents or my brothers, I won't sit and cry in a corner, hoping that someone else saves them. Falul and I are going to fight, and we might get hurt. If that happens, we need to be prepared for the worst. Nalrund said nothing, rubbing his chin while he racked his brain for an alternative. Give me a minute, I need to think. He started to pace along the edges of the lab, getting calmer with each step he took. He considered the situation and the problems that came with Freya's status as a harbinger from different angles, but found no solution. I can't even tell her to move to the desert until she gives birth, he thought. It would protect Freya, not Falul. Even worse, Falul can't relinquish her duties as a regional lord for so long without losing her status. She has to lead the hand of fate when it's her turn, and those missions are dangerous. If she gets hurt in the line of duty, Freya and the babies will suffer no matter the distance or how safe their hideout is. You are right, there is no other solution. Nalrund walked back in front of the two women, taking Freya's hands into his own. Just please be careful, Solus. Solus, Falul echoed in confusion. Lith Solus Camilla, he pointed to Freya the Hydra and himself. Chapter 3953, Second Place, Part 2. You two share a mind link, the life and death bond, and I'm the one locked outside of your special relationship, am I not? Nalrund asked. That's fair, Falul chuckled. Don't worry, I'll be extra careful, Kami. Now that this is solved, how do you feel knowing you'll be the second lesser divine beast to achieve dragonhood, Falul? Morak had remained silent until that moment, only in respect for his fellow soon-to-be father. What do you mean second? Falul's eyes twitched uncontrollably, way worse than Ajeter's. Well, yeah, Morak shrugged. Master Ajeter's evolutionary path is simpler and more straightforward. He was bound to beat you to dragonhood even without this forced break. On top of that, he is not going to put his research on hold for fairness's sake while you wait for Freya to give birth. Unless Master Ajeter falls into a coma, you have no way to achieve dragonhood before him. You'll be the second out of two. In other words, you'll come in last. Unless, of course, another Drake figures out the trick after Master Ajeter shows off his dragon form to his clan. Then you might be third, fourth, or maybe even. Shut up, the Hydra cut him short. The tyrant had a gift for annoying people, but what made him truly insufferable was the hard, cold truth in his words. Once Ajeter achieves dragonhood, he has no reason to keep it hidden from the rest of Maugr. Falul inwardly cursed her unjust fate. At that point, even if he doesn't share anything about our joint research, all those in the Harmonizer project will realize the truth. They know I'm the one who brought Ajeter in and that we are on friendly terms. What stumps the rest of the researchers is the idea that dragonhood is still a faraway goal. But, as Zagran said, once they witness Ajeter's success, they'll know it's possible. It will be enough for other Hydras to involve more Drakes in our research, and it will take them much less than 8 months to walk in our footsteps. By the time Freya's twins are born, I won't be even among the first 10 to achieve dragonhood. I'll just be one of many. But my babies will grow up knowing they have the best godmother in the world, Freya said, intruding on the Hydra's thoughts via their bond. Thank you for sacrificing so much for me, Master Falul. It means a lot for me, my husband, my family, and all my friends. She brought the Hydra's hand to her womb, and Falul felt the 2 small lives through the blood they shared with her. Anyone else would have thought that Freya had taken a page from Gianni's book and was trying to manipulate the Hydra. But the relationship between Harbinger and Master made such deception impossible. Listening to Falul's thoughts had allowed Freya to realize how much the Hydra was giving up for her twins' sake, just like Falul felt Freya's honest joy and gratitude. On top of that, the blood bond between them stirred one of the few instincts capable of overriding dragon greed in the Hydra. There's no need to thank me, Falul replied, her determination to protect the unborn babies no less than if they were growing inside of her. Hatchlings must be protected at all costs. Treasures and glory come and go. Children cannot be replaced. Master and Harbinger shared a tender moment of motherhood that brought a happy smile to Falul's face, and awakened a part of her that had grown dull after Cedra's death. God's damn it, Nalrund is right. Anger and warmth fought for control over the Hydra's heart, but warmth quickly beat anger into a pulp. About what? Freya asked, confused by the whirlwind of the Hydra's feelings. I'm the solace in your relationship, Falul admitted. I already love these children as though they are mine. Good to know, Freya chuckled. Just keep your hands off my Camilla, okay? I'll do my best, the Hydra stared at Ageter. The Drake had suddenly become incredibly attractive to her eyes, and a few thoughts formed in her head that made Ageter take a few steps back. Why are you staring at me so intensely? He asked. I have no idea what you are talking about, Falul lied through her teeth. Come on, Freya, let's get this over with. Gladly, she embraced Nalrun tight and he gave her a sweet kiss. After he let her go, he bent down to kiss her womb. Come back safe, all three of you, Nalrun said. We will. Freya entered her life support tank, quickly imitated by Falul. Aren't you afraid they'll steal something of your research with dragon eyes? Morok asked, as the nutrients fluid flooded the crystal containers. No, this is our joint research facility, the Drake replied. Falul already knows every enchantment in the room. Then a thought flashed through his mind. I stand corrected. I forgot about your Wormguard armor. Put that away, please. It's one of my best pieces. No problem. Morok swapped his clothes for an army standard issue of Skinwalker armor. Thank you for the trust. Falul shapeshifted into her full Hydra form and clicked her many tongues. I'm ready to begin. I'll stop at the third step. Do you copy? Damn, I forgot about the inbuilt communication system, he thought. Loud and clear, Ageter actually said. All arrays are charged and operational. Your and Freya's energy signatures are strong and steady. They are being recorded as we speak. You may begin. Commencing now. Falul wore the hands of Menadian and used them to gain surgical control over the world energy coming from the mana geyser below. Then she used her breathing technique, Lifestream, to study her life force one more time and establish a road map. She started from the imperfection that she now knew to be the atrophied organ for dragon eyes. The influx of mana turned the bump in her life force into a bubble and then into a sunspot that collapsed on itself, forming what looked like a vertical slitted pupil. Both the Hydra and Freya felt an itch in their eyes that grew stronger over time. Even with the distortion of the nutrient liquid, Freya's sight became keener, and details that she hadn't noticed until a moment ago became evident as if someone had drawn a red circle around them. That's phase 1, dragon eyes on the eyes, Falul said. Don't fight it, but don't focus on anything either, or the information will overload your brain. More bubbles and sunspots appeared in Master, S, and Harbinger's life force, and Falul focused solely on the former. The bubbles burst into new sunspots that collapsed into a vertical slitted pupil as well before merging with the first. The itch reached the back of Freya's eyes and spread to her brain. Now, not only did she notice more details of the enchantments in the room, but she could also guess their properties and how to reproduce them. This is phase 2. You have dragon eyes and your brain can process all the information safely. Feel free to take a look around the room. What's mine is also yours. Thanks, Master Falul. The shared mind with the Hydra allowed Freya to deconstruct most devices at first glance. Chapter 3954, Fusion Overload Part 1. Freya's dragon eyes cracked the cloaking runes with ease, and the mind link with Falul filled the few blanks left by her limited understanding of high-level forgemastering. The Hydra waited for Freya's life force to stabilize before repeating the process for a third time. The image of Ligain eyes formed on Falul's life force for a few seconds before it was absorbed under the flaming star's surface, and more imperfections emerged. Nalrun's eyes widened in amazement as he saw the Hydra's stumpy body elongating in a slightly slenderer form. The lengths of her necks didn't change, but the thickness and number of scales covering them increased. Her short forelegs extended slightly, and a claw moved to the side in an atrophied thumb. Her hind legs instead grew even longer, but her toes remained in their place. Step 2 completed, Ageter said. Only step 3 remains. Proceed with caution. Copy that, Falul replied. How do you feel, Freya? The Hydra and her Harbinger had never stopped communicating through their bond. Falul was talking out loud for Nalrun's sake. I feel weird, but not in an unpleasant way, she replied. My mouth is full of fangs now. This is interesting. Ageter took a closer look at the diagnostic instrument's readings. Interesting my ass. What about my children? Nalrun snarled. They are fine. The Drake zoomed in as much as he could. Sort of. They are experiencing the same changes as the M. Morok slammed Ageter's foot with Grimnir. The difference in size and mass made it the closest thing to a nudge the tyrant could do. I mean, Freya, They show no adverse reaction to the process. The same changes, Falul, Freya, and Nalrond said in unison. Gods, this really is Lith all over again, the Drake groaned. Yes, you heard me. Also, I have no idea what this will mean in the future. Stop wasting time and complete the procedure. Copy that. Falul ignored the auxiliary bubbles and sunspots that surrounded her newborn mana organs and flooded a small indentation in her life force with world energy. The indentation turned into a bump, then a bubble, and it kept growing until it floated off the violet star of Falul's life force. Phase 3. Freya heard the emotion in Falul's thoughts and knew that tears now diluted the nutrient's liquid. The first auxiliary star of the constellation that one day my life force will become. Freya felt an itch and a sting on her back and head. Small bone protuberances poked at her skin, forming proto-wings and horns. The same happened to Falul, and her body elongated further into an outline of her future ribcage, hips, arms, and legs. That's enough, Ajatar said. I don't know if it's because of closeness, but the Harbinger experiences the changes in real time while the infants take a bit longer. What worries me is the strain. What strain? Nalrund asked in worry. Falul is a healthy, awakened adult, just like Freya, the Drake explained. The transformation is slow enough to drain their vitality at an acceptable rate. Your twins, however, are weak, non-awakened beings. Even with Freya's support, such a dramatic transformation might be too much for them. We need to increase the concentration of nutrients in Freya's tank and slow the procedure until the babies can keep up with the mother. The Agni just nodded, not knowing what to say. What will happen when Falul reverts to Hydra? Morok took the words out of Nalrund's fears. Don't worry, that's fast and painless, Ajatar said. We'll test my theory right now. He flipped a few switches, pumping enriched nutrient potions inside Freya's tank and conjuring a holographic indicator in front of Falul. Reduce the energy output of the hands according to this rhythm, the Drake said. I'll keep adjusting it until we find the perfect balance. The process started slow, forcing the Hydra to perform baby steps so small that only the arrays registered them. Ajatar confirmed that the twins reverted to human in lockstep with Freya and hastened the process bit by bit. The moment mother and children went out of sync by a hair's breadth, he turned things down a notch. We found the balance, this is it, he said. The devolution process. Speed was slow enough to allow the unborn babies to suffer no strain, but fast enough to complete the transformation in a handful of minutes. Ajatar kept Freya's tank sealed until he was certain that the life forces of all its 3 occupants were strong and steady. The moment the crystal lid opened, Nalrund rushed to Freya's side and checked her with invigoration. Thank the gods you are all right, he squeezed her in a relieved embrace. All 3 of you. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Ajatar snorted. Nalrund's a first-time father, Ajatar. Falul removed the liquid, drenching her with water magic. It would be worrisome if he didn't care so much. Point taken, the Drake nodded. Master Ajatar, I understand Freya's pregnancy complicates things for Falul, but what about you? Morok asked. Why didn't you ask Lith permission to use the infirmary? You would have the hands, eyes, ears, and Menadian's genius at your disposal. You could be a dragon by tonight. A good question with a sad answer. Ajatar had long stopped being surprised by Morok's insightful observations. You are right. I could do that, but it would come at a great cost, and I'm not talking about Lith's stinginess or ungodly demands. Using the infirmary would lessen my achievement. I would become a dragon because of Menadian, not thanks to my efforts. Don't get me wrong, this isn't a matter of pride so much as practicality. If I use the infirmary, I won't be able to replicate the process on my own. If I decide to share it with one of my children, my future companion, or my parents, I'd still need Lith's help. This way, instead, I don't need anyone's permission or help, even if I decide to share the procedure with the entire Drake bloodline. What about Falul's hands? Nalrund asked. It's a useful tool, true, but it will lose its importance once we figure out all the details of the process. Ajatar replied. The hands simply allow for pinpoint accuracy in the control of the world energy, but that's something I can do by myself with enough practice. The readings, the imperfections to develop, everything is on me. I'm not just observing the process like I would in the infirmary, I'm mastering it. You're amazing, Master Ajatar, Morok nodded. Your foresight did you credit when we first met, and does you credit now? Indeed, Falul threw the Drake a longing stare that creeped him out. Is this mating frenzy? He thought. If I'm right and the changes induced in Freya's body by pregnancy are affecting Falul, I need to get out of here and fast. Let's celebrate the good news, Adjeter said. I booked a table at the traveling tavern for everyone. Bring Quilla Morak and tell her it's my threat. The Drake hoped that the more people he brought along, the less it would feel like a date. Good idea. Falul reverted to her human form and smiled from ear to ear. Chapter 39:55, Fusion Overload Part 2. This way we'll have 4 adorable little rascals at our table. Stupid Drake, Adjeter inwardly cursed. You just raised the baby fever by 2 degrees. Space. Verhin Mansion, a few days later. Freya had already shared the news about Falul's experiments and received plenty of checkups, but she insisted on visiting the infirmary to ensure everything was fine with her babies. After the tower allayed her fears and Hogg filled her stomach with delicious food, everyone felt calm enough to resume training with Ryla. This is so annoying, Lith said while shape-shifting from Indech to Tiamat and trying the few things he had learned in both forms. I have a decent grasp on my human abilities as an Indech, but I'm still terrible at it in my Tiamat form. Not only had he never managed to conjure his 3rd set of wings on his own, but he had also failed to achieve anything as a Tiamat aside from increasing the speed with which his wings absorbed the world energy. Define decent grasp, Morak mocked him. You can't even do this. The tyrant drew world energy from his wings and released it in a blue pillar from his water eye. You're wrong, Lith smirked. I can do it, but I need a few extra steps than you. Watch and learn, you scrubs. Lith used swirling wind to separate the water element from the world energy and gather it around him. Then, he let go of swirling wind, and his wings absorbed the water element in a heartbeat. The overload lit up Lith's blue eye, making it crackle with power until a second blue pillar streaked across the sky above the mansion. And before you ask, I can do that with all elements. Lith's labored breath made his bragging less effective. Congratulations, Uncle Lith. Garrick shot his own water pillar with no preparation and then shot 5 more, 1 for each element. You are so cool. The young farmer wasn't being sarcastic, which made his feet and words even more annoying. Thanks, Garrick, Lith sighed, but I guess I'm no match for you. Mom trained me for months, and I'm a farmer from birth. Garrick tilted his head. If you caught up to me in just a few lessons, it would mean I have no talent. Speaking of no talent, how are you 2 doing? Morak turned to Tista and Zorith. I'm still lagging behind the class, thank you for asking, the Ark replied. I don't lack talent, though. I belong to a different species, so while you can just follow the path paved by the farmers, I have to find my own. Still. Zorith took a deep breath, and her blue arm shone with elemental light. It took her focus, control, and several seconds, but she managed to project a water pillar from her eye. Once she was done, however, part of her arm had reverted to a dull blue. What about you, big sis? Lith asked. Even as an Indech, my ability to absorb world energy is still too limited, she sighed. This is the best I can do. Half of her pristine wings turned blue, and a beam the size of a breadstick erupted from her water eye. That's not much worse than what I can do without using swirling wind. Lith patted her shoulder to console her. Yeah, too bad I didn't think about doing that. You'll have to teach me that trick, lil bro, Tista said. I want to learn it too. Garrick raised and waved his hand in a frenzy. That was cool, and I want to see what I can do with so much world energy. Same, Morak gave Lith the thumbs up. It's a nifty trick and might help unclog my poor excuse for wings. If you like that, wait until you see this. Tista lowered her stance, unfurled her wings, and took a series of deep breaths. Her feathers were still blue, and only half of them managed to pull the surrounding water element into her body. Several seconds passed, and nothing happened, but no one said a word. They trusted Tista and knew that with her current abilities, conjuring any amount of elemental energy would take her some time. As Tista exhaled, her aura switched from violet to blue. When more than half her aura changed color, the air became cold enough for everyone to notice the drop in temperature despite their enhanced physiques. When Tista's aura turned completely blue, her water eye lit up and crackled with energy. The grass below her feet froze, and a thin layer of ice formed over her skin. Cast a weak elemental spell against me. Any spell will do, she said, and Morak obliged. A small darkness bullet with enough power to kill a beetle erupted from his finger and crashed against her aura, fading into nothingness. I said weak spells. That barely qualifies as chore magic. As she continued to breathe, the layer of ice became thicker and spread across her body. Okay, Lith conjured the Tier 1 air magic spell, Discharge, releasing an electric current strong enough to hurt a cow or paralyze an adult man. Discharge 2 crashed against the blue aura, losing part of its power, and then broke upon contact with the ice. Those with life vision saw the mana being torn away from the world energy, neutralizing the spell. Lith then tried a Tier 2 spell that caused no damage as well, and then a Tier 3 lightning bolt. I felt that. Tista grimaced as if stung by an insect, but that was it. Well, what do you think? Panting replaced her deep breaths, and the layer of ice covering her disappeared in less than a second. Was that raging severance? Ryla asked when she noticed that the air was getting warmer, and the frozen grass thawed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yes, Tista wheezed, needing to sit down. And as Lith said, I can do that with all elements. Really? Ryla asked with genuine curiosity. Even light and darkness? Yes, but they don't do anything yet, Tista nodded. Still, this is very interesting, the farmer said. Would you mind teaching me how you did that? I have yet to learn how to conjure umbral shift and lightforged properly, and this could help me. Color me offended, Ryla? Tista glared at the farmer, cutting her short before she could apologize. You've taught me anything I know. This is the fruit of your lessons, so it's only fair that I share it with you and the rest of the class. Thank you, Ryla gave a polite bow. I know mages don't like sharing their research in the outside world, and I was afraid I had crossed a boundary. Don't worry. Tista stood up the moment her panting stopped. What you just saw is a combination of what you taught us about swirling wind, fusion magic, and elemental amplification with our eyes. I circulate a single element with fusion magic. I fuel it with what I can absorb from the world energy through my wings, and then I amplify it with the corresponding eye. First you. Ryla's black eye lit up with the darkness element, and so did her wings. A split second later, she had switched places with her shadow without the need for using dimensional magic. Chapter 3956, Upper Rank Part 1. This is amazing, Ryla said after successfully triggering umbral shift and lightforged a few times. You took the words out of my mouth, Tista said in disbelief. How did you learn 2 new bloodline abilities so quickly? Your technique is effective, and I've already mastered the 3 steps you just described. The farmer shrugged. You had a great idea, Tista. By combining our wings and eyes with fusion magic, one can overload their body with a single element and trigger the corresponding bloodline ability with ease. Actually, it's not my idea, Tista sighed. I just remembered Quilla's theory about elemental bloodline abilities being nothing but fusion magic projected on the outside. I thought that if I focused on one elemental flow and amplified it beyond what my body can handle, then the fusion overload would have fueled my in-depth powers. Glad to be of help, Quilla nodded. You're a genius, babe. Morok's body released arches of vital storm, but their effect lasted only as long as he maintained his focus. You're not bad either, Tista. Thanks, her voice oozed sarcasm. Great thinking, big sis. Lith's body became wreathed in balefire, but he failed to project it outwards. Don't listen to Morok, Tista. Zorith's red eye and arm burst with balefire as well, painting the grass around her red. Your idea is amazing, especially for me. She released a small jet of fire that extended for almost 20 meters, 66, before losing cohesion. This is great, she grunted. I came up with the idea of the fusion overload, yet everyone can already use my technique better than me. That's because we can all use our wings better than you, Lith replied. Aside from Zor, of course. She has no wings, but the stored elements in her arms make it easy for her to overload her fusion magic. Apparently easy. The arc extended her secondary right arm and showed an ample area of her skin that had reverted to dull blue. Your wings make you guys perfect elemental conduits. As long as you can tap into the world energy, you can release as much elemental power as you absorb. My arms, instead, seem to have a limited ability to siphon the world energy, but they can store it long-term. The accumulated elemental power makes it easier for me to overload my body, but only until the energy I accumulated runs out. I'm just an elemental battery, and unless I'm given time to recharge, I need to use my abilities wisely in battle. Speaking of abilities, how did you do that? Tista asked. You are a rank 1 human, and balefire is a farmer bloodline ability. Good question. Zorith had no answer for it. I just followed you guys' lead. I didn't think about whether I could do it or not. I just did, Urhin. Tista is right, the Balor replied. Only Falmer can use balefire, but Balors can use proto-versions of most of the elemental powers. She collected the fire element with swirling wind. and a circle of flames appeared behind her back, wreathing Arhin in a lesser but still deadly version of balefire. Yet I'm unable to use it as a long-range weapon, she added after a few tries. How is this possible? I can think of two possibilities, Quilla pondered. To confirm my second theory, I'd need the help of a Tron, but since we can't call Karana, we have to bother Lady Yaga. Solus, do you mind calling her? No problem, Quilla. Solus took her amulet out and pressed Yaga's rune. But I don't know if she can. Yes, Effie, I mean Solus. The mother walked through the door of the mansion, cutting Solus short. She had disheveled hair and wore a loose mage robe that she used as pajamas. You were sleeping at this hour? Lith asked. It's 4 a.m. in Zima, Baba Yaga yawned. I arrived here so quickly thanks to my bond with Dawn. What do you want? A mind link brought her up to speed. As I was saying, I have two working theories, Quilla said. The first is that Zorath's human and troll sides complement each other so well that she has access, or at least partial access, to rank 2 bloodline abilities despite being a rank 1. The second is that her human aspect and troll side have been stimulated by the dragon aspect ever since she became an Arc and are slowly evolving. There is a third option. Baba Yaga used her breathing technique, Sun and Moon, to study Zorath's life force and found small but clear signs of change. Both your theories are correct. The common ancestry shared by humans, and Odie allows Zorath's mana organs to overlap just like her mana cores. In turn, this strengthens their connection and counters the effect of her eldritch side better. The less chaos the Odie side and the human aspect have to deal with, the more the pressure exerted on them by the dragon aspect pushes their evolution forward instead of crushing them on the spot. That's an interesting theory, Malishka, Solus nodded, but it sounds a bit extreme. Zor became an Arc just 2 weeks ago. Her life force didn't have the time to develop so much. You're wrong, Solus, Baba Yaga shook her head. Zorath became a hybrid almost 4 years ago, correct? She asked, and the shadow dragon nodded for her to continue. 4 years of constant training, experiments, and improvements. Despite all the limits of her previous hybrid state, her dragon aspect and troll side managed to stimulate her human aspect to reach rank 1. Yet there is the bottom rank, one of a newly evolved species, and the upper rank, one of someone close to breaking through to the next level. I already had my suspicions after we fixed Zorath's life force, and this confirms it. The state we found her wasn't her limit. It was the limit of her old condition, and we lifted it. Without it, her life force is progressing again. How can you be so sure? Tista asked. Her arms. The mother pointed at the elemental rune patterns painting Zorath's forearms of the same colors as her eyes. Only a Tron develops elemental arms as their mastery over magic increases. On top of that, look at her skin. The mana core of a troll can only channel light and darkness. Their body reflects this condition by constantly shifting between black and white, whereas Zorath's remains stable. Her skin stays of the dull blue resulting from the mix of the sky blue of a Farmer and the gray of a Tron. Is there any way to test your theory further? The shadow dragon asked, looking at her arc form like she saw it for the first time. Yes, there is, Baba Yaga nodded. Have you already recovered body casting Zorath? No, she shrugged, just like I have no spirit magic or awakening. Good, the Red Mother's words made everyone blink in confusion. Then do me a favor. Cast a spell, any spell will do. It must contain the elements your form is attuned with, though. Done, Zorath said after a second. Move it to your corresponding arms, Baba Yaga said. I beg your pardon. You heard me, the mother replied, do it. Chapter 3957, Upper Rank, Part 2. The Arc complied, and the rune patterns on her darkness and fire arms rearranged into the runes of her Tier 5 battle mage spell, Cruel Sun. The pressure of keeping the spell at the ready disappeared from her mind, her full focus restored. As I suspected, Baba Yaga studied the runes on the Arc's arms. This is a Tron bloodline ability. You can use it to store all kinds of spells and arrays. What else can I do? Zorath asked. This is enough for today, child. The coldness of Yaga's voice brooked no argument. I have no interest in mentoring you. I did what I had to do to test a theory and assess your potential. Now we know, until you decide your path, I can't afford to nurture someone who might develop into a threat to my work. She paused, her eyes and words boring into Zorath's head ominously. Do you need me for something else, Solus? No, Malishka, Solus gave her a deep bow. Sorry for bothering you, next time I'll be more careful. You never bother me, silly. The mother turned into the maiden who leaned her forehead against Solus. We are friends, and we haven't talked for 700 long years. Missing a bit of sleep is worth not missing you any longer. Thank you, Malishka. Yaga's sincerity and dedication moved Solus. You are a great friend. You are welcome. The maiden kept the contact for a few seconds before stepping away. Just don't get too used to this. I have my own life, and the time will come when I'm too far away or busy to help you. Space. By the time Baba Yaga returned to her tower, the spell stored in Zorith's arms started to fade. I wonder if this is normal or just another proof that I'm close to rank 2 but still a rank 1, she said. How did it feel? Tista asked. What do you mean? The Ark replied. Did it consume your mana like for a fake mage or a spell-holding ring, or did it cost you nothing like a true mage? The female in Dech said. I didn't consume mana, but I feel tired, Zorith said. More tired than before, I mean. It drained my stamina. What about your troll side? Lith pondered. Shouldn't it restore your strength just by eating? Not that stamina, I don't feel like panting. Zorith shook her head. My arms sting and every attempt to tap into their powers hurts. Just like my wings, Morok sighed. Tista's technique works great, but it puts quite a burden on my body. Same, everyone nodded. Hey, I warned you it requires a massive overload of fusion magic. Tista was still resting from her use of Raging Severance. Besides, we all have atrophied or underdeveloped mana organs, and we trained all morning. What did you expect? She has a point. Quilla moved from one evolved human to the other, studying their life forces. You'd better rest. If your training is really effective, you need to give your mana organs the time to recover and grow. Invigoration will give you back your strength, but it might also revert your mana organs to their pre-training state. Space. Zorith spent the rest of the morning lying on the grass in her Ark form, resisting the temptation to restore the elemental energy she had spent during the training. Lith and Tista, instead, used that time to take flying lessons from Ryla and Arhin. Balancing themselves in the air without their tail was a weird experience, and they still felt clumsy and bulky in their Indech form. The farmers were saddened by saying goodbye for lunch, but not as much as Garrick. I miss you already, big brother. He gave Morok a long hug. Me too, little bother, the tyrant said. I'll be back sooner than you think. Alina and Gianni had prepared another feast, yet the food was barely enough since everyone had worked up quite an appetite. Watching you guys train is exhausting. Quilla munched a mutton chop. All that thinking about how to help you tap into your bloodline abilities drained me. And I appreciate your sacrifice. Lith's voice held only as much sarcasm as his friend's volatile mood could tolerate. But we are also tired. Watching Quilla eat was always a shocking experience. Yet watching her eat for 3 was unsettling at best, and her tyrant shark-like teeth gave her the appearance of a monster not so cleverly disguised. Do you have to? Quilla's bite ripped the meat and crushed the bone of the mutton chop, cutting Gianni short. Never mind. Not to sound ungrateful, but how long do you plan to stay in Lucia? This place is small, and there aren't enough bathrooms for everyone. Her eyes lingered on the pregnant women for way longer than it was polite. Also, I understand you love this place, Alina, but Ryla and Garrick are left alone. I know, Morok sighed. I'll go visit them as soon as we are done here. Excellent cooking, Gianni, like always. Thank you, she politely nodded. Gianni is right, Alina pondered. After spending so much time with Garrick and Ryla at the mansion in the desert, they are part of our family, and we are cutting them off from our daily activities. Also, our home really is cramped. The entire Erna's family dined and lived with the Verhins, forcing some to sleep on couches and Nalrond to return to his old room at the Fasteros with Freya for the night. How do you feel, dear? Alina asked, looking at Lith. Better, thank you, he shrugged. The relentless training allowed him to keep his mind busy, and the time he spent with his family pushed the lingering memories of Raum's victims away until they faded forever. Moreover, Elijah and Valoran were his little sons. The joy that the babies felt at his presence and transmitted to him via the dragon scales dispelled the misery of the lost souls that still haunted him like mist. Lucia is fine, but there isn't much space to play, Aaron said. Also, everyone looks at Onyx like she's a monster. I also prefer the mansion. Solus cleared her throat in embarrassment. I have more freedom there, and I can use a bit of space to talk alone with Mo and Adian. Seconded, Celia leaned in from the window. I saved a lot of money in food and repairs while we lived and trained together at the mansion. I could use saving a bit more. This is a family decision, and you have no say in this, Lith said. How can you say that? Celia said in a perfect imitation of sincere outrage. You are Lilia's and Laren's godfather. Aren't they part of your family? Tell him, children. I'm hungry, Uncle Lith. Lilia sniffed the air. Can I have some food, please? Laren asked. You have just had a 3-course lunch. Celia blushed hard in embarrassment, and this time it was no performance. Stop talking like I starve you. I'm sorry, Mom, but the smell of Auntie Alina's cooking is so good, Fenrir said, her stomach growling. Her dishes also taste much better than yours. You're right, Lith, this is none of my business. Celia didn't know what was worse. Whether the comments on her cooking skills, or the humiliation from her children's gluttonousness. Chapter 3958, Part of Your World, Part 1. Please let me know when you make your decision. Don't be silly, Celia. Alina stopped the huntress while she dragged her yowling children away from the window. You're a friend, and there will always be a hot meal and a place for you in this house. Thanks, Alina, but the children's cheers of joy at the mention of food made Celia wish Magur would kill her on the spot. I accept your offer. Lilia, Laren, and Fenrir ran inside and grabbed a plate, filling it with the extra servings left in the pot, and wolfing them down with the enthusiasm of a pack of starving wolves. What are you eating, Auntie Quilla? Laren asked. Mutton, she replied. Chop or fillet? Lilia tilted her head, confused by the many different cuts of cooked meat piled up on Quilla's plate. She's being modest, Morak said, drawing Quilla's scowl. She's not eating mutton, she's eating a mutton. Space. The Verhins, returned to the mansion, was welcomed by Garrick and Ryla with enthusiasm, and followed by an improvised game that the children played with the help of their magical beasts. Aaron and Lyria used the warp gate to visit Zekel whenever they wanted, and Lith returned to his home in Lucia when he needed peace and quiet. Still, the mansion had much more space, was better protected, and its mana geyser added the tower to Lith's arsenal. The situation turned for the worse as the weather turned colder and heavy rains stopped everyone from leaving the house. This sucks. Aaron stared at the Tron woods, so close yet far out of his reach. How did we spend so many months holed up at home in the past? Easy, we didn't have any other choice, Lyria replied while using accumulation out of boredom. Wait until the windstorms or the snow arrives, then we won't step foot outside for more than a couple of hours every few days at best. I like the company, though, Garrick said with a wide smile as he practiced with his bloodline abilities and wings under Ryla's guidance. Me too, Lilia and Laren chased charging along the vast corridors of the mansion, while Salkar tussled with any shoe left unchecked he found. Same, Celia extended her legs on a footstool. I can sit down and relax again. I have an offer that should make everyone happy. Lith walked inside the room while the hologram projected by his communication amulet faded away. I've just received Rem's invitation to take part in the inauguration of the Merfolk's surface village. It's in the Blood Desert, so we'd have all the space the kids want to roam free, warm weather, and Grandma's protection. If something happens and the royals need me, I'd be still one warp gate away. This is an interesting proposition. Gianni had already grown tired of being restricted to the mansion's park for her outings, and with the arrival of the bad weather, her prison had shrunken further. I'd love a change of scenery. What about you, dear? I have no objections, Orion replied. I still have some work to do at the Erna's household, but as Lith said, we have warp gates. Orion had recently regained the bright violet and needed a secluded place to put his newfound physical and magical abilities to the test. Also, he could finally harness the full power of the Erna's household's defensive system again and enhance its enchantments with his newfound, awakened prowess. Also, with Gianni in the desert, the Jernoff's surveillance in the kingdom was likely to become laxer, allowing him to modify the array protecting the house without anyone noticing. By now, the Jernoff must have exploited our absence to collect all the information they need to storm the current Erna's household, Gianni thought. All their efforts and resources invested in reconnaissance will soon be for nothing. Even if the Jernoff notice the changes in our magical formations, they'll think twice before scouting them. Not only because we might alter them again in the future, but also because the Jernoff know I'll set traps for them. Losing a few people is nothing for a powerful, awakened household, but with each round of this game we play, I'd thin their numbers and they'd gain nothing in return. It's an interesting idea. Freya stared at the rain pouring against the windows as if it owed her money. I don't know if it's because of my pregnancy or the Hydra blood flowing in my veins, but the mere thought of cold puts me in a bad mood. Merfolk? Camilla asked, furrowing her brow. The same merfolk who welcomed us at the end of the Wayfinder's maiden voyage and our arrival at Vladian's land. Yes, but don't worry. Lith could see her objection coming from a mile away. Their mainland village is a trade hub. The merfolk who live there have regular interactions with merchants and other desert tribes, so they are properly dressed at all times. Is there a mana geyser for Ryla? Solus asked. Of course, Lith nodded. We didn't come back to the mansion just to leave our friends behind. Now if everyone agrees, I'll inform Grandma and she'll make the necessary preparations for the trip. Warm weather, royal treatment, and free food. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Celia jumped up from her seat in excitement. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Am I not one of the friends Lith was talking about? Space. Blood Desert, Starry Lagoon Village, a few minutes later. I have great news, Rem Shelshin, the merfolk representative, said to the assembly of her people. Supreme Magus Verhen has accepted our invitation and will join us soon. I want everyone to be on their best behavior. Do not bother him unless it's about something important. Remember that it's thanks to him that the Overlord offered us many favorable conditions, and our first settlement on dry land is safe. Her words were met with several groans and complaints from the young women of the tribe. Poor girls, 30 years and kilograms ago I would have been as heartbroken as them, she thought, slightly shaking her head and making her long sky-blue hair sparkle under the sunlight. I understand your disappointment, but if you anger Lady Verhen and the baby she carries gets upset, you might anger the Overlord and... You don't want that to happen. Salark appeared out of thin air right next to Rem. Trust me on that. Overlord Salark, the merfolk representative fell to one knee, quickly followed by the humans and merfolk members of the tribe alike. To what do we owe this pleasure? I have come to arrange for a suitable residence for my featherlings. Salark didn't gesture for them to stand. Yours is a lovely village, Rem Shelshin, but there is no building here worthy of my blood. Calling the Starry Lagoon lovely was a gross overstatement even for an experienced diplomat like Salark, but a necessary euphemism to avoid offending her newest loyal subjects. Merfolk were used to live in the depths of Magus seas and oceans. Water and high pressure played a significant role in designing their homes and defining the merfolk concept of architectural beauty. The underwater cities had tall, slender buildings that, on the surface, would crumble under their own weight. Merfolk ignored the concept of stairs or inclines since they swam from one floor to another. Chapter 3959, Part of Your World, Part 2. On top of that, the lack of light and the impossibility to speak from a distance had led the merfolk culture to develop special sounds to express their emotions and mark their historical buildings. A merfolk's underwater home sang with its inhabitants, and its individual melody would mix with those produced by the neighboring houses in the equivalent of the noise of a bustling city. When the merfolk had stepped on the desert's sands for the first time, they had tried to recreate their native city, Gen, on the surface. Salark had gifted them a verdant oasis, and the merfolk were skilled with earth magic, yet the initial results were appalling at best. Gravity filled any building over 1 story high with cracks during the construction process, and no amount of effort or stones could keep them from turning into ruins. Even the merfolk who preferred their home to extend horizontally rather than vertically fared no better. What hundreds of meters underwater sounded like a fine-tuned orchestra. On dry land looked as though a leviathan with a nasty stomach bug had recently relieved himself multiple times while taking a stroll through the oasis. The walls of the elongated merfolk houses were jagged and irregular, and the vibrant brown of the fertile soil of the oasis only reinforced the initial impression. To add insult to the injury, if a merfolk was brave enough to live inside one of those monstrosities, the buildings produced sounds that could only be defined as the forbidden love child of a harpy's screech and a banshee's scream. Merfolk had lived for countless generations blind and submerged in water, so they had no notion of above-ground acoustics or color schemes. Giving them paint to decorate their houses was no different from handing gasoline to a pyromaniac. The result was a disaster that could only be remedied by razing everything to the ground and waiting for nature to heal itself. Merfolk loved bright colors like pistachio green and electric purple, and had no qualms about using them on different walls of the same house. The first time Salark had visited the Starry Lagoon village, she had convinced herself that one of her retainers had played a cruel prank on her honorable guests. She had offered her apologies to the merfolk tribe and to help clean up such an obscenity. The baffled expression on the merfolk's faces had met its match when they had asked the Overlord what she was talking about. If not for Salark's ability to read minds, the mother of all phoenixes would have refused to believe her own ears and dug herself into the deepest diplomatic hole of her long career. After identifying the root cause of the misunderstanding, she had sworn to Magus that she wouldn't let such an abomination endure, and offered her honored guests a tour of the neighboring cities. The merfolk were curious by nature, and the idea of exploring a thriving continent like Garland under Salark's protection was too good to turn down. They accepted her offer and were ready to leave, something Salark couldn't allow to a bunch of naked people. Persuading the merfolk to get dressed had been quite a struggle, but that's a story for another day. The Overlord had brought her guests to visit the villages of her feathers, then the coastal cities of the desert, and lastly those of the Empire. The dull colors, repetitive shapes of the buildings, and the little space between the houses of the same city block had horrified the merfolk. Not one city looked like anything they had dreamed of building on the surface. Even worse, they were used to spending their lives in the harmonious symphony of the ocean, whereas all they could hear as they moved from one place to another was discordant noise. Salark had noticed the merfolk's disappointment and offered them the assistance of her best engineers. They would help the merfolk to build houses of their liking while also taking care that their shapes complied with the basic standards of decency. The Overlord offered only a limited selection of paint colors this time, but she made up for it by providing plenty of luscious plants from her gardens. This way, the merfolk got the colorful houses they wanted, and everyone else didn't feel the need to gouge their eyes out upon entering the village. Alas, the merfolk had once again taken Salark's invitation the wrong way. Most of the merfolk families had chosen a different architectural style for their homes and built them without bothering to reach an agreement with their neighbors. Salark walked through the door of the city hall, her delicate features twitching at the sight of the mismatched buildings, scattered over a surface too wide to be either pleasant to the eye or at least functional. She walked double time, wishing to prolong her stay in the merfolk village for as little as possible. The Overlord chose an empty spot near the shoreline for her performance. This way, my featherlings will have something beautiful to look at when they wake up in the morning and the time to steal their hearts before they turn around, she thought as she stared at the clear blue ocean. A wave of her hand conjured the sand from beyond the borders of the oasis and shaped it into a rectangular two-story building. It was the size of a shack at first, but it slowly expanded in every direction while maintaining its perfect proportions. Aside from the lack of a sloped roof, it was a scaled-down version of the main building of the Verhin mansion, with just enough tweaks to resemble the beach house of a desert noble. Salark conjured countless complex spells in the process, shrouding them with her best cloaking runes for the sake of anyone who might be spying on her work. She arranged layer upon layer of magical formations until the house came to life. The newly enchanted beach house was much bigger on the inside, had a verdant garden on its roof, and was equipped with security measures powerful enough to destroy an awakened army. Merfolk and spies alike gaped in awe at Salark's masterpiece, failing to see past her ruse. The beautiful building in front of their eyes was Menadian's tower. The Overlord had just filled a few blanks in the tower core to allow the artifact to shapeshift into its current form. Everything else was just a cover to hide the tower warp and justify the powerful enchantments surrounding it. Solus needs a geyser to keep her human body, and the merfolk village is built above one, Salark thought. This is the perfect solution to hide the tower in plain sight and allow Lith to move away the moment his presence is required somewhere else. The Guardian had also connected the warp mirror to the Desert's gate network, giving Lith a perfect cover story for those among his guests who were still unaware of the tower's existence. Salark had dropped Solus' stone ring at the beginning of her performance so that Solus could imprint the geyser, while the sandstorm justified the rapid growth of the building. Gianni, Orion, Ryla, and Garrick stepped through the mirror camouflaged as a warp gate without suspecting they had set foot inside one of the most legendary artifacts in Magus history. Chapter 3960, Changes and Challenges, Part 1. I hope you like this place, Lith said to his guests. I asked Grandma to follow the blueprints of our dream house. It's very cozy. Orion appreciated both the craftsmanship and the lived-in ambience of the tower's new form. When are you going to build this for real? When things quiet down for more than 5 minutes, Camilla sighed. There's no point in having a dream house if you have to spend most of your time in a safe location to protect the lives of your friends and family. Without Salark's help, we wouldn't have enough space for everyone, and even if we did, at that point we might as well stay in the mansion. I'm sorry for bothering you for so long. Gianni gave Camilla a deep bow. We moved into your home months ago, and will probably still be here for Lith's birthday in a couple of months. You don't need to apologize, Gianni. Camilla forced her friend to stand straight. That came out wrong. I wasn't blaming anyone. I was just trying to explain why Lith and I have never moved from Lucia. Even if the threat of the Jernoff was resolved, we couldn't build our dream house anyway. Setting arrays powerful enough to stop Meln, and his uppers would cost too much and take too long. What I'm trying to say is that this is supposed to be our dream house, not a fortress. I like it. Garrick ran along the wide corridors of the tower as he explored the place. There are so many doors, and even Fluffy has his own room. I appreciate the thought, but I doubt I'll spend a minute in it, the bike sighed. With his training routine, the children's games, and Garrick's habit of sleeping hugged to his fur, Fluffy was rarely alone. You don't have to thank me, thank Grandma, Lith said. Thanks, Grandma. Fluffy wasn't afraid to face the Guardian's fury. Not with Garrick sitting on his back. You are welcome, she snarled. Before you step outside, I must warn you of the danger that awaits you. The use of the mind link and the Overlord's somber tone made everyone swallow hard. How can someone threaten us while we are under your roof, Mother? Roz asked. It's not a physical threat, child, she explained. I would never allow you to be in harm's way. The danger I'm talking about is for your senses and the good relationship with your hosts. Let me show you. Salark projected the current appearance of the merfolk village in their minds to let the shock wash over their faces before they saw the real deal in front of the welcome committee. Everyone grimaced, their faces twisted in disbelief and disgust. Even the children found nothing of their liking, no matter how hard they looked. Had the merfolk witnessed the Verhen's reaction, they would have been offended, and the visit would have started on the wrong foot. I'll go out first, Lith said. Remember, no comments, okay? Kay, Valoran, and Elijah nodded. And I'll accompany you, Camilla said. You guys wait a few seconds before coming outside. Let the merfolk focus on us. Welcome to our starry lagoon village, Supreme Magus Verhen. Welcome to our home, Lady Magus. The crowd surrounding the tower exploded with cheers and applause as Lith waved his hand in a greeting. Thank you for having me, he replied. Nice to see you again, Rem. It's Rem Shelshin now. The merfolk shook his hand first, and then Camilla's. Things are so complicated here on the surface that I had to pick what you humans call a last name. It sounds nice, and it suits you, Camilla said before turning around and taking in the merfolk village. Thanks to Salark's care and the valiant efforts of her engineers, the village didn't look like a Leviathan series of disappointing bowel movements anymore. The bright, mismatched colors were also gone, but that just made it less of an eyesore. Some houses were tall buildings several stories high. Others were villas, mountain cabins, or large stone tents. The village looked like the collection of a crazy dimensional mage who had taken a house from every city he had visited as a souvenir. Each building was pleasant on its own, but when observing the village as a whole, the best way to describe it was as a chaotic mess. The only silver lining is that at least everyone is fully dressed, Camilla said via the mind link. Thanks, Lady Verhen. Rem's bright blue hair contrasted with her pale skin from the decades she had spent in absolute darkness. We would have loved to greet you with our housewarming song, but moving to the surface turned out to be more challenging than we expected. I can see that, Lith said. I hope that Overlord Salark has been a gracious host to your people and helped you to get accustomed to your new home. The Overlord is a perfect host, Rem bowed to the Guardian. Don't get me wrong, we got everything we wanted. A safe space where to practice all elements, good food, shelter, and first-rate education to fill the many gaps in our manners. Our life on the surface isn't bad at all. It's just different, and some of us have more trouble with the transition than others. Having a sea heart would help us feel at home, but as you see, we failed to craft one. She pointed at the center of the village, where a rock shaped like a giant seashell rested on a stone pedestal. Lith recognized it from his past visits to the underwater city of Zhen, and didn't miss how the sea heart's hollow space had been filled with porous soil. Speaking of hearts, you already know the lady who holds mine. Lith brought Camilla's hand to his lips, making her blush and the merfolk cheer. These are our children, Valoran, Elijah, and Raldorak. He waved at Camilla's baby bump. Children, this is Rem, and these people are our merfolk friends. Hi, the babies greeted the merfolk, melting their hearts. As for Camilla, she grimaced and brought her hand to her womb. Ral says hi, stop kicking me, you rascal. Her words were met with awes from the crowd. If you allow me, it would be my honor to teach you a few songs of my people. Rem stared at Camilla in adoration. We merfolk women speak with our children long before they are born. We can soothe them when they are scared and understand them when something is wrong. It would be my pleasure, Camilla replied with a smile, and I think you're going to have more than one student. She introduced Freya and Quilla first, and then the rest of the Erna's family one by one. The more people walked out of the tower, the more the merfolk were shocked by Salark's mastery over magic. Once the introductions were done, Rem invited everyone to a tour of the village, and they reluctantly accepted. Everyone complimented the merfolk for their beautiful gardens and clean streets, the only two things that could be praised without lying. The mana geyser of the starry lagoon village produced no mana crystals or magic metals, but stretched in every direction for several kilometers. Chapter 3961, Changes and Challenges, Part 2. The large mana geyser kept a vast area around the oasis fertile despite the harsh climate of the desert, and provided the village with a freshwater pond formed by an underground river. Salark had chosen that location for the merfolk settlement because it was one of the few places in the desert teeming with life. The merfolk craved for the colors and vegetation they had missed since their defeat in the War of the Races. It was the only thing that kept them on the surface after discovering the challenges of living out of the water. Their customs, habits, and even the way they communicated with each other needed drastic changes. It was too much to ask from anyone, and without the flowers, fruits, and green of the oasis, the merfolk would have already given up and returned to the ocean. After the tour of the village came the welcome banquet that the merfolk had prepared for their guests. Much to everyone's surprise, there was no seafood. Most of the dishes were typical of the Blood Desert, and the rest were vegetables. We had enough fish for a lifetime, Rem explained when Aaron asked her about the absence of traditional merfolk dishes. Besides, it has been millennia since my people had any cooking skills. When you live underwater, you eat everything raw with no spices or condiments aside from a few algae wraps. Ewa, Aaron gagged at the idea. I'm so sorry for you. Here, try this. It's my mom's world-famous meat pie. He took a large oven fresh, serving out of his dimensional amulet. I always keep some aside for when I'm sad or hungry, but you need it more than I do. Thank you, young man, Rem chuckled, accepting the steaming plate with both hands. Aaron's honesty would have been rude if not tempered by his kindness. Moreover, he belonged to a different race. Rem found several human customs weird at best and disturbing at worst, so she took no offense. Especially after tasting Alina's dish. By the sea gods, this is delicious. Rem was so enraptured by the rich flavor that she dropped the fork and started eating with her hands. I told you it's world famous. Aaron puffed his chest out with pride. Mom even wrote a book about her recipes. What's a book? The merfolk asked. A bunch of pieces of written paper glued together. Aaron handed her a physical copy of Alina's cookbook. Don't worry about your hands. My big brother enchanted it so that it can't get dirty. Oh gods, how could I forget my manners? Only then did Rem realize her blunder. Merfolk had a tough skin that made the heat of the meat pie irrelevant, but it could do nothing against the oily layer of spices that now covered her fingers. She hastily dabbed it on her pristine desert robe, making things much worse. It's fine. Aaron cleansed both her hands and dress with a short pulse of darkness magic. My mom's cooking has that effect on me as well. Kind and charming, you're just like your brother. Rem took the cookbook and flipped through the pages. There were realistic depictions of the single ingredients and the various dishes that Rem tried to grab. When it failed, she sniffed at them. They are not real, Aaron said. Have you never seen a drawing before? No, young man. Rem shook her head. Cooking and magic are just two of the many skills that my people lost after our banishment from the surface. We also had to forsake all forms of art that require perishable materials. Besides, it's really dark down there. We don't read with our eyes but with our fingers like this. She took a small stone tablet covered in characters embossed with earth magic out of her dimensional amulet and brushed her fingers over its surface. Your people are really smart. Aaron caressed the surface of the stone tablet but failed to recognize a single letter. Too bad I can't read your language. And I yours, Rem tapped on the book. I can only read and write the ancient merfolk language of the tablet. Then how do you speak the universal language so well? He asked. Practice and the need to communicate with our Emperor Beast friends, Rem sighed. We merfolk lived in isolation for a long time. There was no point in mastering a language we couldn't practice. Couldn't you use communication amulets? Aaron asked. You can use them to talk with anyone you know and even to write. Sadly, no, Aaron. During our millennia of exile in the depths of the ocean, we couldn't practice most elements and complex disciplines, such as forge mastery. Even if we traded our goods for communication and dimensional amulets, we wouldn't have been capable of using them unless we came to the surface. Words would come out as bubbles, and our storage items would get filled with water. I see why you came to the desert, Aaron nodded. Here you are, Lith approached them, closely followed by Lyria. I was just looking for the two of you. Is there a problem? Rem asked in confusion. None at all, Lith replied. It's just that since we are here, I have a favor to ask you. Anything, just name it. Rem gave him a small bow. I upheld my promise and never taught Aaron and Lyria to swim like merfolk, Lith said. I know it's an important tradition of your people, and I was wondering if you would be willing to share it with them like you did with me. It would be my honor, Rem replied. May I ask you a favor in return? Sure, Lith's tone expressed the words, within reason, without the need to say them out loud. It's nothing much, Rem rushed to add. I know you are a powerful forgemaster, and I was hoping you could help us solve the problem with our sea heart. Despite it being a perfect replica of the one in our nearby underwater village, the seashell produces an abominable noise, and no matter what we do, we can't get it to work. This is weird, Lith thought. I can fix this in a snap if I use the ears of Menadian, which also means that Grandma could have done it too, yet she chose not to. I'll see what I can do, but I make no promises, he actually said. It's all I ask. Rem bowed again and resumed her conversation with Aaron, who bombarded her with questions about life in the ocean and the creatures that populated its depths. Do you have a minute? Lith asked after approaching the Overlord. For you, I have all the time on Magur Featherling, she said, dismissing the envoys from the various desert tribes who had come to seek her advice. What's the matter? Lith reported his conversation with Rem, and the moment he mentioned the sea heart, Salark shrouded them with a scrambler spell. Anyone eavesdropping on their conversation would hear them making small talk that matched their lips' movement, protecting their privacy. You are right, Featherling, Salark said. I could have easily fixed the merfolk's issue with the sea heart. I could have fixed all their problems, but I didn't, and if you care about them, neither will you. I'm sorry, Grandma, but you lost me, Lith said in confusion. Chapter 3962, Wise Ruler Part 1. What I'm saying is that what you consider an act of kindness is going to backfire in the long run, Salark replied. It's been countless millennia since the merfolk have set foot on dry land for longer than a few minutes. They claim they want to be here and recreate the glory of their past, but they have yet to fully grasp the price that fulfilling the dream of their ancestors demands. The merfolk have lived all their lives in the dark, surrounded by the roiling tides of the oceans that carried their songs. In more ways than one, they are like newborns, but with the mind of an adult. Our world is bright, dry, and noisy to them. They don't like wearing clothes, everything is a mystery to them, and the only thing they really like about this place is the food. They do sound like Elijah. Lith couldn't help but smile at the memory of the baby girl shredding her clothes with claws and fangs until he had covered her with a skinwalker armor. The merfolk are much more reasonable than your daughter, but they are still tourists to the Blood Desert, Lith. They don't belong here, and they never will unless they are willing to make sacrifices, compromise, and accept that life here is always going to be different from what they are used to. More importantly, merfolk are not humans, but they are still people, and people can never truly appreciate something that's just gifted to them. To learn to value their place on the surface, they have to earn it, fight for it. The merfolk must face every challenge that this new reality throws at them and decide for themselves if getting out of their comfort zone is worth so much effort. If I step in every time they face a hurdle and solve it for them, I'll make them happy only in the short term. In the long term, the merfolk will come to resent all the small inconveniences that not even a guardian's power can fix. At that point, they'll return to the ocean because they never felt like proud citizens of the Blood Desert, but as eternal guests in someone else's home. I can see that happen, Lith nodded. Do you want me to tell Rem I can't help her with the sea heart? I didn't say that, Featherling. Salark gave him a warm smile, hoping he would treasure that lesson. Helping the merfolk is fine. I only suggested that you don't solve the problem for them. There's a big difference. Salark put her index and middle fingers on Lith's forehead, sharing a detailed image of the first village the merfolk had built in the oasis with Lith via a mind link. The current one looked like the fevered dream of an architect, but it was a work of art compared to the first. The mere sight of those architectural monstrosities made Lith recoil. Ugly, I know, but it served my purpose, Salark explained. As I said, the merfolk are adults, but here on the surface, they are as naive as newborns. It's the reason I provided them with an empty oasis they could shape however they wanted instead of building a nice-looking village with perfect acoustics for them. Sure, it would have helped the merfolk to acclimate to the desert by making them feel at home, but it would have also reinforced their status as guests and taught them nothing about how to earn their place in our world. They would have shut their brains and followed my lead. This way, instead, the merfolk made a mistake and didn't need any external input to understand how big it was. Their own eyes did all the work, and the following visits to the cities did the rest. It became an opportunity for the merfolk to expand their horizon and let them discover what they liked and disliked about their new home. The village is still a mess, but in time, the merfolk will grow as a community and realize they need standards for their buildings. I'm stepping away, not because I don't care for them, Featherling, but because I'm giving the merfolk the opportunity to grow. Every decision they make is their decision. When something goes wrong, they have only themselves to blame. When something goes right instead, they feel proud of themselves. Every achievement they make reassures the merfolk that no obstacle is insurmountable and strengthens their resolve to stay here. They conquer this place bit by bit, and it's overcoming the struggles that will make this place their home. Without these small victories, no matter in what country the merfolk try to settle down, our world would always be an unpleasant place full of jerks. I'm new to this weird, wise ruler role you are assigning me, Grandma, Lith said. How can I help the merfolk with their sea heart problem without becoming their savior? Just treat them like your students at the White Griffin, Salark replied. Explain the problem to the merfolk, give them the means to solve it, and then wait for them to do the rest. Be their teacher, not their nanny. Thanks, Grandma. Lith gave her a small bow as she lifted the scrambler spell. No problem, she said with a smile. I'm always happy to exchange cooking recipes with you. The last phrase helped him to decipher the baffled gazes of the people around him. They must have heard us talk about food the whole time, the kind of conversation you don't expect an overlord and a magus to have. Lith thought, and he was right. I agree with Overlord Salark, a young merfolk with a thick mane of yellow hair said. Ice cream is one of your greatest achievements, Magus Verhin. The man took a huge spoonful of chocolate chip ice cream and shuddered. It's painful to eat, but delicious. It's worth every headache. Thank you, but there's a misunderstanding. Lith was flabbergasted by the naivety that the man and many other merfolk shared. Eating ice cream isn't supposed to be painful. Slow down a bit and take smaller bites. The merfolk followed the advice, and the brain freeze passed, leaving only the sweetness of the dessert filling his mouth. By the sea gods, ice cream is even better without the headache, he said. I'm glad it helped. Lith needed sheer willpower to keep smiling and not slap his forehead. Do you mind showing me the sea heart? Rem asked me to take a look at it and see if I can figure out what's wrong with it. The stone seashell was perfectly visible at the center of the village, and Lith needed no help to find it. Yet he knew the sea heart's importance for the merfolk community and requested a chaperone in deference to his hosts. Sure, the merfolk's joyous expression soured in a heartbeat. Just be careful not to sound it. It produces a terrible noise that would ruin everyone's mood. Is it so bad? Lith asked after noticing many merfolk grimacing at the mention of the sea heart. Yes, but that's not the problem, the man said. A sea heart is more than a musical instrument. It represents the soul of our people and allows us to communicate underwater from a distance. Chapter 3963, Wise Ruler, Part 2. Away from the sea heart, we can speak only from up close. While inside the village, instead, the houses relay our voices to the sea heart, which in turn spreads and amplifies them. Inside its area of effect, we can instantly share good and bad news like you surface dwellers do by yelling. The sea heart breaks the isolation of the darkness and silence that always surrounds us, creating a deep bond between us merfolk over time. Its song allows us to perceive when someone is hurt or ill and to coordinate our actions against predators. Without the sea heart, we are prisoners of both our houses and bodies. You're going to need a new name for it once we find a way to make it work. Lith spoke with a confidence that lifted the spirit of his chaperone. This is your village now, and you don't live in the sea anymore. Bloodheart would be as ominous as redundant, the merfolk nodded. Desert Heart, maybe. It sure would make Grandma happy, Lith said as he stepped in front of the stone resembling a seashell. First, he enveloped the sea heart in a hush zone and then removed the porous soil from its internal cavity. Then, Lith wore the ears of Menadian and tapped gently on the sea heart. The noise it produced was indeed awful, but the solution was simple. The merfolk just crafted the sea heart with materials from the deep and according to principles that no longer apply now that air has replaced water. First, I need to understand what kind of sound is pleasant to the merfolk. Then I have to find a way to produce such sounds on the surface, and lastly deliver the knowledge the merfolk need to craft a working desert heart without making it too easy for them to succeed. Lith thought. Can you please give me a demonstration of how the sea heart is supposed to work? He actually asked. No problem, the merfolk replied, putting his hand on Lith's shoulder. The sea heart produces no sound on its own. Its role is to collect and amplify solely the songs my people produce, songs like this one. Lith felt a slow hum emanating from his chest, which then reverberated throughout the rest of his body. He had no idea what the vibrations meant, but they conveyed a feeling of hope and trust. The ears collected that data as well, recording everything about the merfolk's physiology related to their songs in the library. I see, what you call a sea heart is a selective resonance box. Lith nodded, instructing the grimoire floor of the tower to devise an air magic spell that reproduced the merfolk's song down to the smallest vibration. In less than a minute, the grimoire completed the task, and the ears of Menadian confirmed that every note of the spell matched the original. I'm done for now, Lith said after sealing the inside of the stone shell again. Thanks for your help, you can go back to the party. Solus, Lith said via their mind link. Is everything all right? She asked from the dessert table. I'm fine, I just need your help with a problem. Lith shared everything with her via a partial mind fusion. This is great, she said with so much enthusiasm that she surprised Lith. Don't think of me like that. I find no pleasure in the merfolk's unhappiness. I'm just glad we have the opportunity to make a difference. After all, we befriended the merfolk of Zhen and introduced them to Grandma. They wouldn't have come to the surface if it weren't for us. It's our duty to finish what we have started, and the fact that it gives us an opportunity to practice void magic is the icing on the cake. What does void magic have to do with this? Lith asked. Also, speaking of cakes. I know, Solus grumbled, putting down her plates, plural. Sometimes you sound like my mother. Let's meet in the grimoire. I want to make this quick. There is no rush. No one is going to steal your bunch of half-eaten cakes. Lith inwardly clicked his tongue. I wasn't worried about that, she inwardly blushed. I don't want to be rude and skip the party the merfolk threw in our honor. If you say so, I'll pretend to believe you. Lith asked a merfolk for the nearest bathroom and warped away the moment he locked the door behind him. We can start whenever you want. I already set everything in place. Solus kept the mind link active not to waste time. Lith looked around, noticing the eyes of Menadian on the stone pedestal of the grimoire and the ears on Solus' head. Start what? You haven't told me your plan yet, Lith replied. It's actually simple, Solus said. The merfolk's song is just a series of harmonious vibrations that the ears have already recorded, and the grimoire turned it into a spell. We are going to use void magic to convert those vibrations into solid stone, and then back into sound waves and see how they change. At that point, we can use the ears to analyze the resulting vibrations, and the eyes to identify the composition of a rock, capable of absorbing and relaying the sound waves without distortions. Once we find the right material, we need to give it a proper shape. Something nice that can symbolize the merfolk's new life on the surface as much as a seashell represents their old life in the sea. And you expect all this to be quick? Lith was flabbergasted. Yes, Solus nodded. We are the only two void masters on Magus. We have my mother's tower to help us, and we don't need to produce a perfect desert heart, just something good enough to inspire the merfolk. Still sounds like a mammoth task, Lith shrugged. What's our battle plan? Sit in front of me, please. Solus took position so that her extended arms were 1 meter apart from Lith. Once he assumed a mirroring position with the palms out, she conjured the spell, playing the merfolk's song and amplifying it until it became audible to the human ear. Lith captured the incoming flow of sound waves and converted them into a small replica of the sea heart. It produced a jarring sound, but not only was it much better than the one emitted by the original sea heart, but the melody could still be recognized. This is a great start. Now let's wait for the ears and eyes to do their thing. Much to Solus' surprise, Lith rearranged the replica's structure on his own, turning the music into rocks and vice versa non-stop. I know how the song is supposed to sound, he thought while focusing on the memory of the merfolk's song reverberating through his body. He used body casting to produce the right sound waves with every beat of his heart, and then void magic to reshape the sea heart's replica. Little by little, the noise faded in the background and the song became clearer. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Lith said once he reached the limits of his current skills. Nothing important. The tower had already completed its analysis, but Solus had waited to see how far Lith could go. A few flicks of her fingers adjusted the final details and turned the seashell into a fire orchid. Chapter 3964, Desert Heart Part 1. Since you did most of the job, I solved the final issue. Solus presented the final product to him with pride. Merfolk love flowers and Grandma loves fire orchids. I'd say our work is done. Excellent idea, Solus. Lith admired the lifelike petals of the stone construct. It will help the merfolk not to think about the ocean and symbolize their allegiance to Grandma. Fire orchids are the Blood Desert's national flower. Glad that you like it, Solus giggled. Also, I'd like to point out that it didn't take us long, Mr. Negativity. Credit where credit is due, Solus. You were right and I was wrong. Lith checked his pocket watch, discovering that a little less than 5 minutes had passed. Let's go back to the party. I'll deliver the desert heart, you go back to your hot date. What hot date? Solus asked in confusion. The oven-fresh cakes, Lith chuckled. You'd better be quick before they get cold. My cakes, I mean that's rude. I'd teach you a lesson if I weren't in a rush. Bye. Solus and Lith warped away at the same time, but while Solus appeared outside the tent and walked back in, Lith appeared inside the bathroom. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, he said to a couple of merfolk who were knocking on the door. I was busy with a number 3. I know 1 and 2. What's a number 3? One of the merfolk asked. Don't be rude to our guest and her. The other merfolk nudged him. It must be a human thing. Lith ignored them and walked around the banquet hall until he spotted Rem. The merfolk representative was still talking with Aaron when Lyria and the Fasteros joined them. At this point, I might as well teach merfolk swimming to all the kids, she thought. They are our guests, and I don't want to make any of them feel left out. Please be patient with Onyx, Aaron said. She's afraid of water. I'm not afraid of water. The Utgard was in her human form, unwittingly fooling her merfolk host into thinking Onyx was a little girl. I swim better than you. She's just too prideful to admit it, Rem, but Onyx is a big scaredy cat. Aaron scratched her below the ear and along her jawline. I'm not the loud, purring sound worthy of a racing engine, contradicted her words and cut her short. Wait, is she really a cat? Rem wasn't very familiar with human anatomy, but she was pretty sure humans weren't supposed to purr. Better she's an Utgard, Aaron said with pride while Onyx nuzzled against his hand for more cuddles. What's an Utgard? Rem asked in confusion. Of course you don't know, Aaron slapped his forehead in realization. She's the first of her race, show her Onyx. Okay, she took a few steps back to a free space and shapeshifted into her real form. Onyx now looked like a saber-toothed tiger, but with 2 sets of forelegs and a dark fur akin to that of a black panther. A set of purple membranous wings came out of her back that had bony spikes coming out of their 5 finger-like tips. She's not a Verhen, Rem pointed at the huge feline in shock. She's an emperor beast. Onyx is a Verhen, Aaron hugged her muscular neck. She's my best friend and part of my family. And so is Abominus. At Lyria's signal, the young boy turned into a colossal wolf coated in a crystal fur. And so is our dad. Protector's children shapeshifted into their hybrid form. If you don't want to teach us because you don't like beasts, just say it. Gods no, that's not what I meant. The barrage of glares from the children was nothing compared to that of their parents. Celia's expression was a masterpiece of outrage, while Ra's was more stoic but indignant. Elena's face, instead, was unreadable. Rem couldn't tell whether Lith's mother was planning to give the merfolk a piece of her mind or straight gut the merfolk representative like one of her fish ancestors. Emperor beasts have always been great allies to us merfolk, and Lord Verhen is our benefactor, Rem rushed to say. We have nothing against any beast bloodline, yet the merfolk swimming technique is our prized secret, so I need you to promise me that you won't teach it to the rest of your packs. Okay, Onyx, Abominus, and Fluffy nodded. Yay, Mom won't be able to catch us in the water anymore. Lilia and Laren hopped with joy. On second thought, maybe you should exclude my children from your swimming lessons, Rem. Celia's frown froze the young pups on the spot, sending them to hide behind their father's legs. That's fair. Fenrir and the triplets were forbidden from learning and practicing any form of magic because they were too young, so they all nodded in approval. Can Fluffy teach me when I can finally enter the sea, Miss Rem? Garrick's words nipped Lilia's and Laren's retort in the bud. Why wait, I can teach you now, child. Rem tilted her head. I would love that, but there's no point in learning how to swim if I must stay in shallow waters. Garrick fiddled with the sand. I can't leave the Mana geyser, or something bad will happen to me. I'm sorry, Garrick, Ryla gently caressed his head. We're sorry, too. The young Fasteros and Verhins tackled him in a group hug. If you can't learn merfolk swimming, we won't either. Thanks, bud. There's no need for that. Rem completed the sentence for him. I'll teach your friends, and they will teach you once you are cured from your condition, Garrick. Who knows, maybe one day you will need it. That's very generous of you, Rem, Lith said. Do you have a moment? I want to discuss my end of our bargain. Sure, she nodded. I'll be right back, children. Rem followed Lith to an isolated corner of the banquet hall, where he hushed them. I'm not a merfolk, and I don't have a solution to your problem, but I'm sure there is one. Look at these. Lith conjured 2 small replicas of the sea heart from the sand. One was painfully familiar to Rem, while the other was the initial version of the sea heart that Lith and Solus had obtained by converting the merfolk song into stone with void magic. To avoid any misunderstandings, I apologize in advance. Lith raised his hand with the palm out. This is the only merfolk song I know, but I ignore its meaning. Rem placed her hand against his, and Lith used air magic to reproduce the melody he had used to craft the desert heart. It means I trust and believe in you, Rem replied. This is your current sea heart. Lith nodded and touched the tip of the stone shell, transmitting the merfolk song of trust. It produced a sound halfway between nails on a chalkboard and a shrill shriek. It makes no sense. Rem's face flushed, feeling every discordant note as a personal humiliation. We made it from the same rocks we used for Jen's sea heart. At first we believed that our houses were the source of the dissonance. Chapter 3965, Desert Heart Part 2. Yet even razing our first village to the ground changed nothing. At that point we tried every possible shape and combination for our buildings, but things only got worse. Is this the reason the layout of your current village is so peculiar? Lith measured his words, not wanting to start the conversation on the wrong foot. That's a very polite way to refer to that jumbled mess, but yes, Rem sighed. After we tried and failed everything we could on the Sea Heart, we checked if at least one of the many buildings Overlord Salark showed us resonated with the Sea Heart. We hoped that at least one of them would have turned that ear-piercing noise in the song it was supposed to be. When that failed as well, we got creative. We tried many combinations of buildings, and what you see today is by far the one that sounds better. Fascinating. Lith didn't dare ask how terrible the previous villages sounded. Yet you are wrong about one thing. The phenomenon does make sense. Listen to this prototype. Lith activated his spell again, but this time on the first version of the Desert Heart. The sound it produced was unpleasant and jarring, but Rem could distinguish the underlying vibration merfolk used to express trust. It's amazing, she said. Can I give it a try? Sure, but it's nothing much. Lith handed the prototype to her. I don't even know if it works with any other merfolk song. Even if it doesn't, it's still better than anything we've achieved so far. Rem tried different tunes. They came out worse than the first, but she could always recognize them despite the many flat notes. See, gods, this is beautiful. The contours of Rem's eyes turned blue and scaly from her own tears. How could you craft something like this so quickly? Because I'm not a merfolk, Lith's reply flabbergasted her. Let me rephrase. I know nothing about your customs or the rituals involved in making a sea heart. I studied the Song of Trust a merfolk taught me and used it to create a Tier 0 spell, Mimicast, to reproduce the song. After that, I fiddled with earth magic until I obtained the thing in your hands. Lith pointed at the initial version of the Desert Heart. I mixed together sand, pulverized rocks, and soil without a care for their provenience. Also, I kept in mind that sound travels in air differently than in water. If you take your finger off the replica, it produces no sound at all. Rem tried to transmit her song through the air, but it failed even from 1 centimeter away. I see, she sighed heavily. Thank you for your effort. It seems that having a sea heart on the surface is impossible. True, but you can always make your desert heart, Lith replied. Observe. He touched the stone shell again, turning it into Solus, Stone Fire Orchid. When Lith used Mimicast to play the merfolk Song of Trust, each one of the various petals resonated at a different frequency, producing a much clearer and stronger melody than before. Lith then took his finger off and the song didn't stop. He took his hand away slowly, and the melody got softer as his finger moved further away. Yet it didn't stop. Even now that Lith's hand was by his side, Rem could still feel the Song of Trust resonate throughout her body. How did you do that? She looked at the Desert Heart as if it were a miracle. Disregarding everything but results. Lith scratched his head. Also, don't forget that I created my Mimicast spell to work on the surface, and that, unlike a merfolk, I can turn up the volume of your song just by using mana. Here, let me show you. He placed his hand on her shoulder, and then lifted it. Even from that distance, and without the desert heart, Rem heard the song of trust coming from Lith with the same clarity as if they were in the ocean's depths. If you and your people are willing to create different versions of Mimicast to amplify and transmit your songs, you can still hear each other. Moreover, I believe that if more than one person uses Mimicast at the same time, the desert heart should be able to transmit and amplify the song of trust as well. Lith needed but a few seconds to teach the spell to Rem. She knew the song of trust like the back of her hand, and anyone could use chore magic. The desert heart's growing hum marked her success. It works by the sea gods, it works, Rem said. It still sounds off and works only for one of your many songs. Lith shrugged. I don't know if there's a better shape that can relay them all, nor what materials should be used. This is far from a success, but it's as far as I can go. I'm no musician and... Thank you, Rem hugged him with all her strength, feeling as though she was holding a mountain. You are right. This flower-like thing you gave me disregards millennia of merfolk traditions, but it's a start. Just like in Giera, you have revealed a path others couldn't even see. Giving up on the sea heart and working on the desert heart will be a challenge, but so is life on the surface. We merfolk won't last long in any country if we can't adapt. Maybe we need to change as much as our sea heart. Our roots are important and must be preserved, but we can't let them chain us to the past. Maybe the desert heart can be the link between our past and present. It will take a lot of work, Lith replied. Anything worth having in this life does, she nodded. Now, with your permission, I have a lot of work to do. Space. By the end of the celebratory banquet, Rem had already informed the other merfolk of Lith's breakthrough with the sea heart and requested Salark's help to assemble a collection of all tuning instruments known to man, beast, and plant folk. The Overlord delivered several tuning forks, xylophones, bones, and animal sinews that produced specific pitches, which the merfolk used to study how the different sounds traveled through the air. The merfolk's natural affinities were water and earth, the only two abundant elements in the ocean's depths, but the merfolk were also masters of air magic. All forms of communication and perception in the absence of light were based on the merfolk's sonar-like organs that allowed them to use the vibrations reverberating inside their bodies to assess the shape of objects and marine creatures, measure distances, and express complex concepts. Once Rem gave up on shaping the desert heart like a seashell and removed all restrictions about what materials could be used in its crafting process, the progress of the merfolk's research improved by leaps and bounds. The best songsters of Zhen had already moved to the Starry Lagoon village to help the surface merfolk with their problem with the sea heart. Soon it became clear that a solution was not only possible, but also quite simple. The songsters carried the mastery and expertise of countless generations of merfolk. Their knowledge of oceanic stones could be easily adapted to the materials found on the surface with a bit of practice and study. Moreover, they discovered that the value of Lith's Mimicast spell went beyond the crafting of a sea heart. Chapter 3966, The Right Direction, Part 1. The songsters used Lith's spell on each other first, assessing how the different merfolk songs traveled through the air, and how to adjust them so that their unique melodies would retain the right inflection from short and medium distances. Once the main problem was solved, however, another one emerged. It was no less serious, and its solution far more complex. This is unacceptable, Akar the songster said. The rules of crafting a sea heart date back to our forefathers, when the first merfolk escaped the unforgiving gaze of the sun and returned to the soothing embrace of the ocean. Every merfolk songster after them has followed in their footsteps and built upon their teachings. There is no village, not one, that dared disregard the wisdom of our ancestors while crafting their sea heart, no matter the challenges it presented. I can understand a surface dweller like Verhin coming up with that abomination in the name of practicality, but such behavior is unacceptable from you, Rem. Akar pointed at the flower-shaped desert heart, and the other songsters nodded. Verhin is not one of us. He knows nothing of our traditions and doesn't understand their importance. He was just a human with a job. You, however, were supposed to know better. You are the representative of our tribe in the desert, Rem. You are supposed to make compromises to enact the will of the tribe, not yours. What you presented us is no solution to our sea heart problem. It's a desecration of everything our ancestors' legacy stands for. Even entertaining the idea of following Verhin's suggestion would require us to turn our backs on millennia of merfolk history. What in the sea gods' names made you think that we would follow you on the path of oblivion and disrespect our most sacred rituals in favor of the ignorant ideas of a surface dweller? Lith Verhin is no mere surface dweller, nor is he a human. Rem was outraged, but she kept her tone polite. He's a hero and a friend to our people. He is the reason our homeland, Jen, is now free from the threat of Kalga. It's thanks to him that, after millennia of fear and isolation, we could take our first steps on the surface without fear of being exploited or enslaved by the treacherous humans. He's the reason Overlord Salark took us under her benevolent wing. Verhin gave us the opportunity to make up for our past mistakes, yet you are eager to throw his goodwill back in his face. Rem destroyed the keystone of her opponent's argument before addressing the rest of the merfolk. Esteemed songsters, what Akar forgot to mention in his self-righteous anger is that our progenitors never abandoned the surface. Since the birth of the merfolk race, we have always kept one foot in the ocean and one on dry land. Each one of our ancient underwater settlements had its twin on the surface, where we could practice all elements, exchange knowledge and information with our neighbors, and trade goods. Our forefathers never meant for us to live in the darkness of the ocean trenches. We ended up like this only because our ancestors made a stupid decision during the War of the Races. They foolishly joined the side of the arrogant elves against the humans, and were forced to follow the knife ears in exile upon their defeat. We cowardly ran away to avoid facing the retribution of those we wronged, and to escape our punishment. We saved our lives, but we paid an enormous price for it. We lost our freedom, half of our cities, and all the knowledge they held. What we are doing here today is not disregard for our traditions, it's restoration. We know that the ancient merfolk could see hearts on the surface. We just forgot how to craft them during the millennia of our exile. The ancient texts contain many words that, due to our inability to see colors and have access to resources that are only available on the surface, lost their meaning over time, and I'm sure that the word for what Lith calls desert heart is among them. Now, however, we have regained our sight and can trade freely again. What we are building here is the first twin village since the day the merfolk lost the War of the Races. We are walking in the exact same footsteps as our ancestors, and restoring the missing half of our lives that countless generations of merfolk have longed for. Merfolk are supposed to live on the surface, or we wouldn't lose our scales and gills once our bodies dry up. We are creatures of two worlds, and we gave up on one of them solely out of necessity. Rem paused to look the songsters in the eyes one by one. The Starry Lagoon Village is our new home and represents our opportunity to undo our past mistakes. I won't miss it out of fear of change. I volunteered to come here just like all of you did. We knew that our life on dry land might be harsh, but we knew for certain that it would be different. If any of you has changed their mind, you are free to leave. Akar turned his back and walked out the door. About half of the songsters followed him, but the other half remained. Thank you for your trust. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Rem gave the songsters a deep bow. Now let's get back to work and make our ancestors proud. They faced our same hurdle when they built their first village on the surface. Their magic was weaker and their knowledge primitive, yet they succeeded, so I don't see any reason why we should fail. Make no mistake, though, ours is not a step forward. The millennia we spent amid the ocean tides pushed us far behind the starting point of our ancestors, and crafting the desert heart doesn't improve on their legacy one bit. Yet perform your duty knowing that this is a step in the right direction, and that you are taking it on behalf of the entire merfolk race. Space. Working on the desert heart posed a twofold struggle for Rem and the songsters trying to help her. It was not only a matter of turning the merfolk's bunch of mismatched houses into a community, but also to put down their first root in the surface world. The merfolk had dreamed about their return to dry land for centuries, yet now that their wish had become true, it felt like a curse. Their songs were muted, the houses of which they had been so proud had turned out to look terrible, and everything was a chore. Merfolk weren't used to walking, sweating, or enduring sunlight for long. Back when they had restored their connection with Giera's emperor beasts, the merfolk spent most of the time while they exchanged information and resources in underground caves. In the Blood Desert, instead, there was nothing to shield them from the sun. The merfolk had to move around the village all day, learning how to keep their houses clean, cultivate the land, and get familiar with their human and beast neighbors. Letter 1D4F, letter 1D4FB, letter 1D4E, letter 1D65A, letter 1D66C, letter 1D4E, letter 1D48F, letter 1D484, letter 1D490, letter 1D4F6. All the while wearing suffocating clothes that sweat glued to their bodies like a jailer's chains. Chapter 3967, The Right Direction, Part 2. Taken individually, these annoyances were a small price to pay to have so much fertile land and the overlord's support. As a whole, however, they were a cruel torture to the merfolk. They hated the feeling of getting dirty while working the fields, the heat of the day, the cold of the night, and the sluggishness of their movements. Without the water supporting their supple bodies, the merfolk were clumsy and slow. While a single stroke of their webbed limbs propelled them dozens of meters forward at astounding speed in the ocean, one step covered an insignificant distance on the surface. The Blood Desert's oasis had beautiful colors and delicious food, but that was it. As the excitement of novelty wore off, many merfolk had started regretting their choice to come to the surface and craved the cool embrace of the sea. It was the reason fixing the desert heart was so important, and Salark had asked Lith not to intervene too much. If a merfolk solved the problem and their people decided to settle on the surface as a result, they would have gone down in merfolk history. If Lith solved the problem instead, it would have been a footnote among his lesser feats, and the merfolk would have moved on to grumbling about the next item on the long list of their grievances. Lith and the others had no idea how complex the situation actually was and took a nap at the end of the banquet. The sudden change of climate and time zone took a toll on everyone, but especially on the children. Rem was still working on the desert heart when she was notified that her guests had woken up. Thank the sea gods I promised Lith I'd teach the swimming technique of my people to his little ones, she thought. It's the perfect excuse to spend the rest of the day in the water without looking like a hypocrite. Rem was tired, drenched in sweat, and her head hurt. She was no songster, and her magical abilities outside of combat were limited. Yet she had given her all to lead the other merfolk by example and not let them get discouraged by the endless issues they encountered. Making the desert heart roughly reproduce a single merfolk song like Lith had done was easy. Making it echo a symphony of harmonious sounds without discordant notes from multiple songs overlapping at the same time was another story entirely. Luckily for Rem, the songsters were experts in their job, and with each progress they made, they grew more confident in their ability to bring the work entrusted to them to completion. They had already reached the point where their pride as merfolk and professionals made failure a personal affront. Rem is right, the songsters thought, each on their own. Our ancestors have left in-depth instructions about how to craft surface sea hearts. The problem is that most of the terms used to describe them belong to now-dead merfolk languages. If we understand to which modern word those terms correspond, completing the desert heart will be a piece of algae. Even if we don't, I refuse to let Magur know that while every single gods-damned race moved forward, we merfolk are the only ones who regressed. Rem left the dim light of the tent, and the scorching sun of the desert welcomed her, forcing her to shield her eyes with her hands. Change your clothes before you meet my featherlings. You are indecent. Salark appeared out of thin air and pointed at the Rem's desert robe. It was soaked in sweat and stuck to the merfolk like a second skin. Also, you smell. Rem looked down, discovering that she could see through the fabric that was supposed to cover her. She wore a special bathing suit underneath, but it was still unbecoming to anyone who wasn't a beast. Worst of all, Salark was right about the smell. Another unpleasant surprise of living on the surface was that the merfolk had discovered that their sweat carried the stench of dead fish. You're right, Overlord, I'm sorry. Rem gave Salark a bow before jogging towards her home. Space. Weird, Rem has never been late before, Lith shrugged. I'll wait for her on the beach. Yes, finally. The kids shape-shifted their clothes into bathing suits and turned to their parents with an expectant look. Why are you looking at me like that, sweetie? Alina asked. Aren't you going to swim with me like always, Mom? Aaron asked. What, no? Alina turned beet red in embarrassment. I'd rather die than show my almost naked body to a bunch of strangers, she thought. Alina had no problem wearing a bathing suit in front of her children, but she would never do it even if just Gianni and Orion were present. You're a spoilsport, Grandma, Lyria clicked her tongue. Let's go, Mom. Go where? Renaa looked around like a trapped animal. To swim, where else? Lyria asked. I can't, ask your uncle. Renaa couldn't throw her husband under the bus, but she had no qualms about her brother. What about you, Mom? Lyria asked Celia. I'm sorry, sweetie, it's a mom thing, she replied. I don't care about the swimsuit, but I don't want everyone to draw comparisons between my body and the Verhins. The huntress thought, her pride hurting at the mere idea. You can ask your dad, though. She nudged at Ryman, who shape-shifted into his hybrid form. The last one to the beach smells like wet dog, Protector rushed forward, leaving everyone in the dust but Salkar. The pup bit his father's tail and let Ryman carry him to an honorable second place. "Are you coming with us, Solus?" Lith asked while shape-shifting his clothes into swimming trunks. "No thanks," she swallowed hard, doing her best not to stare like everyone else. "You take care of Aaron and Lyria. I'll build a sand castle with the babies." "That's a good idea," Lith nodded, handing them Elijah and Valoran. "Take Surin too," Alina said. "And Driffa," Gianni said. "And Salkar." Celia looked around for the missing toddler. "Where is he? Has anyone seen my baby boy?" "You mean that one?" Lith pointed at the tiny skull happily barking on the head of the huge skull as he paddled through the water while chased by 3 smaller skulls. "Salkar, no," Celia cried in worry. "What if he falls off the oaf's head and drowns?" "Yeah, right." Solus turned around and walked away with the babies and Menadian. Celia's words offended and outraged every merfolk within earshot. Protector wasn't that far, and any merfolk could cover that distance from the shore in a heartbeat. With just a few words, the huntress had questioned their hospitality and skill as swimmers. "I have complete trust in you," Celia said once she noticed the entire neighborhood glaring at her. "I'm worried because Salkar is very young and he can't swim." "Really?" A young merfolk woman pointed at the skull pup as he paddled around his father and barked happily. "What about the wings?" The words died in Celia's throat when Salkar came out of the water with a single flap before cannonballing on Lilia. "The wings? I forgot about the wings." "We noticed." The merfolk snorted, shook their heads, or did both before resuming their afternoon activities. That ended well. Celia hid her face behind her hands in embarrassment. Chapter 3968, Ominous Prophecy, Part 1. "We'll take a stroll, Lith," Gianni said. "I'm not a big fan of the Blood Desert, but it's the only place where I can stretch my legs without worrying about where your defensive arrays end." "I'll see you guys at dinner then," Lith nodded. "Sooner than that." Gianni waved her hand and walked away, followed by her family. "With my luck, if I let Solus spend too much time with Driffa, my baby girl will call her mom instead of me." Space. Meanwhile, Solus and her mother had plenty of choices where to sit on the beach. Aside from the area where Salark's workers were building a wharf for fishing and cargo ships, the seashore was deserted. The merfolk tried their best to keep themselves away from the ocean and get accustomed to life on the surface. Aside from those who had to deliver messages to and from Starry Lagoon's underwater twin village, no one entered the water. "Thank you for taking time from your hectic schedule for our regular mother-daughter dates, baby girl," Menadian said while laying a large beach towel down. "I know we are always together, but I love spending time with you when Lith is not around." "And I thank you for not calling me baby girl in front of strangers, Mom," Solus sighed. "I'm old, I mean I'm an adult, and being treated like a child is embarrassing. Also, I like our dates, too. We can finally sit down and relax without Lith nagging about not wasting time, and suggesting we perform this exercise or another." "Sure," Menadian nodded in a rush, sending the ears back to the tower and hoping that Solus wouldn't notice. "What's our plan for the afternoon?" "We can talk, Mom, possibly not about work." Solus' gaze hardened, making Riffa smile awkwardly. "Also, don't forget that we are not alone, so mind your words." She took the babies out of the stroller and sat them on the beach towel. "Welcome to the party, boys and girls," she said, eliciting the excited giggles of Elijah and Valoran. Surin and Driffa, instead, looked at their surroundings in mild curiosity. "Remember the beach rules. You can fly but not get away from me and Grandma Riffa." Menadian shuddered at the word grandma. "You can use magic but not against each other or other people. Is that clear?" Valoran and Elijah nodded, while Driffa started to cry, immediately followed by Surin. "This is not the reaction I hoped for." A pungent smell revealed the cause of Driffa's unrest to Solus. "I can't believe you went for numbers 1 and 2 already. We just got out of the house." "And I can't believe how good you've gotten at changing diapers, Effie." Riffa chuckled as her daughter cleaned the baby and cleansed the air with chore magic. "I'm sorry. I know you don't like it when I use your old name." "Don't worry, Mom." Solus managed to keep the edge out of her voice. "It's the name you and Dad gave me. I love it as much as Solus. You can call me Elfin or Effie when we are alone." "Thanks, but I don't want to push myself on you." Menadian wrung her hands. "I can see you flinch whenever I use the wrong name." "There's nothing wrong with Elfin." Solus shook her head and finished changing Driffa, who rewarded her with a smile and a giggle. "You are not the problem, and neither is my old name, Mom. I'm the problem. Or rather, the person you knew as Elfin Menadian is." What do you mean? Menadian asked in confusion. Are you seriously asking me this, Mom? Surin kept crying, yet her diaper was clean and her stomach full. Why is she crying like this? She's as fit as a fiddle. She doesn't like being here. Menadian conjured a small cloud to shade Surin, but Valoran and Elijah charged at it as a game and dispersed it. Stop it, you rascals. I'm not playing with you. Your aunt doesn't like sunlight. She used earth magic to create a canopy from the sand, and the babies perched on it with curiosity. Surin stopped crying only when she saw the muzzles of the small Bahamut and Tiamat staring at her. We need a diversion, Menadian said as the baby divine beasts chirped their challenge at seagulls. Don't worry, I got this. Solus conjured a detailed sandcastle, but small enough for Driffa and Surin to see it from top to bottom. This is the story of the knight and the dragon. Tiny sand puppets wielding farming instruments appeared all around the castle while a dragon coiled around its keep, and an armored puppet on top of a horse trotted from a distance. The plot of the story was as Menadian expected, except for one point. Solus told the story from the perspective of the dragon, making the knight the bad guy who wanted to split the worm from his hard-earned hoard. Solus used funny noises instead of words, relying on the intonation to express the different emotions of the characters. The farmers were scared of the dragon but greedy for his treasures, and welcomed the arrival of the knight with mean laughter. The knight was arrogant and sure to win, while the dragon just wanted to be left alone. As I was saying, Elfin is the problem, Mom. Once the audience was too captivated by her performance to care about the sudden absence of the adult babble, Solus cast a hush zone on herself and Riffa. Elijah and Valoran were outraged by the knight's overbearing attitude, and cheered for the innocent dragon. She was selfish, mean, and narrow-minded. Elfin did things I never would, destroying her reputation and tainting yours. The reason you see me flinching whenever you call me Effie is because it reminds me of how foolish and self-destructive I was. You are being too harsh on yourself. Menadian took Solus' hand, while the puppet farmers moved around and sand crops grew at a visible rate. Yes, Elfin had her flaws, but she was also a talented forgemaster and a kind, honest friend. Otherwise, all the people you've met from your old life wouldn't have welcomed your return with open arms. That's because, hey, no cheating. The story had reached its climax, and the dragon and the knight were engaged in an epic battle of sand spells, claws, and sword. Elijah and Valoran didn't like it when the knight gained the upper hand, and tried to push him back with short bursts of origin flames. This is my story, so sit back and play nice or we are done. Solus clenched her hand and the stage reverted to a pile of sand. You'll never know what happened to the dragon and his riches. Elijah and Valoran chirped in horror, while Driffa started to cry in disappointment. As for Surin, she cried along, but only because her companions had woken her up from a pleasant nap. Will you sit tight and be good? Solus asked, and while Surin continued to cry, the other three toddlers nodded. Gods, when I tell Jeannie about this, she's going to be pleasantly surprised and proud of how smart her daughter is. The rest of Driffa's family, not so much. Menadian took Surin in her arms and hummed with a soothing voice to calm her down. Chapter 3969, Ominous Prophecy, Part 2. Resume the story and your explanation, sweetie, Menadian said. A wave of Solus' hand and the sand castle reappeared, along with all the puppets still in the same spot as when she had banished them a few seconds ago. As I was saying, the friends I've retained from my old life are either people like Aunt Loka and Malishka, who wouldn't have abandoned me even if I turned into a crazy lick, or those who stuck around long enough to see Elfin the party girl become Elfin the super-competitive workaholic. I'm not proud of either of them, but at least Elfin the workaholic was a respectable person. She was still mean and narrow-minded, but at least she put her energy into something more meaningful than short-term pleasure. Solus blushed at the recollection of her past self stunts. I understand that for the current you Elfin's actions are questionable, but she was a good person, Menadian replied. Maybe a few people questioned her judgment, but no one ever doubted her character. No one ever doubted her talent and potential as your daughter and only heir, you mean? Solus snorted, double-checking the hush zone around the toddlers. My character was weighed, measured, and found wanting. Otherwise, at least one person would have questioned your story about Elfin getting her head straight after getting pregnant out of wedlock. Instead, all the most ancient and wise creatures of Magur who have met the old me didn't doubt for a second that I could have been so reckless. Menadian cleared her throat in embarrassment but said nothing, knowing that Solus was right. I'd better not tell Effie that everyone believed me so easily about the hidden pregnancy, because it was an ongoing rumor back when we were still alive. she thought. As the two women talked, the battle between the puppets became more and more frantic. The knight's armor was damaged and his sword cracked, while the dragon had lost a few scales and his castle was badly damaged. What pains me the most, however, is the comparison between the three elfin I know, Solus said. Three, Menadian asked, putting Surin down now that she was asleep again. Baby Elfin was a sweet, curious, and loving child. Solus felt weird talking so highly about herself. Yet as she looked at Elijah, she could see the baby girl growing into such a person. Her heart swelled with motherly pride, and a warm smile appeared on her face. Her heart was pure and full of joy. Her love for magic, you and Dad gave her the potential to become not only a forgemaster as good as you, Mom, but also a good person who would have changed Magur for the better. Dad's death, however, broke her heart and filled it with poison. Solus sighed, her expression turning sour. Elfin the workaholic was an improvement on Elfin the party girl, but they were still the same person. The same broken person full of grief who kept running away from her pain because she didn't know how to face it. The dragon puppet roared, blocking the knight's death blow with his tail and countering it with sand flames. I don't like it when you call me with my old name because I'm afraid of turning into that person again, Mom, Solus said as the puppet knight crumbled and the children cheered. I never overcame my grief, Mom. I never learned my lesson. I just lost my memory. I forgot about my pain and got a fresh start. Whenever you call me Elfin, I'm forced to face how hypocritical my words back when I criticized Lith for his cynicism were. I gave him plenty of speeches about forgiveness, yet I never forgave my own mother. I told him that he should accept death and treasure every moment he spends with those he loves, yet I did the exact opposite. I carried the grief from Dad's death until the day Baitra stabbed me and squandered almost 20 years of our life together, Mom. I pushed you away so much that you became a stranger to me. I buried myself in work so much that I have no memory of anything else as an adult. Solus' eyes became veiled with tears and her voice cracked, yet the children giggled. While the dragon repaired his castle, a girl in a mage robe who looked like Solus offered to help him. The two puppets fixed the damage in a heartbeat and then disappeared inside the castle. Shortly after, the castle keep became a scaled-down replica of the Starforge Tower. Whenever you call me Elfin, Mom, I can't help but worry about what would become of me if I lose another person I love. The name Elfin reminds me that I'm back to being my optimistic child self, but only because I've been blessed with a great second life. I have lost a lot of people so far, but Mirim, Trekwil, Nana, and Uriel were Lith's friends, not mine. I knew them solely through him, which helped me to remain emotionally detached from their deaths. Floria, well, I loved her, but... You considered her more as a rival than a friend. Menadian read her daughter's hesitation in completing the phrase and did it for her. Solus blushed and nodded, without interrupting the flow of the story. The double doors of the sand castle opened, and the dragon walked out while singing a happy song. Right behind him came the mage girl, singing along but with a feminine voice. After her came 3 chirping whelps, 2 of them resembling Elijah and Valoran II. Do you now understand why I don't like being called Elfin, Mom? Solus said as the babies squealed and clapped their hands in joy. Yes, sweetie, Menadian nodded. You love your old name, but you are scared of the weight it carries, and the more precious people you have to lose, the more the name Elfin sounds like an ominous prophecy. Exactly, Solus replied, giving a small bow to her enthusiastic audience. Thank you for sharing this with me, Effie, Menadian said, taking Solus' hands in her own. For what it's worth, whatever comes your way, we'll face it together. Who knows, maybe this time we'll both do a better job at taking care of each other. Thank you, Mom. Solus wiped her tears and had the puppets fly away until they disappeared on the horizon. This way, they wouldn't turn back into sand in front of the children, and would give them the impression that the happy family had just moved somewhere else to live more adventures. That said, I hope you don't mind me asking you one more question, Menadian said. Is the third whelp supposed to be Raldorak or your contribution to the family? Mom, that was just a story. Solus blushed hard and tried to change the topic. Check if the babies are hungry or need a fresh diaper. It should be about feeding time. Yeah, right, just a story. Menadian snorted but did as asked. Wait, I got it. That was your plan since the beginning. You wanted to have at least 3 children. Mom, Solus snarled as she checked Driffa, cutting her mother short. Mama, Driffa said with a giggle, and the 2 women froze in horror. Chapter 3970, One More Sacrifice, Part 1. No, baby girl, I'm not your mom, Solus said. Mama, Valoran and Elijah countered. Yes, I'm your mom, sort of. Solus felt a headache rising. But I'm just one of Driffa's many aunties. Gianni is her mom. I'm Mama, Driffa answered to her name. Dad, Solus continued. Gianni is going to kill me. Space. Meanwhile, away from earshot, and a few minutes earlier, the Erna's family was taking a stroll along the coastline. They had shape-shifted their clothes into ample desert robes that they had shortened to knee-length to dip their feet into the water. I'm sorry, but I have to pee. Between the walk and the sound of the surf, Quilla could only endure for so long. Again, Orion was flabbergasted. This is Gunnian all over again. You two couldn't stay 5 minutes without a bathroom. Isn't that right, son? Sure, Orion's oldest cleared his throat in embarrassment. When I was 5 and determined to become the best tea brewer in the kingdom, though. Gods, I still remember that, Chilean laughed. You drank cups of different kinds of tea at all hours, memorizing their flavor, aroma, aftertaste, and all that nonsense. You were always bloated and smelled like an incense stick. That's because I also collected dried tea leaves for my future catalogs, Gunnian sighed. I can't believe I was so foolish back then. You were 5, big brother, Chilean said. We all had our silly dreams. I wanted to become a mage knight like Dad. There was bitterness deep under the levity of his voice, yet everyone pretended not to notice. Chilean hadn't fallen to debauchery due to poor character. He had simply collapsed under the broken expectations he himself and his family had for him. Gunnian lacked his father's magical talent, but he had inherited Orion's discipline and Gianni's cunning. His lack of magical powers was actually a boon, giving him all the time he needed to become a wise administrator for the Erna's archduchy and a fair ruler. Floria had nothing of her mother's wits and beauty, but she more than made up for it with her martial skill and aptitude for magic. Where Gunnian was his mother's son and Floria her father's daughter, Chilean was nothing. He had no particular talent or skill that would make him a good soldier or noble. He was by no means stupid or incompetent, but there was nothing about him that was as eye-catching as his siblings. Soon he had felt akin to a clay vase surrounded by steel vases. Whenever they bumped into each other, he was the only one who ended up getting hurt. There could be no conflict with his siblings because no hope of victory. The young Chilean had then decided to embrace his role as the family's good-for-nothing and had just stopped trying. That was until Thrude had kidnapped Floria and turned the unbreakable Ernas, whom Chilean had considered demigods, into frail humans. Until Floria's death had shown Chilean that there was no such thing as a steel vase, just stubborn clay vases that refused to back down. I'm back, Quilla emerged from a warp step leading to the tower. What did I miss? Nothing much, Gunnian said. We just finished reminiscing about old times. I want to thank you, all of you, for coming to the desert with me, Gianni said after activating the scrambler she always carried with her and ensuring that no one could overhear her. You have no idea how much this means to me. Don't be silly, Mom, Chilean replied. This is our first opportunity in a long while to spend some time together away from palace duty. Indeed, Gianni nodded, noticing the deep fatigue lines on her son's face. Without her and Orion, the burden of House Erna's fell on Chilean's and Gunnian's shoulders. It hadn't been much at first, but things got worse with every passing day. An archduchy carried a heavy burden and required its rulers to perform many contributions. Gianni's work as an archon, and her role in the royal court's power plays, allowed her not only to steer politics in her family's favor, but also to foil many attempts of the powerful noble households to undermine the crown. Orion lacked her cunning, but his many achievements as a royal forgemaster and commander of the Night Guard gave him great influence over the Mage Association and even greater over the military. Together, they contributed to all the major endeavors of the Griffin Kingdom, leaving the light lifting to their children. After months of absence, however, the influence of House Erna's was waning, and past gratitude wasn't enough for the royals to overlook Gianni's and Orion's dereliction of duty anymore. The political enemies of the Ernas pressured the crown to punish Gianni and Orion lest the royals set a dangerous precedent. Either no archduke could wash their hands of their responsibilities without suffering the consequences, or everyone could. The royals, Vaster and Brynja de Star did their best to delay the decision, but not even they could stop the powerful forces at play for long. Half the kingdom's noble households wanted the Ernas gone, and with the silent support of the Jernov, it was only a matter of time before they succeeded. Gunnian and Chilean did everything they could to rack merits and save the Erna's household from the harshest criticism, but lacked the means to make up for their parents' inactivity. Gianni and Orion were still alive and had requested no healer. Their prolonged leave had no plausible justification, and they could provide none. The court had learned about Awaken during the War of the Griffins, but the Jernoff officially didn't exist. The Myrock, Gianni's birth household, were Ogram's heirs under the sun and the boogeyman in the shadows, and Gianni needed to keep things that way. If she revealed the threat of the Jernoff hanging over her head, she would just play into her enemy's hands. The Jernoff had no interest in non-awakened politics and would never bother themselves developing a faction in the royal court, but they didn't need to. Just revealing that Ogram's legacy had been split into two halves would have crippled the Myrock's prestige and authority as one of the four founding pillars of the kingdom. The Jernoff might demand half of everything the Myrock possessed, and their opinion would provide Gianni's political opponents with fresh ammunition. The only reason the Jernoff hadn't done it already was that the end didn't justify such expensive means. Anything the Jernoff openly asked from any political faction would come with a price tag, and once they stepped into the light, there was no turning back. They would be pestered with endless marriage proposals and offers for alliances. Everyone would know about them, and their precious anonymity would be lost forever. Giza and Gianni both had little to gain and much to lose from revealing their hands to the rest of Magur. Yet time was a currency that only Gianni valued, and doing nothing would be the fall of House Ernest. Without the resources, the guards, and the arrays, Gianni's entire family would be destroyed. At that point, the Jernoff would just step back, maybe even for years, waiting for the opportunity to kill Gianni with a borrowed knife. Chapter 3971, One More Sacrifice, Part 2. After all, the Ernest had many enemies against whom they could defend solely due to their noble status as archdukes. Without it, the Jernoff had no need to dirty their hands, since someone was bound to kill Gianni, and everyone who might restore the Ernest glory. Still, I want to thank you all for your efforts in keeping our family safe and together. Chilean Gunnian, thank you for your hard work. You have my word, I'm doing my best to put an end to this situation. Gianni gave her sons a small bow, flustering them to no end. Please, Mom, this is nothing. Gunnian tried and failed to make her stand tall. I've worked my whole life for the moment when I'd take your place in court. I should be the one apologizing to you for my poor results. And I don't deserve this at all. Chilean found himself incapable of straightening Gianni as well, as if his mother were a statue carved out of a rock. I gave you and Dad countless headaches over the years. The little I've done doesn't even start paying you back. Your results aren't poor, Gunnian, Gianni replied. If I weren't for my prolonged and unexplainable leave of absence, our enemies in the royal court would have no leverage against you. They can push us around because my refusal to attend the events of the royal court borders on insubordination. For what everyone knows, there's nothing that prevents your father and me from performing our duties, and we are just abusing our authority. It would be enough for me to go back to work to shut them up for good, but I'm the only one who knows your mother's plans and can put them into action without endangering the rest of you, Orion said. As for you, Chilean, don't worry about us. Gianni turned to look at her prodigal son. Worry about your many bastard children. They are your responsibility as you are ours, and they carry the Ernest blood. Of course, Mom. Chilean gave her a deep bow to hide the pallor of his face. The many children he had out of wedlock were the only part of his foolish past that no good deed could right. Even nobles weren't allowed to have more than one wife, and if not for Chilean occupying the bottom of the Ernest line of succession, having so many potential heirs would have thrown the household into chaos. Lucky, thank you for being a good and loyal friend. Gianni patted the flaming red fur on the Rye's head. I trust you always to keep Driffa safe. Lucky did like where the conversation seemed headed, but he just nodded. Free Aquila, there are no words to express how proud of you I am, Gianni said. Not only for your ability as mages, but also for finding such good husbands. At those words, Morok took a step back as if she had slapped him. The nicest thing Lady Ernest had ever told him was that she appreciated how his powers as a tyrant would make her grandchildren healthier and live longer than any human baby. I never expected our family to grow so much after what happened to my little flower, Gianni said, making the last piece of the puzzle fall into place inside Morok's head. I'm still grieving my baby girl, but I'm happy. Happier than I probably should be allowed to be, which is why I invited you all for this walk without Driffa. Gianni placed her hands on her daughter's wombs and used invigoration to take a long look at the unborn babies. I know why she's being so kind to me, Morok thought. She wants me to stop Quilla. I have a very long, complex plan in mind, and many details are out of my full control, Gianni said. Against the power of the Jernoff, cunning can only bring me so far. I'm doing my best, but there is no telling if it will be enough. Hence, I'm going to ask you one more sacrifice. No matter what the Jernoff do to me, if I fall at or into their hands, I want you to do nothing." "What?" her children said while Orion remained silent, clenching his fists. "You heard me. I want you to promise me right now that you won't endanger your lives in a foolish pursuit for revenge," Gianni replied. "Gunnian, your wife, children, and the rest of the Erna's family depend on you. Until Driffa comes of age, you are the only one who can lead our household and ensure its survival. Don't give the Jernoff a reason to come after you." "You have my word, Mother." Gunnian bit his cheek until it bled, but from the outside he seemed stoic. "Chilean, as I said, there are too many lives that depend on you. Focus your efforts on helping your siblings and nurturing the next generation of Ernas that you have sired. There may be more than one Floria among them, and even if there is none, I don't want any of those children growing up resenting you like you resented us." Chilean opened his mouth to answer, but Gianni didn't let him. "Don't lie to me. I've been an absent mother, but I've always known your heart. You resent me for spending so much time with Gunnian and your father for putting all his energy into training Floria. Isn't this the reason you felt there was no place for you in the family?" "It is," admitting it out loud tasted like poison on his tongue, but it also lifted a burden from Chilean's chest. "You have my word too, Mother. Freya, Aquila, you may not carry the blood of the Ernas, but that just means you can't inherit my noble title. You are still Ernas and can carry on our legacy. Soon you'll be mothers, and I forbid you from making my grandchildren orphans. If something were to happen to you, the part of me you carry would die with you, and no one would tell your children stories about their grandmother. They won't get to meet me or know me either. My grandchildren would speak my name only to curse me for taking their mothers away, to curse you for loving a dead woman more than them. Do you understand me?" As Morok expected, Gianni addressed Quilla and Freya, but looked at him and Nalrond. "Yes, Mother," Freya, Quilla, and the tyrant said after a painful moment of hesitation. "Last but not least, I need your promise as well, my love." Gianni turned to look Orion in the eyes, and the shocked expression on his face told everyone that this wasn't part of the speech Gianni had rehearsed with him. "What is this madness?" Orion swallowed hard as his jaw muscles tensed. "We'll fight together to the bitter end. That's our pact and the only reason I risked everything to awaken. I will promise no such thing. I swear to the gods, if this is another of your tricks, you and I are going to have a problem. If you have another of Vaster's meat puppets to fake your death like with Quilla, just say it." "I have no puppet, but not because I didn't think about it." Gianni shook her head. Chapter 3972, Simple Math, Part 1. "That remote-controlled meat puppet trick worked with Meln because I created the opening and knew that his killer wouldn't have the opportunity to check the body," Gianni said. "I have no confidence in controlling the field against the Jernoff to such a degree. Moreover, if their assassins manage to get close enough, a mere sealed space would make the puppet collapse and reveal the ruse. There is no trick this time, my love, because tricks don't work against overwhelming power. As for our pact, it still stands, and I wouldn't have it any other way." "Then why do you need my promise?" Orion asked. "Because I'm the Jernoff's target, not you." Gianni's expression and tone remained detached as though she were discussing politics. "Because you are much stronger than I am and can even use blade magic. Taking you down would require the sacrifice of many violet-cored Jernoff elders. It's simple math, my beloved. The benefit they would gain from killing you is not worth the cost. In the Jernoff's eyes, you did nothing wrong. They have no grudge against you and would gain nothing from your death. Yet if you push them too hard and inflict too many losses on them with your blade spells, the terms of the equation change." "Are you asking me to hold back?" Orion's voice became cold, and every muscle in his body became as taut as a bowstring. "No, I'm asking you to stop fighting the moment they take me down." Gianni returned Orion's glare, and her tone became clinical. "I'm asking you not to go on a rampage and put your life on the line to chase after my murderers and avenge me. If everything fails, the battle must end with me. Push the Jernoff into a corner and they'll retaliate harder than you can possibly imagine. They will sacrifice their lives to eliminate the threat of the Ernas, revenge on them." "So be it," Orion snarled, his voice and expression brimming with fury. "I'm going to make them regret making me their enemy." "The Jernoff won't regret anything. Even the death of their entire assassin squad would be acceptable collateral damage. The mission will still be a success, and that's the only thing that matters for those people." The cold finality in Gianni's voice doused Orion's wrath like a bucket of water. Even worse, your death would pave their way toward their secondary objective, Driffa. With the two of us dead and the arrays of the Erna's mansion depowered, what chances do our guards have to stop the second assault unit of Jernov? Because believe me, there will be a second assault unit on standby, and probably even a third one, lying in wait until all of our cards are revealed and our options exhausted. The answer is none. The Jernov would take Driffa away and turn her into one of their own as compensation for the losses you've caused them. Is this what you want, Orion? Leaving our children orphans of both parents and gifting Driffa to our enemies? Who will protect our daughters when Meln comes for his revenge? Who will look after our grandchildren when another deranged psychopath like Thrud pops out and threatens the kingdom? She waited for an answer, but only strained silence ensued. On top of that, my death means nothing in the great scheme of things. The Myrock's magical legacy is negligible, whereas the Erna's is a force to be reckoned with. You have mastered Juria's spells and all those created by your predecessors. I'm just a mediocre mage who can teach nothing to anyone. You, instead, are an archmage who can teach our children the secrets of the Erna's legacy and shape the kingdom. If I die, our children will grieve, but in time they'll move on. If you die, the Erna's bloodline legacy will endure only in books. I need your promise so that I can fight knowing that Driffa will be safe. That our children and grandchildren will be looked after. That you'll stand guard at our gates and keep the wolves away. Orion's gaze softened as he listened to Gianni's words. From time to time, he looked away from her and at their children. Driffa was not present, but one look at Quilla's swollen belly brought the echo of her voice to his ears. There was so much at stake, too much for Orion to afford the privilege of being stubborn. I promise, my love. Space. Giera Continent, ruined city of Talgar at the same time. The door to Orpal's office opened slowly and without a sound, making the two uppers standing guard in front of it flinch in surprise. At ease, the voice of the dead king was calm and his expression confident, yet what shocked the two uppers the most was the fifth flame orbiting over the crown of his head. The appearance of the bright red will-o-wisp wasn't the only change in Orpal's appearance. His canine teeth had elongated into long fangs that peeked out of his mouth whenever he spoke, and two black vertical lines crossed his red eyes from scalp to jaw. Follow me, I have an announcement to make, and I need everyone to listen. Orpal moved with calm, measured strides without looking back to check if his orders were being executed. He took his communication amulet out and summoned everyone to the main hall of the fortress, where the ancient rulers of Talgar once held their celebrations. In the past, it was the only place in the fortress wide enough to host the scores of nobles coming from all the Sereno region. Now, its 3 levels could barely contain the thousands of uppers of Orpal's army, and only if they kept a human appearance. Everyone looked at the empty throne, expecting to find the dead king sitting there with his usual smug face. Yet the throne was empty, and even Irian, Akaton, and Jorl had no idea what the summons was about. I have bad news and I have good news. Orpal's voice came from above, making everyone turn their heads up towards its source. Does he want us to look up to him while he preaches from the sky? Jorl thought. Has Orpal finally gone mad and now thinks himself a god? The bad news is actually old news. Much to the Storm Griffin's surprise, Orpal was standing in front of the balustrade of the 3rd floor, among a crowd of shocked uppers. I have failed to tap into any of the aspects that comprise my Vertilac life force. This still means nothing. I want you to remember that my bloodline is new and that I'm still at the Deep Violet. My life force is still in its infancy. Just like my despised brother, I can still evolve, and you with me. There is still plenty of room for improvement, and this is the proof I offer you. Orpal pointed at the red flame above his head, his red eyes, and the black lines that split his face into 3. As for the good news, allow me to introduce Fire Soul to you. A wave of the dead king's hand engulfed the entire room, and its occupants with a crimson-red flame. Chapter 3973, Simple Math, Part 2. The convened uppers felt Fire Soul's immense heat and power press against their skin, yet suffered no burn or blister. The mystical fire disappeared in a heartbeat, leaving the air fresh and breathable. Discovering and mastering it has taken me a long time, but I'm confident you'll understand it was well worth the wait. Then, he proceeded to explain how to trigger Fire Soul, how it worked, and how to use it. Orpal wasted no time in empty banter or belittling his audience. He provided everyone with a clear-cut explanation, allowing the uppers to grasp complex concepts with ease. Just a few minutes after the end of Orpal's lesson, several uppers who had already developed their affinity to fire succeeded in conjuring fire soul. They had to limit themselves to small, controlled flames to avoid hurting the others, but their feat sent the room into an uproar. "The dead king is right," a female nymph upper said. "Verhin had only one feathered wing at the deep violet and could only use one type of cursed flames. Is it so hard to believe that maybe we need time to develop as well?" "Kazan was an ungrateful fool," a male Orthrus growled in anger. "He kept something that belonged to us all for himself, delaying our growth. The dead king, instead, shared it with us without strings attached." "Look at his face," a man said. "Maybe the rumors are right and we uppers are more undead than dragons, yet not the flawed undead the Red Mother made. Even now, the dead king doesn't suffer the sun, and he is mastering the elements one by one. He has succeeded where an ancient white core failed. He created the perfect undead race." Many more observations were raised, and the vast majority of them were positive, drowning the few skeptical questions with scoffs and contemptuous gazes. "Son of a bitch," Jorl inwardly cursed. "Orpal mastered fire soul faster than I expected, and with just a few words he has quelled the unrest among the troops that's been growing since Rugat's defeat. Finding people willing to turn their back on him to join me is going to be much harder now." Orpal and Knight let the uppers talk until the excitement reached its apex. Once the volume and the number of conversations became deafening, he brought them to a halt with a hush spell. "There will be time for discussions, and even more for training later. Now we have to set the course for our future." Orpal gained the undivided attention of his audience. "This must be a message to us," Acton said via a mind link. "Meln shared none of his plans with us and didn't ask us to stand by his side. He's telling us that we are nothing to him, just two uppers no different from the others assembled here." "Agreed," Jorl inwardly nodded. "Yet you overlook something, or rather someone. We are just three uppers." The Storm Griffin telepathically pointed at Irian the Jormungandr, who didn't seem to take the idea well. Outrage and spite were written all over his serpentine face. "Where is Leech now?" Orpal asked. "He has moved to the Blood Desert for some reason," the leader of the scout team replied. "Excellent news," Orpal nodded, a cruel smile forming on his face. "Start collecting information about his whereabouts. I want to know where Leech is and why at all times. I've let my dear brother get too comfortable with his life. If he has become stupid enough to leave those whom he cares about alone, he has only himself to blame when I take them away." Space. Griffin Kingdom, Phelan Region, underground Stonewall Fortress, a few hours earlier. "I still can't believe this is really happening," Urslin Baz, Blood Warlock and King of the Dawn Court, said as he quivered like a young child on his first day of school. "I never thought I would ever meet you, Red Mother, let alone that you'd do me such an honor." "The feeling is mutual, child." Baba Yaga stood in front of Baz in her mother form, studying him with the disgruntled expression of a teacher dealing with a problematic student. "I don't like being here, and I don't like you." Her emerald eyes carried little of their usual warmth, and somehow the red of her hair felt like a physical manifestation of a deep-seated anger. "Then why are you doing this?" Baz's voice took the low pitch of a whining child, but no one in the room lost an ounce of respect for him because of that. Most of the undead could neither speak nor move in Baba Yaga's presence. In a way, it reminded them of the curse of slumber that plagued them during the day, but the pressure didn't come from the outside. The bodies of the undead reacted like puppies terrified at the idea of angering or disappointing their mother. Such was their uncertainty about what to do that they froze into place like statues. "Because I need someone to put my latest creation to the test." The Red Mother examined the Blood Warlock's life force with her breathing technique, and then fine-tuned the enchantments of the harmonizer in her hands based on the readings. "You are powerful, not awakened, have an army at your command, and have plenty of reasons to kill Meln and my wayward daughter. Also, Lith didn't talk too badly about you, which makes you an excellent test subject." "A test subject for what?" Baz shuddered in fear at the term, but that was all his body allowed him to do. "That's something you are going to tell me." Baba Yaga put the harmonizer on the warlock's neck, barely above the collarbone. "How does it feel?" "Amazing," Baz said as a sudden surge of power flooded his body and rearranged every fiber of his being. His skin turned blood red, and a thin, dark mist shrouded the exposed skin of his head and hands. "What about the sun?" Baba Yaga asked, feeling the breaking dawn alter the balance of her powers as a sun weaver. "What about it?" As the sun rose in the sky, Baz recognized the effects of the slumber on his soldiers but felt none on himself. "I'm free. I don't need to exert an iota of my focus to keep moving. Good, not try a few spells? Baba Yaga nodded. She didn't need to add anything for the blood warlock to understand the meaning of her words. All the elements, not just darkness and water, flowed freely inside his body. He could now cast all kinds of spells like a true mage, without the need to speak the runes or perform hand signs. His mana flowed vigorously from his blood core to his hands, increasing the destructive power of his spells without the need for his bloodline abilities. This harmonizer is much better than the one Glimos tried to sell us, Boz said in excitement. Which makes it a waste to leave me out of this, Red Mother. Sira Morgan, Banshee and current High General of the Night Court, sighed in envy. Boz isn't the only one working to give our people a better future. I'm a fair ruler and I oppose Meln's tyranny as well. What did I do to deserve your contempt? Chapter 3974, Failed Experiment Part 1. A fair ruler? Baba Yaga scoffed. The last time I checked, being fair was the least desirable trait for the High General of the Night Court. Only the most merciless and bloodthirsty among my children espouse the deranged ideology of my wayward daughter and join your court. If you despise us so much, why didn't you step forward millennia ago when the Night Court was founded and do something about it? Sira said, hating herself for talking like a petulant little girl. She wanted to argue and criticize Baba Yaga, to show her what the Night Court was capable of achieving even at its lowest point in its history, yet both her physical and mental strength had left her body. Meeting the Red Mother's gaze and talking loud enough to be heard was the best Sira could do. To what end? Baba Yaga replied. The Night Court serves my goals as it is. It gives all those like you a place where you can lump together and tear each other apart while leaving the rest of us alone. Your mortality rate is the highest, and entire undead bloodlines I regretted creating went extinct after joining your ranks. The Night Court is the perfect trash can of the undead society as I envision it. Isolated, short-lived, and self-cleaning. The Banshee had no blood flow and her skin was as pale as snow, but at those words, she became even paler. The other members of the Night Court in the room couldn't help but replay the story of their lives in their minds and realize that the Red Mother was right. Her aura lifted the veil of arrogance and self-importance that the undead of the Night Court normally used as justification for their cruel actions, and her words shoved the raw, unfiltered truth right under their noses. The stench of it was so revolting that most of them would have pucked, if only they were still physiologically capable of doing it. The members of the Night Court lowered their eyes in shame, and some even started to weep in silence. Being told by their creator that she considered them a failed experiment, and that she cared nothing for them was too much even for centuries-old monsters. What about my Dawn Court then? Baz's brain begged him to shut up, warning him that he would regret opening his mouth. What about the Dusk Court? I'd rather regret asking her than hide in willful ignorance, he thought. This is probably the only chance I'll ever have to speak with the Red Mother. Her words may be harsh, but if there's a lesson that I can learn from them, I'm not going to miss it just to coddle my ego. You, Baba Yaga blinked a few times before stabbing the blood warlock in his heart with a powerful enchanted knife. I dislike the Dawn Court the least. Boz would have been proud of those words if not for the pain and shock. The blade pierced through his armor and immortal flesh like paper, tearing a hole in the weak spot of any blood warlock. All undead races had one or more weak spots, and once even one of them was damaged, they would die as easily as a mortal. Baz screamed in surprise as he searched in Baba Yaga's expression, an answer for her sudden betrayal. Why go through so much trouble just to kill? His scream went on and on, under the annoyed gaze of the Red Mother and the ill-repressed hilarity of his subjects. Sira, however, didn't hesitate to laugh in his face. It made her feel better about herself after she and her court had suffered the humiliation of a lifetime. I'm not dead. The blood warlock patted his chest, discovering that his flesh had healed faster than his armor. Of course you are not, Baba Yaga sneered. Why would I go through so much trouble just to kill you? That was my question, Baz thought. How am I still alive? He actually asked. Thanks to the harmonizer, the Red Mother replied. It gives healing abilities to your weak points as well. Being harder to kill than your enemy expects will give you quite an advantage against Poop-Eye's troops, especially if you leave no witnesses. Indeed, the blood warlock nodded, finding his confidence back. This and the ability to stay awake during the day will foil most of Meln's most effective strategies against us. By the way, what do you mean you dislike us the least? Let me be clear, child, I dislike all undead courts. Baba Yaga sighed. None of you are supposed to exist. According to my original plan, my children would form communities in the eclipsed lands and retain their humanity by coexisting with the living. You were supposed to use the time before you reached the full red blood core to get your revenge, master magic, and heal from your trauma. This way, when you reverted into mortals, you'd have everything you needed to live a happy life. Instead, you guys formed a whole society based on perpetuating the same injustices that brought you to my attention, just with you as the perpetrators instead of the victims. I gifted you your strength as a shield to protect and avenge yourself. Yet you turned it into a sword and spilled the blood of those who had never wronged you. Call yourself a king all you want, but the duty of a ruler is to lead and protect his subjects. You just accumulate riches and look good dressed in silk. You and your court are no nobles, just blood merchants. Baba Yaga paused for a moment to study the reaction of the members of the Dawn Court. Their lowered eyes and contrite expressions were a good sign, but she doubted they would last long after she left. As for the Dusk Court, it's an abomination, she resumed. All those damn liches are good for nothing and care for no one but themselves. I mean, look at this place. Meln swore to destroy the Dusk Court as well, yet not one lick bothered to join your alliance. The entire Maugr could be set ablaze, and the only thing those idiots would ask is, what's this smell? Did I leave the stove on? Then why do you allow the Dusk Court to exist? Baz asked. Because sometimes the liches do leave their labs, and some of them commit unspeakable atrocities to continue their perverse experiments, Baba Yaga replied. They already tortured and maimed themselves. They have no qualms about doing it on others, and experimenting with the foulest forms of forbidden magic. It sounds like all the more reason to destroy the Dusk Court, Sira said. Quite the contrary. A savage smile twisted Baba Yaga's delicate features. This way, I know where most of the liches live and how to find them. The best part is that when I kill one of those morons, nobody ever notices. Liches are so forgetful that you could wipe their communication amulet clean, and they would never find out unless one of your victims owed them something. Did you kill many of them? Baz had no physiological need to swallow, but he did it anyway. Chapter 3975, Failed Experiment Part 2. The idea of Baba Yaga passing judgment on those she deemed unworthy of her gift of undeath made him worry that he might be one of them were she to dig out his past. I wish, the Red Mother sighed. I'm not a monster, and I don't kill undead, even liches, just because I don't like them. It takes someone with mad talents and plans on par with Arthun to push me to intervene. Sadly enough, only liches have so far fit the bill. Don't get me wrong, I don't wish to kill any of my true children, but while all other undead races sooner or later gave birth to someone as mad as Arthun, their talent was nowhere near the Mad King's. They were just arrogant idiots who got killed by their own court, without the need for me to intervene. Is that because liches are naturally superior to the rest of us? Sira asked. I mean, they suffer from none of the weaknesses that plague your true children. No, it's because they are more focused, Baba Yaga replied. While you guys waste time on power plays, hunting parties, and politics, liches live for their work. They often achieve in 1 year what takes the best among you a century. Those words offended and outraged Sira and Baz, but they couldn't deny the truth behind them. The Night and Dawn courts pursued vastly different goals, but their members spending little of their waking time in pursuit of groundbreaking magical research was one of the few things they had in common. The raw physical power that the undead gained from feeding and their bloodline abilities made them superior to most awakened. It also made them arrogant enough to forget about developing their magic and rely mostly on their bodies in combat. Why is the harmonizer so low? Baz put his pride aside and focused on the business at hand. Finally, a smart question, Baba Yaga snorted. It's low because this way, even if beheading an undead is supposed to kill them, most of their body retains its enhanced life force, and the undead would survive long enough to reattach it. If the harmonizer were severed along with the head, instead, the main body would revert to its original state and die instantly. It's useless to me, but it can save the members of quite a few undead races, Baz nodded. On top of that, among the many powers this harmonizer gives you, there should be the ability to transform into one element. Baba Yaga ignored the remark and continued her explanation. Give it a try, but stop when I ask you. The Dawn King focused inward, discovering that the flow of the elements wasn't the only thing unlocked by the vigorous flow of world energy produced by the harmonizer. His life force expanded and contracted as though following the rhythm of a beating heart he no longer had. Soon, He noticed that the rhythm was just a small part in a grandiose symphony produced by his life force. When Baz identified it and let the melody carry him, his body turned into a living mass of blood. He learned by instinct that now he could shapeshift without body sculpting, altering his size and features at will. He could now seep into the smallest crack in a wall and emerge on the other side with any appearance he wanted, no matter if human, animal, or insect. Moreover, Baz knew that no matter the number and kind of limbs he chose to develop, he would move them with the mastery of someone born with them. "Stop right there," the Red Mother said, and did as bidden. "Do you see the issue?" Yes, the Dawn King's enthusiasm burst like a soap bubble. The harmonizer was still a solid piece of metal, and it would not shapeshift with its wearer. The moment you transform completely, you'll lose the harmonizer and with it your new powers, Baba Yaga said. "It's an annoyance now, but a deadly mistake on the battlefield." "Still, it's a powerful tool." Baz developed multiple arms, a stinger, pincers, and wings, making himself as big as an emperor beast and as thin as a lamppost. "Indeed," Baba Yaga nodded. "Come, we have to check one last thing." She opened a warp steps leading to the surface and beckoned him to join her under the sunlight. While the rest of the undead wobbled in dizziness from the abundant light element, Baz felt nothing. He smirked at Sira and walked through the steps, basking in morning glow for the first time in centuries. "I can't believe it," he said while laughing in exhilaration. "You did it, Red Mother. You've allowed me to conquer undeath and even the sun." The layer of darkness around him thinned at a discernible rate, and fear froze Baz's blood. The moment he felt his body burning in agony, he bolted back into the steps and into the embrace of the shadows. "I never meant to create a master race, child." Baba Yaga stepped inside the underground room as well and closed the warp steps behind her. "Your weakness to sunlight is intentional. Yet since Meln's uppers have no such problem, I can't let them exterminate you so easily. The harmonizer you carry gives you the time to hide or conjure steps before the sun turns you into ashes, and I expect you to use that little time wisely." "I will," the Blood Warlock panted, watching a new layer of darkness forming around him. "I have one last question, however. How do you expect me to make a difference? Your harmonizer is powerful, but not that powerful." "I don't expect you to win the war to come on your own, silly child. I expect you to lead your people and teach them just like I taught you." A wave of Baba Yaga's hand opened her dimensional pocket and released a hill-sized pile of harmonizers so high that it reached the ceiling. Baz estimated there were thousands of them, more than enough for the Dawn Court warriors scattered across the various underground fortresses around Garland. "Not to sound ungrateful, but this will create tensions with our allies." The Dawn King turned to look at Sira. Rage, envy, and humiliation ravaged her heart with a strength that not even Baba Yaga's presence could suppress. The Banshee's face was twisted in a grimace of pure hatred, and her body twitched with barely contained power. "How is that?" The Red Mother walked up to Sira and put a harmonizer on her neck as well. Shockwaves released from her body lifted the Banshee from the ground and propelled her across the room like a living meteor of destruction. Her scream had not only grown in power, but it now answered her every command. Sira could emit powerful vibrations by spending negligible mana and use them as a shield, a weapon, or just to fly around. Anything that came in contact with the solid sound barrier around her suffered the effects of a localized quake. "Everything I told Baz applies to you as well." Baba Yaga raised her hand, and a second hill of harmonizers appeared. "You'd better not disappoint me this time, child." Chapter 3976, Jarek Part 1. "I thought you despised me and my court." The Banshee had never been so powerful, yet it only allowed her to gain a better grasp on the abyssal gap that separated her from the Red Mother. The two women were almost the same height, but Sira felt like she was staring at a tall mountain whose peak was hidden beyond the clouds. "I do despise you, child," Baba Yaga nodded. "That's why I'm giving you the harmonizers after Baz. Consider everything you've seen and heard here as the first and only lesson you'll ever receive from me. Whether you want to learn from it, or ignore it to spare your frail ego from the truth is not my concern. I appreciate the thought, but even with the harmonizers, some of us are bound to die in the conflict with the incontinent king," Baz said as the dangers of the artifact dawned on him. "What if the uppers take the harmonizers from their defeated opponents and wear them? They are also undead, and I'm terrified at the idea of what would happen if they get their hands on the harmonizers." "That's the idea, child." Baba Yaga's smile didn't extend to her eyes. "That's the idea." Space. Meanwhile, at the starry lagoon village, The kids happily played in the shallow ocean waters, while their parents could only stare from a distance. Roz, Elena, and the others had learned how to swim during their stays in the desert, but they didn't feel comfortable showing their limited skills in front of natural-born swimmers like the merfolk. "Mom, Dad, you don't need to wear a swimsuit to join us. Your scalewalker armor may look bulky, but it won't impede your movements," Lith said. "Also, you can use its floating enchantment to move at high speed whenever you want." "Thanks, son, but for now I'm content with watching," Roz said, and he was being honest. Anything was better than looking at the weirdness of the merfolk village. The houses were unsettling, but their inhabitants were not much better. The merfolk's bright-colored hair and the gurgling sounds they often emitted while talking were a constant reminder of their true nature. Roz and Elena didn't know much about their hosts aside from what the legends said about the merfolk, and none of it was flattering. They expected to see one of the children disappear at any moment, dragged by the merfolk to the bottom of the sea to eat them. If not for Lith's reassurances and Salark's hospitality, the Verhans would have never accepted the invitation. "Fine, let's kill two birds with one stone." Lith took out his Indech wings, having care of turning them black to make them indistinguishable from his phoenix wings. Then he flooded them with the water element and activated the swirling wind bloodline ability. A few flaps of his wings stirred the waters around him in a whirlpool that quickly extended in a straight line, parting the ocean for dozens of meters. Merfolk and human merchants alike gaped in awe at the scene. Any mage worthy of his name could manipulate vast amounts of water, but only if it was stale. Even altering the course of a medium-sized river without digging proper banks was supposed to be impossible. A mage couldn't handle tons of water and redirect their violent currents at the same time, yet that was exactly what Lith was doing on an even larger scale. "Mom, Dad, you can join me whenever you want," Lith said while controlling the world energy and focusing it around him. "Ryla, you too, please. The mana geyser below our feet is wide, but it shouldn't extend that far." The farmer looked around in uncertainty. "If Lith is wrong and I revert to my fallen form, I might scare the children. Even worse, I might upset our merfolk hosts, and they might ask me and Garrick to leave." Her train of thought was derailed by Roz and Elena walking amid the roiling waters without hesitation. "I always wanted to see the seabed, but I never found the courage to dive in deep waters too far from the shore." Roz looked at the strange algae and rocks at his feet, while Elena focused on the water walls on either side. They looked like colossal waves that had been frozen in time after reaching their apex. "Are you sure you can do this, sweetie?" Elena asked. Fish lacked the intelligence to understand what was happening and kept moving back and forth, trying to follow the underwater current to its alleged destination. The marine magical beasts, instead, stared at the humans with eyes full of fear. "Won't this hurt those poor creatures?" She pointed at the magical beasts, who turned around and swam away. "I'm sure, Mom," Lith nodded. "It would be dangerous if I made this permanent or if I kept it up for days, but there's no point in doing that. I just want to make you feel comfortable, all of you." Lith extended his hand toward Ryla, and she reluctantly moved toward him. "He's Salark's grandson and the hero of the merfolk," she inwardly sighed. "Lith can probably convince them I'm not a threat. Let's hope the children don't get scared by my fallen form. It would break my heart if what." Ryla could feel the mana geyser below her feet growing weaker with every step she took, yet the concentration of world energy around her didn't change. When she reached Elena, there was no world energy coming from the seabed, but the harmonizer still worked. "How is this possible?" she asked, not daring to use any of her powers. "I used swirling wind to create a corridor of world energy as I moved." Lith pointed at the extremities of the strip of dry land that cut the ocean asunder. "I admit that the starting idea was just to put the abilities of my wings to the test and practice a bit, yet once I succeeded, I realized this could help Garrick." The young farmer cheered for his mother from the shore. "If you, Tista, my demons, and I create a safe zone, he can play with the others. I don't know how far he will be able to get, but it's better than nothing." "And you called me here because you didn't want to endanger the stability of Garrick's life force," Ryla said with a wide smile. "Yeah, sorry about that." Lith cleared his throat. "I didn't mean to use you as a test subject. It's just that if I made a mistake with you, you just needed to take one step back to be okay. If I made a mistake with Garrick, he would have never been okay again." "Don't apologize, please," she replied, brimming with joy. "It's a wonderful, thoughtful idea. How can I help you?" "1 second, please. I'd rather not repeat myself over and over." Lith called his demons and Tista via the communication amulet. I'm sorry, sweetie pies. Locrias nodded in apology to his wife and daughter. I hate leaving you so suddenly, but this is an excellent opportunity to learn how to control my powers. One day, the results of this training might save many lives from Meln and his uppers. Chapter 3977, Jarak Part 2. Don't worry, Erwold, Sidra, Locria's wife, said. Every day we get to spend with you is a blessing. All that matters is that we can be together. Well said, Mom, Gilly nodded. Also, once you guys become strong enough to stop Meln, Lith won't have to travel around so much, and we'll have all the time we want. I'm sorry, babe, Tista sighed. I hate interrupting our date, but this is my opportunity to train without Zor, Morok, and Garrick. With a bit of luck, I won't be at the bottom of the class anymore. Also, it pains my heart to see the poor Garrick alone, while everyone else plays in the ocean. I'd have preferred you had your priorities inverted, but don't worry, Badia replied. Your heart is in the right place, and I'm sure one day you'll make a wonderful mother. Not you too, Tista blushed wildly. Yes, me too, he shrugged. I mean, with Elijah, Valoran, Surin, and your friends already pregnant, this would be the perfect moment for. I'm too far, I can't hear you. She bolted towards Lith like a bullet. Bite me, Menadian replied. I'm spending quality time with Solus and the babies. This is too nice a day to waste it training with you. Effie always wanted to go on a beach holiday and see the sea, but we never found the time because of my work, she actually thought. Solus has already had that experience without me, but this still counts as making up for the lost time. Moenadian, Solus had to correct herself mid-word after noticing Ryla standing right next to Lith. Language, what if the children learn those words? Those are innocent words, sweetie, Menadian replied. They mean nothing without the right tone. Bite, Valoran asked. Yes, dear, like do you want a bite? She offered him a soft piece of apple that he happily ate. Me bibe, Elijah extended her hands after sniffing the sweet scent of the apple. I'm sorry, Pumpkin, no teeth, no bite, Rifa said. Tea, Elijah shapeshifted her mouth into a Tiamat S, filling it with small yet sharp fangs. Tea indeed. Menadian handed the baby girl the slice and she munched it to pieces. See, now they'll associate the word bite with apples. Kids are simple creatures. Moenadian, Solus said in outrage. How can you manipulate babies? Not even Lith does that. I'm still here, Lith said, and Ryla chuckled. Also, if you learn how to use swirling wind, you can lead the feral demons into battle by example. Solus gave him an apologetic nod. Not interested, sorry, Menadian shrugged. And if you also learn how to absorb the collected world energy with abomination touch, you'll become capable of regaining your strength without Lith's help, Solus pointed out. It would increase your autonomy on the battlefield and independence in everyday life. That's an excellent point, Solus. Menadian kissed her daughter's head as though she were looking out for Rifa instead of scolding her, coming right up. Luckily for Lith, the other demons had Locria's attitude and joined him without making a fuss like Menadian. Thank you, Uncle Lith. Thank you, Auntie Tista. Once the formation was ready, and Ryla walked up to its borders without ever reverting into her fallen form, Garrick rushed into the water, taking the first dive of his life. He felt cold, gulped a mouthful of salt water, and his drenched wings weighed him down like a bag of sand strapped to his back, but he had never been so happy. Slow down, young man. Ryman pulled the farmer out of the water and held him until Garrick finished coughing. Take your time and don't forget about your powers. You'll learn how to swim in a snap. Isn't that right, kids? The smaller skulls barked and howled in approval, showing off their perfect dog paddle style. It's too bad, but Mom can use the training, and Garrick needs a break. Solus followed Menadian, but remained on the beach to keep an eye on the toddlers. Thank the gods Gianni is not in Sig. Bibe, Elijah said while writing the word bite on the sand. Bibe. Who taught the babies how to write? Solus watched in horror as Valoran wrote bite as well and extended his hand, expecting another piece of apple in reward. I did, sweetie. Why? Is there a problem? Elena arrived while Solus was feeding the babies in the hope the word me wouldn't follow the bite. Yes, Mom, a big problem, Solus sighed while hushing Valoran and Elijah. Magic is about runes and words. Now that they know how to read and write, the babies might associate a hand sign with a magic word. They are small, but they are still awakened. They might be dangerous to themselves and others. I'm sorry, Solus, I didn't think of that. Elena felt terrible, and Elijah writing more words to show her grandmother how good she was made Elena feel even worse. Still, it's a huge leap, isn't it? They might not understand the correlation for years. Joran, Valoran said, conjuring a water dragon the size of a pencil. Joan, Elijah followed suit, the two small dragons engaging in a deadly battle. Or maybe minutes, Solus exhaled sharply. Thank the gods they still have a bright orange core. There's not much damage they can do with that. Elijah's dragon lost the battle, and she started crying. Joan ba. Shush, baby girl, it's just a game. Solus hugged Elijah, calming her down. What's happening? Camilla rushed to their side. Who taught the babies to read? Elena looked around like a cornered rat, silently answering the question. How long, Elena? Kamla asked. How long ago did you teach them? Less than a month ago, back when Zorith was ill. Why? Because they've been playing with magic ever since. Camilla used the dragon scales to learn the rest of the story from the babies. I'm sorry, I really am. Elena lowered her gaze. Mama, Elijah said and wrote Mom on the sand. Oh, sweetie, that's so kind. Camilla beamed with joy. What else can you write? Can you write Dad? Elijah wrote the word Jerak on the sand. What does Jerak mean? Camilla asked, and Elena shrugged. I've never heard that word. I didn't teach them that. Elijah's chubby fingers drew a few jagged lines in the air, and a small bullet of zero struck the shore, creating a thick layer of ice the size of an ice rink. Ga. The baby girl conjured more zero bullets and froze waves on the spot, thinking she was just showing off. Who in Magus' name taught the kids how to read? Salark appeared out of thin air and stopped Elijah before she could hit someone. I did, Elena whimpered. Space. The Guardians cloaked the crime scene with an illusion to avoid scaring everyone else, and brought the culprits and their parents to a secluded place. Do you have any idea how serious this is, young lady? Salark asked with a stern tone, pointing her finger at Elijah. Gamma, Elijah grabbed the finger and expressed all her love and joy. Lo-ya. I love you too, sweetie. Salark's heart melted like ice in the desert, at least until she turned towards Elena. Do you have any idea how serious this is, young lady? Chapter 3978, Faint Echo, Part 1. No, I really don't. Elena sniffled, her eyes misted with tears. I thought there was no harm in teaching the babies a few words. Valoran is already 2 years old, and Lith learned how to read and write the same winter he became 3. Do a few months make that much of a difference? For a normal baby, no, but Elijah and Valoran are far from normal. They are already awakened and very smart. Ligon had no idea that Lith had awakened at birth, and had always been an adult in a baby's body, giving him the wits not to use magic in public or harm others. Learning how to read and write has taught the hatchlings to associate words with symbols, and magical runes are nothing but symbols of power that can be vocalized, drawn, or conjured by a powerful mind. Now, every time Elijah and Valoran see a spell or hear a magic word, they don't just hear a funny sound and see some pretty lights anymore. They notice the structure of the spell as they do with normal words and try to reproduce them with their means. Since they live in a house full of powerful mages who use their abilities to do everything they want, you have just given the babies the tools for learning the language of magic with the same ease as they are learning how to speak. Is that a bad thing? Elena asked. It's the dream of an academy professor, but the nightmare of any parent, Salark replied. Elijah and Valoran will start to use magic in the same way as they see us using it, but without our wisdom or self-restraint. You've seen how casually the Featherlings have conjured water constructs, and how Elijah employed mirror magic like it was a toy. Imagine what might have happened if, instead of an empty beach, you were in a crowded place or even at your home. The water dragons would have tripped someone or flipped a table at worst, but that's only because the babies lack the skill and power to do worse. The zero spell instead might have hurt someone, and badly. I'm sorry. Elena hated to sound like a broken record, but she didn't know what else to say. Is there anything we can do to fix this? No, Ligon shook his head. There is no way to unring a bell. We can only explain to the kids why they must refrain from using magic and hope they listen to us. They are intelligent for their age, but they are still hatchlings. If scared, bored, or excited, they might forget our warning because they either don't care or think of the consequences. About that, Camilla raised her hand, and the Guardians nodded for her to continue. I'm certain that no one used zero magic in our house, so where did Elijah learn its magic word and rune? Also, I know it's a good thing, but why didn't Valoran use it as well? They are usually 2 peas in a pod. Whatever one does, the other tries to follow. Those are excellent questions, Camilla, Ligon said, offering his hand covered in dragon scales to Valoran, who grabbed it. You are not in trouble, hatchling. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I need you to be honest with me. Okay. Valoran turned to Solus and Camilla to be reassured. Okay, he answered after they smiled and caressed his head, proving they weren't angry with him. Do you know that magic word? Ligoin asked, and Valoran nodded. Did you learn it by yourself, or did Elijah teach it to you? Eli, Valoran pointed at the baby girl who puffed black smoke out of her nostrils with pride. Have you ever used it? Ligon kept smiling but crossed his fingers. No, Valoran shook his head. Bad word, cold, too cold. Ligon felt the baby boy's fear and revulsion at the zero magic via the dragon scales, and inwardly sighed in relief. You did the right thing. You are a good, brave boy. The guardian patted the baby's head before offering his hand to Elijah. Who taught you that magic word? Ligon asked. Me, Elijah said in excitement. How did you learn it? Joan, she replied. Joan bila Gie. Order and chaos. Ligon's expression was serene, and his voice level, but everyone heard his words as a yell and could almost see him covering his face with his hands. How bad is it? Salork asked. She just said that Joran felt kind like Jerak, that whenever someone uses water magic, she can hear a faint echo with slightly different magical words. Ligon replied. Elijah is converting chore magic into chore mirror magic by pure instinct. This is terrible, the Overlord said, yet the others had trouble following. And it can still get worse, Ligon sighed. Do you know other new words, hatchling? Elijah pondered for a while before replying. I do bila iu, ifio bila iro. She said that Ekadu also feels like Ekrasu and Infiro feels like Eratho. Ligon and Salark shuddered at those words, while everyone else only experienced slight discomfort. In case you missed it, Elijah knows the basic words for chaos and cinder magic. How is this possible? Salark wanted to pace around the room to relieve her stress, but she held still not to upset the babies. Even we never learned the basic runes for chaos magic until we fought our first abominations. Even then, we never practiced it, not even after turning into guardians. If not for that idiot of Roghar perfecting a few mirror magic spells on his own and you stealing them with dragon eyes, we wouldn't know how the other cursed elements work. It's actually simple, and Valoran gave me the answer. Ligon patted Elijah, warning her never to use those bad words via the dragon scales. Normal people like us feel a natural fear toward mirror magic. We instinctively know how dangerous it is, and we keep away from it like we would from a wildfire or a tornado. The magic words for the cursed elements are contained in the world energy along with the normal elements, but we ignore them subconsciously. Even if someone managed to notice and learn them like Elijah did, they would die at the first mistake, and their knowledge would disappear with them. Elijah, however, has stable cursed elements flowing through her life force. She feels no fear towards all kinds of magic words and doesn't filter any of them out. I understand she's a reckless baby, but she can't be the only one on Magur, Salark replied. Also, listening and doing are two completely different things. The slightest mistake in her spell and the zero element would have hurt her. How did she learn how to do that, and what happened to the cinder element she must have generated? That's the scariest part, Ligon replied. Elijah's affinities allowed her to learn the right way to conjure zero. She produced no cinder because she only conjured pure water element from the world energy. The imbalance was naturally restored by raising the temperature in her surroundings, but since the phenomenon applied to the whole oasis, not even you noticed it. Elijah's spell is as safe for her as any elemental spell. Chapter 3979, Faint Echo Part 2. Are you telling me that due to the stable cursed elements in her body, Elijah is attuned to all elements, including their cursed counterpart? Salark's eyes widened, and her voice rose enough to draw the baby's attention to her. Yes, Ligon nodded. Valoran is attuned to the water element, yet he is scared of zero, and his survival instinct is screaming at him not to use it. It takes a madman like Manohar or an indomitable will like Bulker to overcome a primal fear that powerful. I'm sorry, but you lost me at the "this is terrible" part, Alina said. Is everything okay with the babies? No, Alina, it's not. Camilla plopped on the nearest chair while Solus still struggled between sharing everything with Lith via their bond or just screaming in frustration. Elijah has learned 3 very dangerous branches of elemental magic. Cursed elements are powerful enough to put an adult to sleep with ease, even at the chore magic level and when conjured by someone as weak as an orange core. You too had an orange core until a while ago, and you told me you could use chore magic to defend yourself. Elena was in denial, refusing to accept how an act of love could turn into something so terrible. Yes, but I had been trained for that, and none of my spells worked more than a few centimeters away from my hands. Camilla sighed. You've seen Elijah. She can shoot at someone as far as 3 meters 10 away. Actually, it's 10 meters, Ligon corrected her. Elijah was just giving you a demonstration of her abilities. She wasn't putting any effort into her spells. That's great, thank you, Grandpa, Camilla snarled. This is what terrible means, Elena. Elijah can now blast away anyone she sees, has no idea how powerful she is, and no one is going to teach her how to control mirror magic as she learns it. Elena opened her mouth to speak, but Solus stopped her. Please, Mom, don't say you're sorry, she sighed. We got that part. What we need is a solution, or at least a way to do damage control. Space. It didn't take long for Roz to notice the disappearance of his wife. He found Elena inside the tower with the others, and she told him everything, hoping for moral support. Don't worry, dear, we'll work it out. We always do, Roz said, but his voice lacked conviction. Where is Lith? Why is he not here? There's no point in ruining everyone's day, Solus sighed. If Lith leaves, so will Tista, and Garrick won't be able to play with the others until we at least patch this mess. Besides, we are already racking our brains. She pointed at herself and the Guardians. No offense, Kami, but you have no experience in dealing with mirror magic, let alone using it. None taken, Camilla shook her head. I already don't know much about the upper tiers of regular magic, and I'm pretty sure that everything I learned doesn't apply to mirror magic. It doesn't, Solus replied. That said, Dad, I don't think one more person would make much of a difference. It took Lith a while longer to notice that many members of his family were missing, but since he was under Salark's protection, he assumed that everything was fine. They must be taking a stroll through the oasis, napping, or anything else that allows them to take their eyes off that horror. Lith shuddered every time the merfolk village entered his peripheral vision. Between the limited capacity of his wings and the wide area that he and the others needed to fill with world energy to allow Garrick to play with the other children, Lith could only hold on for so long. I'm sorry, guys, but I need a break. The moment he said those words, he saw sweet relief wash over Tista's face. Let's get back to shore and have some ice cream. Ice cream? The mention of sweets made the kids rush toward the beach, relieving the demons from their burden as they had to cover a smaller and smaller area with swirling wind. Thank you very much, Lith, Ryla said. Garrick and I appreciated it a lot. Don't mention it. Lith needed sheer willpower not to stare at her wet clothes now that she was out of the water. Have you seen Kami? Yes, she was teaching magic to the kids on the beach. Ryla pointed at the shoreline. Then Camilla and Solus rushed away. Teaching magic, Lith echoed. I'm sorry, Ryla, I have to go. He used the watchtower to locate everyone, and the warp mirror to join Solus and the others. Hi, sweetie, Elena said with a sad smile. I made a huge mess. What are you talking about, Mom? Lith asked. Solus. A partial mind fusion brought him up to speed. Farm me sideways. Lith checked that everyone was all right before asking. Now what? Good question, Salark shrugged. I wish we had an answer. We have already told Elijah not to practice any form of mirror magic and explained to her in age-appropriate terms how dangerous it is. Ligon pointed at the baby girl, who looked mortified. Mino ba, Diamino ba, Elijah said with an apologetic tone. So why? You're not bad, baby girl. Lith took her in his arms and kissed his daughter's forehead. This isn't your fault. This isn't anyone's fault. It actually is, Elena sighed. I should have minded my own business or at least asked your permission before teaching the babies how to read and write. Let us be honest, Mom. You pushed things forward, but this was bound to happen sooner than you think. Lith sighed. Val is already 2 years old and understands us better than most kids would at 3. Isn't that right, son? Yes, Dad, Valoran nodded. Most words simple and easy to learn. See, Lith ruffled Valoran's hair and took him in his other arm. It wouldn't have been long before he asked us to teach him how to read, just like I did when I was just slightly older than him. I already asked, Valoran shrugged. Sharjin Grandma and Grandpa said no. My point exactly, Lith replied. Valoran is brilliant. Be it 3 or 6 months from now, soon we would have taught him how to read, and Elijah would have learned with him. At that point, we'd be in this situation anyway. True, but with Elijah's development speed, in a few months it would be much easier for her to understand why we don't want her to use magic and how to control her powers better, Elena said. I know, but it wouldn't bring us anywhere closer to finding a solution. Lith wanted to console his mother, but he couldn't deny the truth of her words. Can I see the magic words? Solus handed him a piece of paper, and the moment he read its content, he felt something clicking inside of him. It was the same feeling he had experienced as a child when he had first heard the magic words associated with each element. I feel wariness, not fear. Lith studied the magic words one by one before focusing on the hand sign for Jarak that Solus had drawn based on Elijah's finger movements. Chapter 3980, Poison Blade, Part 1. While staring at the drawing of the hand sign and the magic word for the zero cursed element, Lith felt as though he were staring at a very sharp blade coated in poison. It was dangerous even for its wielder, had to be handled with care, and every part of it was deadly save for the hilt. What about you, Solus? I feel terror, she swallowed hard. The moment I look away from the paper, the magic word gets blurred in my mind, and I'm happy for that. It must be because of your cracked life force and mana core, sweetie, Menadian said. Mirror magic is more dangerous for you than for an average person. What about Lith? Camilla asked. His mana core is healthy, but his life force is cracked as well. Why doesn't he feel fear? Because he carries the cursed elements as well, Ligain replied. They are not as stable as those in Elijah's life force, but they still grant him a resistance to mirror magic. I mean, as a practitioner, he is still vulnerable to cursed elements like anybody else. Then it's settled, Lith said. I have to learn the basic spells of mirror magic that Elijah knows. What, why? Camilla asked, jumping from her seat. Because someone has to, and I'm the only one who can, Lith replied. Mirror magic is faster and deadlier than normal spells, Kami. Now everything is fine, but if Elijah throws a tantrum, someone has to stop her. I can react in time and neutralize a cursed element with its opposite before someone gets hurt or worse. What about the protection of the Guardians? Solus swallowed hard. We protect Elijah and Raldarak only. We have no care for those who may get struck by the spells of the babies. Salark shook her head. Moreover, once Ral is born, Camilla will be on her own. The Verhans stared at her in disbelief, feeling betrayed. Wait, that came out wrong. Salark raised her hands with the palms out. You are safe under my roof. I meant that once you go back to the kingdom, the rules of my hospitality don't apply. Thanks, Mother, Raz sighed in relief. You are welcome, Featherling. This is excellent news, but it puts me on a deadline. Lith rubbed his chin. I'll have to use our time in the desert wisely. I can't save you from yourself, Featherling, Salark said. I can heal your wounds, but unless I am right beside you, I can't stop a mirror spell gone awry before you get hurt. Thanks, but there won't be a need for that, Lith replied. I'll practice in the firing range after confirming that the tower can conjure mirror magic spells safely. The counter spell settings, Menadian said in understanding. You're going to set the firing range to neutralize your mirror magic spells, whether they succeed or not, to keep yourself safe. Exactly, Lith nodded. The firing range will be my safety net, and Solus, immortal body array, will treat my injuries until Grandma arrives. Couldn't you set something like this inside our home as well? Camilla asked. I mean, entrusting the tower to seal Elijah's powers so that you don't have to take so many risks to learn mirror magic. I could, but there are two problems with your idea, Lith replied. Elijah is smart and kind. After we told her not to use chaos magic, she never did it again. It's unlikely she'll use any other cursed element while in the safety of our home. When we are outside, however, Elijah could react badly if she feels threatened or thinks someone is going to hurt one of us. There's not always going to be the tower to stop her. It makes sense, Camilla's shoulders slouched. What's the second issue? That the firing range doesn't neutralize just one spell, but all of them, Lith said. It means that Elijah wouldn't be able to use magic inside our home while everyone else can. She would be sad and ask us why we are being mean to her. If we lie to her, she'll resent us. And if we tell her the truth, she'll feel like a monster and be afraid of her own powers. Camilla completed the phrase for him. Good gods, it's a lose-lose situation. Yes, but that's not all, Lith said. When I train in the firing range, I want Elijah to be with me. Why would you do that? Alina asked. What if something goes badly and she sees you getting hurt? That's the idea, Lith replied. Elijah considers all forms of magic as toys, but as I said, she's a smart girl. If she sees what her toys do to me, she'll understand how dangerous the cursed elements are. Besides, you heard Grandpa. These chore magic runes are perfect, and I'm naturally resistant to mirror magic. That and the firing range will ensure that, unless I make a huge mistake, I'll only get a few scrapes. Consider this a lesson for me and Elijah both, Mom. I'll learn the secret of the cursed elements from her, and she will learn restraint from me. Space. With Elijah already scared and dejected, Lith decided to postpone the training to a later date and check the firing range first. Luckily, the accident on the beach had been recorded and analyzed by the tower. Chore magic required a single rune, and Lith added the hand sign and magic word for 0 to the grimoire. Good, the holographic screen flashed yellow, but the warning was for Lith and Solus. The grimoire recommends avoiding using 0 spells, but the firing range can conjure them without risks for you and the tower, Solus. What about Chaos and Cinder? She asked. Also, to counter Chaos, we need the basic rune for decay magic, and I don't think asking Elijah to listen to the world energy for more cursed elements is a good idea. It's not, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, Lith replied. I'll start with 0 since we have everything already. As for Cinder and Chaos, fuck me sideways. The light flashed bright red, as several warnings appeared on the holographic screen. Yeah, this is not good, Solus nodded. The grimoire says there is no known rune for the magic words Ikrasu and Iratho. Any attempt to find them might damage the tower. How is this possible? Lith asked the mainframe. It's just chore magic. How can it damage the tower so much even after it regained most of its power? I can answer that. Menadian appeared between Lith and Solus. Each failed attempt would inflict negligible damage to the tower, but the grimoire would perform hundreds, if not thousands, of attempts per second. If you factor in that there's no telling how long it might take, we are talking about considerable damage that will affect Solus, health, and recovery. What if she set a limited number of attempts after which the tower has to stop until it completes the self-repairs? Solus asked. The warnings turned to orange. It says it's possible, but you will still feel pain, Effie, a pain that won't stop until the rune is found, Menadian said. I can take it, Solus replied. Chapter 3981, Poison Blade, Part 2. Maybe, but I won't allow it. Lith's voice brooked no argument. I won't sacrifice you just to keep myself safe. Tell her, for the first time in her life, Menadian had no qualms about siding against her daughter. This makes no sense, Solus said. How can you expect me to stand there and see you getting hurt yet refuse to do the same for me? Because I'm resistant to the cursed elements, Solus, and you are not, Lith replied. Also because with a little luck your sacrifice will be unnecessary. Explain it to me, Mr. Double Standards, she grunted, and it better be good. Solus tried to act outraged, but she was inwardly relieved. For a moment I was afraid he would have told me that Elijah is not my daughter, and hence this is not my responsibility, she thought, feeling Lith's sincerity through their bond. As I said, we'll start from 0 magic, Lith said. Once Elijah understands the risks of mirror magic for others, we'll ask her to show us the hand signs for Chaos and Cinder without casting a spell. After all, she told us that she knows how to use 3 cursed elements, and I believe her. You're right, Solus, eyes widened in understanding. Elijah is the one who showed us the hand sign for 0. She probably knows the other 2 as well. She's just ashamed of it. That's my hope, he nodded, making her smile turn into a frown. What if we're not lucky, and Elijah doesn't know the hand signs yet? We can't ask her to practice mirror magic without putting her and others in even more danger. That's not the plan, Lith replied. The plan is to do what I do best, play dirty. It will come with a bit of a storm, but I can take it. What storm are you talking about, and why would it hit only you? Solus asked. Space. The following day, a quick call with the communication amulet and Baba Yaga arrived faster than her hologram could fade into nothingness. 50,000 years. The Red Mother held Elijah above her head. That's how long I tried to conjure stable cursed elements before I gave up, considering it a pipe dream. 50,000 years of painstaking efforts and endless failure that a small baby tuned into a colossal waste of time without even trying. What do you have to say in your defense? Bah, Elijah asked in confusion, looking at her parents for reassurance. Yes, baby girl, Camilla nodded. That's our friend. You have already met her several times. Her name is Baba Yaga. Baba, useless to say. Learning that name was incredibly easy for Elijah. Are you calling me by my name or just a very bad person? The mother asked. Baba, Elijah nodded, her intonation calm and devoid of blame. She's using my name. Baba Yaga spun the baby girl in the air for a while before holding her to her chest. What a smart, adorable little baby you are. You do me a great honor by learning my name before anyone else. Normally, parents and grandparents would have been jealous. Yet Elijah saying Baba Yaga's name correctly was no different from meeting a person whose name was Dada or Mama. It was a weird coincidence that nothing had to do with love. I can't be angry at you. You are too cute, Eli. The Red Mother crooned at the little girl, tickling her stomach and making her giggle. Can you show me your special magic? Can you show me Jarak? Baba Yaga pointed at a wide, empty area of the beach, where no living being would suffer the effects of the zero magic. Elijah's expression turned worried, and she looked at her parents. Don't worry, Pumpkin, Baba Yaga's a friend. You can do it this time, just be careful, Lith said. Remember never to point it at another person, Camilla added. Those instructions contradicted the warnings of the day before and confused Elijah quite a bit. Yet she trusted her parents, and the nice woman had a soothing aura that put her at ease. Ga. Elijah put little mana into the chore magic spell and even less enthusiasm, but the zero bullet turned the sand into a bunch of frozen spikes taller than Lith. Such a simple, refined rune, the Red Mother said while studying the hand sign. I can't believe I worked hard for so long yet didn't even get close to the correct answer. Bah, Elijah asked, pointing at herself. No, sweetie pie, you are a good girl, thank you. Baba Yaga caressed Elijah's cheek with her finger. Don't worry and go back to your parents. Camilla took the baby girl in her arms, and after reassuring Elijah, she brought her daughter away along with the rest of her family. Asking for my help was the right move, the Red Mother said once only Lith, Solus, and she were left. Only liches and white cores can practice mirror magic in relative safety, and even that comes at a price. Jarak. The intonation of the magic word was perfect, and so was the hand sign. Yet the moment the zero bullet emerged, Baba Yaga's right arm froze up to her forearm and shattered into 1,000 pieces. The Red Mother had used the same amount of mana as Elijah and formed a second bundle of frozen spikes, yet her result wasn't comparable with the little girl. What happened? Lith asked, tapping on the eyes of Menadian. You used the right word and hand sign, I'm sure of it. How could such a simple spell go wrong? It's my fault. I made a mistake. Baba Yaga sighed as her arm regenerated at discernible speed. I conjured the bullet too close to me. The zero element didn't hurt me because it was comprised of my mana, but the sudden drop in the temperature it caused is another story. Li Gan is right. This is perfect mirror magic and produces stable cursed elements, but that's not enough to make them safe to use. Always conjure them at a safe distance from you and those you are trying to protect. I see, Lith nodded. What about Elijah? Why didn't she get hurt? Talent and instinct. The Red Mother pointed at the frozen spikes that had slowly started to melt. She conjured the zero bullet right on her target. Even in their stable form, the cursed elements have harsh side effects, but their potency decreases exponentially with distance. Elijah's version of mirror magic requires great focus and skill, but it can be controlled. Of that, I'm sure. Thank you, Malishka. You've taken a huge burden off my chest. Solus gave her a deep bow before sharing Lith's plan with her via a mind link. Using me as a test subject for the potentially unknown hand signs is ruthless and cruel, but it's also the only logical option. Baba Yaga nodded. I'm not resistant to cursed elements, but as you've seen, I'm a tough nut to crack. I wouldn't ask you anything like this if I had any other choice, Lith sighed. Yet I remembered that you've shown interest in mirror magic back when we escaped from the Golden Griffin, and I thought you might be interested. Chapter 3982, Unknown Variable, Part 1. I sure am, Baba Yaga nodded. Normally, cursed elements have to be conjured in pairs, and you were not done talking. No, Lith shook his head. As I was saying, I can't risk Solus' health, and I know how much you care for her. That's why I called you here. Work together with me, and I'll share with you everything I learn. You are going to practice zero magic with me? Baba Yaga was flabbergasted. Yes, but in the safety of the tower and inside the firing range. Lith nodded. Unlike you, I'm resistant to cursed elements, and as long as I don't keep my dragon form, cold shouldn't be too much of a threat. You had me at stable mirror magic, but you thoroughly convinced me at the protecting Solus part. Baba Yaga extended her hand, and Lith shook it. We have a deal. Space. Due to the dangers of mirror magic and its negative effects not only on the body, but also on the mind of its practitioners, Lith and Baba Yaga agreed to work on mirror magic only for half a day at a time. Moreover, they decided that training would be interrupted the moment either of them experienced the slightest shift in their personality. Being a white core made Baba Yaga's body indestructible, but her mind possessed no self-healing properties. It was the reason most white cores at some point in their lives went insane, and either took their own life or had to be put down. Lith spent the mornings reassuring Elijah, playing with her and Valoran, and practicing with his Indech wings until he couldn't sustain swirling wind any longer. His training sessions developed his human aspect and allowed Garrick to act like a normal kid for a few hours, so no one complained. Right after lunchtime, when the babies and most of his family napped, Baba Yaga came to the tower for her first take at zero magic with Lith. "I've done my part," Menadian said while handing Lith and Baba Yaga 2 full suits of armor. "The power core of these babies is imbued with the best thermal insulent enchantments I could come up with in the little time I had." The molten core armor was the result of Rifa's studies about modern magic and the materials conjured by the workshop. This way, Menadian could learn from her mistakes without wasting precious ingredients or taking anything out of the crucible. After lending Tista the magic metal that she needed for her armor, Lith's reserves of adamant were at an all-time low, and every second of refinement in the spark mattered. "Thanks, Rifa, it's perfect." Lith could feel the molten core armor absorbing the searing heat of the desert amid its scales and keeping his temperature constant. "It's not perfect, but it will be, you have my word," Menadian replied. Lith's dedication to protect Solus and his willingness to sacrifice for her had earned him Menadian's gratitude. She had poured her heart and soul into the molten core armor, yet she knew it wouldn't be enough. It stung both her professional and maternal pride, but the latter was the one that pained her the most. "I wish I could practice zero magic as well, but studying its effects on my darkness body would provide data irrelevant to assessing zero's effects on a living being," she thought. Even worse, sanity is a demon's weak spot. We are constantly torn between the desire to move on and the oath we made to protect our loved ones. If zero magic pushes me so far that not even resting in my void sigil can keep my longing for Thrain under control, I'd abandon Effie again. Jarak, Lith hadn't paid so much attention to accents and hand signs since his days at the White Griffin Academy, but it turned out to be like riding a bicycle. A bicycle without a seat that sped out of control on a bumpy downhill road. The tower countered the small zero bullet by conjuring a wall of fire that restored the elemental balance before the firing range suffered any damage, but not before the entire floor became covered in a thick layer of ice. Lith's body was weaker than Baba Yaga's, and he needed the help of the molten core armor to survive his attempts despite his innate resistance to the cursed elements. The forefinger he had used to draw the hand sign froze to the bone, and it would have fallen off if not for Menadian's masterpiece. The molten core armor used the stored heat to slow down the zero as it seeped inside the metal, and released warm waves that allowed Lith's blood to keep flowing. Shit, the freezing was painless, but the thawing process hurt like a swarm of red ants on steroids. What did I do wrong? Nothing. Solus checked the readings of the ears and eyes of Menadian. Both the hand sign and the magic word were flawless. Then why did this happen? Lith showed his armored finger covered in hoarfrost that was still pulsing red with controlled heat. "I have no clue," Solus said while triple-checking the readings. "It doesn't make sense unless, that's it, it's because of the hand sign." "You just said it was perfect." Lith furrowed his brow in confusion. "It was," Solus nodded. "I said that the problem is the hand sign, not that you made a mistake." "Solus, I'm older than I like to admit, yet even with everything I've learned in my long life, the words that come out of your mouth make no sense," Baba Yaga said. "To put it simply, we underestimated the effectiveness of Elijah's Jarak rune," Solus replied. The moment Lith completed the hand sign and injected it with mana, the zero rune caused a sudden drop in temperature. His finger got frozen because Lith didn't pull it away as fast as you do, Malishka. This kind of damage from mere proximity. Lith's finger was still slowly and painfully recovering. Then what's supposed to happen when I conjure the Jarak rune with true magic instead of using fake magic? Is my head going to freeze if I don't think of something else fast enough? That's a very good question, Solus nodded. Malishka, do you really expect me to prove your theory by letting my head fall off just because I can grow a new one? The Red Mother snorted. Even though I can quickly recover from any kind of mutilation, it doesn't mean that I don't feel pain. Before indulging in experiments that require self-harm, I say we work out the major problems. I agree with Yaga, Lith grunted. This is still a chore zero magic spell and is already deadly. We should avoid taking unnecessary risks, especially those that involve our heads. If Baba Yaga goes insane, even for 1 second, we'd be in big trouble, Solus. Point taken. She shuddered at the idea. What about using fire fusion then? By circulating the fire element through your body, you should lessen the adverse effects of zero by immediately reverting it into regular water magic. I thought about that, Solus, but I decided not to, the Red Mother replied. We are trying to understand the basics of stable mirror magic, and our foundations are shaky at best. Chapter 3983, Unknown Variable, Part 2. We can't afford to introduce another unknown variable. You are right, Malishka, Solus sighed. If the zero rune interacts with the fire fusion, it would interfere with the grimoire's readings and make it impossible to understand the cause of any unknown phenomenon we might encounter. It was a stupid idea. No, it's a great idea. Baba Yaga shook her head. It might be of great help to us in the future, but before we can try to mix a cursed element with any other form of magic, we have to gain a solid understanding of how mirror magic works. Space. While their guests spent their time as they liked, the merfolk worked tirelessly on solving the issue with the sea heart. Lith's Desert Heart prototype had sparked a new hope in the songsters, and Rem's words had inspired them to broaden their horizons by walking in the footsteps of their ancestors, instead of just parroting them. As the songsters honed their air magic skills and learned more about the materials of the surface world, many of the unknown words in the records of their old civilization made sense again. In just a few days, innovation and tradition worked hand in hand. The songsters who had turned their back on Rem's proposal were forced to admit their mistake and rejoin their colleagues. It works, Rem said when she used Lith's spell to release a merfolk song through the air, and the sea heart spread it to the rest of her companions without distorting the song's melody. It's too soon to tell, Jur the songster replied. That's just one song, let's try another. One by one, the songsters hummed a different merfolk song and used Lith's mimicast spell to amplify it. The sea heart collected and amplified them all, each song playing at a different frequency without interfering with the others. The resulting melody was comprised of several voices that never overlapped, giving the listener the freedom to focus on any of them while also sharing the feelings of the small community inside the lab. See, gods of the abyss, it really works. More than one songster sobbed, but none was louder in their joy than Rem. We must share it with the rest of our people, she said. We must also share it with our guests and give them a proper welcome. This isn't just a village anymore. This is in the first true merfolk surface village since the day our forefathers were forced into exile. The entire room burst into uproar, and the sea heart captured and amplified the merfolk's excitement as well. Wait a second, Jur said. Magus Verhin is right, we can't call it a sea heart anymore. It heralds our new life in the desert, so I propose to rename it the Desert Heart. The proposal was accepted by acclamation from all the merfolk, but one. That's exactly how Lith called it, Rem glared at Jur. Lith even shaped it like Overlord Salark's favorite flower, yet that old bastard of Jur is trying to take all the credit for the idea. She had many things to say, and none of them were nice. Yet she remained silent not to spoil the mood and ruin the achievement of her people with bickering. The songsters carried the Desert Heart to the center of the village, taking care to keep it hidden under a thick cloth. The other merfolk went door to door to invite everyone to witness the historical moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to announce to you that we have finally succeeded. Under the careful guidance of our representative, Rem Shelshin, the Songster Guild managed to resurrect a treasure of our ancestors. He threw the clogged sea heart off the pedestal, sending it to crash against the ground. Many merfolk furrowed their brows at Jur's disrespect for traditions. Yet songsters were highly respected, and the merfolk of the Starry Lagoon village loved the old sea heart as much as a rabid serial killer, so they mourned it as such. Don't worry about that old, faulty thing. It was a mistake, and I take full responsibility for its destruction, Jur continued. I tried to chain us to the past instead of welcoming our radiant future. Allow me to introduce you to our new beacon, the Desert Heart. The songster unveiled the stone flower, whose appearance aroused awed gasps and applause. The Desert Heart looked like a fire orchid 1/2 meter, 18, tall and 1 meter, 33, across. Different kinds of rocks were used to give the various parts of the Desert Heart a color corresponding to those of a fire orchid, making it almost identical to the real flower. The merfolk had avoided using paint because the constant vibrations of the Desert Heart would wear the paint down over time, requiring regular maintenance and spreading the pungent smell of solvents with every note. Thank you for the honor you give me by naming your relic after my country and shaping it after my national flower. Salark smiled at the crowd of merfolk. I also praise you for the wisdom of your choice. The fire orchid isn't just a pretty flower. Its ability to thrive in the harsh environment of the Blood Desert makes it a symbol of resilience and strength to my people. Fire orchids also glow in the darkness of the night, guiding the lost travelers to the succor of the nearest oasis, just like I hope you will for the rest of your people. May this be the first of many desert hearts to blossom on the surface. Salark's words received a booming applause. No matter what country you'll build your future settlements, the merfolk will always have my blessing. The overlord turned to Lith for a brief moment, giving him a congratulatory nod for a job well done. Thank you, overlord. Jur gave Salark a deep bow while the rest of the merfolk fell to one knee until she gestured for them to stand up. Crafting the Desert Heart was a group effort, but no one contributed more than our representative, Rem Shellshine. For this reason, I'll leave the duty and honor to lead our first merfolk song to you, Rem. Jur gestured for her to join him at the center stage, every one of her steps accompanied by a long applause. Thank you, Jur. The plump merfolk looked weary from the long days of research, but she beamed with pride for its results. I hope my next words will cause you no offense, Overlord Salark, but I have a confession to make. You gave us an oasis, houses, and freedom, yet until this day, the Blood Desert has never been our home. We have always felt like reluctant guests in a foreign and unhospitable land. Rem lowered her head in contrition, quickly followed by the rest of the merfolk, but Salark dismissed the issue and straightened them with a wave of her hand. For this reason, I'm going to play the homecoming song first, Rem continued. It will mark the transformation of the starry lagoon village into our new home and mark the first day of our new life. The merfolk applauded again, but the representative gestured for them to stop. Once the village square became silent, Rem started to sing. Chapter 3984, Outlaws Part 1. Rem used Lith's Mimicast spell to amplify the vibrations produced by her body and spread them through the air. The homecoming song reached the Desert Heart, resonating with its petals. They carried the notes of the melody to the hollow space at the center of the stone flower, where they reverberated into countless overlapping echoes. Then the homecoming song reached Jur, transmitting a strong sense of peace and belonging that he further amplified before it returned to Rem, and from her it spread to the rest of the audience. The members of the Verhin, Fastero, and Erna's families belonged to different races and possessed different physiologies, but the emotions carried by the homecoming song touched their hearts no less than the merfolk. Raz closed his eyes, and the vision of the small wooden house of his parents appeared in front of him. He recalled the day Alina had moved in with them, making it her home as well. Then came the memory of the death of Raz's parents. The house had become emptier and colder, filled with painful memories from which the poor young couple couldn't escape. Then Alina gave birth to the twins. The two newborns brought life and light, making the small wooden house a home again. Each child Alina gave Raz made the house warmer and more beautiful until it rivaled the royal palace. Raz's ancestral home had changed so much over the years that nothing of its original materials remained. Still, he could now see its original, run-down wooden form beating like a living heart inside the beautiful stone cottage that had replaced it. Protector watched the shadow of the Trawn Woods, his home as a wolf and a rye, be replaced by Celia. As for the huntress, she didn't see the old shack where she had taught Lith how to skin and butcher his prey. She was suddenly back into the first cottage Ryman had built for her and Lilia deep in the Trawn Woods. That was her first home, a place where she wanted to be, where she was loved for who she was, not for what she provided to the citizens of Lucia. The others experienced similar visions. Menadian found herself in the old house in the Trawn Woods that she had shared with Thrain. Lith and Solus returned to the old Verhin house as well, but theirs was the version Lith had found upon his rebirth. Orion, Gianni, Freya, and Quilla saw the majestic walls of the Erna's household, and then the vision moved to their respective rooms. Only Orion had been born there, yet it was the only home the various members of the Erna's family knew. Even to those who had lived in more than one house, the Erna's household was the only place where they belonged. Lith felt an insistent tear mist his eyes and blinked several times to push it back. It was then that he noticed it. Salark stood with her hands covering her ears, conjuring a hush spell around the children as she gave him an apologetic shrug. It was then that the homecoming song reached the mismatched bunch of buildings that was the merfolk village. The stone tents turned the song into a shrill shriek, the tall houses into honks, and the large villas into frenzied bangs. The pandemonium shattered the visions and brought the crowd to their knees. Everyone felt like a drill was piercing through their brains and begged the gods to make that agony stop. Salark obliged, hushing the desert heart and putting an end to the homecoming song. The houses, you moron! Rem jumped back to her feet in outrage. How could you forget to fix the houses? Now the welcome ceremony is ruined. I thought you had taken care of that. Jur tried to deflect the blame. Do I look like a builder? She snorted. Besides, I had to look after our guests and help you songsters with the desert heart. I wouldn't have had the time to remodel a single house even if I wanted to. What's the point of assigning blame? Salark asked. In your shoes, I'd focus on fixing the problem. Merfolk are experts at earth magic. You don't need to raise your old houses to the ground and build them from scratch. Just alter them according to what you have learned while crafting the desert heart, and everything will be fine. The merfolk bowed like frenzied parrots to the overlord and their guests, ashamed of offering such a spectacle. To make things as fast and painless as possible, the songsters reshaped all the buildings in the starry lagoon village according to the current form of the Starforge Tower. Some were taller, others larger, and all of them had different plants in their gardens. Yet they looked similar enough to give the village an orderly and pleasant appearance, making Salark sniffle. Finally, I don't have to endure that architectural abomination any longer, she inwardly thought. I didn't think this might happen when I chose the shape for Lith's tower, but I'm glad I did. I'm really sorry, Rem bowed to her guests who were still recovering from the shock. Please give us another chance. Don't worry, Rem, Lith said. Accidents happen. I'm just surprised you didn't notice the discord between the desert heart and the houses during the rehearsal of the ceremony. Rem's and Jur's eyes widened as hindsight struck them like a punch to the gut. That's because we didn't make one, Jur scratched his neck in embarrassment. Once more without speeches, Rem. The representative sang the homecoming song from the beginning. When it reached the village, its beauty was further amplified, and the visions it conjured became so vivid that Lith could almost touch the desk in the old room he had built with his first earnings as a healer. Almost. Screams and yells broke the illusion before his hand reached the cheap wood, while the booming sound of a small storm filled the air. Seriously, Rem's eyes snapped open in fury. What did you forget this time? Nothing, Jur was just as outraged. I checked the buildings myself, As everyone turned around, they noticed that the merfolk houses weren't the source of the noise. A ragged group of people was running for their lives towards the starry lagoon village, crying for help. They were covered in blood and sand, carrying nothing with them but their clothes and those too young or old to keep the pace. Behind them came a large group of people riding beasts similar to horses, and dressed in yellow robes that made them almost invisible in the sand cloud raised by their steeds' hooves. The riders killed the stragglers if they were old or ugly, and captured them if they were young or good-looking. They lifted their prey with one hand and stowed them on the back of their steeds before turning around and running back in the direction they had come. The merfolk were flabbergasted, and so was everyone else. Even Solus didn't move a muscle. Lith looked at Salark, expecting her to burst into flames of fury and rain justice upon those who dared break her law in front of her, yet she remained still. Chapter 3985, Outlaws Part 2. The overlord of the Blood Desert ignored the cries for help of the kidnapped, the death throes of the wounded, and the desperate prayers of those who still charged toward the starry lagoon village. What are we doing? Those people are getting slaughtered. Morok was the first to snap out of his daze. He tried to cover Garrick's eyes and turn his little brother's head away, but Morok discovered that the young farmer wasn't there anymore, and so was anyone young and impressionable enough to be scarred by the massacre. Careful, Morok. Gianni had never fallen into a daze, she just didn't care. We are guests here, and the law of the desert is different from our own. If these two tribes invoked a trial by combat to resolve a dispute, meddling in their conflict might get you into trouble. We can't afford to overstep our boundaries. Thanks, Gianni. The tyrant looked at Salark's stony expression and felt his blood run cold. Overlord. Thanks for your concern, Lord and Lady Ernas, but this is an irrelevant matter to me. None of the people out there answers to my authority, nor do I have any obligation towards them. The Guardian replied. Feel free to act as you see fit. Not you. Quilla tried to open a warp steps, but Morok grabbed her by the shoulder. We don't know what the yellow-robed guys can do, and you are too vulnerable. But, seconded, Orion grabbed Quilla by the other shoulder and cut her short. You are a healer, Quilla, but you are also a mother. Are your children less important than those of others? She instinctively touched her womb, and her armor covered her like a shell. Freya moved even quicker than Quilla, but Nalron didn't stop her. He moved right after her, standing by her side in case the enemy proved more dangerous than it appeared. Tista, Solus, Menadian, Protector, and the demons warped as well, while Lith stayed behind. "Why aren't you going?" Camilla asked. "It's too late." Lith could see that the riders had stopped the attack the moment they had spotted the merfolk village in the distance. They are already escaping through some sort of warping device. "Those people still need a healer," Camilla said. "Do they?" Lith turned to Salark, who shrugged. "Fine, let's go." He warped them both amid the group of refugees, where the others were already at work. With so many wounded and dying people, no one had bothered giving chase to the yellow-robed riders. Not only were many refugees on the verge of death, but also uncertainty stopped everyone's hands. What if these people attacked the yellow-robed tribe, and what we witnessed was just a justified reprisal? Solus and the others thought. There must be a reason if Grandma/Salark didn't intervene. "I can't chase after those people and kill them without knowing what happened, and who is at fault here." "You're a healer now, Kami. Knock yourself out." Lith conjured his Tier 3 spirit magic, Mother's Embrace, to stabilize and rejuvenate those too weak to survive treatment with pure light magic. "Right, I almost forgot." She nodded, using her invigoration technique to make a quick diagnosis before healing her patients. "Isn't this the immortal body array?" "Correct," Lith nodded. "I activated it before we moved here, but I kept it at a low output. These people must have run for hours and are severely dehydrated. They need liquids before they can heal." Only then did Camilla notice the taut skin of her patients and the bulging veins across their bodies. She had been so focused on the open wounds and missing limbs that she had overlooked the less obvious symptoms of an equally dangerous condition. "Thank the gods for your eyesight." She nodded, handing the refugees nutrient potions and using water magic to deliver them to those too weak to drink by themselves. "Gods, this is a massacre." Solus focused on the most grievous wounds first, tasking the demons with taking care of babies and children. They weren't wounded, but hunger and dehydration made them look like corpses. "Come here, Quilla." Freya cursed her sister's pact with Falul that kept her from sharing her injection spell with the others, leaving Freya alone. Freya delivered as many healing, nutrients, and saline potions as she could straight into the bloodstream of the refugees, but there were just too many. "Coming." Quilla warped there with Morag standing by her side and Orion with his hand still on the pommel of his blade, Grimlock. "Gods, this is terrible." She opened 4 extra eyes across her body, using them to gain a 360-degree field of vision and perform an instant triage. The power from her twins gave Quilla the ability to cast dozens of injection spells at once, but it still wasn't enough. If not for the immortal body array staunching the bleeding and keeping the refugees' vitals stable, dozens of them would have died before a single drop of liquid seeped inside their veins. "What happened?" Freya asked. "Who are you and why did those guys want you dead?" Her patient tried to answer, but lost his consciousness due to fatigue and shock. "Don't use invigoration," Quilla warned everyone. "These people need food and rest. If we push them one bit further, their hearts will give out. It's a miracle they have gotten here already." "Okay." Nalrund conjured countless stretchers with light mastery, and used them to lift the unconscious refugees and group them together for Freya to warp them back to the Starry Lagoon village with a single warp steps. "We don't have a place big enough to host so many wounded," Rem said, turning to Salark. "Don't worry, you don't need it," the Overlord replied. "How can you say that, Grandma?" Tista said in outrage. "Even if these people are criminals, they still deserve basic human decency." "No, they don't." Salark showed no sign of her usual caring and loving self. "They are outlaws." "All of them?" Tista asked in disbelief. "From the oldest man to the youngest child, Featherling." Salark nodded, her voice devoid of emotion. "What can an entire tribe possibly have done to deserve such a fate?" Solus asked. In all countries of Magur, being declared an outlaw was a sentence worse than death. Those cast outside the shield of the law could be subjected to the most inhumane atrocities, and no one would bat an eye. Outlaws could be used as slaves, gladiators, and even as test subjects for all kinds of magic. No matter their fate, there was no authority they could plead for mercy, nor anyone who would care about how they were treated. Outlaws were non-people, below pets, cattle, and trash cans. The cruelty and potential outcome of being declared an outlaw were so dire that such a sentence was inflicted solely on those who committed the most heinous crimes or broke out of jail after being captured. Any criminal who refused to face their judgment would have their wish granted in the worst way possible. Do you know the basic rule all guardians follow, Featherling? Salark turned to look at Solus. You don't interfere with the free will of those who live inside your turf and let them face the consequences of their choices. Solus replied. Chapter 3986, Outlaws Part 3. You have your answer. Salark's words made more than one mouth open in shock. Your current patients chose to be outlaws. I had no voice in the matter, hence I have no responsibility for the outcome of their decision. The merfolk sighed in relief, drawing several looks on themselves. Rem and the rest of the merfolk had been afraid that whatever fate had led an entire tribe to become outlaw could befall them too. I can't believe humans can be that stupid, Rem thought. We merfolk would never make such an insane decision. Could you at least give us a field hospital to treat them, please? Tista asked. Nothing fancy, just a place away from the sun where we can take care of our patients. Of course, Featherling. The overlord smiled as though Tista had asked for a candy. Anything for you. The emphasis on the last word made it clear that the first impression was right. The tent was akin to a candy to Salark, and she cared nothing whether Tista used it as a trauma center or to throw a party. Do you want to resume the welcome ceremony, Overlord? Rem asked, afraid that any further delay might be taken as a lack of courtesy. Thank you, but I'd rather wait, Salark replied. I'd like to share such a special event with my featherlings if it's okay with you. Of course, the merfolk nodded. The guardian had been nothing but polite and caring with them, which made her heartless treatment of the refugees even more unsettling. With plenty of awakened healers, potions, and a bit of aid from the tower, Solus and the others managed to bring everyone back to health, no matter how severe their wounds were. We've done everything we can, Lith said while cleaning his hands from the blood with a pulse of darkness magic. What they need now is food, water, and plenty of rest. I need answers, though, Solus said. I can understand someone like Meln being declared an outlaw, but not an entire village, let alone their children. This is madness. She waved at the rows of beds filled with those too young to make any decision, or even understand a complex concept like becoming an outlaw. I agree, but it's not grandma's, Lith said. Their parents must have made that choice for them. You are probably right, but I want to be sure. I need to be sure. Solus took a deep breath to calm down. The misery and pain in the room tightened her throat like thick smoke. I'll stay here with them, don't worry, Freya said, and Nalrun nodded. A quick scan of the watchtower revealed that Salark was in the nursery, playing with the children and charging like nothing had happened. Grandma, I need a word, please, Solus said. Sure, I'll be right back, featherlings. The overlord kissed the babies one by one, her kindness in so much contrast with her earlier behavior that Solus felt like she was hallucinating. Is everything all right, dear? You don't look well. Salark warped everyone in the dining hall and offered tea and biscuits to everyone. Can you please tell me who the people in the tent are and who those yellow-robed butchers were? Solus asked. Outlaw tribes, both of them, Salark shrugged. How many outlaws are there in the Blood Desert? Camilla was flabbergasted. As many as they want to be. You know that the people of the Blood Desert are nomads, correct? Salark asked, and her guests nodded for her to continue. Those you call refugees belong to a tribe that refused to bend the knee. They turned down my offer for protection and chose not to follow my law. They are parasites that I don't waste resources persecuting, but I don't protect them either. How can you call them parasites? Quilla regretted the anger in her tone the moment she met the overlord's stern gaze. They travel along the routes that my soldiers keep safe. They barter their goods with the merchants, enjoying the prices I bartered for. They drink the water from the oases my nest protects and eat the fruits of the plants I sowed. Yet they contribute nothing to the prosperity of my domain. They don't serve in my military and keep for themselves whatever resources they accrue while they occupy my oases. How am I supposed to call them, Lady Ernas? I apologize for my rudeness, Overlord. Quilla bowed as deep as her swollen belly allowed her. What about the yellow-robed riders? They belong to another tribe that refused to bend the knee as well, but they've chosen to exploit their condition as outlaws to commit all sorts of crimes instead of living in peaceful isolation. Salark replied. They know better not to attack the tribes with my feathers and incur my wrath, but as I said, other outlaw tribes are fair game. This is monstrous, Solus said, staring at the guardian and hoping for an excellent answer. Monstrous how? Salark blinked a few times in honest confusion. I've not banished anyone in the wilds. If any tribe wants to join my country at any time, all they have to do is accept me as their overlord and swear their undying loyalty to me. They must follow my law and help me build a better country for everyone, not just for themselves. How is it my fault for not allowing arrogant fools to have their cake and eat it too? Showing mercy to those like you saved today would be cruelty towards all those who devoted their life to me. With what courage could I look my loyal citizens in the eyes, after giving out to the undeserving for free those same things they worked hard to obtain? Salark's answer was indeed excellent, but nothing like Solus, Quilla, or Camilla had hoped to receive. To make matters worse, they had no argument to counter the Guardian's logic that wouldn't make them sound stupid, childish, or in bad faith. "Thank you for your patience, Overlord," Quilla said. "I apologize again for my earlier outburst. It was uncalled for and unbecoming." "Please just call me Salark, dear," the Guardian shook her head. "I'm not angry with you, and you guys are my honored guests. The next time, however, be more careful how you address me. When you talk to me as Salark, Lith's grandmother, you are among friends and can say anything you want as long as you are not mean-spirited. When you talk to me as Salark, the overlord of the Blood Desert, instead, you must mind your words. Especially when you criticize the way I rule my people and steer my country. The moment you questioned my authority as sovereign inside my own palace, you forfeited to your status as friend and became an uninvited foreign ambassador. I addressed you with your noble title not out of anger, but because when you questioned my government, you changed the rules of hospitality. I know, and I apologize one last time." Quilla blushed a bit and gave an awkward bow. "It's just that I'm so used to Salark the sweet grandmother that facing Salark the overlord all of a sudden took me aback." "It's understandable," the Guardian replied. Chapter 3987, Outlaws Part 4. "I'll go check on our patients." Tista cleared her throat in embarrassment. "They all lost consciousness outside the Starry Lagoon village, and when they wake up, they'll have no idea where they are and what happened to them." "Great idea." Quilla stood up and followed Tista. Camilla and Morak left too, leaving only Solus and Lith in the room with Salark. "I want to check on the refugees as well, but I can feel that Lith has something more to ask," Solus thought. "Grandma, can I ask you a question?" Lith said. "Of course, Featherling," she nodded. "You said that the yellow-robed riders are an outlaw tribe that turned to crime to make a living, yet I find it hard to believe that kind of people can thrive under your rule. To be honest, I'm shocked that a tribe like that is allowed to exist in the first place." "You think too highly of me, Featherling," she chuckled. "The Blood Desert is the largest country on Garland, and its people have been nomads long before my arrival. I have no way to keep every nook and cranny of the desert in check at all times. Also, I couldn't just kill anyone who refused to offer me their loyalty. It would have been pointlessly cruel and unreasonable. I took under my wing those who willingly submitted, hoping that the others would join them after witnessing how much their neighbors prospered. I was mostly right. I led by example like Valoran the First did, and never needed to resort to violence except in self-defense. More and more tribes asked to become part of my Blood Desert until we reached the point you see today. Yet not everyone did. Some tribes stubbornly clung to their traditions and independence, and I let them. Others went rogue, and I had to exterminate their armed forces whenever they threatened my people. So you let their villages live. Solus didn't know whether to be upset or happy by Salark's generosity. Outlaws or not, I won't touch civilians, children, or elders who had no voice in how the tribal leaders conducted their business. The overlord nodded. I always offered them to turn a new leaf, and some did. When they don't, they either get destroyed by another outlaw tribe or go back to their old ways. On top of that, there are plenty of people willing to fill the ranks of such tribes. Criminals from the neighboring countries need a place to stay after crossing the border. Also, the criminals from my tribes who manage to escape capture join the outlaws as well. That, and the support that the rogue tribes receive from my enemies in order to destabilize my country, allow the outlaws to live a good life, if they know their place. It all makes sense, Grandma, except for one thing. Lith paused to stare her in the eyes. These guys are no organization or Thrude. They are not even at Hathorn's level. They are just thugs. Like I would let anyone reach that threat level inside my country, Salark snorted. Which leads us to my point. Lith nodded. I refuse to believe that you don't have at least a rough estimate of the number and the position of the various outlaw tribes, especially when they expose themselves to attack like they did today. And you are right, she replied. I don't care about what they do as long as they don't form an alliance or grow in power enough to occupy my oases permanently. But that means you let them live. Solus' eyes widened in understanding. You could wipe out most of the criminal outlaws, but you choose not to. Exactly, Salark said. Why do you do that, Grandma? Lith asked. Isn't that a waste of your time and resources? You're still too naive, Featherling, the Overlord tutted. Quite the contrary, it saves me a lot of time and resources. It's one of the reasons the Blood Desert is united and prospers to this day. I must be naive too, Grandma, because I don't see how the two things are correlated, Solus said. Think about it, Featherling, Salark replied. What if I exterminated all the criminal outlaw tribes with a snap of my fingers? Sure, there would be peace, but then becoming one of my feathers wouldn't be such an alluring position. There is no point in the harsh training necessary to become a warrior if there's no one to fight, and most mages would devote their lives to their research, rather than leading and protecting their not magically gifted tribesmen. Without enemies and the risk of losing their lives in battle, only those interested in power for power's sake would strive to become feathers. Every tribe would have a petty politician instead of a selfless leader, and soon things would escalate. Those who temporarily occupied the most fertile oases of my domain would refuse to leave, while those residing in the smaller oases would cry injustice and demand compensation. Without a common enemy, the tribes would turn against each other, and my country would fall into chaos. If I intervened to stop them, the tribes who gain the upper hand would call me a tyrant. If I don't, the tribes who fall behind would call me a monster. I would be locked in a lose-lose situation, and no matter what I did, many tribes would abandon me. All because I let them grow fat and peaceful long enough for them to forget why they needed and followed me in the first place. Humans are greedy, dumb animals who, in the absence of real problems, make new ones up, Featherlings. I bring peace. They want me to rid them of crime. I eliminate crime. They want me to turn the Blood Desert into a green, fertile land. And what happens when I grant all of their wishes? They don't need me anymore. At that point, the people of the desert would start questioning why they have to submit to my authority instead of living free as they deserve. Nobody pays the healer once the sickness is gone, and leadership doesn't run on gratitude, Featherlings. People wouldn't care about what I did for them in the past, only that I can't do anything more for them in the present unless they accept my unreasonable demands. In less than a generation, the Blood Desert would be in a much worse situation than when I found it. That's why I let the outlaw tribes live. They are the wolves that circle around my herd, reminding them why they need their shepherd. My feathers are my herding dogs, loyal, brave, and driven by duty, not selfish ambition. Even events like those you have witnessed today have a purpose. The merfolk will never forget what happened to the refugees and won't get too comfortable in my home. They will work with my people, and will be ready to compromise when necessary, knowing that we need each other to survive and prosper. In the same way, the reports of the attack will reinforce the loyalty of the tribes to their respective feathers, and in turn, to me. Everyone will hear about the bloody fate of another so-called free village, and be reminded that foolish choices have permanent consequences. Chapter 3988, Traitors and Cowards, Part 1. Today's events will remind my subjects that those who choose to live without me and don't follow my rules also choose to forfeit my protection. Believe it or not, Featherlings, the hundreds that died today will save thousands tomorrow. To you, my refusal to take action looks cruel, but to those who follow me will look fair. The people of the desert will feel vindicated for their daily sacrifices and remember that my rules are not there to oppress them, but to keep them safe. Salark said. That's what I thought, Lith sighed. To be honest, I can't blame you. Wait, what? Solus was flabbergasted. Have you already forgotten what happened to the kingdom because of the prolonged peace, Solus? Lith asked. The past royals oppressed the grassroots mages until Balker forced them to abdicate. In the same way, the nobles undermined the crown's authority and had no qualms about joining Siruk's side first, and then Thrud's just because they thought they had more to gain from the usurpers. Can you blame Grandma for not allowing things to spiral that badly by simply letting people do what they want? She didn't order the bandits to attack the refugees, just like she didn't banish the refugees from the desert. They all made their own choice, and she respected it. If the refugees ask her to join her tribes, I'm sure she'll let them. Isn't that right, Grandma? First, I'd remove the bad apples, but yes, Salark nodded. No, I can't blame her, Solus replied after a long pause. Not after everything I saw during the War of the Griffins and in Giera, yet it still feels cruel of you, Grandma. It's also the only thing that works, Solus, the Overlord sighed. I tried all sorts of approaches in the past. I assumed many identities like Elijah and Krahan, yet it always ended in war and bloodshed. It took me a long while to understand that people don't appreciate what they don't earn, Solus, and one day, You'll understand it too. Space. Meanwhile, inside the tent, the rest of the healers took care of the unconscious refugees and reassured those who woke up screaming in fear, thinking they were still under attack. It's all over, you're safe now, Tista said with a soothing voice, pushing a man to lie down on his bed. This is the Starry Lagoon village. Where are you from? The man was stunned by her beauty first, and then confused by her words. You are not from the desert, are you? His voice was raspy from thirst, so she helped him drink a glass of water. What gave me out? Tista smiled. My pale skin or my hair color? Neither. The man gulped the water slowly, appreciating its chillness in his throat. Your words did. No one in the desert belongs to a place, only to a tribe. My name is Saren, and I was a member of the Black Stork village. Why the past tense? You're still alive? Tista asked in confusion. Because my village is gone. Saren looked around the tent, noticing the pitiful number of survivors. The Blood Desert is a harsh place, young lady. You can't live alone. You need a village. Without the Black Stork, I'm dead. You can always join another village. Tista had a hard time following a logic so foreign to her. I'd be dead anyway, he sighed. I'd be alive in the flesh, but the life as I knew it would be over. I'd need to take a new role, follow new rules, and become a different man. It's not an easy task for a man my age. You are exaggerating. You don't look older than 50. Saren looked well past 60, but Tista's breathing technique could see past the dehydration and fatigue lines. 50 is a ripe age for the member of a tribe that defied the usurper, Saren scoffed. We can't afford a healer like you. Usurper, Tista echoed in confusion. You mean the overlord? Yes, the man snarled, fury filling his thin limbs with new strength. It's because of her that only her little slaves can enjoy the biggest and richest oases. It's because of the usurper that our magically gifted children abandon our village in search of a better life. It's because of her if those bastards of the Yellow Wind tribe manage to slaughter us. I can understand the part about the oases, but the rest doesn't make sense, Tista replied. The overlord doesn't go around bribing children, and she was with us the whole day. She has nothing to do with what happened to you. That's because you're a foreigner and have no idea how cruel the usurper is, Saren replied. You're only right about one thing, old man. Sinmara walked inside the field hospital, drawing the scared gazes of the refugees on her. Tista is indeed a foreigner. Allow me to translate your nonsense for her. Mother is unwilling to share the oases she reconquered from the past invaders, nor the infrastructures she built to mine magical resources with those who contributed nothing to her military campaigns. The Phoenix of Darkness was allegedly talking with Tista, but her eyes moved from one refugee to another. Also, Mother doesn't allow access to her repository of magical knowledge to those she doesn't trust and who don't vow to put their powers at the service of her people. Most free tribes squandered their magical legacy. She spoke the word free with enough sarcasm to leave the rest of Magur dry. If any of their youths want to advance past Tier 3 magic, they need to join Mother's side. Lastly, Mother lets the free tribes illegally occupy our unused oases and even tap into the exposed veins of magical resources, but only until one of our tribes has to move there. If the local feather finds squatters upon his arrival, he has the right to reclaim all the stolen resources, which means that the Black Stork tribe left their last oasis in a hurry and with quite a haul. A tribe is at its weakest while moving since it loses the protection of its defensive arrays. I bet that the Black Stork bantered about their newfound riches with the wrong person, and the Yellow Wind ambushed them on their way to the next oasis. Saren said nothing, but he clenched his jaw so hard that it popped. What do you mean, squander their magical legacy? Tista asked. Didn't you just say that the free tribes have defensive arrays? As you know, Tista, magic books about spells above Tier 3 are rare, Sinmara replied. They are highly sought after, yet they are useless unless you have someone with enough talent for magic to understand them. Whenever a free tribe lacks a real mage, they are often forced to give up on one or more books in exchange for help from a mage of a neighboring tribe. On top of that, if the resident mage or their apprentice isn't happy with the treatment they receive from their current tribe, they often run away with everything they can grab. Given enough time, most free villages lose most of their magical legacy except for their defensive arrays. Chapter 3989, Traitors and Cowards, Part 2. Long-lasting magical formations have no value without a mana geyser to set them up, and can't be snatched without anyone noticing. Also, defensive arrays are not something anyone would dare sell. They are the heart and soul of every tribe, and revealing them to outsiders is a taboo even for the most bloodthirsty bandits. Anyone who tries selling them would be marked as a traitor and killed. Don't get me wrong, the enemy tribes would pay a hefty sum to learn about the weak points of their neighbors' defensive arrays to conquer another oasis. Yet they would also kill the traitor mage because they know that if they don't, they could be next. I see, Tista nodded. So it's not the Overlord's fault. Why do you keep calling her Overlord? Sinmira glared at Tista. Are you? Of course it's her fault. Saren couldn't hold back anymore. No matter how pretty the usurper makes herself out to be, she's just a giant murderous bird. She has no need for land, oases, or books. She just likes to see us humans squirm. If she really cared about the Blood Desert, she would have left it to us, the real people of the desert, after driving away the bastards who stole our land. Instead, she took it for herself, just as she did with the magical knowledge of our ancestors that she reclaimed. The usurper is a thief and a murderer, and is responsible for today's massacre no less than the Yellow Wind tribe. If not for her, you would have never been born. Sinmira cut him short. I was there when my mother decided to follow in King Valoran's footsteps and unify the Blood Desert. The country was torn apart by countless wars, and its territories encroached upon from every side by its neighbors. The average lifespan of people like you was less than 30 years. Everyone old enough to wield a weapon was sent to the front lines, and from that moment the only variables were when you would die and who would kill you. Funny enough, the invaders never bothered to chase after the tribes of the desert. They repelled your attacks and waited for you to do their job for them. The more they advanced, the fewer resources the desert tribes had left, and the more they turned against each other. According to Mother's estimates, it wouldn't have taken more than 20 years for the desert tribes to either submit or go extinct. It was then that Mother appeared in the middle of the battlefield and gave your ancestors a choice. Follow her against your common enemy or keep killing your own kin in a senseless slaughter. She led the united tribes of the desert, reclaiming one oasis at a time until the Blood Desert was whole again and its borders secure. That's when the problems started, Tista. Sinmira stared at her distant niece. There are only two kinds of people who call themselves free tribes today, those who fought by Mother's side but reneged their vow of loyalty after the victory. They are betrayers, but Mother still respected them because they shed their blood for her, so she let them go. Then there are those who refused her call to arms. They didn't expect her to win. Only to weaken our enemies and cause the death of enough members of the other tribes to leave them all the space and resources they needed. They are twice cowards because they not only didn't move a finger while the world around them burned. They also dared demand their share once the war ended. Mother came back from the battlefield just to find the best oases occupied by those cowards. They claimed the land as their own since they had protected it while everyone was away. They also refused to recognize Mother's authority on the basis that they had never agreed to her terms and owed her nothing. That's beyond being ungrateful. That's disgusting, Tista said, and Saren's sudden pallor told her the black stork belonged to the cowards. Indeed, Sinmira nodded. Mother agreed with them and dealt with them just like she did with the foreign invaders. She never respected the cowardly tribes, but let them go once they surrendered anyway. The blood of the desert is precious few, and too much of it had been shed already. Mother couldn't bear the thought that the opening act of her new era of peace would be more fratricide. This brings us to a single question, little man. Who are you? A descendant of traitors or cowards? Everyone inside the field hospital already knew the answer, but Sinmira asked it nonetheless. She wanted to humiliate Saren thoroughly and teach a lesson about respect to all the people of the Black Stork tribe and Tista. The Phoenix of Darkness hadn't liked how the young Hecate had hidden her kinship with Salark. In her eyes, Tista was a coward as well for caring more about the opinion of a bunch of strangers than the feelings of her own grandmother. Enough, Tista stood in front of Saren, blocking Sinmira's gaze and grabbing her wrist. Stop pressuring him or he'll have a heart attack. Can't you see how weak he is? The sudden mind link surprised the Phoenix of Darkness, but not as much as the truth in Tista's words. Only after she calmed down enough to look around with life vision did she notice how dire the condition of the refugees was. The strongest among them had a life force as bright as candlelight, while that of Saren and a few others flickered with each shallow breath they took. "I'm sorry, little sister," Sinmira said. "When I heard the old coot badmouthing my mother, I lost my temper." "I know how you feel," Tista replied. "Yet no matter how obnoxious they are, these people are my patients, and I took an oath when I became a healer. I won't let anything bad happen to them while they are under my care, even if it means biting my tongue a bit." I'll leave you guys at it then, Sinmara nodded. If you need more food or water, please let me know. She turned around and left, making those who had regained their consciousness sigh in relief. Saren's heart stopped drumming in his chest and his life force flickering, but his self-righteous anger was gone, and so was his strength. Thank you for protecting me from that monster, young lady, he said, and Tista needed sheer willpower to keep her expression neutral. Now I'm tired, though, and I need to sleep. Are you sure? She asked with a warm smile on her face. You heard Lady Sinmara. We have prepared a light meal for you. Two merfolk brought a large cauldron of vegetable broth inside the tent. It was a typical dish of the Blood Desert to help those who had endured a long journey to recover. The smell of the broth wafted through the field tent, arousing the refugees' survival instinct, and waking them from their slumber despite the little energy that most of them had left after recovering from such grievous wounds. The healers handed a serving of soup to each patient, assigning a merfolk to those refugees who were still too weak to eat on their own. Chapter 3990, The Hard Part, Part 1. This is for you. Freya handed the tray of food while performing one last checkup. Take your time and be careful, it's hot. Thanks, young lady, but after living 60 years in the desert, I can handle hot, an old woman said. This is for you. Take your time and be careful, it's... Drenya, a middle-aged woman said, cutting Freya short. Thank the gods you made it here. I was afraid those bastards had taken you or worse. I'm sorry. Freya swallowed hard upon hearing her birth mother's name, but waited for the woman to rub her eyes and shrug off the drowsiness before asking any questions. Oh gods, you're not Drenya, the woman said after taking a good look at Freya. Is she somewhere here? She looks like you, just older and less pretty. No, I'm pretty sure there's no one matching your description. Freya kept her voice level, but Nalrond noticed from the ripples in the soup that her hands were trembling. He took the tray from her and handed it to the woman. Eat a-plenty and regain your strength, miss, he said. Please, young man, tell me Drenya is among the corpses. The woman's expression turned desperate as she grabbed Nalrond's hand. If she's not here and those savages captured her, her fate will be much worse than death. I can go check the bodies of the fallen to see if your friend is among them, but most corpses don't look good, Nalrond said, hoping not to upset the woman and Freya more. Does she have any distinguishing features aside from her beauty? Yes, silly me, the woman nodded. Drenya is not from the Blood Desert, so her skin is pale compared to ours. You can't miss it. Thanks, I'll be right back, he said, holding Freya's hand tight for a moment before leaving. What a nice man, the woman sighed. You are a lucky woman. I beg your pardon, Freya snapped out of her daze. You know he cares for you, right? The woman asked. You can't be a healer and be that blind. Oh, that, Freya nodded. Of course I know he is my husband. The law had yet to recognize their union, but the promise they had exchanged and the small lives growing in her womb were all the bond Freya needed. You make a cute couple, the woman sipped a spoonful of broth. I'm Uril of the Black Stork. And I'm Freya Ernez of the Griffin Kingdom, Freya replied while offering her hand to Uril. Is yours a common name in the kingdom? Yes, Freya nodded, realizing her own blunder. Why do you ask? Because Drenya too is from the Griffin Kingdom and she has a daughter with your same name, Uril replied. Between that and your resemblance to Drenya, for a moment I thought you were her daughter. I guess Magur is that small. Indeed, Freya smiled, yet the corners of her mouth twitched from the stress. She resumed handing food trays, but her demeanor was robotic, and she turned towards the tent's entrance every few seconds until Nalrond returned. I'm sorry, but there's no one matching your friend's description among the fallen, he said. Thank you, young man, Uril sighed. Poor Drenya, she must have been born under an unlucky star. She escaped to the desert to save her life, yet she met an end much worse than what the kingdom would have done to her. I'm sorry for your loss, Nalrond said. Do you want to talk about her friend? There's not much to say, Uril replied, and Freya almost poured the hot soup on an unlucky fellow instead of in his bowl. Drenya came to the desert about 9 years ago. According to her, she was forced into exile to escape an unjust persecution. Nalrond remained silent, politely nodding for her to continue. Yet I'm not sure about that. She had a lot of precious stuff with her when she arrived, and she came straight to our tribe. If she were innocent, she would have bought herself a comfortable life under the usurper. Instead, she knew where the Black Stork tribe was located, and offered everything she had in exchange for asylum. And you took in someone that's suspicious? Nalrond asked. Life in the desert doesn't give you much choice, young man, Uril shrugged. We could use all that gold and a pair of extra hands no matter how unskilled. Was she that clumsy? At first, yes. Earl smiled at the memory. You could tell she was a noble because the simplest of chores baffled her. Yet Drenya learned quickly and was very good at using the little we had in the most efficient way. That's my mother down to a T, Freya thought while handing a bowl full of spoons to a flabbergasted patient. Life was harsh, and Drenya had a lot of ideas to make it better, but no one trusted her enough to listen to an outsider, Uril said. Drenya never complained and kept working hard until she earned the right to speak in front of the elders. After that, things for the Black Stork tribe got better, until yesterday. She lowered her gaze, staring at the broth for answers that never came. What about her daughter, Freya? Nalrund asked, snapping Uril out of her daze. Freya, young man, just like your wife, she grunted. And I don't know much about her, just like I don't know much about what Drenya did to earn her exile. She only talked about those things at the beginning when she was too angry or drunk to hold her tongue. Drenya claimed that Freya is a talented mage who has been accepted into one of the kingdom's 6 great academies. I bet that Drenya's original plan was to use her daughter's powers to get herself a position of power in one of the largest free tribes and use her riches to become a village elder, if not even the chief. That woman was too ambitious for her own good, and I can tell you that she regarded the Black Stork as a consolation prize. That's why Drenya only included me in her escape plan and left my siblings and the rest of her family to die, Freya thought, her inner turmoil causing the broth in the cauldron to boil. She knew that Salark would have never welcomed a traitor in her court. Best case scenario, Salark would have killed Drenya on the spot. Worst case scenario, she would have returned Drenya to the kingdom. Drenya needed me and the Tier 4 spells I learned at the White Griffin Academy to start a new life at the same level as her old one. I was just like the gold she smuggled past the borders, a means to an end. I'm very sorry, please take this. Nalrund replaced the glass of frozen water in the hands of Freya's latest victim with one filled with fruit juice. Come, dear, you must have overexerted yourself. You need a break. Don't worry about us, a kid with 3 trays but no food on any of them said. You have done enough, Miss Healer, go get some rest. And let us get something we can actually eat, everyone thought. Chapter 3991, The Hard Part, Part 2. Gods, I'm so sorry. Freya looked around and discovered that after serving Uril, she had made one mess after another. I don't know what's wrong with me. She rushed out of the field hospital with tears already streaking down her cheeks. Nalrund had to jog to catch up with her and warp them back to the tower. There, Freya broke down crying, flooding the Agni with a torrent of jumbled words that were meant to express the depth of Drenya's betrayal, and the pain that the reopening of the old wound inflicted on Freya. Nalrund held her tight, nodding from time to time and handing her a handkerchief to blow her nose when necessary. Can you believe my birth mother is such a bitch? Freya sobbed. Because I can't. Me neither, the Agni replied. I don't know what's worse, whether discovering that she's still alive or that she's going to die a dog's death, if she's lucky. Freya sniffled. I know she deserves everything that comes her way, but there are things you don't wish even to someone like your birth mother. Nalrund completed the phrase for her. Yes, Freya hugged him tight. Nalrund remained silent, lulling her until she calmed down. So what do we want to do? He asked once Freya's expression became a mask of focus, and he could hear the gears in her head turning. Right now, maybe go back to our patients and then lunch, she replied. That's not what I meant, and you know it, smartass. Nalrund kissed her forehead. I was talking about Drenya. What about her? Freya grunted. For all we know, she's the one who betrayed the Black Stork tribe to climb the power ladder of the outlaw tribes. Unlikely, Nalrund shrugged. Drenya wouldn't have put so much effort into developing her village if she intended to tear it down all along. Also, she's too smart not to know that a traitor rarely outlives her usefulness, and with the Black Stork gone, she has nothing to offer the Yellow Wind. There is no way that she was smart enough never to reveal the crimes for which she's wanted in the kingdom, and then she blew up 9 years of work for nothing, and you know it. You just want a reason to wash your hands of her fate. I'd love to, but my stupid brain doesn't let me, Freya sighed. Do you think I'm stupid for feeling bad about a woman who hurt me so much? You're not stupid, just human, Nalrund replied. I know it's not the same thing, but I put everything on the line to save Solman, and I hated the guy's guts. I understand how weird it feels to want to help someone you despise. Thank you for helping me make up my mind. She held him tight one more time before stepping away. Now, however, comes the hard part. Yeah, that's going to be brutal, he nodded. We need to find a way to talk Lith into coming with us and tracking the Yellow Wind tribe with the eyes of Menadian, Freya said. We need to find a way to tell Gianni we're bailing out on her vacation to rescue your birth mother, Nalrond said. Wait, what? They said in unison. Why would you waste your time talking to Lith when you know he has a wallet beating in his chest? Just ask Solus. She has an actual heart, and when she says yes, Lith will follow, Nalrond said. How can you worry about my mother in a moment like this? I mean Gianni, Freya said. I'm sure she doesn't mind if... Her voice trailed off as the realization dawned on her. If we drop everything and you put your life and that of our children on the line to save the woman who abandoned you, Nalrond said. Yes, I mean no, Freya shook her head. There's no risk involved. The Yellow Wind is a tribe of humans. They can't do anything to us. Unless you just jinxed it and their leader is an Eldritch, or Meln, maybe Arthen, he replied. There's no way to know for sure until we get there. Gods, you're right. Mom is going to kill me, Freya said. Space. As predicted, convincing Lith to help was a Herculean task. We're not going to waste our time rescuing a bunch of ingrates and a piece of work like Drenya Solivar, he said. I'd rather spend the afternoon rearranging my sock drawer by color, and I only have black socks. Convincing Solus, however, presented a much easier challenge. Of course we're going to help you, Freya. That's what friends are for, she hugged Freya. You owe Drenya nothing, but you owe yourself closure. You deserve to close that chapter of your life on your terms. Seriously? Lith snorted, crossing his arms. Yes, Solus snorted back. If you don't want to come, you are free to stay here. Is this really about Freya, or are you that desperate to give Gianni a good reason to forgive you for Driffa's mama accident? Lith asked. Both, Solus blushed a bit. Is Gianni still angry about Driffa mistaking me for her? It's hard to say with Mom, but if I had to guess, I'd say she's fuming, Freya replied. Gianni considered Driffa her opportunity to make up for all the mistakes she had made with Floria, yet so far, she couldn't catch a break. The impending threat of the Jernoff had ruined the happiness of her pregnancy, and after giving birth, Gianni had to hide in the Verhin mansion for months. After that, Driffa had learned the word damn first, then dada, and lastly, she now called Solus Mama whenever she saw her. That's great, Solus sighed. Space. You don't have to worry about me, dear. Much to everyone's surprise, Gianni didn't bat an eye at the news. This is your life and Drenya is your mother. You have every right to do what you think is right. No, Mom, don't you dare say that. Freya, instead, took Gianni's reaction personally. Yes, this is my life, but you are a part of it and deserve to have an opinion about anything I do. As for Drenya, she's not my mother. She just gave birth to me. She never cared for me. She only cared about what I could do for her, and her choice to seek asylum among her fellow outlaws proves it. You, instead, nagged at me and tried to manipulate me more times than I can count, but your goal was always to help me, not yourself. You have supported me with the Academy, my mercenary guild, my pact with Falul, and my relationship with Nalrond. You are my mom. Also, you are the only woman my twins will call Grandma. Freya brought Gianni's hand to her still flat stomach, making Gianni's eye twitch for a fraction of a second. Thanks, dear, Gianni said. Please be careful out there. I will, Mom. Mother and daughter embraced for a long moment. Orion said nothing as his desire to stay by Gianni's side, and his fatherly worry about Freya Ward for control of his heart. Don't make that face, Dad. Freya hugged Orion tight. I'm not going alone. Chapter 3992, Just a Job, Part 1. Nalrond, Lith, and Solus are coming with me. The four of us are more than enough to deal with an outlaw tribe, Freya said. That's true, Orion nodded, feeling a sliver of his anxiety get off his chest. Yet I want you to promise me not to be stubborn or reckless. If something goes wrong, remember that you can always retreat and call for reinforcements. Thanks for the advice, Dad, Freya replied. Quilla waited until Freya left their parents' tent before speaking her mind. Are you sure you don't need help? You could at least bring Tista and Morok with you, she asked. Thanks, sis, but this is my battle, Freya replied. Our battle, Nalrond corrected her. Fine, our battle, Freya sighed. If it were up to me, I wouldn't even bring Lith and Solus along. I appreciate the thought, sis, but I need to do this on my own. I need to be the one to sever once and for all my ties with the Solivar household. And when Freya says, on my own, she means, on our own, Nalrond said. She can ask Solus and Lith to stay out of it if she wants, but I'm not leaving her side for 1 second. About that, Freya turned to look him in the eyes. I'd rather you stay out of it as well, Nalrund. Drenya is my problem, and I want to deal with it with my own hands. Drenya may be your problem, but you are my fiancé, and those you carry in your womb are our children. Nalrund pointed at her abdomen. There is no force on Magur that can stop me from keeping all three of you safe, Freya. Damn if I hate it when you beat me with logic, she sighed. Are you really leaving Solus and Lith behind? Morok asked. They may be just human thugs, but there are going to be a lot of them. Even if you are an awakened, all they need to kill you is one lucky shot. There is no such thing as just human thugs in the Blood Desert, Freya. Salark appeared behind her back, making her yelp in surprise. This country is as hot as a furnace, and it tempers its people just as such, no matter if they are good or bad. Every single tribe of the Blood Desert takes residence above Amana Geyser and learns how to tap into its power to establish powerful temporary arrays. On top of that, outlaw tribes also need to be able to protect themselves from my nest. My human feathers never leave their respective villages, but my children patrol the Blood Desert at all times. The members of my nest let tribes like the Black Stork be as long as they behave, but criminals like the Yellow Wind are attacked on sight. The only reason such tribes are still around is that they have acquired arrays powerful enough to stall a phoenix, and the means to relocate quickly before more arrive via our call of the bloodline ability. You are a talented dimensional mage and a powerful harbinger, Freya, but you don't measure up to a single one of my children. Are the outlaw tribes of the desert that powerful? Quilla asked. Can they hurt or even kill a phoenix? Please, the Overlord snorted. No tribe is stupid enough to stand and fight against my nest. Their arrays are mostly defensive, and they are all meant to buy enough time for a quick escape. Yet your sister is not a divine beast, Quilla. What would merely hinder a phoenix would paralyze Freya, and what would inflict a flesh wound to one of my children might kill her. That's why I'm here. You are all my guests, and even though I'm not going to meddle in your private affairs, I'm obligated to raise a note of caution. Thank you for your kindness, Overlord. Freya swallowed hard and gave the Guardian a deep bow. Grandma, Lith thought, knowing that she was listening. Yes, Featherling. I find it weird that grassroots criminals can get their hands on such powerful magical formations, Lith said. Is that your doing as well? Don't be silly, Featherling, Salark telepathically chuckled. I would never provide those brutes with the means to harm my children, yet I have to admit that I'm not completely blameless. I facilitate the communications between the outlaw tribes and the neighboring free countries, allowing them to exchange magical resources for weapons unhindered. Why do you do that, Grandma? Solus was flabbergasted. You may not be the one arming the outlaw tribes, but it's your fault if one of your children gets hurt. I have good reasons, Solus, Salark replied. The free countries that surround the desert work tirelessly on developing weapons that they plan to use to expand their borders. They sell the prototypes to the outlaw tribes to field test them while retaining plausible deniability. I allow such exchanges to spy on my enemies and learn about their most recent magical breakthroughs. I let the criminal outlaw tribes be because they are my unwitting inside source on my real enemies, most groundbreaking lines of research. When one of the members of my nest meets and fights a criminal outlaw tribe, there are only two possible outcomes. The Phoenix wipes out the tribe and brings me the blueprints of the new weapons, or they get repelled and report the reason for their failure to me. Either way, I learn about the plans of the free countries and use that information to develop countermeasures before my enemies complete their research. My children get to stay on their toes, and I have an inexhaustible source of magical knowledge I don't pay for. It's a win-win situation for me. The telepathic communication took merely the time Freya needed to reevaluate her options. Can Nalrund and I face the Yellow Wind tribe on our own, or do we need help? She asked. Let me rephrase, Salark replied. If you plan to walk inside the village spells ablaze, you are destined to fail, if not worse. If you play it smart, I don't see why you can't do it. It's still a village comprised of tents and protected by temporary arrays, not a fortress. Also, worst-case scenario, I can summon the tower and warp us away or activate the prime engine. Lith shrugged. Your call. Won't my parents and Ryla ask questions about the sudden disappearance of your house if you do that? Freya asked. Don't worry, I'll replace it with a temporary replica if necessary, Salark replied. No one will notice anything. Thanks, Grandma, Lith said. You're welcome, Featherling. She gave him a warm smile. Is there anything else I should know before I leave? Freya asked, and the Overlord shook her head in reply. Then we'd better move. The Yellow Wind Tribe has hours of advantage on us and might get farther away with every minute. Thank you for your assistance, Overlord Salark. I won't forget your generosity. Freya gave her a deep bow. Don't mention it, child. Soulless, Freya turned to her friend. The good news is that the attack happened within the Watchtower's area of effect, Soulless replied. The eyes recorded the energy signature of all the members of the Yellow Wind and Black Stork tribes involved. Chapter 3993, Just a Job Part 2. The bad news is that they already are all outside the range of detection of the eyes. The only leads we have are the general direction they took, and the fact that their destination must be an oasis. Grandma. I'm not going to give you a map of the locations of all the mana geysers in the Blood Desert. The Guardian frowned. That would be akin to giving you a free pass to every corner of my dominion and permission to plunder my mines. We both know that Rifa's tower is not just for transportation, and that you guys would take a few souvenirs on the road. Don't mistake my generosity for stupidity. Point taken. Lith raised his hands with the palms out. Dragon speed it is. Where are we going to start? The Yellow Wind Riders warp steps. From the site of the first attack, Freya cut Soulless short. After talking with Uril, I asked her to mark the position of the oasis the Black Stork tribe came from and where the Yellow Wind ambushed them on the map. Lots of people of the Black Stork died there while the rest broke the encirclement and ran with all haste in our direction, hoping to reach the protection of the merfolk village. According to Uril, the chase lasted for hours. If I'm right and the Yellow Wind tribe waited for the Black Stork to leave the safety of their old oasis before attacking, their village couldn't be too far. They needed a constant supply of water and food for themselves and their horses. Fresh troops had to switch with the exhausted soldiers every few hours, or they would be too tired to fight. All these things require a nearby base of operations. With a bit of luck, the Yellow Wind tribe is still there. Even if they have already moved, they can't have gone too far, Soulless nodded. Not with so many prisoners and wounded, Freya replied. Those they captured before leaving were in terrible condition. There was no reason to take them unless the Yellow Wind Riders knew they could receive treatment in a timely manner. Moreover, I need to check if Drenya is among those who died in the initial assault. What if she's already dead? Quilla asked. Will you abandon the people of the Black Stork tribe to their fate? Of course not. They are innocents. At least some of them are. Freya dismissed the idea with a sweep of her hand. If Drenya is dead, however, this will turn into a simple rescue operation, and I won't hesitate to let someone else do the heavy lifting. We can all fight together, or use the engine right off the bat. She didn't care much about a bunch of strangers, and their entitled attitude garnered them little sympathy. Putting herself and her children into danger to face her painful past was one thing. Taking such risks out of mere altruism was another. That's an excellent idea, Quilla sighed in relief. Where's our destination? Lith extended his hand, and Freya gave him the map. It's close, at least at dragon speed. Get on board. He shapeshifted into a void-feather dragon, and conjured hard light seats and harnesses on his back. Once everyone took positions, Lith took flight while surrounding his passengers with an air barrier. The site of the ambush was over 500 kilometers, 311 miles, but it took Lith just a few minutes to get there, and only because he needed to stop a few times to orient himself. Man, I wish GPS was a thing here, he grumbled. What did you say? Freya asked in confusion. I said I wish we had a locator beam. Lith lied through his fangs. Sand to my right, left, ahead, and behind me. Every place looks the damn same. He checked the position of the sun, and then the map stored inside Soluspedia before sprinting forward with a powerful flap of his wings, and put an end to that conversation. This is the place, he said while descending to the ground in a slow spiral. For a few seconds, all the others could see was the homogeneous yellow of the sand. Then, as they got closer, they started to see black dots that quickly revealed themselves to be corpses that the desert's wind had half buried in the sand. Good gods, it's a massacre, Soulless said as her keen sight counted dozens and dozens of different bodies. Most of them belonged to the Black Stork tribe, but several members of the Yellow Wind lay there along with their strange horses. The void-feather dragon flapped his wings a few times to uncover the corpses and make sure not to squash any of them as he landed. You check from above, I'll go from below. Nowrund shapeshifted into his Agni form and dove into the sand from a safe distance. Earth vision coupled with his heart sonar allowed him to spot the trail of bodies that marked the path of the fleeing survivors. I think you are right, Freya, Lith said while reverting to human size. The Yellow Wind Village must be nearby. Someone took their time stripping the corpses of everything valuable they carried. That's the first thing you noticed. Freya turned to glare at him in outrage. There are children here, even small children. Did you miss that tiny detail? She couldn't bear to look at the small bundles of cotton and their bloody content for 1 second longer, instinctively bringing her hands to her womb. No, I didn't, he replied. But getting emotional won't get us anywhere. We can't change the past, but we can make sure that those who did this won't have a future. A baby girl lay on the ground, still in her mother's arms. A diagonal cut in the back had brought the woman down, and hooves had done the rest. There was but a slight resemblance with Camilla and Elijah, but more than enough to fill Lith's gut with fire. Please, let's not argue among us. Solus rubbed her eyes. This is no different from one of our cases as a ranger. We are just doing our job. A wave of her hand brought all women in front of Freya to identify her mother, and stored everyone else inside the pocket dimension. We'll give them a proper burial later. Now there is no time for that, but I won't leave them here to rot, she thought. Drenya is not here, Freya said. Is she any of these people? Nalrond emerged from a few meters away, taking the corpses of the women he had collected out of his dimensional amulet. There's more, Freya asked in shock, shaking her head after confirming that her mother wasn't among the fallen. Yeah, the trail of bodies continued for a few 100 meters in that direction. After that, the Black Stork tribe must have put enough distance between them and the Yellow Wind to use a defensive artifact. Nalrond replied. Do you pick any signal, Solus? Freya said. No, but we can more or less triangulate the position of the Yellow Wind's village now. Solus traced 2 lines in the air, one departing from the site of the massacre, and the other from the direction of the Starry Lagoon village. Chapter 3994, Heat Haze, Part 1. The attackers came from over that dune, and the riders warped from the merfolk village in that direction. Even if we assume the Yellow's Wind tribe relocated after the raid began, their destination can't be too far, Solus said. A caravan with children and elderly people moves slowly, and it's unlikely they have more than one home stone. That kind of artifact is not only rare, but it also requires a mage skilled in dimensional magic to activate it. I doubt that an outlaw tribe can nurture many mages. Lith reverted to dragon size, and the others jumped on his back. It took him a few minutes to search the region and locate the closest oasis to the spot of the ambush. Damn, these guys are thorough. The Voidfeather dragon sniffed the ground, the orchard, and the access to the mines like a hunting dog. They must have cleaned everything up with darkness magic. There is no lingering scent here. Do you also train your nose with Protector? Nalrund asked. When did Lith find the time to do that and build a family? He inwardly added. Not as much as I like, but that's not the point, Lith replied. There is no smell of animals, magical beasts, birds, nothing. They have erased every trace of their presence before leaving. It's no wonder that Grandma's feathers never noticed the passage of an outlaw tribe. Solus. One moment. The tower was far away, but between her link with it and the power coming out of the Mana geyser, Solus managed to boost the eye's detection range. There's a faint signal northwest from here. Good, Lith rose back in the sky before bolting forward. Raiders or hostages? Neither, Solus replied. It's the energy signature of the warp steps they used to escape. You can sense a trace that faint after so many hours. Freya was flabbergasted. I tried reopening the dimensional passage after treating the people of the Black Stork tribe, but those Yellow Wind bastards relaxed the space. Relaxing the space means nothing to the eyes of Menadian unless you also disperse the dimensional energies. Solus shrugged. How do you do that? Freya asked. I don't know, and honestly I hope it's impossible, Solus replied. It would make tracking people much harder. Once they reached the exit point of the warp steps, the eyes detected the energy signature of the home stone, but that was it. This is weird, Lith said while he followed the energy trail left by the artifact. How come the eyes picked up only the home stone signal? Raiders and caravan can't have just disappeared into thin air. Consider ourselves lucky, Solus replied. The mage of the Yellow Wind must have put the home stone in a saddlebag instead of storing it inside a dimensional item, or we wouldn't have any trace to follow. For some reason, what is that? Solus pointed at a faraway point to her right, yet no matter how hard the others looked through their binoculars, there was nothing noteworthy. It's just an empty oasis, Solus, Lith said after getting close enough to have a perfect sight of the area with his Tiamat eyes. That's not empty at all, she replied. Can't you see them? See what? Lith didn't change his direction. He pretended to have fallen for whatever trick the eyes had uncovered and kept flying until the oasis almost disappeared onto the horizon. It's easier if you see it with your own eyes. Solus split the eyes into monocles, giving one to Lith and the other to Freya. The empty oasis was actually filled with dozens of tents and hundreds of people. A complex and large network of arrays surrounded the village, conjuring a dome of distorted light. The dome projected several holograms across its surface, making everything and everyone inside nigh invisible from the outside. Lith handed the monocle to Nalrund, and the oasis appeared empty again, even to his Tiamat eyes. That's incredible, Lith said. Without the eyes of Menadian, I would dismiss the slight haze corresponding to the inhabitants of the village, thinking it's just a product of the desert's heat. Lith saw a few fruits apparently floating in the air on their own, and disappearing one invisible bite at a time. That's not all, Solus said. The holograms are only half of the arrays. The other half is a powerful cloaking system that only lets the world energy from the mana geyser through. I bet that even if we flew right above the oasis, life vision wouldn't detect anything. That must be how the Yellow Wind Tribe has escaped detection by Grandma's nest so far. Lith nodded. The Blood Desert is big, and phoenixes on patrol don't have the time to land in every single spot and perform a ground search. They just fly over an area and look for anything amiss with their keen eyesight. All the members of the Yellow Wind Tribe have to do to avoid getting caught is keep sentinels on lookout for phoenixes and stand still until they leave. That array is so good that even with the people moving around, I wouldn't suspect a thing if I didn't know what to look for. Those guys are smart. Freya nodded and handed the monocle of Menadian back to her friend. Smarter than the nest and even more than you give them credit for, Solus. Take another look. 2 sets of arrays are currently active, but they belie a third one. You are right. Solus studied the new readings as they popped up and used a partial mind fusion to share her senses with Lith. That must be the defensive system Grandma warned us about. It's indeed powerful enough to keep up to 2 divine beasts at bay if they stay outside, or seriously injure one if they enter the village, Lith said. The cloaking and distorted light magical formations had no defensive value in the eventuality that an enemy entered the village for any reason or somehow exposed the presence of the Yellow Wind Tribe. If that happened, the tribal leader would deactivate the first 2 sets of arrays and redirect the world energy into a powerful barrier and several offensive arrays. It was a turtle shell that a creature as powerful as a phoenix was bound to crack. Yet it would take them long enough for the people of the Yellow Winds to store their things inside dimensional amulets and escape via the home stone. The fastest way to deal with those magical formations would be using the disarray spell after I moved right below their focal points with my bloodline ability, Nalrund said. The problem is that the resulting explosion would kill the hostages as well. And the children, Freya pointed out. And anyone in the tribe who disapproves of the methods of their leader but doesn't leave simply because they have nowhere to go. I'm not letting innocents pay for the crimes of the guilty. If any of the adults wanted to rebel, they just needed to reach one of Grandma's feathers and spill the beans. Lith furrowed his brow but said nothing. They would be pardoned and offered a good life. Reach how? Solus countered soberly. Not everyone can fly and warp around like we do. Imagine walking under the desert sun for days with a family in tow and no magical power. Chapter 3995, Heat Haze Part 2. Even with the best preparations, what would stop the Yellow Wind soldiers from chasing and slaughtering you all once they notice your disappearance? Fuck me sideways, Solus, you are right, Lith replied, looking at his scaled hand as if it had betrayed him. I'm starting to forget what being a normal human feels like. I hear you, Solus sighed. I don't like to admit it either, but I've gotten so used to the extra mass and strength that the tower grants me that I don't know what I would do if I suddenly became a regular awakened. If not for Meln, I'd propose to seal our powers once in a while and spend a few days as magicless humans. Seal how? Lith asked. The Odi chains, Solus replied. We can ask Falul to lend them to us. Yeah, right, Lith snorted. She wouldn't trust us not to crack the Council's secrets with the thievery. Also, I doubt you can wear the Odi chains, Solus. If their enchantments mess with your bond with the tower, you might get hurt. So what do we do? Nalrund asked while Solus realized how dangerous the Odi chains were for her. We prepare the field and attack, of course, Freya replied. Your plan is good, Nalrund. It only needs a few tweaks, Lith Solus. She turned towards her friends. Please let me and Nalrond deal with the Yellow Wind Tribe. You surround the village and make sure that no one escapes. Do not intervene unless I ask you to. What if they use the hostages against you? Lith asked. What if they have a hidden ace in the hole and one of you gets hurt? I may not be a paranoid control freak like you, Lith, but I'm not stupid either, Freya replied. Listen to my plan and tell me if it's to your liking. Space. A few minutes later, Nalrond swam past the Blood Desert's sand and into the fertile ground of the oasis in his Agni form. I can see how Lith achieved his stellar reputation in the army as a ranger, he said via the mind link. This is straight cheating. Once inside the area of effect of the mana geyser, the stone ring on his finger received all the world energy it needed to fuel the eyes and ears of Menadian at the same time. Nalrond used the artifacts, readings to identify the focus points of the 3 sets of arrays, and placed a hard light bead directly below them. Thanks, but to be fair, back then we were much weaker and had yet to recover a single piece of the mom set, Solus chuckled. Also, we didn't have demons either. Menadian traveled along with them, hidden in Nalrond's shadow. She wore the second monocle in order to split the mental burden from the use of the artifacts among the 3 awakened and the tower. That's true, but I remember that your mana sense was awesome, and even without your body, your mind is a damn powerful tool, Solus. Nalrond stopped for a few seconds before planting every bead, checking for traps or alarms he might have missed. My mana sense is * awesome, Solus corrected him. I'm not using it right now only because with the mana geyser fueling the eyes, it would be redundant. Shush, kids, mommy is trying to work. While Solus and Nalrond focused on sabotaging the magical formations, Menadian stared intently at them in an attempt to steal their secrets. By the gods, whoever invented this light-distorting array was a genius. Is it better than the invisibility spell with which you enchanted the tower, Mom? Solus asked. Don't be silly, Effie. There is no such thing as an invisibility spell, Menadian replied. My enchantment simply projects a hologram of the area eclipsed by each side of the tower on its surface to hide its presence, but it's no invisibility. The spell works only because the tower's shape and position are fixed. It wouldn't work on someone or something that moves. That's why it can't cloak those who enter or leave the tower. Your gait, steps, and hair move every second in a different, unpredictable way that my enchantment can't follow. Yet these magical formations do, Solus said. And that's why I said that the mage who came up with them must be a genius, Menadian grunted. Can you please be quiet for 1 second? Once we destroy the arrays, I won't be able to study them anymore. What about the eyes? Solus asked. The eyes only record the portion of the magical formation they have analyzed, whereas I can memorize its every rune even though I don't understand how they work, Menadian replied. But only if you stay quiet, Effie. I'm sorry, Mom, Solus whimpered. Nalrond stayed out of the mother-daughter quarrel, focusing solely on the active and inactive magical formations. This thing is an arsenal, he thought. Once the defensive system replaced the cloaking array, the barrier would take the lion's share of the world energy, but there would still be plenty left to fuel a full battery of offensive enchantments. Each one of them was as strong as a Tier 5 spell and would consume no mana, allowing for a never-ending barrage. Solus, how can a mere temporary formation be stronger than the permanent arrays that protect the Verhin mansion? Nalrond asked after he had completed his task, but before leaving the stone ring in the middle of the geyser. It's not stronger, quite the contrary, she replied. It's much weaker than our defensive system. It only gives the impression of being better because it's more focused. The mana geyser below the mansion fuels the tower and dozens of different arrays that encompass the main building, the park, and even part of the Tron Woods. This one, instead, only covers a small village and fuels only 2 types of arrays at a time. We sacrificed raw power for extreme versatility, whereas the Yellow Wind Tribe is a 3-tricks pony. I see, Nalrond inwardly nodded. Please, take over the geyser with the tower and be ready to intervene the moment something goes awry. I don't care what Freya says. I'd rather anger her and keep her and our babies safe than let them get hurt to humor her. Don't worry, I got your back, Solus telepathically winked. Space. A few seconds later, Nalrond emerged from a ripple in the ground at Lith's feet. No grain of sand remained on him, each one of them dripping off his gray scales akin to drops of water thanks to his bloodline ability. The groundwork is set. We can move in at any time. He handed one monocle to Lith to restore his mind link with Solus, and the other to Freya to keep the communications with Lith and Solus open despite the distance. Just a second. Freya closed her eyes and used a chore magic spell to dry her skin and give herself the appearance of someone who had been stranded in the desert for at least 2 days. "This isn't good enough. I'm tanned, not sunburned," she said while checking the results of her work in a mirror. She took makeup out of her dimensional amulet and applied it to redden her cheeks and forehead. Chapter 3996, Exotic Beauty, Part 1. "Do you want to put some on?" Freya offered the makeup to Nalrund. "Yes, thank you." He reverted to his human form and took the small container, staring at its contents with great focus. "How do I use this thing exactly?" "Silly man," Freya chuckled as she swiped her thumb on his mouth and cheeks. Nalrund lost just a few droplets of water, but his lips cracked while his skin became taut. She then applied a little makeup on his hands and face. "There, you now look exactly like one of the people from the Black Stork tribe I treated for sunburns today." "Thanks," he replied. "Between my bronze skin and magic, I never got burned." "Lucky bastard," she sighed. "Let's change our clothes and get this over with. I'm parched for less than a minute and I can't stand it already." Nalrund and Freya shape-shifted their armors into the white robes typical of the Blood Desert. They put on a headgear that travelers used to protect their heads from the sun and their eyes from the sand carried by the gusts of wind. At that point, they warped away from the village and in a different direction from which Lith had landed, not to arouse suspicion in case someone had spotted the flying divine beast earlier. "Is Solus okay?" Lith asked the moment he and Menadian were alone. He took in slow, deep breaths with demon grasp to draw in enough world energy to bring Tryon, Valia, Vergrave, and Locrias to 7 eyes, without consuming invigoration more than 3 times. "Effie has the tower and she sits above a powerful geyser," Riffa replied. "She's the last person you should worry about." Space. The Yellow Wind Village bustled with activity as everyone got settled in their new oasis. The children ate the ripe fruits of the orchard and drank plenty of water to recover from the long march. The adults, instead, dealt with the annoyances that came with every relocation of the village. Tents had to be raised, water jugs needed to be filled in case the tribe was discovered by the usurpers' forces and forced to escape, and the loot had to be split evenly among the families who had taken part in the raid of the Black Stork tribe. Magic books, artifacts, crystals, and metals were the easy part. They had a market value that could be used to assess the value of each piece without arguments. Slaves, however, were another matter entirely. They had a market value only for those willing to engage in the slave trade and take the risks that moving away from the village to deliver the goods entailed. For everyone else, the value of a slave varied greatly depending on their future master's taste and the purpose they would be employed for. Workers needed to be strong and healthy, concubines to be young and attractive, while servants needed to be smart enough to perform their duties, but not so intelligent as to pose a threat to their owner. "Today's flesh harvest is mediocre at best," Hassar Fellhand, chief of the Yellow Wind tribe, said. "You dumb bastards must have slaughtered the good ones and beaten the others so hard that they'll need to be treated for weeks before they can be put to work." "How was I supposed to know that the Black Stork had acquired a star fragment?" Sehir Firesong, the captain of the raid team, replied. "The dam barrier pushed us off before we could strike them with our full force and kept us from stopping their escape. Moreover, we couldn't wait until it powered down, or those cowards of the Black Stork would have reached the merfolk village with all their treasures, and you ungrateful curs would have got nothing at all." "That would have been terrible," Hassar conceded the point as his face twisted into a disgusted grimace. "How close did you get to those filthy fish blood?" "Enough to smell their revolting stench, but not enough to be tainted by it." Sehir's expression mirrored his chieftain-s. "None of them moved a finger to help the Black Stork, but I don't know if they followed the usurper's law or if they were just too scared to act. I couldn't risk a direct confrontation. If we wounded even one of the fish blood, the entire nest would have chased us to the ends of Magur. I ordered the retreat because no slave is worth the safety of our village." "Sehir is right, and even if he hadn't given the order, I would." Terk, the head mage, turned her head from the lute to look Hassar in the eyes. "All our tricks keep us hidden from the yellow eye of the usurper, but only because she doesn't care enough to hunt us down. Not one tribe among those that drew her gaze upon them survived. No matter how fast they traveled or how powerful the artifact they bought was, the usurper always found and exterminated them down to the last person. It's as if the desert itself is under her thrall and keeps no secret from her." she said, having no idea how close she was to the truth. Is there really a chance that one day the yellow wind will do more than run from the usurper's loyal dogs? That the day of reckoning is close? Sehir asked. It's too soon to tell. Hassar's lip curled up in disgust. I won't risk our people falling from the hands of one usurper into another's. We can't trust that pale son of a filthy. A long whistle signaled the approach of intruders and cut the chief short, along with every other noise in the village. All outlaw tribes maintained lookouts at all hours to spot any potential threat and still have the time for a safe retreat. The three leaders raised their heads to the scout. He showed 2 fingers and then lowered them while slowly moving his hand forward, mimicking a walk. 2 people on foot, the leaders of the tribe thought, each reacting to the news by enacting their part in the emergency evacuation protocol. Hassar took the control crystal of the arrays from the breast pocket of his robe, while Sehir unsheathed the kopis he carried at his hip and took out a body-enhancing potion, quickly followed by the rest of his soldiers. The riders pointed their blades at the prisoners' throats, ready to cut them. There was no point in leaving the merchandise behind, and if the enemy had an ounce of pity, they would waste precious time trying to save them. Terk, instead, wielded the home stone and gestured for her apprentices to go back to their tents and be ready to store every piece of the magical legacy of the Yellow Wind Tribe inside their dimensional amulets. They could always find more water, food, and gold, whereas every bit of knowledge they lost could never be recovered. The mothers herded the children and brought them to the Kairos. They were a rare variant of the seer, horse-type magical beast, much less powerful than a magical beast but more docile and still better than any horse. A traveling merchant had found one by chance and bred it, until one of his disgruntled apprentices had killed him and used the herd of Kairos to establish the Yellow Wind. At the same time, the fathers brandished their weapons and assumed a battle formation, ready to cover their family's retreat. Chapter 3997, Exotic Beauty Part 2. Space. As Freya approached the oasis, she used life vision multiple times, but she failed to spot any sign of the light-distorting array that hid the village. Lith was right, she thought. The cloaking field shrouds the other magical formations, fooling life vision while the holograms mess with my regular sight. Now that the outlaws have stopped moving, the haze that betrayed their presence is completely gone. The only way a phoenix patrolling the desert at high speed has to find the Yellow Wind Tribe is to crash land right on their heads. Be ready for anything, Nalrun said via a mind link that ran below the sand. No matter if they attack us the moment we set foot in their village or if they play nice, play dumb until we get them to lower their guard and focus on us. If we spook them, they'll use the prisoners as meat shields and things will get much more complicated. Right back at you, pretty boy, Freya replied. I'm my mother's daughter while your poker face needs woe. She inwardly thanked Gianni for her lessons and Lith for all the secrets that over the years he had asked Freya to keep. Without them, her jaw would have hit the ground and started digging. Every scenario Freya and Nalrond had prepared for paled in comparison with reality. They had expected the veil of the light-distorting array to fall abruptly and be met by swords, smiles, or blazing spells. They had to beg for mercy, talk, or dodge in a lucky save in reply, and only a split second to react and make it look believable. So when Freya and Nalrond entered the village and nothing happened, they had a hard time keeping a neutral expression. The magical formations opened in front of them, forming a corridor that allowed the lost travelers entry while also keeping them out of the arrays and preserving the illusion of the empty oasis. Nalrond's eyes furrowed in surprise, but no one noticed thanks to the headgear that covered most of his face. What's going on? Where is everyone? Did they escape? He asked, huffing and puffing as he trudged forward. Space. The people of the Yellow Wind Tribe were just as flabbergasted as the lost travelers and made no effort to hide their disbelief. The outlaws had followed Freya's and Nalrond's slow advance with drumming hearts and cold sweat running down their spines. They expected a large caravan to follow the 2 strangers, afraid that Salark had changed the oasis rotation schedule, and that a tribe guided by a powerful feather would seize the Yellow Wind's oasis, leaving them stranded for days if not weeks. Sure, they could fight, but they couldn't win. The moment Salark lost contact with one of her feathers, her wrath would fly to their last known position on fiery wings and turn everything to ashes, no matter if the feather was dead or just trapped inside a dimensional sealing array. The fear turned into relief when no more strangers appeared on the horizon, yet their appearance raised many questions. No one would be foolish enough to take a stroll in the Blood Desert, and according to the scout, there was something wrong with them. Hassar gestured for clarification, but the scout's reply made no sense. Loot, big loot, big loot. Has Lamhar lost his mind, or is he suffering from heatstroke at the worst time possible? The three leaders thought in unison while staring at the scout flapping his arms like a hysterical bird. The chieftain then gestured for threat-level assessment, and Lamhar joined his thumb and middle finger. 0, Hassar scoffed. This is the Blood Desert, even the smallest insect is venomous. He ignored the scout and altered the shape of the magical formations to clear the path of the strangers towards the water spring. It was only when Freya and Nalrond stepped inside the village that the three leaders understood the meaning of Lamhar's signals. The woman had the rosy skin of a foreigner reddened by the harsh kiss of the sun, wheat blonde hair, and sky-blue eyes. That and the supple movements of her bountiful curves with every step she took drew everyone's attention to the wrong places. The men couldn't stop staring at the foreign woman as if she were an apparition from a bard's tale, and the women couldn't stop staring at their men as if they were about to become dinner. Suckers, Freya thought, glad to have altered her hair and eye color according to the Blood Desert's most exotic beauty standard. She kept her eyes on the spring, but those of Menadian counted the enemies, assessed their threat level, and identified the restrictions used to bind the prisoners and ensure their compliance. No one noticed the flicker of Freya's expression or the tension in Nalrond's steps. The members of the Yellow Wind tribe regained their cool long after the intruders, allowing Freya and Nalrond to maintain their cover. It seems that the gods have decided to make up for your blunder by delivering us a hefty bounty, Sehir, Hassar said, his words sealed within the arrays. Or maybe the fishmen sent someone after us and this is a trap, Sehir replied. The timing of their arrival is suspicious. Also, when was the last time you saw two people traveling the desert alone? Where is their caravan? The captain has a point, Chief. About the caravan, I mean, Terk said, appreciating Nalrond's broad shoulders and muscular body almost as much as the men of the tribe did with Freya's hourglass figure. There is no way the usurper sent two of her feathers to rescue our fellow outlaws of the Black Stork. We've done this dozens of times and got even closer to her oases, yet we suffered no retaliation. I don't think these two are after us, but we can't underestimate them. To get here without a caravan or at least a horse, they must be capable of using a flight spell. Even if he's not a mage, he's too big and strong to bring him to my bedchambers, she inwardly sighed. From up close, he can kill me with one hand before I have the time to cast a single spell. I can only use him for hard labor. I know that, Terk. I'm not an idiot. Look at their weapons. Hassar pointed at Dreadnought, which hung at Freya's hip, and at one of Lith's prototypes at Nalrond's. Those are fine artifacts that only someone rich, powerful, or both can possess. The intruders fell to the ground with a plop after reaching the lakeshore, quickly dropping their heads in the water with a soft splash. They gulped eagerly until they ran out of breath, their thirst as desperate as it was genuine. The dehydration caused by the chore magic was severe enough to make Freya's and Nalrond's performance believable. What point is there in hiring a native guide just to get stranded from our caravan and almost die of thirst? She half panted and half licked the water running on her lips. You were supposed to be one of the best. I am one of the best guides of the Blood Desert, you spoiled brat, Nalrond replied in anger. It's not my fault if you idiots didn't listen when I warned you about that goddamn sandstorm. Chapter 3998, Coward's Blood, Part 1. You refuse to make camp, and I'm the only reason you are still alive, Nalrond said. Without my survival spells, we wouldn't have lasted a day. Without me, you would have never found your way to the nearest oasis in the ever-shifting sands of the Blood Desert. If you didn't stick to me this whole time, you would have become a dried corpse, like it probably happened to your idiot friends. The least you could do is thank me. Fine, thank you, Freya sighed. Now what, can you call for help? Yeah, right, help. Nalrond's voice held enough sarcasm to make the Yellow Wind tribe laugh and Freya's blood boil, even though the conversation was staged. Sorry, milady, there's nothing I can do without a communication amulet. That was the final nail in the alleged coffin of the two alleged lost travelers. No communication amulet, no mention of dimensional magic, and neither of them is scared of the other, Hassar said, and the two other tribal leaders nodded. The woman must be a noble who bought a powerful weapon she probably can't use, and the man must have invested all his money in that blade. A wise choice, Sehir nodded. The desert is a treacherous place, and there is no point in earning a lot of gold if you die before you can spend it. I agree with the chieftain. Terk leaned as close to Lith's prototype as the arrays allowed her. The young man is of too poor means to be a real mage. That sword has a horrible design, and the craftsmanship is too rough to be the work of an expert. I bet that he bought his weapon from the apprentice of an expert, because it was all he could afford. Without invigoration or a forgemastering spell, there was no way to establish the power of an artifact aside from imprinting and using it. Terk's estimate failed to take into account that Nalron's blade wasn't meant to be sold or displayed. On my mark, Hassar raised his hand and the soldiers let go of the hostages. They switched their blades for spears and assumed a crescent-shaped formation right in front of the edges of the cloaking arrays, trapping the lost travelers between the lake and a field of sharp steel. Terk finished conjuring her spells and nodded at the chieftain, whose fists were already ablaze with violet flames. Mark, at Hassar's mental command, the corridor in the cloaking arrays disappeared. Freya and Nalrond could now see the people of the Yellow Wind tribe and their prisoners without the help of the eyes of Menadian. The Agni's eyes went wide, and his muscles tensed as the spears prickled his neck, making it bleed. These guys may be humans, but they wield enchanted weapons. Fuck, he inwardly thought. Freya yelped in surprise. She needed sheer willpower to raise her hands in surrender instead of moving them to the hilt of Dreadnought, but it paid off. The people of the Yellow Wind tribe bought her act and lowered their guard. Terk put away the home stone. The remaining soldiers standing guard over the prisoners walked closer to enjoy the show, and the mage apprentices recalled the evacuation protocol. You'd better not move, miss. Hassar threw Freya a long, appreciative look, but he never dispelled the raging sun in his hands. It's always a pity to spoil such good merchandise, but I'm a simple man, and I prefer not taking unnecessary risks. Freya swallowed hard. The frustration from holding back her fighting instinct made a decent replacement for the panic she didn't feel. Who are you, and what do you want? She said, looking around like a trapped animal while she took in the dimensional coordinates of the key areas of the village. One thing at a time, miss. Drop your weapons on the ground and kick them towards me. Slowly, Hassar said, pointing his open palms at her while Terk shifted the sand around Nalrond into spinning blades. The couple did as bidden, trying their best to look scared. No awakened, Freya said via the underground mind link. The bearded guy is a deep violet while the old perv is a bright blue. Old perv, Nalrond asked in confusion. Sehir's lustful gaze left no doubt about his plans for Freya, but he was barely older than her. The old hag staring at you like a slab of meat, she replied. Oh, that perv, he inwardly nodded. Now I'm sorry, but I have to ask you to strip, both of you. Hassar's lecherous told them he was anything but sorry. We can't risk you hiding an alchemical tool or a hidden weapon. Fine, Nalrond pulled up his robe, revealing his chiseled legs, abs, and chest, drawing half the gazes of the Yellow Wind tribe in admiration and the other half in envious contempt. When he lowered his arms to throw the robe on the ground, however, long bone spikes erupted from his forearms. He cut swathes of spears like grass and charged forward before the soldiers could recover from the surprise. His shape-shifting into his Agni form and the white desert robe turning into a pool of quicksilver that coated his gray scales with enchanted metal made the entire Yellow Wind tribe freeze like deer in headlights. Surprise turned into panic as Nalrond broke through the shattered formation of the soldiers and his blades through their flesh and bones. Panic became mayhem as lopped limbs and heads fell to the ground, accompanied by fountains of blood. Take him down, Hassar ordered. Take them both down. He turned towards Freya just to discover she wasn't there anymore. More screams of pain and cries for help erupted behind him, where the woman had suddenly appeared. Somehow, the rapier was back in her hands, and she used it like a master to protect the still chained prisoners, stabbing anyone who dared approach them. Freya killed the soldiers who had managed to escape her blade's reach with a hail of fire, setting people and tents ablaze. They can use dimensional magic, Hassar thought. It was all a ruse to make us lower our guard and get to the prisoners. The mad beast, the bloodthirsty woman, and the raging fire were each a threat that could end the Yellow Wind tribe by itself. To make matters worse, the Agni stood in front of the lake, making it impossible to form a bucket line to douse the flames. Terk Sehir, the woman, Hassar drew his kopish and charged against the mad beast. Everyone else retreat. The soldiers of the Yellow's Wind turned their backs to the Agni into a frenzied sprint, rather than attempt an orderly retreat, taking Nalrond by surprise. It's a suicidal move unless, unless the chieftain unleashed the raging sun without waiting for his men to be at a safe distance. The Tier 5 spell mixed the earth and fire elements to produce a small-scale volcanic eruption, whose destructive power could tear down a castle's gates. The sand below the Agni's feet turned into lava and then exploded upwards, throwing him in the air. Hassar then released his second Tier 5 spell, Cruel Sun, dousing Nalrond in darkness-infused raging flames. Chapter 3999, Coward's Blood Part 2. Not bad, but you're not the only one who had the time to prepare your spells. The golden construct conjured by the Tier 5 light mastery spell, Star Guard, took the brunt of both Hassar's spells while the Agni's powerful body did the rest. Nalrund traced a line in the air with his forefinger, conjuring the Tier 4 spell, Sunshine. A barrage of laser-like rays, each as thick as his arm and as hot as a furnace, rained upon the yellow wind tribe. Between Star Guard and Sunshine, it seemed as if a sun god had descended from the sky to dispense his fiery wrath on the mortals who had displeased him. Not so fast. Hassar deactivated the cloaking arrays and channeled the full power of the mana geyser in the combat magical formations. The air itself became as hard as steel, blocking Nalrond's spells and Freya's charge alike. She found herself trapped by an invisible net that was strong enough to hold her still despite her Harbinger powers. At the same time, the magic circles stacked below their feet conjured dozens of Tier 5 spells. The soldiers had already gained enough distance to ensure they wouldn't suffer much harm, allowing the defensive system to display its full power. That's my line. A squint of Nalrond's eye activated the dormant spells he had placed upon the focal points of the arrays, triggering a chain of explosions that tore the magical formations to bits. The defensive barrier restricting Nalrond's and Freya's movements disappeared, while the Tier 5 spells fell apart into sparks of wild elemental energy before they could fully form. You fucking bastard, Hassar cursed but never stopped advancing. Nalrond saluted his bravery and rewarded it with a scissoring cut that slipped past the chieftain's guard and dug into the flesh of his neck. Much to the Agni's surprise, however, his bone spikes stopped soon after drawing the first blood. For the yellow wind, Hassar's battle cry resounded as he pushed Nalrond's arms open with sheer strength and kicked him in the chest. The blow cracked the Agni's armor, shattered his ribs, and sent him crashing in the distance like a living cannonball. The fuck, the booming noise of the kick first, and of Nalrond's impact with the ground later cost Freya her focus. Sehir and Terk ignored her question, respectively conjuring the Tier 5 battle mage spell, Snake Pit, to restrict her limbs and lunging at her head. The hold exerted by the sand tendrils was softer than solid ground or rock, but it was impossible to break. The countless grains of sand formed several streams that flowed around Freya's arms and legs with the strength of earth and the fluidity of water. The gleaming around Sehir's khopesh was a testament to its enchantments and the quick death it would deliver. If it reached its target, of course. Freya blinked up and to the right, carrying the sand tendrils and the swordsman with her. Snake Pit was now too far away from its caster to exert more than a fraction of its true power, while gravity foiled Sehir's attack. He fell to the ground like a sack of bricks, and Freya plunged Dreadnought into his defenseless chest. Her blade pierced through his back and released a blast of darkness magic that killed him on impact. You bitch! Terk unleashed a volley of frozen blades and a wave of thunderous flames as she retreated towards Hassar. Freya dodged the blades and blinked past the fire wave, finding the chieftain's khopesh waiting for her. She blinked again, or at least she tried. A sudden cold snap flooded her body along with the world energy she had conjured to fuel her spell, turning Freya into an ice statue. Hassar slashed at her with so much strength that if not for the awkward angle of the blink and Orion's armor, the chieftain would have cleaved her from hip to shoulder. The fuck? Solus echoed Freya's questions as she followed the events via the monocle of Menadian that her friend wore. That guy is not even an awakened. He missed the blinks opening by 1.5 kilometers. How can he hurt Nalrund and Freya so bad with such sloppy strikes? Because of the gap in mass between them. Lith's mind put the pieces of the puzzle together right before two flames appeared above the chieftain's head. Hassar's skin turned into a black hide, his brown eyes flared red, and two membranous wings popped out of his back. That guy is an upper, Lith said. What, how? Solus tapped into the eyes records, finding no evidence of any foreign life force. By my mom, you are almost right. That guy is an upper thrall. That's why the monocle didn't pick up anything until he triggered the transformation. Orpal's blood seems to possess some kind of cloaking property. As long as it's inert, Its energy signature is so faint that it's easily overshadowed by the host's life force. Sneaky and cowardly, just like Meln. What about now? Lith asked. Now the human life force is almost gone, swallowed by the Vertilak's blood, Solus replied. It's like Meln is standing less than a kilometer away from us. That's great, Lith snorted, readying the tower and the demons. Freya. Stay out of this, she replied via the monocle. This is my fight, and the bastard is not even an awakened. If I can't win against someone like him, I won't stand a chance against a real upper. Before she could finish the thought, a gray comet slammed into the ground, sending Terk flying and throwing a ton of sand in Hassar's eyes. As the chieftain teared up and rubbed his face to clear his vision, the comet opened up into a flurry of gold and silver. Nalron's metal-coated bone spikes and hard light constructs attacked Hassar from every side at once, forcing him to ignore the frozen woman and focus on the Agni. The chieftain blocked one bone spike with his kopish, while the other pierced through his side. It failed to reach his internal organs, but did better than the constructs, which opened shallow cuts across his skin. Hassar had received no training aside from how to use the two Vertilak bloodline abilities he had access to, Frost and Thunder Soul. He had no equipment that fitted his divine beast full form nor any skill fighting in that form, so he kept his human size. His compressed and dense mass boosted his defense beyond what his flimsy orichalcum armor could take. The mass gap between Nalrond and the upper thrall was so great that not even Orion's masterpiece could cut through Hassar in a single sweep, limiting the Agni's options. How are you still alive? The chieftain pushed the bone spike away with so much strength that it dislocated Nalron's shoulder and went for the kill. Hassar was a skilled warrior with over a dozen years of battle experience, not just a powerful mage. Becoming a chieftain in an outlaw tribe was hard, and straying alive after reaching the position was just as difficult. One had to possess the talent to surpass the current chieftain, while also being smart enough to appear unremarkable until he was ready to strike. Chapter 4000, Phantom Mirage Part 1. A good chieftain killed all his enemies, within and without the tribe, the moment he identified them. Hassar had killed the previous chieftain and survived 4 coups since that day, and all thanks to his relentless practice of swordsmanship. Powerful spells needed time to be cast, and often caused collateral damage that weakened the tribe and created new enemies from the families of the dead. A blade, instead, was a surgical tool that needed only an opening to work its magic. The kopish rose towards the Agni's head, slipping past the other bone spike with a well-practiced flick of the wrist. The Nalrund of a few months ago would have failed to react in time, and had his skull split open by the upper's overwhelming strength. After fighting against Dawn over and over, however, after getting used to following the horseman's blade and suffering countless defeats by her hand, Hassar's technique failed to impress the Agni. He simply stepped in, coming too close for the kopish to be effective, and delivered a powerful headbutt right on the upper's nose. An Agni's skull was thick and his scales hard, but the mass gap with the upper lessened the blow to a finger flick. What the Hassar shrugged off the pain and opened his eyes, just to see a second Agni ramming his head on the chieftain's nose. Then came a third, a fourth, and a fifth as the constructs Nalrund had conjured overlapped, forming a bright replica of their caster that followed his every movement with a split second of delay. The Agni put his right shoulder back into its socket with a grunt and lunged at Hassar's head. The upper blocked the attack with his blade and was about to launch a counter when a shining blade came at him from the opposite side. Fuck, Frost Soul is supposed to stop all spells, he thought, and he was wrong. Orpal's bloodline ability only worked at the moment a spell, enchantment, or bloodline ability tapped into the world energy to take form. Nalrond had conjured his constructs before the chieftain called upon the Vertilak's blood, so they were unaffected by the corrupted water element. Hassar tilted his head to dodge the shining blade, but failed to avoid the third, fourth, and fifth blades. Each following construct hit the same spot, digging deeper into his flesh than the previous. On top of that, Nalrund didn't wait for Dawn's Phantom Mirage spell to be done to continue with his attack. He slashed at the enemy's chest with his long, clawed fingers, and each sweep of his hands generated 5 more. Nalrund moved so fast that Hassar felt like he was fighting against an army. The Vertilak's blood coursing through the chieftain's veins gave him mass, bloodline abilities, and fusion magic, but no help against the overwhelming speed of an awakened violet core. In just a few seconds, Hassar bled from dozens of cuts and had more holes in his body than a piece of Swiss cheese. Die, bitch, die! As for Freya, she escaped death by rolling over before Terk's foot cracked her head like an egg. The mage had received an infusion of Orpal's blood as well, but she was no warrior. With Frost Soul taking her magic away, Terk could only infuse herself with Thunder Soul and try to kill Freya with brute strength before she thawed. How unlucky I am for almost dying of cold in the blood desert, Freya thought, cursing the Hydra blood flowing through her veins. It made her weak to low temperatures and amplified the effects of Frost Soul by several folds. Her entire body shivered, and her muscles were as stiff as bricks, making it almost impossible for her to dodge Terk's clumsy, telegraphed attacks. Each stomp of the mage's feet blasted a crater open in the sand and made the ground quake, foiling Freya's every attempt to stand up. A well-timed spirit blink saved her at the last second as fire fusion, and the scorching sun of the blood desert drove the coldness away. Okay, so my armor and blade are useless, elemental magic is sealed, and the old hag needs but one hit to kill me, Freya thought. This will make for some priceless training against Meln's awakened uppers. Assuming Mom, Dad, and Nalron don't kill me first for putting the babies in danger, of course. She swallowed hard, afraid that the cold might have gotten deep enough to reach the twins. Fuck training. She shapeshifted into her hybrid form, her 6 serpentine heads hissing in fury as they conjured a spirit spell in unison. Terk looked around for a second before spotting her enemy and charging at her with a single leap. Freya unleashed her Tier 5 spirit spell, Starfall, while the mage was still in midair and incapable of dodging. A hail of small green meteors imbued with the power of all elements appeared out of thin air, forming an emerald aurora in front and below the jumping Terk. Each of the mystical projectiles was the size of a marble, but also had the energy of a cannonball, and detonated upon impact with the destructive power of a concussive grenade. Freya timed the detonations so that they stopped the mage's advance and slowed her descent, as she conjured more projectiles that hit the mage like a fish in a barrel. Yet Terk's body was as compressed as Hassar's, and her current form that of a 20 meters, 66, tall divine beast. Each one of the emerald spheres would have been enough to kill a human, but it could only scratch an upper. Even with Freya focusing Starfall's full power on a single target, the Tier 5 spirit spell was ill-suited to deal with a creature of that size. Terk's wounds grew deeper with each volley of projectiles, but Freya could see with life vision that the upper's life force was barely affected. Does size really matter so much? She had entered the Yellow Wind Village ready to fight human criminals, not divine beasts. What can I do? My equipment doesn't work, my magic doesn't work, and I'm so cold. All the spells Freya had prepared were useless, and the lingering effects of Frost Soul numbed her mind as much as her body. She felt weak, and her eyes drooped, needing sheer focus just not to fall asleep. Then Freya clenched her teeth while holding her womb, letting her fury warm her. An emerald dimensional passage opened right below the falling Terk, and Freya shut it down while the upper was halfway through, sundering her horizontally. Terk tried to avoid the trap by flapping her wings, but to no avail. Pain flared from below, and blood frothed from her mouth as she gasped in agony. Terk focused light fusion on her wounds in a desperate attempt to prolong her life when she ran out of Orpal's blood. Her body returned human, and she exploded like a gory firework. All the damage Starfall had inflicted upon Terk shifted on the now much smaller and frailer target. Blood and bones shrapnel for dozens of meters, painting Freya red. Hassar was now alone, but he didn't have the luxury to worry about his fallen comrades.